Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. It was followed by a human scream and the enraged roar of a beast. Hiding in the bushes, Yu Yang poked his head out cautiously, observing the scene by the roadside. A man was clutching his right wrist in agony, his right hand already a mangled mess of blood and flesh. At his feet lay a revolver. In front of him stood a wild dog with 3 heads, snarling ferociously at him. Strictly speaking, it could no longer be called a wild dog, for its size was enormous, at least as large as a compact car. Despair filled the man's eyes as he roared unwillingly. Of all times, the gun had to blow up now. What a damn joke. The 3-headed beast cared nothing for his complaints and lunged straight at him. The man turned and ran for his life, but within moments the beast caught up to him. With a miserable scream, the man's body was torn in half by the 3-headed beast. Hidden in the grass, Yu Yang calmly watched the scene unfold, his eyes showing hardly any emotional fluctuation. Such scenes were nothing new to him. In the few days since he had crossed into this world, he had already witnessed them many times. The reason he remained here was his interest in the man's revolver. He planned to quietly retrieve it once the beast left. Just then, the colossal stone pillar that pierced the heavens in the far distance once again emitted a faint blue glow. The 3-headed beast suddenly raised its heads. Abandoning the food already in its grasp, it bolted madly toward the direction of the stone pillar, gradually disappearing from Yu Yang's sight. Only then did Yu Yang carefully emerge from the grass and walk to the spot where the revolver had fallen. The barrel of the revolver had completely burst open. Yu Yang fiddled with it unwillingly for a while and at last had to concede that the gun was utterly ruined. What a pity. If I had a pistol in hand, at least I could intimidate some of these terrifying mutant beasts. At that moment, a mechanical chime sounded in Yu Yang's mind, and a pale blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Ding! Loading the Universal Restoration System. Loading complete. The Universal Restoration System can repair all things, and after each repair a special effect will be drawn at random. The more complex the object and the more times it is restored, the more restoration points will be consumed. Note: items deliberately damaged cannot be repaired. Note: items deliberately damaged cannot be repaired. Note: items deliberately damaged cannot be repaired. Killing those who disrupt order will grant corresponding restoration points. Hint: most mutant creatures are destroyers of the world's order, and some people are as well. Ding! You have obtained 10 initial restoration points. This is the system. There really is a system. Ecstatic, Yu Yang's heart surged. He had thought that talk of transmigrators receiving systems was just a legend, yet it had actually come true. With a system, surviving shouldn't be a problem. I might even live quite comfortably in this apocalypse. After suppressing his excitement a little, Yu Yang began to ponder the system's functions. This system can restore all things and even grant special effects. Doesn't that mean I can repair the revolver? At a mere thought from Yu Yang, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Repairing the damaged revolver requires 10 restoration points. Proceed with repair. Yu Yang chose yes without hesitation. At once a strange halo of light enveloped the revolver. Ding! You have obtained a brand new revolver. Attack power 50. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please choose one. 1 perfect accuracy. Bullets fired from this revolver will hit the enemy 100% of the time. 2 half consumption. For every 2 bullets fired, only 1 bullet is expended. 3 bullet explosion. Primary. After a bullet hits its target, it will explode, dealing secondary damage equal to half the original damage. Yu Yang carefully read through all 3 effects. All 3 are decent. There's no broken one-hit kill kind of effect, but this is already quite good. After thinking for a long time, Yu Yang finally chose perfect accuracy. Ding! The revolver has been imbued with the effect perfect accuracy. In his view, the first priority when using firearms was accuracy. If you could not hit, everything else was meaningless. Lacking any real shooting experience, perfect accuracy was exactly what he needed to compensate. If I run into that mutant beast again, I might actually be able to go head-to-head with it. He licked his lips slightly. I've heard that though those beasts are ferocious, their meat is unbelievably delicious. Some large survival teams even organize hunts for mutant beasts just to eat their meat. At this thought, Yu Yang grew eager, his eyes shining. But he calmed down quickly. I may have a gun now, but bullets are another problem. Yu Yang strode quickly toward the man's corpse. The man's body had been torn in 2 from the abdomen, his intestines spilling across the ground. Enduring the stench of blood, Yu Yang searched him for a while and finally found a box filled with ammunition. Yu Yang took out all the bullets and counted them. There were 52 in total. Not many, just barely enough to make do. I have no idea where else I can find more ammunition. Even the best marksmanship is useless without bullets. Still, in this apocalypse, there must be plenty of damaged, unwanted weapons lying around. Last time I think I saw an abandoned tank sitting untouched in the central plaza. I wonder if it can be repaired. If I could get a tank as a means of transportation, I wouldn't have to fear these mutant beasts at all. After weighing all this, Yu Yang decided to return to his small team's base first. After crossing over, he had passed through a residential compound and been pulled into a survival squad by someone his own age. In the past few days, he had not gained many resources from the team, but he had learned a great deal about this world. Out of gratitude, Yu Yang decided to lead the other members of the survival squad to search for supplies and perhaps find bullets along the way. With a revolver at his side, he felt somewhat more confident. After carefully stowing away the revolver and bullets, Yu Yang headed toward the squad's base. Along the way, he cautiously avoided areas where mutant beasts often appeared and at last returned safely to the base. The base was in the underground parking garage of a residential complex. Most members of the squad were residents from the surrounding neighborhood. It was hardly an ideal location for a base, but they were only a small survival squad. The good spots had long since been taken by large survival teams. They simply had no choice. To join those large teams, one had to hand over sufficient supplies. Just as Yu Yang reached the entrance to the garage, a delighted voice rang out. "Yu Yang, you're finally back." Yu Yang looked at the young man walking toward him and gave a slight nod. He knew this person, a fellow university student named Zhou Kai. Over the past few days, the two had gotten along fairly well, and most of what Yu Yang knew about this world had been learned from him. At that moment, a burly man with bulging muscles walked over. He lifted his chin slightly at Yu Yang and said with a show of courtesy, "Yu Yang, right? You've come back at a good time. Hand over whatever food you have on you. We've decided to centralize and redistribute all resources." Yu Yang's eyelids twitched. He frowned and glanced at Zhou Kai beside him. Confronted by Yu Yang's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Kai recoiled, his eyes darting away instinctively, taking 2 steps back to hide behind the robust man. Yu Yang silently clenched his fist. He had never expected Zhou Kai to betray him. Just yesterday, when Yu Yang saw the other so famished that his head spun, he was the first person he had met in this world. While secretly eating his instant noodles, he had even left a portion for the other. Yet unexpectedly, Zhou Kai turned around and betrayed him. Expressionless, Yu Yang shifted his gaze toward the sturdy man. He knew this man as well. Named Wu Gang, formerly a fitness instructor who had lately been strutting his strength by bossing Yu Yang around. Yu Yang's gaze toward Wu Gang gradually turned icy. "These are my supplies. Why should I hand them over to you?" Wu Gang was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yu Yang to dare challenge him. Wu Gang snorted coldly and with a reproachful tone said, "We are all part of the same team. Resources should be shared. Since you have concealed them for so long, we won't hold it against you." He continued, "And if you still refuse to hand them over, do you wish to watch others starve?" Yu Yang let out a cold laugh and shook his head. "Firstly, the items in my backpack were mine long before I joined this team. They have nothing to do with you. Secondly, during these days with the team, I have not benefited in any way, rather you have been sending me out for reconnaissance and to gather supplies. Finally, just because I joined your team does not mean you can force me to do anything. Are you planning to seize a teammate's supplies by brute force?" Wu Gang tightened his fist, instinctively ready to strike. However, remembering that his teammates were watching him, he restrained himself, knowing that any rash act would confirm the use of violence against a comrade. Though strong, he was not invincible against everyone. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and finally held back. Suppressing his anger, he reminded, "This is a decision made by all of us." Yu Yang stared expressionlessly into the depths of the garage where several gaunt figures, young and old, were standing, their faces drawn and pale. Although traces of guilt and unease were evident in most of their eyes, their longing for food was unmistakably stronger. He remembered that these people had barely any food left. Nearly 3 months into the apocalypse, all that was edible had long since been consumed. Yu Yang understood their desperate hunger, yet he was no fool. He could not possibly use his own scant supplies to aid strangers he had only known for a few days. "You have nothing to eat anyway. Of course you are willing to share resources. If you put it nicely, it's sharing, but in truth you just want to snatch my food." In fact, the instant noodles and water in Yu Yang's backpack were items he had carried during his travels before he crossed over. Without that, he would never have such an abundance of food. "Young man, do not speak so harshly," said a man in his 40s with glasses as he stepped in from outside the garage. Judging by his attire, he must have once been a corporate executive or a small business owner. His seemingly gentle eyes carried a hint of shrewdness. Upon seeing him, Yu Yang's eyes filled with caution. This man was Wei Fuhai, though everyone fondly called him Boss Wei. With his smooth manner and adept interpersonal skills, Wei Fuhai had quietly become the leader of this survival team. Yet Yu Yang knew that he was far less gentle than he appeared. With a friendly smile at the corner of his lips, Wei Fuhai attempted to mediate, saying, "You know how fearsome the beasts outside are. We have gathered together and set some traps, so they dare not come near. After all, we are a team. You need us, and we need you." He continued, "How about this? First, bring out your food so we can ease our hunger. And if we secure new provisions, next time you get first pick. How does that sound?" Yu Yang regarded Wei Fuhai with indifference, a cold smile hidden within. "What a grand offer. No wonder you're the boss. First pick of new food," he mused sarcastically. "Who knows if any new food will ever be found?" Yu Yang flatly rejected Wei Fuhai's proposal, declaring, "I do not agree." Before Wei Fuhai could reply, Wu Gang lost his composure. He stepped forward, flexing his muscles, and thundered, "You have no right to disagree. Once you join our team, you must obey," he declared, clearly using his robust physique to intimidate Yu Yang. In his eyes, Yu Yang was merely an ordinary college student, no match for him in strength. "Oh, then I quit." With that, Yu Yang turned and walked away. He had originally planned to lead the group in gathering supplies, but now it seemed unnecessary. Wu Gang and Wei Fuhai were visibly taken aback. "Damn!" Wu Gang cursed and rolled up his sleeves, ready to act. Wei Fuhai's eyes flashed as he intercepted Wu Gang, then shouted at Yu Yang, "Young man, don't act on impulse. Since you are unwilling, then let it be. It's dangerous outside, come back first, and we will speak properly." "Boss Wei, how can you?" Wu Gang, his face full of confusion, clearly objected. However, Wei Fuhai shot him a piercing look. Though Wu Gang did not entirely understand, he fell silent. Yu Yang glanced at the darkening night and paused. At night, with no light to illuminate their path, human vision was severely limited. But the beasts faced no such restraint. Venturing out in darkness was indeed a perilous act. Yu Yang turned back, ignoring the two, and walked directly toward an isolated corner of the garage. He planned to rest there for the night and leave in the morning. Perhaps some would call it foolish, but in order to secure restoration points, Yu Yang intended to lie in wait. "Boss Wei, why did you agree to that? We had clearly agreed on something else." After Yu Yang had walked away, Wu Gang couldn't help but ask. Wei Fuhai glanced at him coolly. "I know you could beat him, but what if he chooses not to fight you? If he simply runs off, can you guarantee that you'd chase him down and subdue him without alerting the beasts?" Wu Gang pursed his lips, conceding with a slight nod. Wei Fuhai said earnestly, "Wu Gang, I know you possess sinewy strength and great power, but in these circumstances brute force alone won't do. You must use your head as well. Moreover, my daughter is now an adult. You must show some profound foresight before I entrust her to you." At these words, Wu Gang's eyes lit up. Wei Fuhai's daughter, who was also part of their team, was remarkably beautiful, notably youthful and untouched, and Wu Gang had coveted her for a long time. Observing Wu Gang's crude demeanor, Wei Fuhai turned away in disgust. He had no intention of ever truly entrusting his daughter to him. He said that only to keep Wu Gang in line, ensuring that he would obediently follow orders. In Wei Fuhai's plan, his daughter was meant to marry the leader of a major survival team, ensuring their safety and yielding him considerable benefits. As for Wu Gang, he would be kicked aside when the moment arrived. "By the way, Boss Wei, are we really just going to let that guy off? His bag still holds instant noodles. When was the last time we enjoyed such a treat?" Once many scoffed at instant noodles, but now they were a rare and precious find. "Who said we should let it go?" Wei Fuhai adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. "He can't possibly stay awake, can he?" Wu Gang's eyes widened before he burst into laughter. "Haha, Boss Wei, you certainly have plenty of ideas." In a secluded corner, Yu Yang found a comfortable position and sat down. He was aware that Boss Wei had kept him behind for no good reason, but with his reliable revolver, dealing with an ordinary person was far too easy. Just then, Zhou Kai cautiously approached, a hint of apology on his face. "Yu Yang, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to let slip that you had instant noodles. The trouble has already been caused. Oh, does it matter what you say now?" Yu Yang felt it best to distance himself from someone like him, especially since they had never shared a deep bond. "I just think we're all part of the same team, and we need their support," Zhou Kai persisted, trying to explain. "That's what you need, I don't." Seeing Yu Yang's cold demeanor, Zhou Kai felt a flicker of annoyance. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Yu Yang, I advise you to think this through. If you act alone, you won't survive. Just hand over the supplies, and then Brother Wu Gang and Boss Wei will help you. Besides, they're already planning to hunt down an injured beast. It might be dangerous, but with our numbers, there's a good chance of success. Before long, we could be having meat to eat. You wouldn't want to regret it then." An injured beast. Yu Yang's gaze flickered, and a new plan began to form in his mind. Yet he remained silent, ignoring Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai clenched his fists, his eyes fixated on Yu Yang's bag, desire evident in his gaze. That day, he had tasted a bit of Yu Yang's leftover noodles, finishing every drop of the broth. Such a delicious treat he hadn't had in ages. He wanted to taste it again. "If Yu Yang turns in the supplies, maybe I could get a pack too. This damned Yu Yang is such a blockhead, hoarding like a miser. Go ahead, keep it. When you die out there, I'll take your bag and claim all your noodles." With that thought, Zhou Kai shot Yu Yang a fierce glare before storming off. At midnight, most people had fallen into a deep slumber. The entrance to the garage was blocked by some tables and chairs. If a beast were to invade, the noise would immediately alert everyone. Wu Gang and Boss Wei stealthily approached where Yu Yang was resting. Wu Gang, holding a flickering candle that cast eerie shadows on their faces. Wu Gang glanced at the rope in Boss Wei's hands and whispered, "Boss Wei, we're here to steal. I'll take this kid's things." "Why bring the rope? We're going to tie him up." For some reason, Wu Gang found an unsettling gleam in Boss Y's eyes. Why tie him up? Wu Gang scratched his head in confusion. Are you afraid he'll resist? Don't worry, he can't overpower me. I'm blocking the way he can't escape. Boss Wei shook his head, speaking coolly. We'll tie him up and throw him outside. Throw him outside. Wu Gang blinked in disbelief. But there are beasts out there. If we throw him out, he'll die. Exactly. We want him to die. Wu Gang's body tensed. Boss Wei, that's a bit much, isn't it? This kid has worked hard these past few days. Sure, he was disobedient today, but does that warrant killing him? We just want a few packs of noodles. Boss Wei suddenly chuckled, his eyes glinting like a predator's. After all, he won't cooperate. Keeping him alive will only cause us trouble. Let a beast kill him, and no one will suspect us. But Wu Gang hesitated. Wu Gang, this is the apocalypse. Pity will not help you survive long. If you're like this, how can I trust you with Xiao Mei? Boss Wei warned coldly. Wu Gang felt a turmoil within. Though he looked down on Yu Yang and Zhou Kai, who seemed useless, he had never entertained the idea of murder. Seeing Wu Gang hesitate, Wei Fuhai shoved him forward. Stop hesitating, are you even a man? Wu Gang stumbled ahead, suddenly tripping over something. With a loud crash, a bottle fell from above, striking him on the forehead. He instinctively groaned, ouch. At that moment, Yu Yang, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. His dark gaze held neither surprise nor panic, but an unsettling calm, even hinting at a glimmer of menace. What's wrong? Can't handle it. Planning a sneak attack. Wu Gang steadied himself, staring at Yu Yang in confusion. For some reason in that moment he felt as if he had transformed from hunter to prey. Yu Yang's gaze terrified him. Wei Fuhai was taken aback by Yu Yang's demeanor. He had assumed Yu Yang was just a brave but foolish college student, but he hadn't anticipated such strategic thinking. Yu Yang not only knew they were coming, but had also set a warning mechanism in advance. A mix of admiration and regret surged within him. What a pity. If we weren't enemies, you would surely become my best ally. He understood that Yu Yang must have overheard his conversation with Wu Gang, leaving no room for reconciliation between them. Wei Fuhai quietly drew a sharp fruit knife from his pocket. While this weapon might be useless against mutated beasts, it was undoubtedly intimidating when used against a person. But as soon as he revealed the knife, he froze, his eyes fixated on Yu Yang. More precisely on the revolver that Yu Yang had drawn from his own pocket. You have a gun. No, how do you even have a gun? Wei Fuhai's voice rose in disbelief, his expression incredulous. Guns were only possessed by the larger survival teams, and only by their core members. This kid was just a regular college student, where did he get a gun? Yet moments later, Wei Fuhai regained his composure, letting out a strange laugh. You think brandishing a toy gun can intimidate me? Trying to pull this stunt in front of me is just naive. Bang! The silence of the night was shattered by a gunshot. Wei Fuhai's body froze before he collapsed straight down. Yu Yang had pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. The other party had harbored murderous intent first. He was merely retaliating. Moreover, through this shot, he discovered that his precise aim not only ensured the bullet hit its target, but also allowed him to choose exactly where he wanted to strike. Just like earlier when he had envisioned hitting the opponent in the head, he had succeeded in delivering a fatal blow to Wei Fuhai. Ding! Killed entry-level order disruptor Wei Fuhai, earning 10 repair points. Can we truly obtain repair points? Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His decisive action of firing the gun was also to test whether Wei Fuhai was indeed a disruptor of order, and to his surprise it had actually resulted in repair points. At this moment, Yu Yang felt a sense of certainty settle within him. After all, a revolver had limited effectiveness against beasts unless it struck a vital spot. Taking down a mutated beast would likely require an excessive number of bullets. However, dealing with these nefarious individuals was an entirely different matter. Sometimes it even sufficed to rely solely on intimidation to take a life. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Gang could hardly fathom that Yu Yang truly possessed a gun capable of killing. Bro, please don't kill me. I beg you, I was wrong, I truly was. Wu Gang suddenly fell to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly to Yu Yang. No matter how powerful he was with muscles like a bodybuilder, he stood no chance against a gun. Yu Yang glanced at Wu Gang. I might spare your life, but you must prove that you still have value in living. I heard you're planning to hunt an injured beast. Tell me, what's the story? If I hear one lie, Yu Yang wiped the gun's muzzle. I can't guarantee it won't go off. Wu Gang nodded vigorously, swallowing hard before speaking. We have been observing that beast for several days. It seems to have been injured during a fight with other beasts, significantly reducing its combat capability. We've set up an ambush to take it down. However, another survival team appears to be eyeing that beast as well. Although they are a smaller team, they are still considerably more robust than ours. Oh. Yu Yang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, do they have guns? No, absolutely no guns. If they did, they would have already joined the Yuqing alliance. Wu Gang hesitated, realizing that Yu Yang himself had a gun, but had not joined the Yuqing alliance, making his earlier deduction seem less reliable. Yet after hearing Wu Gang's thoughts, Yu Yang nodded, understanding that he was indeed an exception. He had heard of the Yuqing alliance in recent days. It was the largest survival team in the city, consisting of nearly 10,000 members. The weak and infirm had no chance of joining unless they surrendered sufficient resources and weaponry. But where would the weak and infirm procure such resources and weapons? Thus, the members of the Yuqing alliance were predominantly men. Those lacking combat skills were often their families or women traded as resources. Typically, individuals would strive to join such large survival teams for their safety. Thus, the probability of smaller or medium-sized survival teams possessing guns was exceedingly low. Originally, he had planned to leave this survival team at dawn, yet unexpectedly, he stumbled upon news of an injured beast. An injured beast would be much easier to kill. I didn't expect staying here would yield unexpected gains, Yu Yang mused silently. Since I have a gun, I need not fear these people disobeying. It would be ideal to send them ahead to scout. At dawn, take me to find that mutated beast. If there's no food, we might as well hunt the mutated beast. It's a shame for you to have such a physique while constantly fretting over team resources. Yu Yang said somewhat disdainfully. Wu Gang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Yu Yang's intent. He realized Yu Yang was ready to lead them to take down the beast. With a revolver in hand, Yu Yang certainly had the capability to do so. This was undoubtedly a boon for him. He scarcely remembered the last time he had eaten meat. A single beast, given its large size, Yu Yang would definitely not be able to consume it all before it spoiled, thus, he had a significant chance of getting a share. Thinking this, Wu Gang immediately donned a flattering smile. Yes, under your leadership, our team will definitely secure that beast. I hope you prove useful. With that, Yu Yang strapped on his backpack and headed toward the crowd gathered in the garage. After the gunshot rang out, Wei Xiaomei jolted awake from her slumber, swiftly turning on her flashlight to illuminate her surroundings. A delicate and charming face displayed an expression of extreme annoyance. Who's making such a racket? Are you trying to get us killed? What if it attracts beasts? Although Wei Xiaomei was still young, she spoke with unyielding authority, leveraging her father Wei Fuhai's esteemed position within the team. It sounds like a gunshot. Someone ventured. A gunshot. Wei Xiaomei paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes. Nonsense. The Yuqing Alliance's base is far from here. Where would a gun come from? Can you conjure one? The person shrank back, falling silent. This is infuriating. I finally managed to fall asleep, and now I'm woken up. What bad luck. Wei Xiaomei couldn't help but complain. Hey, where are Wu Gang and Boss Wei? Zhou Kai craned his neck and looked around, noticing that Wu Gang and Boss Wei were missing. Could that noise have come from them? Wei Xiaomei shot Zhou Kai a fierce glare. Shut up. Are you so good at guessing? Why don't you go check it out? Zhou Kai quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to meet her gaze. In the dark, he certainly did not wish to venture away from the main group. However, recalling the direction from which the noise had come, he suddenly thought of someone. Wait. That direction seems to be where Yu Yang was resting. He was sitting in a corner over there during the day. Yu Yang. Wei Xiaomei furrowed her brow, pondering what's going on. Didn't Dad say he was going to kill him? How could there be gunfire? Then she scoffed coldly. That fool refuses to hand over his stuff and stirs up such a fuss. It's truly annoying. I almost wish it were a gunshot and someone would do us a favor and put a bullet in him. Xiaomei, how can you say that? We're all part of the same team. How could you wish death upon him? Heh. Wei Xiaomei sneered. You were all fine with it when we wanted instant noodles during the day. Why act so virtuous now, pretending to be good people? It's disgusting. That's not fair. The ones who bullied that kid were also you. We never bullied him. Besides, it was Boss Wei's idea to use him for noodles, right? Exactly. We just needed food because we were starving. It wasn't to the point of killing someone. Wei Xiaomei's eyes widened in outrage, and she cursed, You ungrateful wretches. When my dad comes back, I'll have him take care of all of you. Bang. Before Wei Xiaomei could finish her sentence, she was shot dead. Yu Yang emerged slowly from the shadows with Wu Gang by his side. Sorry, the gun is in my hands. To Yu Yang's surprise, killing Wei Xiaomei did not provide him with any repair points. It seems that one must either prepare to commit or be in the midst of actual wrongdoing to be considered a disruptor of order. To Yu Yang, Wei Xiaomei was merely a significant potential threat, yet she had not inflicted any actual harm, thus offering no repair points. Wu Gang gazed at Wei Xiaomei's corpse, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. In his view, Wei Xiaomei was quite attractive, and it felt like a waste for her to be killed. There's really a gun. Everything happened too swiftly, and it was only now that someone realized the gravity of the situation, gasping in astonishment. So that sound earlier was indeed gunfire. In an instant, a sense of dread enveloped everyone. Now that Yu Yang had a gun, and considering the events of the day, would he eliminate them all without hesitation? Observing the fearful expressions around him, Yu Yang spoke up. Rest assured, I heard everything you just said. Although I, Yu Yang, am one to repay grudges, I do not partake in indiscriminate slaughter. Tomorrow we will prepare to hunt that injured mutated beast. Who among you is willing to lend a hand? I am willing to help. So am I. Hearing that Yu Yang had no intention of seeking revenge later, they all felt relieved, and upon the prospect of meat, they eagerly raised their hands. Yu Yang noticed their enthusiasm and nodded to himself. This group still had some work ethic. They were merely desperate from hunger and sought his food before. As long as their demeanor remained acceptable, sharing a bit of meat with them was not an issue. Zhou Kai, mingling among the crowd, saw how everyone was deferring to Yu Yang and could only echo, I am willing too. Now that Yu Yang is offering you an opportunity to participate in hunting the mutated beast, you should be grateful. If I see anyone plotting against Yu Yang, Wu Gang will be the first to eliminate them. Wu Gang's shift in attitude was nothing short of complete. Previously, he had been the leader seeking to seize Yu Yang's belongings. Now, he had become Yu Yang's loyal subordinate. In his eyes, anyone stronger than him could lead him. With a weapon in hand and seemingly precise marksmanship, Yu Yang was undoubtedly qualified to be his leader. Good, since everyone has expressed their intentions, we will set off at dawn. Let me be clear, no one is entitled to free handouts. If you do not contribute, you have no right to the spoils, and that applies to everyone. With that, Yu Yang turned and walked away without looking back. Back in his resting place, Yu Yang took out instant noodles, preparing to satisfy his hunger. However, instead of boiling water, he crushed the noodles and ate them dry. These noodles were something he had prepared before his journey, specifically brought for convenience while traveling. Though they were not as flavorful as when cooked in this environment, they were a rare delight. In the current circumstances, a single pack of instant noodles would undoubtedly incite a frenzy if left outside. Even if someone were fortunate enough to acquire a pack, it would likely be divided into many portions. There was no way anyone would indulge as lavishly as Yu Yang, consuming an entire pack at once. There are 7 packs of noodles left in my bag and 3 bottles of mineral water that should last me 4 to 5 days at most. If we can hunt that mutated beast tomorrow, I might be able to save some of these noodles. However, acquiring enough supplies will require considerable effort. Moreover, carrying the acquired goods is no easy task. It would be great to have an enormous storage space. At this thought, Yu Yang's gaze suddenly fell upon his somewhat damaged backpack. His heart raced as an excellent idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps I should try to repair this backpack. It might grant me some special effect akin to infinite space. But if I fail, it would be a waste of repair points, leaving me with merely a brand new backpack. Yu Yang felt conflicted. The repair points he currently possessed were exceedingly scarce, and using them casually was akin to gambling. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to use the repair points to fix the backpack. I should be able to earn some repair points from hunting the beast tomorrow. Even if I don't, a reliable revolver will suffice for now. His expression grew increasingly resolute. System, repair the backpack. Repairing the damaged backpack requires 5 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? Only 5 points. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Yes, repair it immediately. Ding. You have received a brand new backpack. You have obtained 3 special effects. Please choose one. In the midst of the desolation, a new reality began to unfold, unveiling possibilities that had previously remained dormant. Double space. Yu Yang pondered thoughtfully. With the current size of my backpack, even if it doubles, it won't be of much use. This effect is more suitable for later stages when I need additional capacity. As for the small freezer and the small storage. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately chose the small freezer. The system had explicitly stated that to store food, one must opt for the refrigerator. In a world turned upside down, food had become one of the most vital resources. Moreover, dawn was approaching, and he planned to hunt. If he selected the small freezer, the meat from any wild beasts he procured would remain preserved for an extended period, preventing spoilage. 3 cubic meters is sufficient to store some basic supplies. If I need to store more later, I can always restore another storage unit. For now, preserving food is crucial. If I manage to hunt a beast tomorrow, I certainly won't be able to consume all that meat in the short term, though it's best to freeze it. With a chime, the system confirmed the backpack has been enhanced with the effect of a small freezer. Yu Yang reached into his backpack and felt a wondrous space within. It was far more expansive than it appeared, and the temperature was notably low. His hand grew slightly numb after just a brief moment inside. Not only that, but Yu Yang discovered that with a mere thought, the desired items from his backpack could materialize in his hands or manifest directly on the ground before him. His backpack had transformed into a pocket of another dimension. items could be retrieved and stored at will without adding any weight. I never expected this space to be so extraordinary. However, he mused, can a single item be repaired multiple times? He recalled the system's initial introduction. The more repairs, the more restoration points required. With that thought, Yu Yang took out his revolver and attempted to initiate a repair. Ding! Current item does not require repair. It can be repaired again after accidental damage and effects can stack. Just as I suspected, items that have been repaired can indeed be repaired again. While it requires more restoration points, the effects can accumulate. If I keep stacking these effects, this revolver could become an unstoppable force, a divine guardian against all foes. Those mutated beasts will likely steer clear of me in the future. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, his desire for restoration points intensified. No matter what, I must capture that injured beast. This way I can acquire more restoration points. As dawn broke, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes. After a brief rest, he was still fatigued from the previous day's exertions. Even a diamond-level university student couldn't endure without rest. However, he had set up small warning devices around him. Should anyone approach, he would be immediately alerted. Yu Yang made his way to the survival team's gathering point. Most of the team members were already there. Brother Yu Yang, you're finally here. We've all prepared, Wu Gang said with a smile, his previous disdain for Yu Yang now a distant memory. Yu Yang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Brother Yu Yang, can my mother and son stay here? I can manage on my own. Just give me a share of the meat, asked a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt, speaking cautiously. Yu Yang recognized him as Wang Tao, a former programmer known for his diligence and reliability. Glancing aside, he noticed an elderly woman, gray-haired, and holding a 3- or 4-year-old child, watching him with great apprehension. Yu Yang nodded in agreement. That's fine. Those without combat capabilities would only create chaos during a fight. It was better to have them remain behind, especially since Wang Tao only requested a share of the spoils. My wife won't be going either. She's afraid of those things. A shed just be a hindrance, chimed in Zhao Baofu, a slightly portly middle-aged man with a kind face who smiled endearingly. However, after days of hunger, his complexion was poor and his speech lacked vigor. Ultimately, aside from Yu Yang, Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and Zhao Baofu, Zhou Kai reluctantly agreed to join the mission. Despite his refusal to participate, he had been warned that those who didn't join wouldn't receive any meat, leaving him no choice but to comply. Yet he had resolved to contribute as little as possible. All right, then Wu Gang, lead the way. Let us depart, Yu Yang addressed the group. While he was not entirely satisfied with the team's composition, Yu Yang did not expect them to contribute significantly. The main reasons for their inclusion were to have Wu Gang guide them and to share the burden of firepower. Having never faced mutated beasts before, he was uncertain of their capabilities. More hands would always be advantageous. The group moved the tables and stools blocking the garage entrance and cautiously stepped outside. The once bustling streets lay in eerie silence, most high-rise buildings reduced to rubble, countless lives buried beneath the debris. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered, some burnt down to mere charred frames with shards of glass strewn about. The storefronts had shattered windows and doors, their goods looted, leaving behind empty shelves and a mess of debris. Signs swayed precariously in the wind, creaking ominously. A stench of decay lingered in the air. In the distance, a colossal stone pillar soared into the clouds, its surface cracked, emanating a faint blue glow from within. In recent days, Yu Yang had come to understand that these columns were the very source of the apocalypse. On the day of the end, countless massive stone pillars descended from the heavens, plunging all modern civilization, electricity, communication, everything, into chaos. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. It was as if every natural disaster had struck at once and humanity suffered devastating losses. Simultaneously, almost all living beings except for humans underwent mutations. The closer a creature was to the pillars, the more severe the mutation became. Yu Yang gazed up at the pillars, pondering quietly. The sudden retreat of that 3-headed beast seemed somehow connected to these columns. He recalled that one of the pillars had emitted a radiant glow, and the 3-headed beast had glanced at it before fleeing. I wonder what is so unique about these pillars. Could it be that there are benefits to being near them? Wu Gang, noticing Yu Yang lost in thought, suddenly interjected. Brother Yu, I heard Boss Wei mention a while back that the beasts have a unique type of crystal in their heads. Oh, Yu Yang snapped back to attention, his eyes brightening with curiosity. What kind of crystal? What is its use? Seeing Yu Yang's evident interest, Wu Gang's face broke into a grin. Boss Wei said it can strengthen the body and if consumed in excess grants special abilities. Special abilities? What kind of abilities? Wu Gang shook his head. I'm not sure, a Boss Wei only told me that much. However, Wu Gang suddenly raised his eyebrows and winked. Boss Wei also mentioned that consuming it could enhance our capabilities in that particular area. Yu Yang was taken aback, then broke into a grin, finding it somewhat amusing. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, men seem inevitably fixated on such matters. He was curious, though, about how they had determined that the crystal could enhance such capabilities. Nonetheless, if it truly could bolster physical strength, it would be quite a valuable find. Ahem, all right, I understand, Yu Yang said, refraining from further discussion and urging, let's move quickly. We can't let the beasts be snatched away. Wu Gang nodded, leading the way as he spoke. The other day, I was out with Boss Wei looking for supplies, and when we passed by the museum, we saw two mutated beasts fighting over food. One looked somewhat like a wolf, while the other resembled a tiger. The wolf-like one was no match for the other and fled injured. Boss Wei thought there might be a chance to kill the injured one, so he led me after it. We tracked it all the way to Bull Park, where we found the beast hiding under a bridge. The creature had lost a lot of blood, clearly wounded, but Boss Wei and I still didn't dare approach. Boss Wei suggested waiting for its condition to worsen, then gathering more people to attempt a successful hunt. So we retreated for the time being. But with your gun you could easily take it down. At this, Yu Yang inquired curiously, and what about that other small survival team? How did they come into the picture? That's because on our way back we encountered another group heading towards Bull Park. However, that bridge was quite concealed, so I'm not sure if they'd notice it. Even if they did, they likely wouldn't dare act rashly, Wu Gang explained. Yu Yang nodded. Before he had a handgun, he wouldn't have dared approach the mutated beast, let alone hunt it. Thus, Wu Gang's account held some credibility. As they cautiously proceeded, they encountered no other mutated beasts. Though ferocious and powerful, their numbers in this area were not significant. Far from the pillars, the street contained only a few. However, closer to the pillars, mutated beasts clustered thickly, one could encounter them every few steps. Here we are. With Wu Gang's announcement, everyone looked up. The words, Bull Park, were etched above the entrance, now covered in dust. We'll go inside and head left after about a kilometer we'll arrive. Just as they prepared to enter, another group approached from a distance. Yu Yang turned to Wu Gang, asking, is it them? Wu Gang shook his head. No, I haven't seen this group before. A young man with yellow hair and a duck-billed cap cast a sideways glance at them, his arrogant demeanor making Wu Gang wish he could slap him. Is it safe for you lot to wander about like this? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by the mutated beasts? At least this big guy looks somewhat acceptable. Who are you calling a big guy? The yellow-haired youth retorted. Talking about you. What are you going to do about it? He mocked, brandishing a machete as a threat. The young man's companions erupted in laughter. They were all delinquents in the area. Rather than fear the apocalypse, they reveled in it. They thrived in the chaos, enjoying the freedom to do things they had once only dreamed of. Wu Gang's face flushed red with anger at the youth's taunts. What do you want from us? Isn't it obvious? You're so thick-headed you can't even see it. Hand over all your supplies, and I might spare your lives. Bang! A bullet shot forth. The youth's head exploded with a gaping wound, his body lurching backward, blood splattering onto his companions. Ding! Killed. Entry-level disruptor Wang Ingjuan gaining 10 repair points. Yu Yang slowly lowered his handgun, a cold smile playing on his lips. I was just waiting for you to say that. The youth in the duckbill cap, Wang Ingjuan, had brought along a group of individuals who were now utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that the other party would draw a handgun. A single shot to the head left them too terrified to utter a word. That kid Yu Yang is quite accurate with his gun, Wu Gang thought to himself in quiet disbelief. On that day when Yu Yang had shot Boss Wei, Wu Gang had assumed it was merely a case of luck. Yet today, with another headshot, it was evident that it was no longer a matter of chance. Who would have thought this kid was so deeply concealed? Could he be more than just an ordinary college student? Has he served in the military? Countless speculations surged through Wu Gang's mind in an instant. Meanwhile, Yu Yang shook his head, slightly sighing. Another bullet wasted. At that moment, a beastly roar echoed from a distance. A mutated creature the size of a car burst from the park, baring its teeth as it approached them slowly. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a tiger, its body covered in brown fur, yet its size was as colossal as that of an elephant. That's the beast, Wu Gang exclaimed upon recognizing the mutated beast. The injured creature in the park was bitten by this one. Oh, it can even breathe fire. Wu Gang had once witnessed a battle between two mutated beasts, the terrifying power and astounding bite force still etched in his memory. Moreover, these mutated beasts possessed unique abilities. Ordinary people without the aid of firearms stood no chance against such fully formed mutated creatures. In the face of such a beast, the only escape for ordinary individuals was to flee in panic. Yet at that moment, Yu Yang stood a few meters in front of Wu Gang, facing the enormous mutated beast without the slightest hint of fear. This scene left Wu Gang momentarily stunned. Is he not afraid at all? That's a mutated beast. Wu Gang's gaze toward Yu Yang shifted. Yu Yang's demeanor had once again reshaped his understanding. Perhaps he's not as simple as he appears. The college student might merely be a facade. Wu Gang's mind raced contemplating this possibility, and his pupils dilated slightly. Could he actually be a special forces soldier? At this thought, Wu Gang felt a surge of relief. Having a powerful leader was beneficial for any team, and it was one of the reasons he had been willing to heed Boss Weiss' words. Yet now he felt that Yu Yang might prove to be an even better team leader. After all, he had never seen anyone remain so composed in the presence of a mutated beast. Meanwhile, Yu Yang remained immobile, captivated solely by the information that had appeared before him. As soon as the mutated beast emerged, details about the creature materialized in front of Yu Yang. Ding! Mutated organism detected. Ordinary order disruptor Qi, Yin, Hu Fire Flame Tiger. Health 100,100. Attack power 50. Defense value 30. Special ability capable of breathing fierce flames. Ding! First identification of a mutated beast, providing beginner guidance. Current weapon Revolver, attack power 50. 5 shots required to kill the Qi Yin, Hu. Critical hits possible if striking vital areas. Seeing the system's prompts, Yu Yang felt a flicker of joy within. Who would have thought the system had such advantages? Although it doesn't directly resolve my difficulties, the information it provides is immensely helpful. Yu Yang contemplated the data in front of him. 5 shots. The damage from a single shot should be 50 points of attack power minus the Qi Yin, Hu's 30 points of defense, leaving 20 points. Thus 5 shots would yield exactly 100 points of damage. It seems deceptively simple, but ammunition is finite. If I can strike its vital areas for a critical hit, I might save a few bullets. With that thought, Yu Yang's gaze shifted back to the Qi Yin, Hu, observing it intently. The Qi Yin, Hu's crimson eyes were fixated on him, seemingly curious as to why this human was not afraid. Roar! The Qi Yin, Hu roared in anger, and before Yu Yang could react, the group of frightened youths let out terrified screams, turning tail to flee. However, the more they ran, the more the Qi Yin, Hu pursued with glee, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed them in an instant. Help! In a heartbeat, wails echoed across the entrance of Bull Park. This horrifying scene left the few individuals behind Yu Yang huddled together in fear. Yet they dared not flee, terrified of meeting the same fate as those unfortunate youths, becoming targets for the Qi Yin, Hu. What should we do, Yu Yang? This beast is too powerful. Can we defeat it? Wu Gang's muscular frame trembled slightly, the dread of death overshadowing him completely. His usual confidence had vanished entirely. Over the past few days, he had witnessed far too many people fall prey to mutated beasts. Yu Yang, you have a gun, right? Hurry and shoot it. From the back of the crowd, Zhou Kai's face was ashen as he shouted towards Yu Yang. This beast was probably drawn by the gunfire. If we shoot, who knows if it will attract other beasts? Zhao Baofu observed the surroundings with trepidation, shrinking his neck. Wang Tao added, exactly. Moreover, this beast isn't even injured. With only 6 bullets in the revolver, if it comes to a fight, we won't have time to reload. If 6 shots can't take it down, we're finished. Then tell me, what should we do? Zhou Kai trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Enough of the noise. Wu Gang tried to steady himself, shouting angrily at the others behind him. So much chatter before the fight even starts. The first one to die will be the one blabbering the most. With that, he shot a fierce glare at Zhou Kai. He had always thought that Zhou Kai and Yu Yang were nothing but burdens. However, Yu Yang had changed, as Zhou Kai, on the other hand, remained as useless as ever. Everyone has seen Yu Yang's marksmanship. We must have faith in him. Don't let him lose focus. After saying this, Wu Gang anxiously turned his gaze toward Yu Yang. At that moment, he could only hope Yu Yang would display extraordinary prowess and take down the mutated creature. Yu Yang's gaze was fixed on the crimson flame tiger, which was currently gnawing on the corpse of the unfortunate victim, completely unaware of his presence. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, Yu Yang drew his revolver, aiming it at the tiger's fiery red eyes. The eyes are the weak point for most animals. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet sliced through the air, piercing the tiger's eye with a resounding impact, followed by a piercing roar that echoed loudly. Roar! Hit the crimson flame tiger's weak point, dealing 85 critical damage. The tiger roared in anger and pain, thrashing uncontrollably. It was evident that the blow had severely wounded it. The crimson flame tiger staggered in Yu Yang's direction, spewing flames that distorted the surrounding air with intense heat. Bang! The gun fired again, the bullet striking the tiger's body. This time the massive creature froze momentarily, its flames extinguishing in an instant. Then, as if all its strength had evaporated, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Ding! Killed the ordinary order disruptor Crimson Flame Tiger. Received 100 repair points. Silence. The onlookers were enveloped in a deathly hush. No one had anticipated that Yu Yang could take down such a large mutated beast with just 2 shots. After all, it was a mutated beast. A single swipe could shatter them, and its defense was astonishing. Countless people had perished at its claws. Yet now it had been so effortlessly dispatched by Yu Yang. In that moment, the way everyone looked at Yu Yang changed, especially with the revolver in his hand, which evoked envy in their hearts. It was clear that the revolver played a crucial role in killing the Crimson Flame Tiger. However, the wise ones understood that if it weren't for Yu Yang's exceptional marksmanship, hitting the beast's eye with precision, he might have wasted all 6 bullets without achieving a kill. What are you waiting for? Get the knife and start cutting the meat, Yu Yang said with a smirk, urging the still-dazed group. His joy was not only from slaying a mutated beast, but also from earning a whopping 100 repair points. The reward for killing a novice-level order disruptor was only 10 points. He hadn't expected that slaying an ordinary-level creature would yield as much as 100 points. This far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought acquiring repair points would be particularly challenging, but now he felt more assured. The few members of the team snapped back to reality upon hearing Yu Yang's voice. Yu Yang, brother, is that beast really dead? Looking at the Crimson Flame Tiger's massive body, a sense of dread still lingered in their hearts. They feared that the tiger might be feigning death, and approaching carelessly could provoke a last-ditch attack. Don't worry, it's definitely dead, Yu Yang replied confidently with a smile. The first bullet had dealt a critical blow, inflicting 85 points of damage, and with the second shot, at least 20 points that amounted to 105 points. The Crimson Flame Tiger had 100 life points, so it was certainly dead. Moreover, the system had confirmed his kill. However, despite Yu Yang's assurance, the others couldn't shake their fear. Finally, Wu Gang stepped forward, clearing his throat to bolster his courage, then puffed out his chest and shot a disdainful glance at the others except Yu Yang. A bunch of cowards. It's dead, yet you're still scared. You don't resemble real men at all. Huh, it's just a dead cat, I'm not afraid. With that, Wu Gang clenched his fist, picked up the machete that the yellow-haired youth had dropped upon death, and bravely approached the Crimson Flame Tiger. He had chosen to act first to gain Yu Yang's favor. He had already decided to acknowledge Yu Yang as the leader. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and Yu Yang's sharpshooting and calm demeanor had completely won his respect. To ensure that Yu Yang bore no grudges, he mustered his courage to step forward. Yet despite his bravado, he moved slowly, his muscles tense. He was ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. 1 step, 2 steps. When he reached the tiger's side, it still lay motionless. Wu Gang let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed a large bloody hole where the tiger's left eye had been. This was the result of Yu Yang's earlier shot. Try chopping its head with the machete and see if you can split it, Yu Yang suggested, stepping back a few paces. Wu Gang hesitated for a moment, then raised the machete and swung it vigorously toward the tiger's head. However, the seemingly sturdy blade barely sliced through the outer skin, leaving the tiger's skull entirely intact, while the machete now bore a small chip. Useless. This mutated beast has astonishing defense. Only your handgun can inflict damage. Ordinary weapons are limited in their effectiveness, especially against such a hard skull. Wu Gang realized Yu Yang wanted the crystal inside the tiger's head, but a mere machete would be insufficient to breach the tiger's defenses. Even if the tiger was dead, its body still possessed formidable strength. Yu Yang pondered for a moment and agreed that Wu Gang had a point. He took the machete back and chose to repair it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a brand new machete. Attack power 5. You have unlocked 3 special effects. Please select one. 1. Light as a feather. Using this machete will no longer consume stamina. 2. Cuts through iron like butter. Basic. The sharpness and durability of the machete are enhanced tenfold. 3. Unhealable wounds. Wounds inflicted by the machete cannot heal. Yu Yang chose the second option without hesitation. Ding! The machete has gained the effect cuts through iron like butter. Attack power increased to 50 points. Yu Yang merely intended to cut through the tiger's corpse, making the second effect the most suitable choice. The other effects could be added later if the opportunity arose. Since the machete was structurally simple, this repair only cost 5 repair points. Yu Yang still had 110 points remaining, which was more than sufficient for now. However, repairing more complex items like the tank he had longed for would require more repair points. The others watched in awe as the machete in Yu Yang's hands radiated a glow, transforming into a brand new weapon. Before they could process what had just happened, Yu Yang swung the machete down once more. Swish! In one swift motion, Yu Yang cleaved the tiger's head in two, its brain matter spilling onto the ground. The scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Oh my god, what a waste! Zhao Baofu exclaimed, finally snapping out of his shock and stomping his feet in distress. He used to adore eating pig brains the most. With so many available, they could have sustained him for quite a while. Yet now a significant portion was wasted. How could he not feel heartbroken? However, not everyone shared his enthusiasm for such delicacies, and the others said little in response. Only Wu Gang gazed enviously at the pale blue crystals within the brains. They were treasures capable of enhancing certain abilities. But he knew that these crystals were also Yu Yang's target. Thus he had no chance of obtaining them. Nonetheless, he felt no great disappointment. Compared to this, what truly mattered to him was whether he would have enough to eat and survive. Why did the head of this Qi Yin tiger suddenly become so soft? It split in two with one cut. Zhou Kai, standing a few meters away, muttered in confusion. Are you stupid? What do you mean the head became soft? It's clearly the blade that became sharper. Wu Gang shot Zhou Kai a disdainful look, increasingly annoyed by this foolish and useless person. Yet he was also genuinely curious about why the knife had become so powerful in Yu Yang's hands. You only need to know that I have gained a special ability. Beyond that, you need not ask any further. It doesn't concern you. Yu Yang explained only because revealing his abilities at times could help establish his leadership and win over the hearts of others. Moreover, Wu Gang mentioned that consuming enough evolutionary crystals could lead to the development of special abilities, so he could at least provide a flimsy explanation for the source of his powers. Cut it out. What are you trying to be mysterious for? Acting like you have special abilities. Who do you think you're fooling? Zhou Kai's mutterings drifted back to them. Before Yu Yang could respond, Wu Gang's temper flared. What are you babbling about? Just because you have a mouth you think you can talk nonsense. What good are you? He grabbed Zhou Kai and yanked him in front of Yu Yang, kicking him to the ground. Yu Yang's gaze swept over Zhou Kai with a detached indifference. Leave. You are no longer needed here. From now on, this team has nothing to do with you. Do not let me see you again. Zhou Kai scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with anger. Why should I? Just because you say I should leave, I should. You arrived later than me. If anyone should leave, it's you. Because he is our leader. Wu Gang delivered another kick to Zhou Kai. This waste of space was growing more infuriating by the moment. This fool had no awareness at all. The man had a gun. What was he thinking? Truly stupid beyond measure. If you don't want to die, disappear quickly. Feeling Yu Yang's contempt, Zhou Kai's hatred bubbled beneath the surface. But looking at the gun at Yu Yang's waist, he could only repress his jealousy and resentment. It was just a matter of mentioning that you had instant noodles to someone else. Is it really necessary to be so petty? Just wait, you'll get your comeuppance. As he spoke, Zhou Kai turned to leave. Suddenly, Zhou Kai's body froze in mid-motion. He felt himself flying through the air, spinning wildly before crashing down. In the moment before his eyes closed, he saw his own body slowly collapsing, devoid of a head. Yu Yang had severed Zhou Kai's head with his blade. He had changed his mind. Zhou Kai's deep-seated resentment towards him was evident. Letting him go might lead to trouble down the line. Thus, Yu Yang ultimately decided to eliminate Zhou Kai. I gave you a chance, but you repeatedly challenged my limits. Don't blame me for this, Yu Yang remarked coldly, his eyes betraying no emotion as he looked down at Zhou Kai's corpse. He had crossed over from a peaceful era and had not yet fully embraced the mindset of a killer, but those who threatened him would not be spared. The onlookers remained silent, feeling only that Zhou Kai was foolish. Here was a man wielding a gun, yet he dared to speak threats. Wasn't that inviting death? Yu Yang approached the Qi Yin tiger, collecting the pale blue crystal, and effortlessly dismembered the beast. You two stay here and find a way to transport this meat back to the base. Wu Gang, come with me to the park. After giving his orders, Yu Yang headed toward the park, the pale blue crystal gripped tightly in his hand, excitement bubbling within him. The information the system had provided moments ago had surprised him. The effects of the pale blue crystal exceeded his expectations. Yu Yang could hardly wait to acquire a second one. Wu Gang, thrilled to be included, followed closely behind. He understood that Yu Yang had begun to recognize him, but to fully earn the other's trust, he would need to prove himself further. Under Wu Gang's guidance, Yu Yang arrived beside a stone bridge. The dried blood on the ground indicated that a significant amount had been spilled here. Following the trail of blood, they soon spotted a crouching mutated beast beneath the bridge. This mutated creature was slightly smaller than the Qi Yin tiger, but still considerable in size, covered in jet black fur resembling an oversized wolf. A pale blue luminescence appeared before Yu Yang's eyes, revealing the information about the mutated beast. Ordinary Order Breaker, Steel Armored Wolf. Health 5100. Attack Power 40. Defense 40. Special Ability, Charged Fire Breath. Special Ability can harden skin, doubling defense for a short time. Only 5 health left. It seems gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yu Yang exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. The Steel Armored Wolf was also an ordinary level Order Breaker. Killing it would grant 100 repair points. Given that this steel-armored wolf had little combat ability left, Yu Yang decided against using his gun, not wanting to waste bullets or attract other beasts or survival teams with the noise. Thus he resolved to use his blade. However, he was concerned about a possible final counterattack from the steel-armored wolf. After some deliberation, he decided to coordinate with Wu Gang. Wu Gang created a distraction from the front to draw the mutated beast's attention, and I will sneak around to strike it from behind with my knife. Wu Gang blinked in surprise, pointing at himself. Me. Wu Gang quietly lamented in his heart. Brother, are you serious? Don't you have a gun? Why do I have to attract its attention? That's a mutated beast. Despite his confusion, he dared not show it. He understood that this was a crucial moment to gain Yu Yang's trust. If he hesitated now, the opportunity would slip away entirely. Moreover, he could see that the mutated beast was on the verge of collapse. As long as he maintained a safe distance, luring its attention should pose no significant threat. In fact, it was Yu Yang who needed to engage in close combat with the mutated beast, making him the one in greater danger. Yu Yang's decision to take this risk was not born out of kindness. Primarily, he sought to earn repair points. Only kills he made himself would grant him these points, those secured by others would not count. Wu Gang and Yu Yang circled around to either side of the bridge. After Yu Yang signaled, Wu Gang nodded and let out a couple of loud calls directed at the armored wolf. Indeed, Wu Gang's voice drew the armored wolf's attention. The beast laboriously lifted its head and cautiously gazed at Wu Gang. Upon realizing it was merely a frail human, it immediately let out a furious roar. However, the sound was weak, devoid of any intimidation. Seeing this, Yu Yang felt a surge of joy. Clearly, the armored wolf had lost much of its fighting capability. He stealthily approached the armored wolf from behind, raised his machete high, and struck down upon it. Whoa! The armored wolf let out a piercing cry, its body arched in agony, yet it was too weak to stand. It turned to attack Yu Yang, but he had already retreated 10 meters away, leaving it no chance to retaliate. From the system's notification, he knew that this mutated beast possessed no ranged attack capability. Thus, as long as he kept a safe distance, he would have no problems. Soon, under Yu Yang's watchful eye, the wolf's cries gradually ceased, and it slowly succumbed to death. Ding! Killed the ordinary order disruptor armored wolf, earning 100 repair points. With this, Yu Yang approached the wolf's head again, machete in hand, and without hesitation, he struck down fiercely. The wolf's skull split open, instantly revealing a pale blue crystal within. Yu Yang picked up the crystal, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Congratulations! You have obtained a primary evolution crystal X1. Evolution crystal. Consuming this grants evolution energy. 3 primary evolution crystals can trigger the initial evolution, enhancing physical attributes threefold. From the moment Yu Yang acquired his first primary evolution crystal, he had understood its potential to make him stronger. However, he needed 3 for the initial evolution, and he only had 2, which left him somewhat troubled. Do I really have to seek out a third mutated beast? The first 2 mutated beasts had seemed easy to defeat, but luck had played a role. The first, the Crimson Flame Tiger, had been distracted by a decoy, allowing him to strike. The second was simply a stroke of fortune. Facing a fully grown mutated beast was still fraught with danger. While Yu Yang pondered, he suddenly noticed something wriggling beneath the armored wolf, causing the beast's belly to quiver. He pushed the wolf aside with force, revealing a creature about the size of a common wolf dog. It was a small armored wolf. This pup was gnawing on a human arm, savoring its meal with blood smeared all over its mouth. Clearly, it was unaware of its mother's demise, instinctively feeding. Beneath the larger armored wolf lay several human corpses, evidently left behind for its offspring. However, Yu Yang was not swayed by this display of maternal affection. These mutated beasts fed on humans. Without hesitation, he swung his machete directly at the small armored wolf. Sensing danger, the pup activated its special ability. A flash of silver light enveloped it, hardening its skin significantly. Its defense value doubled. It raised its head, staring defiantly at Yu Yang as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Yet being still immature, its base attributes were low. Even with doubled defense, it could not withstand Yu Yang's attack. Now the machete bore a special effect capable of cutting through iron. With an attack power of 50 points, defeating this little armored wolf was a mere formality. Thud! Blood splattered. The small armored wolf let out a cry, cleaved in 2 by Yu Yang's blow. Ding! Killed an entry-level order disruptor, earning 10 repair points. To Yu Yang's delight, a pale blue crystal dropped from the small wolf's head. He hurriedly picked it up. However, he noticed that this crystal was smaller than the previous 2 he had obtained. As he focused, the information about this smaller crystal appeared before him. Defective evolution crystal, equivalent to 1/3 of a primary evolution crystal's effects. A defective product. Yu Yang shook his head. That little armored wolf was still too young to yield a complete evolution crystal. But Yu Yang's eyes sparkled. Can this defective evolution crystal be repaired? He quickly attempted it. Repairing the defective evolution crystal requires 20 repair points. Would you like to proceed? It can indeed be repaired, but it costs 20 repair points. Yu Yang felt a pang at the expense. Fortunately, after defeating the larger and smaller armored wolves, his repair points had risen to 215, otherwise he would have hesitated. Moreover, consuming this evolution crystal could enhance his physical attributes threefold. It was worth the investment. Although Yu Yang currently possessed a flawless revolver, his physical attributes were still ordinary. Completing an evolution would fully address his shortcomings. Thus, he decided to give it a try. Ding! You have obtained a complete primary evolution crystal. This item cannot extract special effects. Cannot extract special effects. Yu Yang's pupils dilated slightly. This item is remarkably special. He had a vague feeling that the evolution crystals in these mutated beasts were somehow related to the towering stone pillars in the distance. I must find a way to clarify this in the future. Looking at the 3 evolution crystals in his hand, he wasted no time and swallowed them down. A surge of peculiar energy erupted within Yu Yang. Congratulations. Host has completed the initial evolution, enhancing physical attributes threefold. Yu Yang could distinctly feel his strength increasing, even his muscles feeling more robust. No special abilities gained. He felt a hint of disappointment, but dismissed the thought. In his estimation, the chance of unlocking special abilities from 3 evolution crystals was minimal, so he hadn't held out much hope. After moving his body slightly, Yu Yang stowed the small, armored wolf into his backpack. How do you feel, Yu Yang? Wu Gang approached, having witnessed Yu Yang swallow the evolution crystals with curiosity. What do you mean? Yu Yang asked casually. I mean, have you noticed any changes in your body? Wu Gang's gaze was eager. Oh, my physical attributes have tripled, Yu Yang replied. 3 times. Wu Gang's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening as a glimmer of desire shone in his gaze. He lowered his head and murmured, if only I could have a few as well. With that, he sighed deeply. Yu Yang glanced at him with a hint of curiosity, but chose not to say much. He disassembled the armored wolf meticulously, selecting the finest cuts of meat to stuff into his backpack, which was nearly filled to capacity, given the wolf's substantial size. Have the rest brought over by the team. It would be best to cure the excess meat and dry it to make jerky, that way it will last longer. The remaining meat combined with the whole red flame tiger we just killed will be enough for you for about half a year. You give me the information and it'll give you the meat. Consider it a fair trade. Fair trade? What do you mean? Wu Gang suddenly looked up, confusion etched on his face. Brother Yu Yang, are you planning to leave? In that instant, a wave of reluctance washed over Wu Gang. It wasn't due to any peculiar attachment, it was simply because with Yu Yang around they had meat to eat. Their team hadn't had meat in a long time. If Yu Yang left, they would likely face another famine after finishing this supply. Where would they find such a calm and powerful leader, one who charged to the front in times of danger? Moreover, without a strong leader and sufficient strength, there was no guarantee they could keep the meat they had obtained. I never said I was staying. This operation is merely a transaction for us, Yu Yang replied, his expression unchanging. Please don't. Wu Gang lamented, his face drawn in despair. Brother Yu Yang, we can't do without you. Seeing Wu Gang's theatrics, Yu Yang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. To an outsider, it might seem they were the best of friends, but Yu Yang knew the truth. Everything had changed because he had grown stronger. Yet he also thought that while Wu Gang might be a bully to the weak, he wasn't inherently bad. Initially, he hadn't intended to harm him, nor had he taken advantage of his strength to bully Wei Xiaomei. One could say he had some principles. If trained well, he could indeed become a valuable subordinate. In fact, Yu Yang preferred dealing with someone like Wu Gang, who possessed sheer brute strength, over cunning individuals like Wei Fuhai, who were more calculating. Moreover, forming a new team and getting to know new people might not yield better results. It was wiser to begin with those he was familiar with. At least in the past few days, the other teammates had only requested instant noodles and had not exhibited any outrageous behavior. After all, in the apocalypse, holding people to high moral standards was unrealistic. With these thoughts, Yu Yang's expression softened. Even if you want me to stay, the others may not be so willing. Wu Gang immediately grinned, saying, That was then. We were blind to your greatness, brother Yu Yang. Please don't take offense. Rest assured, in our team, no one would dare give you a hard time. If anyone dares to say no, I'll make sure they regret it. Yu Yang chuckled, noncommittal. Just then, a large group approached from a distance, drawing the attention of both Yu Yang and Wu Gang. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Wu Gang's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad, Yu Yang. It's that small survival team. Yu Yang narrowed his eyes at the approaching group, counting at least 20 individuals. Most of them were men, but the leader appeared to be a woman. With his enhanced physical abilities, Yu Yang's vision had also improved significantly. As a result, he could clearly see the woman's features and figure. She had shoulder-length hair dressed in a crisp white shirt and light blue jeans. Her youthful and radiant face bore a rare purity in this post-apocalyptic world, resembling a delicate white flower blooming unexpectedly among ruins. The woman, accompanied by her 20-plus comrades, approached Yu Yang and Wu Gang. Her gaze swept over both before landing on the armored wolf, which had been partially butchered. Her face darkened slightly, and her voice, melodious yet tinged with anger, sliced through the air. "Who are you? Who gave you permission to steal our meat?" Wu Gang's temper flared instantly. "Are you out of your mind? How is it your meat? We discovered and killed this wolf. Oh, it has nothing to do with you." Several of the armed individuals behind the woman reacted swiftly to Wu Gang's disrespectful tone, ready to charge, but she halted them. Looking at the cleaver in Yu Yang's hand, she paused momentarily before explaining, "We spotted this armored wolf 2 days ago. We've been sending people to harass it daily, attacking it to wear it down and hasten its demise. We were planning to kill it today, but unexpectedly you intercepted us." Wu Gang remained unfazed, tilting his head and smirking. "I say, little beauty, just because you claim we intercepted it doesn't make it true. I could just as easily say I raised this armored wolf myself, waiting to slaughter it for dinner." "You..." The woman stomped her foot in frustration. "Are you even capable of reason?" Observing her demeanor, Yu Yang felt a flicker of curiosity. Although the woman was beautiful, her mannerisms didn't suggest she could lead a team. It was hard to believe she was the head of a small survival group. Unless, of course, she had a strong backing, and these people were following her because of someone else's strength. "Miss and Jia, stop wasting time with them. Just take action. There are only 2 of them, and even if that one has a cleaver, he can't defeat us all." A dark-skinned man behind Njia offered his advice. Njia felt conflicted. She was reluctant to engage in conflict with another team, a sentiment shared by her brother as well. She had initially thought this task would be straightforward, especially since it involved hunting a critically endangered beast, and she wouldn't have to get her hands dirty. But she hadn't anticipated the appearance of these 2 thwarting her plans. "How about this?" Njia deliberated, finally stating, "We won't contest the meat you've already taken. Let the remaining portions belong to us. Is that acceptable?" With that, Njia signaled a few of her team members to approach the armored wolf. Wu Gang pondered for a moment. The other side had the numbers. Even if Yu Yang had a handgun, it only had 6 bullets. Even if each bullet could take down a person, the time it took to reload would give them the opportunity to overpower him. Just as he was about to confer with Yu Yang about conceding to avoid loss, Yu Yang stepped forward to stand in front of the armored wolf's carcass, blocking the advancing individuals. Holding his cleaver, he calmly stated, "I ask again, are you planning to make a move?" "What?" Yu Yang's response left Njia momentarily speechless. She believed that the conditions she had proposed were already quite sincere, yet the other party had outright rejected her offer. Does he really think 2 people can take on more than 20 of us? Is he out of his mind? "Kid, are you brain dead? Get the hell out of the way." The dark-skinned man glared at Yu Yang with palpable annoyance, as if he were looking at a fool. "Miss and Jia, stop wasting your breath on this kid. Let's just send a few brothers to take him down." Disappointed, Njia shook her head. She hadn't expected this young man, who appeared strikingly handsome and somewhat capable, to be so arrogantly self-assured. "If you don't step aside, we're going to take action." "Oh, you're welcome to try," Yu Yang replied, gripping his machete with an air of casual indifference. His physical abilities had already tripled. Even without a revolver, he was confident that he could repel these men using only his exceptional physique and the machete's ability to cut through iron like mud. However, his intent was not to kill, but rather to extract information about the apocalypse from this group. "You're looking for death?" The dark-skinned man could no longer contain himself, charging at Yu Yang with a steel pipe in hand. Although Yu Yang's machete was sharp, the steel pipe was longer, and the man didn't believe he was without combat power. Moreover, he had brothers. As long as he engaged Yu Yang, the others could sneak in and take him down, making victory merely a matter of time. The thick steel pipe whistled through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Yu Yang's head. Yet there came a resounding clang. What happened next left the dark-skinned man utterly astonished. The hollow steel pipe, as thick as his wrist, snapped in 2 under what seemed to be Yu Yang's effortless swing. Half of the pipe fell to the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, not only the dark-skinned man, but even his once ferocious brothers stood frozen in shock, their expressions resembling that of wooden carvings. Their mouths agape, they stared in disbelief at Yu Yang and the broken steel pipe. And Jia, standing a short distance away, widened her eyes, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. "Hey, Black Brother, should we still go?" The dark-skinned man, whose real name was Wang Zhixing, but nicknamed Black Brother for his complexion, hesitated as a younger accomplice raised his hand, timidly asking, They found themselves in an awkward and ludicrous situation, unable to advance or retreat. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Zhixing smacked his own head and yelled, "Are you blind? Didn't you see my pipe get sliced in half? What are you waiting for? Get lost." Afterward, he turned to face Yu Yang, forcing a stiff smile. Yu Yang merely regarded them with a smirk, showing no sign of concern. Wang Zhixing finally realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Though this young man appeared youthful, his skills were substantial, far beyond what he could handle alone. Rubbing his forehead and covering half his face, he felt a deep sense of regret. Yet having already issued a challenge, he found himself in a precarious position. Just as he pondered his next move, Jia's voice rang out. "Old Black, come back." Wang Zhixing felt a surge of relief. For the first time, he found her voice immensely comforting. "All right." He swiftly returned to Jia's side, awkwardly flashing a smile that revealed his white teeth. "Miss Jia, this kid has some skill. His machete is incredibly sharp. We need to be cautious." Jia nodded, studying Yu Yang more intently. Yu Yang had a clean, sunlit face paired with a refreshing short haircut and thick eyebrows, making him not only strikingly handsome, but also pleasantly approachable. Jia silently admired him, then hesitantly asked, "May I ask, are you an evolver?" "Evolver?" Yu Yang silently repeated the term in his mind. It seems Jia truly knows something, he thought. The reason he had showcased part of his strength was to draw attention from the other side. He had no interest in the leftover wolf meat, but was keen on the forces behind Jia. While he was aware of some common knowledge about this world, he lacked insight into deeper matters. For instance, prior to today, he had no idea about the existence of evolution crystals. His understanding of the celestial pillar was also extremely limited. Now he had learned about evolvers. He decided he would seek contact with the forces behind Jia at the very least to acquire some useful information. This could also provide direction for his upcoming plans. "Yes," Yu Yang replied succinctly. Upon hearing his answer, Jia let out a soft sigh. She realized that today she might very well return empty-handed. She and her brother had once encountered an evolver, so she was acutely aware of how much stronger they were compared to ordinary people. Though they had the advantage in numbers, acting forcefully could result in significant losses among her men, which she could not accept. With her head slightly bowed, she gently tugged at the hem of her shirt, her once bright eyes clouded with a thin veil of moisture, revealing a hint of reluctance and helplessness. She took a deep breath as if summoning her courage, and spoke in a slightly pleading tone, "Respected evolver, we truly need this food. Could you possibly spare us a little?" Faced with Jia's plea, Yu Yang did not immediately agree nor outright refuse. Instead, he countered, "First tell me, how did you learn about evolvers?" Jia hesitated for a moment before responding, "My brother once encountered an evolver who spoke to me about such matters." Yu Yang nodded, formulating his plan in his mind. "I can give you all of this, but you must agree to one thing." "What is it?" For some reason, Jia's heart began to race. "Exchange information with me." "Huh? What information?" Jia was somewhat perplexed. "Do you know of any nearby locations that might have ammunition?" Yu Yang inquired after a moment's thought. While he possessed a revolver, his greatest issue was the lack of bullets, rendering him at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only wielded a machete earlier. Although the machete was effective, a handgun would undoubtedly hold greater deterrent power. Thus, replenishing his ammunition was his primary goal. Ammunition? Jia paused, shaking her head. The nearby police station and military camp have already been occupied by large survival teams. There's no way any ammunition could be found elsewhere. At this point, something seemed to dawn on her, and her bright eyes sparkled with sudden insight. "However, I do recall that there's a shooting range to the south that might have ammunition. But it's likely just old-fashioned revolvers and bullets. As for explosives, there's certainly none left." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't this a stroke of luck? Yu Yang just happened to need bullets for a revolver. "Wu Gang, why don't you head back and help the others in the team carry the meat of the other mutated beast? I'll stay and go to the shooting range with Missin." "Wait a minute. You killed another mutated beast?" Jia gasped, covering her mouth, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. Wang Zhixing, upon hearing Yu Yang's words, merely scoffed and shook his head. Wu Gang's temper flared, instantly pointing at Wang Zhixing and retorting, "What do you mean? You don't believe me? I'd believe you if you said you killed a few people, but to claim you took down 2 mutated beasts in one day? Are you pulling our leg?" Wang Zhixing didn't back down either, mockingly declaring, "Do you think mutated beasts are easy to kill? The one you managed to kill was already severely injured, and we exhausted its stamina before you swooped in to take the credit. Even a normal mutated beast would send a team of dozens of us running for cover. How could you possibly have killed one?" Wu Gang spoke with pride. "Words alone won't convince you. Just a moment ago, our leader single-handedly took down a mutated beast the size of a tiger. If you don't believe us, we can take you to see." With that, Wu Gang led the group outside. Wang Zhixing, accompanied by a few of his loyal followers, hurried after Yu Yang. Seeing this, Yu Yang shook his head. He had no interest in proving himself, he simply wanted to showcase his abilities to facilitate smoother discussions later. And Jia, feeling helpless, also shook her head and instructed the remaining few. You all take the rest of this meat back. The remaining individuals nodded in agreement. Although this leftover meat was of poor quality, it was still meat. They hadn't had any for quite a while. This leftover meat was a rare treasure for them. Meanwhile, Yu Yang and Wu Gang led Wang Zhixing to the entrance of Bull Park. But to Yu Yang's astonishment, the once mighty corpse of the blazing tiger had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a pool of blood. Not a single piece of the body was left behind. Ha, I told you this kid was a fraud. What a laugh. Wang Zhixing guffawed at the empty street. Yu Yang felt momentarily dazed. Where could such a large blazing tiger have gone? Even if Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu were quick, they couldn't have moved the meat that fast, could they? Kid, what else can you say now? Wang Zhixing's dark face broke into a smug grin full of triumph. Wu Gang was momentarily speechless, his face turning a deep shade of red, but soon he shouted, "We clearly killed a mutated beast. Did you secretly take it away? How shameless." Wang Zhixing was momentarily stunned by Wu Gang's accusation, but his anger flared up quickly. What the hell are you talking about? Would I do something like that? You youngsters, all you know is to show off. Just because you have a little skill, you think you're invincible. If you can't kill mutated beasts, then just admit it and stop pretending. At that moment, Zhao arrived, and upon seeing the empty street, her pretty face was filled with confusion. There's really no mutated beast. Could he really be lying? Just then, a long serpent's tongue suddenly flickered into existence, testing the air above Wang Zhixing's head. Moments later, a massive python slowly emerged behind him. Wang Zhixing was blissfully unaware of the danger that loomed, but his companions were already retreating in fear, stammering. Lao, hey, a snake, a big snake. No, it's a mutated beast. What mutated beast? Where is it? Are you all out of your minds or blind? Wang Zhixing scolded, exasperated. Have you all lost your wits like that, kid? And no, it's above your head. Irritated, Wang Zhixing looked up, and his previously dark complexion turned ashen in an instant. His eyes widened in horror as his body trembled uncontrollably. Before him loomed a gigantic python, its diameter nearly a meter, and its length several dozen meters, lowering its head to gaze at him. Its pitch-black pupils glowed with an unsettling light, and its long forked tongue was close to brushing against his face. Beep. Mutated life form detected. Elite level disruptor concealed giant python. Health 200,200. Attack power 100. Defense 60. Special ability becomes invisible after remaining still for 10 seconds, invisible upon movement. The information flashed before Yu Yang's eyes, and he marveled at the terrifying attributes of this concealed giant python. This elite-level mutated beast had stats twice that of a flame tiger. Not only did its attack power reach a terrifying 100 points, but its defense also stood at an impressive 60. This meant that unless Yu Yang managed to land a critical hit, even if his bullets struck the concealed giant python, they would inflict no damage at all. Help me. Wang Zhixing's face twisted in terror, his voice reaching a piercing pitch. His pants were already soaked through. With a mournful expression, he desperately cried out from the depths of his throat, "Save me. Someone please save me. I beg you, help me." Despite his anguished pleas, no one dared to step forward. After all, this was a mutated giant beast. And this one was larger than any they had ever seen. It could swallow a full-grown adult whole with a single bite. Who would risk approaching it? It was a certain death. But just then a deafening gunshot rang out. Bang! The concealed giant python, which had opened its gaping maw, suddenly recoiled, emitting a strange, piercing cry. It was Yu Yang who had taken action. With that shot, he struck the python in its eye, dealing critical damage. Hit the concealed giant python's weak point, inflicting 15 damage. Yu Yang frowned at the meager damage of just over 10 points. Infuriated by the sudden attack, the concealed giant python lunged at Wang Zhixing before rapidly twisting its body toward Yu Yang. Bang! Bang! Yu Yang fired 2 more shots. Hit the concealed giant python's weak point, inflicting 18 damage. Hit the concealed giant python's weak point, inflicting 21 damage. The damage remained low. After 3 shots, the python still had more than half of its health left. However, Yu Yang did not feel disheartened, for he discovered that repeatedly striking the same area would increase the damage dealt. If he could land a few more shots, killing it was not out of the question. Meanwhile, everyone else except Wu Gang was in a state of shock. The terrifying concealed giant python was being suppressed by Yu Yang's firepower alone. They never imagined that Yu Yang possessed a revolver. Moreover, his marksmanship was astonishingly precise. In the midst of the python's constant writhing, he managed to hit his target flawlessly, which was truly remarkable, especially for Enjia, who looked at Yu Yang with admiration, feeling a twinge of inferiority. She finally understood how laughable their previous threats had seemed in his eyes, and silently rejoiced that she had not chosen to confront him. On the other hand, Wang Zhixing, though narrowly escaping death, watched Yu Yang with envy as he appeared like a hero. How does he have a gun? Why does he get to have a gun? Wang Zhixing's teeth ground together in frustration. In the days prior, he had scoured the ruins around him and only found a long iron rod as a weapon which Yu Yang had just severed with a single slash. If that gun were mine. Bang, bang. Yu Yang continued to fire while skillfully repositioning himself to avoid being pursued by the concealed giant python. Hit the concealed giant python's weak point, inflicting 25 damage. Hit the concealed giant python's weak point, inflicting 30 damage. At this point, Yu Yang had dealt a total of 109 damage to the concealed giant python. Though he had expended 5 bullets, his strategy was proving effective. Bang! The 6th bullet shot forth, piercing deeply into the concealed giant python's eye. Roar! The concealed giant python emitted a cry of anguish far more intense than before. Hit the concealed giant python's critical area, inflicting 80 points of lethal damage. Yu Yang stared at the significant damage, momentarily dazed. Did it reach the brain through the membrane? But this concealed giant python is incredibly resilient. It still hasn't succumbed. After inflicting another 80 points of damage, the concealed giant python had only 11 health points remaining. Yu Yang prepared to finish off the python with his last bullet, only to awkwardly discover that his handgun was out of ammo. At that moment, sensing its life nearing its end, the concealed giant python went into a frenzy. It thrashed its tail wildly, causing the rocks at the entrance of Bowl Park to shatter into pieces, debris flying everywhere, striking several members of the Enjia team. If that tail struck anyone, they would undoubtedly perish on the spot. Seeing this, Yu Yang had no choice but to flee, intending to put some distance between them to reload. Just then, Wang Zhixing's furious voice rang out, "Shoot! Keep firing! You idiot! Can't you see it's still alive?" As soon as Wang's words left his mouth, the python's tail whipped through the air like lightning. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wang Zhixing was sent flying almost instantly, his bones shattering upon impact, and he fell to the ground in a parabolic arc. With Wang Zhixing drawing the python's attention, Yu Yang finally found the opportunity to load a bullet. Bang! The final bullet was fired. The python's thrashing body abruptly halted, and then it collapsed to the ground like a limp rope, producing a thunderous crash. Ding! Killed the elite class order disruptor concealed giant python, earning 1,000 repair points. Upon hearing the system notification, Yu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This elite concealed giant python was incredibly tough. Even after a full round of bullets, it still didn't die, and all shots were aimed at critical points. If it were an ordinary sharpshooter, hitting even 1 shot out of 6 would be considered impressive. Yu Yang glanced at the revolver in his hand, sighing. Killing an elite-level mutated beast is such a hassle, and my combat power is still too low. As Enjia approached Yu Yang to express her gratitude, she overheard his remark. Had she not been accustomed to maintaining a ladylike demeanor, she might have exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, you just killed such a terrifying mutated python. Combat power low. What a ridiculous joke. If your power is low, what does that make us? Cannon fodder NPCs. Thank you. We owe you our lives today, otherwise we would have been done for, Enjia said, regaining her composure and expressing her heartfelt gratitude. She was genuinely appreciative of Yu Yang's help. She hadn't expected Wang Zhixing to ridicule Yu Yang so harshly, yet Yu Yang still chose to step in. As for Wang Zhixing's demise, it was purely his own doing, and Jia understood that Yu Yang had done his utmost. No need to mention it. I was just worried that if you died, no one would take me to the shooting range, Yu Yang replied with an innocent smile. Hearing this, Enjia bit her lip, feeling a bit disheartened. Well then, let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Enjia, and my brother is Enyang. I belong to a survival team stationed near Minghuang Elementary School, where we have about 50 members. Regardless, Enjia decided it was essential to befriend Yu Yang. She understood that having a friend like him in this apocalypse was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Oh, I'm Yu Yang. I'm from a survival team in the garage of a nearby Hengxia community. We have around 7 or 8 members. Enjia was taken aback. Someone as capable as you, and you're only part of a team with fewer than 10 people. That's such a waste of talent. In my opinion, you could easily be a leader in the Yuqing Alliance. Yu Yang merely smiled at Enjia's compliment. In truth, it didn't matter much to him where he was, he simply disliked being told what to do. So being part of a small survival team seemed perfectly fine. Wu Gang happened to walk over at that moment, and upon hearing Enjia's words, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, Miss Enjia, our leader is doing just fine in our team, You can't poach him. And Jia was momentarily stunned before she burst into laughter. Brother Wu Gang, that's not my intention. I just genuinely feel that Yu Yang is very impressive, even more so than my brother. No, he's impressively beyond comparison. Your brother must have some skills to build a team of over 50 members, Yu Yang politely remarked. And Jia sighed, reflecting, my brother is a retired soldier. He possesses some martial arts skills and has organizational abilities. However, when it comes to mutated beasts, all we can do is flee. Those creatures are terrifying. At this point, Jia looked up, her big watery eyes curiously fixed on Yu Yang, asking, with your exceptional shooting skills, you must be a soldier, right? Upon hearing Jia's question, Wu Gang perked up his ears, eager to know Yu Yang's true identity. Me? I'm just an ordinary college student. And Jia felt a slight pang of disappointment at Yu Yang's response. She certainly didn't believe he was merely an ordinary college student, as she thought he was simply reluctant to reveal his true identity. However, Jia understood that in this apocalypse, everyone had their secrets. Realizing this, she put on a smile again, and feeling a bit shy, said, Yu Yang, since this giant python is so large and your team is fewer than 10, you surely can't finish it all. Would you be willing to share some with us in exchange for resources? We can offer you other supplies. Yu Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, he couldn't consume all that meat and his backpack was already full. Exchanging it for some resources was a fine idea. What resources do you have? Seeing Yu Yang's interest, Jia quickly replied, we have daily necessities, clothing, and food supplies like rice and salt. When the apocalypse hit, my brother stocked up quite a bit, especially salt. They hoarded an entire truckload. We might never finish it. Is that all? Yu Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. His needs for food were not so pressing. What he truly desired were items that could enhance his strength. What do you want? And Jia asked, puzzled. For instance, bullets. You saw I have a handgun, Yu Yang said, shaking the revolver in his hand. And Jia cast an envious glance at Yu Yang's handgun and sighed, we really don't have any bullets, though there might be some at the shooting range. However, I did see a bulletproof vest among the supplies they brought back. I have no idea where they got it. A bulletproof vest. Yu Yang's eyes gleamed with interest. And Jia noticed Yu Yang seemed interested and quickly added, however, that bulletproof vest appears to be damaged. My brother tossed it in the warehouse and hasn't touched it since. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jia knew that such a damaged item was hardly presentable. Yet she couldn't think of anything in her team that could catch Yu Yang's eye. Damaged? Yu Yang paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? He was actually relieved that the vest was indeed broken. Seeing Yu Yang chuckling uncontrollably, Jia misunderstood and felt a bit wronged. I truly don't know what supplies we have that would interest you. If you want, you can come back with me, and I'll show you our warehouse. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and she lowered her head, feeling increasingly shy about continuing. Let's go with the bulletproof vest then. I'm an artisan, I'm sure I can fix it. Yu Yang was already looking forward to the special effects the vest could provide. And Jia looked up in surprise at Yu Yang's response. Really? Yu Yang, you're so kind. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears of gratitude. To her, it seemed as if Yu Yang was completely looking out for her interests, selflessly helping her even at a loss. What use was a broken bulletproof vest? It was practically a free exchange for the meat. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Yu Yang. How can there be such a good person in this world? And Jia silently marveled. At that moment, two figures hurried around the corner. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu stared in shock at the enormous python lying on the ground, their minds momentarily at a standstill. Yu Yang, what happened here? Oh, another giant python suddenly attacked, and I killed it, Yu Yang casually explained. Another mutated beast killed. Wang Tao's eyes were somewhat glazed over. It was a mutated beast. Why did he make it sound as simple as stepping on a bug? Oh, that's why the meat went missing. The tiger meat we didn't manage to move must have been eaten by this giant python. Zhao Baofu slapped his thigh, looking regretful. What a waste of such good meat. Wu Gang shot an annoyed glare at Zhao Baofu and scoffed, are you stupid? The python is already dead, isn't it? The meat is still inside it. Besides, python meat is also highly nutritious. It's much better than tiger meat. And you two, from now on, don't keep calling him Yu Yang. Call him boss like me. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu were momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded with smiles. They weren't fools. Who would refuse to follow such a powerful and good-hearted leader? Only a fool would turn that down. Boss, Wang Tao called out sincerely. Then you'll be my boss from now on. Haha. Zhao Baofu laughed heartily, not feeling any shame in calling someone younger than him boss. Yu Yang chuckled helplessly, whatever you prefer. Seeing that Yu Yang had no objections, Wu Gang quickly pledged his loyalty, saying, then you are my boss. I, Wu Gang, will be your loyal sidekick. Wang Tao nodded, eagerly, genuinely apologizing, boss, we were wrong before, and I apologize. Zhao Baofu hurriedly added, boss, please don't be mad at us. It was actually Wu Gang who encouraged us. Shut up. Zhao Fatty. Don't slander people. Wu Gang glared fiercely at Zhao Baofu, his face flushed with anger, rolling up his sleeves ready to fight. Wang Tao quickly stepped in to mediate, intercepting Wu Gang and explaining actually this was all Boss Wei's idea. He suggested we should share resources, and Wu Gang was just following his lead. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang's expression softened a bit. Exactly, it's all that Boss Wei, he has so many bad ideas. And that Zhou Kai, good riddance. I despise those who betray their teammates. Listening to the conversation, and Jia realized that Yu Yang's little team had just been established, and she felt a pang of regret. If only she had met Yu Yang sooner, perhaps there would have been a chance for him to join her team. With Yu Yang's abilities, if he joined them, their current situation would surely improve tremendously. And Jia bit her lip, unwilling to give up, and asked Yu Yang, would you consider bringing your team to our base? Minghuang Primary School has plenty of space, it can definitely accommodate you. Rest assured your team would be independent, we won't require anything from you. Just being together for mutual support wouldn't be a bad thing. Yu Yang's eyes flickered, he thought it was a decent idea. However, weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately shook his head. Forget it, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Yu Yang knew that once his team entered someone else's territory, the situation would be beyond his control. And Jia might not have any ill intentions, but having two teams together for an extended period could inevitably lead to friction and conflict. Most importantly, with Yu Yang enjoying the good life on one side, others might become envious and stir up trouble. Yu Yang detested complications. Better to avoid unnecessary issues, especially since he didn't need the protection of a larger group. With him around, he could handle most problems. Seeing Yu Yang refuse, and Jia felt a great sense of regret. She wanted to persuade him further, but Yu Yang preempted, let's discuss the resource exchange instead. Recognizing Yu Yang's firm stance, and Jia refrained from saying more and replied obediently, you killed this giant python, so you can decide how to handle it. Yu Yang nodded, saying, I can give you half of the python. Besides the bulletproof vest, I'd like to exchange for some daily necessities. Not a problem. Just give me a list, and I'll do my best to gather what you need, and Jia replied sincerely. She had made up her mind. Even if she couldn't bring Yu Yang into her team, she wanted to earn his goodwill and become friends. Yu Yang nodded, then walked over to the concealed giant python and took out his machete again. However, he soon found himself in a dilemma. The hidden giant snake had a defense value of 60 points, but the machete only had an attack power of 50 points. Although that was quite high, it couldn't inflict any damage on the giant snake's body. Finding a way to slice the hidden giant snake had become a tricky problem. What's wrong? And Jia noticed Yu Yang's silence and was immediately intrigued. Yu Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. The scales of this giant python have an incredibly high defense value, I can't cut through them. Even after defeating it, he found himself at a loss when it came to the corpse, feeling somewhat speechless. And Jia blinked and said, then can we just peel off its scales? Wouldn't that work? This time it was Yu Yang's turn to be taken aback, right? The defense of the hidden giant python was entirely reliant on its tough scales. The scales could be peeled off piece by piece. Unlike the solid hide of the crimson flame tiger, which was one whole piece, without seams making it impossible to start. Once the tough scales were removed, the hidden giant python would be left with only its soft skin, making it easy to cut. Yu Yang gave Jia a thumbs up. You're so clever. And Jia felt a bit shy at the compliment and lowered her head bashfully. I'm just glad I can help you. Yu Yang gathered everyone, including those from Jia's team, and instructed them to start peeling off the scales so they could dismember the giant python. Originally, they thought peeling the scales would be simple, but they soon realized it was not that easy. Although the scales were separate, each one was as difficult to remove as an ancient tree rooted in the ground. It often took two people working together to pull one off. Half an hour passed, and only the scales from the head of the hidden giant python had been removed with the effort of over a dozen people. This won't do. Yu Yang looked at the rest of the python covered in scales, frowning. At this rate, we won't finish by tomorrow. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yang proposed, how about this, you all peel a grid-like path on the body of the giant python, and I will cut along that path. This way we don't need to remove all the scales. The suggestion brightened everyone's eyes. Captain, your brain is sharp, as always. Wu Gang immediately praised, giving a thumbs up. You're truly a university student. Being educated is a great advantage. With that, Wu Gang rallied the others, adjusting their method of scale peeling according to Yu Yang's suggestion, which significantly accelerated their progress. As Yu Yang observed everyone working systematically, his gaze returned to the head of the hidden giant python. At this point, the head was completely bare, devoid of scales. With just a swing, he could easily split it in two. What kind of crystal will be inside the head of an elite-level mutated beast? Could it be a mid-level evolution crystal? Thinking of this, excitement surged within Yu Yang. He recalled that the system had indicated that 10 mid-level evolution crystals were required for a second evolution. Compared to the first evolution, the difficulty had increased exponentially. If he could obtain a mid-level evolution crystal this time, it would be a promising start. Yu Yang raised his machete and swung it casually, splitting the head of the hidden giant python in half. Two pale blue crystals fell out from the python's head. Two. Yu Yang hesitated. Could they be two low-level evolution crystals? He quickly picked up the crystals and held them in his hand. As the information revealed itself, Yu Yang exclaimed, "Mid-level. It's actually mid-level." And Jia beside him was filled with envy. Two mid-level crystals. How incredible! As she envied him, and Jia realized that the giant python Yu Yang had just killed was actually of a higher caliber than ordinary mutated beasts. She understood that only higher-level mutated beasts could produce higher-level evolution crystals. I remember that the evolutionist mentioned that above ordinary mutated beasts are elite mutated beasts. Although they yield more, their abilities are significantly enhanced. Yu Yang just killed an elite mutated beast. This is unbelievable. Yu Yang's strength must have surpassed that evolutionist my brother encountered. That evolutionist was skilled, but he couldn't casually kill elite mutated beasts. With that thought, Jia's gaze toward Yu Yang transformed into one of admiration. Being near him filled her with an inexplicable sense of security. Yu Yang stared intently at the evolution crystals in his hand, his heart racing. He wasn't sure if it was because he had already evolved once, but he could distinctly feel the strange energy contained within the evolution crystals. This strange evolution energy must be linked to those towering stone pillars. Perhaps, near those pillars there are materials similar to evolution crystals. Yu Yang speculated boldly. Then, without further hesitation, he swallowed both mid-level energy crystals. The energy quickly flowed throughout his limbs. This peculiar energy was altering his body in an almost domineering manner. Yu Yang felt that his physical capabilities had seemingly increased, further reaching around 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. As he sensed the explosive power within him, Yu Yang was filled with anticipation for further evolution. I wonder what kind of enhancements I will gain after evolving again. All right, boss. Wu Gang, panting, rushed over to Yu Yang, reporting their progress. We've peeled off quite a bit. Please take a look. Yu Yang nodded and turned his gaze to the body of the hidden giant python. He saw that a grid-like pattern had been peeled away, covering an area of about 1 square meter. Following these grids, he could easily cut the python into several pieces. Since his physical abilities had just increased, Yu Yang also wanted to test his punches and kicks. He brandished his machete and charged at the hidden giant python, swinging it with a gust of wind, striking hard against the python's body. Thud, 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 thud. The hidden giant python's flesh was sliced open, as if it were tofu. Tender snake meat was exposed, its dense texture and pink hue making everyone's mouths water uncontrollably. They could hardly imagine how delicious these meats would be when cooked. The meat of mutated beasts was already far more delicious than that of ordinary animals, and this was snake meat. Whether braised or made in a soup, it would be an excellent choice. If only I could cook this with my wife, it would surely be mouth-watering. Zhao Bao's eyes sparkled as he stared at the snake meat. Wang Tao and Wu Gang were also desperately swallowing. Even Yu Yang felt eager to see what these meats would taste like once cooked. All right, this part is all yours. After dismembering the hidden giant python, Yu Yang pointed to a portion of the meat, and Jia was deeply touched as she looked at the part Yu Yang indicated. The snake meat he left for them included many high-quality pieces, and there was quite a lot. He didn't just give her the less desirable parts or scraps, and Jia felt a pang of emotion in her nose. Since the apocalypse began, besides her brother, no one had ever treated her this well. She genuinely didn't know how to repay him. Yu Yang, how about I? Yu Yang, how about I join your team? And Jia, caught in a whimsical moment, blurted out the words before she realized the impossibility of such a proposition. She cautiously glanced at Yu Yang, and seeing that he seemed unaware, let out a sigh of relief. This suggestion had indeed come from her heart. Though her own team consisted of over 50 members, she felt that none could compare to Yu Yang's prowess. Even her brother, despite his exceptional skills, paled in comparison. Yet she could not neglect her brother's safety. Alas, and Jia sighed deeply. What did you just say? Yu Yang noticed her sigh and found it somewhat odd. Nothing, and Jia replied, unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she looked down at her toes. Yu Yang frowned, puzzled by her demeanor. Well, miss, and why don't you take me to your base now? I would like to get a bulletproof vest as soon as possible, and also, maybe pick up some supplies along the way. And Jia nodded obediently. Okay, follow me. We'll leave the matters here to Brother Wu Gang. After Yu Yang nodded in agreement, they headed towards Ming Huang Primary School together. Across from Ming Huang Primary School stood a row of small shops. However, during the apocalypse, these establishments had long collapsed into heaps of debris due to various natural disasters. Yet Yu Yang could tell that these ruins bore signs of exploration. Many of the collapsed stores had piles of rubble cleared away, suggesting that Enjia's team had salvaged supplies from these remnants. As they reached the entrance of Minghuang Primary School, Yu Yang surveyed the interior, where countless buildings had succumbed to ruin. Fortunately, being a primary school, the structures were not excessively tall, preventing a catastrophic domino effect during the collapse. Some ground-floor classrooms had managed to remain intact. "Enjia, you're finally back." A young man rushed to greet them as they stepped through the school's gates. However, upon noticing Enjia smiling and chatting animatedly with the striking youth, his expression stiffened momentarily. Enjia approached the young man with a smile, saying, "Zhang Tan, are you on gate duty today? Did my brother go out?" Zhang Tan appraised Yu Yang from head to toe before softly replying to Enjia, "Your brother went far away, saying he was looking for that last evolutionary beast. Apparently, there's a great opportunity. I didn't catch all the details." "Oh, I hope everything goes smoothly," Enjia nodded. "Enjia, weren't you leading a team to hunt that dying mutated beast? Why did you come back alone? Where are the others?" Zhang Tan completely ignored Yu Yang, focusing solely on Enjia. Enjia playfully blinked and replied, "The others are already transporting the meat. I just brought my guest back first. We have some matters to attend to." "Guest?" Zhang Tan frowned, pointing at Yu Yang. "He's your guest. What business do you have?" "Well, it's nothing much. Just taking him to the warehouse to pick some items." "Warehouse?" Zhang Tan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he firmly declared, "That's not allowed. You can't just bring outsiders to our warehouse. Besides, why should he get to choose supplies?" And Jia hadn't expected Zhang Tan to react so strongly. She hurriedly explained, "No, Zhang Tan, Yu Yang traded meat from the mutated beast with us. He isn't taking anything for free." "Meat from a mutated beast?" Zhang Tan questioned skeptically. "Are you talking about that big wolf? Wasn't that one originally ours?" "No, it was a giant snake. It was enormous. Enough for us to eat for several days." And Jia gestured dramatically, illustrating the size of the hidden python. Zhang Tan frowned deeply, dismissively, stating, "The meat from one large wolf is already enough for us for many days. We can't eat that much at once, it'll just spoil. Let him go." At this moment, Yu Yang finally realized something. It seemed he was not very welcome here. However, he was determined to acquire that bulletproof vest and wouldn't back down because of some petty objections. "Ahem. Excuse me. I killed that armored wolf. Therefore, the meat belongs to me. I exchanged part of it with Miss and for some information. However, I doubt that amount would be enough for you all." "What? You killed that wolf?" Zhang Tan's eyes instantly filled with hostility as he turned to Enjia, his tone sharp. "Enjia, didn't you tell him that wolf took us many days to wear down?" Enjia, feeling somewhat aggrieved, murmured, "I did tell him. But it's true that Yu Yang killed it." "Just him?" Zhang Tan scoffed derisively. "If we hadn't spent so long exhausting it, could he possibly have slain a mutated beast?" "He really can," Enjia replied earnestly. "Enjia, are you out of your mind?" Zhang Tan stared at her incredulously, then realizing his tone, quickly apologized. "Enjia, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, are you sure you're not being deceived? With his appearance, how could he possibly kill a mutated beast?" Seeing Zhang Tan being so difficult, Enjia felt a surge of indignation. "Zhang Tan, I know whether I've been deceived. You can insult me if you wish, but please don't belittle Mr. Yu Yang. He is an evolutionary. Step aside. I'm bringing Mr. Yu Yang inside." Enjia said coldly. "Enjia." Zhang Tan clenched his fists, frustration evident on his face. He couldn't comprehend what kind of spell this boy had cast on Enjia to earn her favoritism. Grinding his teeth, Zhang Tan spread his arms, blocking their path. "No. You can't take him in, not even as an evolutionary. Even if you are the captain's sister, you don't have the right to bring outsiders into the warehouse. You." Enjia's expression darkened in an instant. She knew Zhang Tan spoke the truth. According to the rules, she couldn't bring outsiders into the warehouse, a regulation her brother had set personally. In fact, not only outsiders, but even members of the team needed her brother's consent to enter the warehouse. Previously, everyone had treated Enjia with special consideration, never deliberately making things difficult for her. But today, Zhang Tan put this issue on the table, directly confronting her. At this moment, she found herself at a loss. While the standoff continued, a few individuals approached from a distance, their faces beaming as they pushed a cart closer. "Miss and Captain Yu, we've brought the meat back." Zhang Tan stared in astonishment at the fresh, tender meat on the cart, swallowing hard. "Zhang Tan, hurry up and help us push. Be careful. This meat is precious," chuckled a burly man with a scruffy beard gripping the cart. This doesn't look like wolf meat. Why does it have scales?" As Zhang Tan regained his composure, confusion washed over him. "This isn't wolf meat, it's snake meat. Meat from a giant python. It's fresh." "Snake meat?" Zhang Tan suddenly recalled that Jia had mentioned Yu Yang was trading python meat for supplies. So this was snake meat. No wonder it looked so delectable. Although Zhang Tan's mouth watered at the thought of snake meat, he feigned disdain, saying, "What's so good about snake meat? It smells awful and looks unappetizing. What kind of nose do you have? This meat doesn't smell at all. If you think it does, then don't eat it," grumbled another robust man, pushing the cart, clearly displeased. A slight fishy taste in snake meat is normal, but with proper cooking, only the fresh flavor remains. They all thought Zhang Tan simply lacked appreciation for quality. Hey! Zhang Tan felt offended. He wasn't really ignorant about good food. He just didn't want Yu Yang to show off. Who wouldn't want to eat such delicious snake meat? I'm part of the team too. Everyone shares what they see. Oh, why shouldn't I get to eat some? Just because. And Jia crossed her arms and retorted angrily, "This meat is from Yu Yang. You didn't even let him in, so why should you eat?" Upon hearing Jia's words, Zhang Tan felt several unfriendly gazes directed at him. That's not what I meant. Realizing he was becoming the target of their ire, Zhang Tan hurriedly stepped aside. However, still feeling disgruntled, he insisted, "Let him in, sure, but not into the warehouse. That's a rule set by your brother. You." And Jia hurriedly explained to Yu Yang, "Don't listen to him. Just come inside with me and my brother won't say anything." Exactly. If it weren't for Captain Yu, we'd be doomed. What's the harm in letting him into the warehouse to pick out supplies for trade? Yeah. Zhang Tan, what's wrong with you today? Why are you opposing Miss and Captain Yu at every turn? Are you itching for trouble? If you're feeling unwell, I can talk to Captain In and let you go on an outdoor assignment. A young man like you shouldn't be cooped up in the base all day, or it's messing with your head. Seeing everyone turn against him, Zhang Tan's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale. Yet he stubbornly held his ground, declaring, "No way. If you take him inside, I'll report you when the captain returns." "No need to report, I'm here." A clear and powerful voice rang out from a distance. Yu Yang looked up. A tall young man with a shaved head was walking steadily toward him. "Captain, great. You're finally here. These people aren't following your rules, and I've stopped them all." Upon seeing Yang, Zhang Tan's spirits lifted dramatically. He knew Yang was a military man highly valuing discipline. Not even Jia could casually break the rules. Good. Hearing Yang praise him made Zhang Tan puff up with pride, casting a smug glance at Yu Yang and the others. But Yang's next words wiped the smile off his face. "You're fired." What? You mean I'm fired?" Zhang Tan pointed at himself, disbelief etched across his face. "Indeed, you can pack your things and leave." And Yang said flatly. "Why?" Zhang Tan was perplexed. "I'm following the rules." "Are your rules just a joke?" "I didn't say you weren't following the rules. I even praised you, didn't I?" And Yang replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Then why are you firing me?" "I'm firing you because you've offended our esteemed guest. Someone like you who lacks discernment is just a nuisance." With that, Yang ignored Zhang Tan entirely and turned to extend his hand to Yu Yang. He smiled politely, saying, "Hello, I'm Yang and Jia's brother and the leader of the Ming Huang survival team. It's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at the smiling Yang, Yu Yang also extended his hand. As their hands met, Yu Yang felt a familiar, peculiar energy. However, this energy bore no malice. Rather, it felt like a form of probing. "You're also an evolved one," Yu Yang blurted out. And Yang flashed a faint smile, nodding sincerely before withdrawing his hand. "Under the guidance of a great master, I just completed my third primary evolution crystal." And Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Yang's explanation. "Really, brother? You've truly completed your first evolution?" And Yang affectionately ruffled Jia's hair, saying, "Yes, now I can protect you even better." Just then a sharp stone suddenly hurtled toward Yang's head without warning. And Jia gasped, her face going pale, and let out a shriek. In a flash, the stone was split in two, falling to the ground. Yu Yang had made his move. And Yang shot a grateful glance at Yu Yang, but his expression darkened instantly as he coldly glared at Zhang Tan, who had thrown the stone. "You're looking for death. You're the one being unreasonable. It's your good luck that I didn't hit you." Zhang Tan sneered provocatively. And Yang snorted, coldly stepped forward, and seized Zhang Tan by his clothes and arm. With a swift motion, he executed a shoulder throw, crashing Zhang Tan hard onto the ground. The thud of Zhang Tan's body against the earth resonated. Zhang Tan let out a scream, seeing stars as pain shot through him, curling up in agony. "Kid, don't forget we're in the apocalypse. Strength determines the truth. If you can't back yourself up and still like to stir trouble, consider yourself lucky that I haven't killed you. Now get lost." And Yang spat contemptuously at Zhang Tan before turning to Yu Yang with a polite gesture. "Brother Yu Yang, let's not bother with this fool. Come inside with me." Seeing Yang so easily let Zhang Tan off, Yu Yang frowned, but said nothing further. After all, Zhang Tan was a member of Yang's team, not his, so he had no right to intervene. However, since Zhang Tan was expelled, if he dared to show up again, Yu Yang wouldn't mind sending him to his demise. Adding Yang's invitation, Yu Yang finally stepped through the gates of Minghuang Primary School. Yu Yang noticed that sharp glass shards were affixed around the perimeter walls, clearly intended to deter mutated beasts. He was skeptical about the effectiveness of these protective measures. Generally, mutated beasts avoid densely populated areas as they lack genuine interest in humans. They hunt merely to satiate their hunger. They seem to be more attracted to other mutated creatures. Brother Yu Yang, you don't seem very old, yet your marksmanship is quite impressive. To be honest, I've practiced shooting too, but my skills pale in comparison to yours, and Yang remarked as they wandered through the school. Oh, how did you know? Yu Yang inquired. And Yang chuckled. To be frank, I placed an informant within my sister's team to keep me updated. Brother. And Jia exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. She had thought her brother was so astute that he could discern Yu Yang's skill at a glance, only to realize he had a trusted insider in her team. And Yang scratched his nose and explained to Jia, it's for your safety after all. He then turned to Yu Yang, his gaze intense. Truth be told, I didn't believe at first that your marksmanship was so extraordinary. But the moment I saw you, I was convinced. The composure you exude is characteristic of someone powerful. When we shook hands, I could feel it. You are indeed an evolved being. Yu Yang nodded, humbly responding, it's nothing extraordinary, just enough to protect myself. Haha, brother Yu Yang is being too modest. All right, brother. Stop with the pleasantries and let Yu Yang choose his gear from the warehouse. He's eager to head to the shooting range. And Jia urged, shooting range. And Yang paused, then asked, are you going there to find bullets? Yu Yang nodded. That's correct. Brother Yu Yang, I advise against it, and Yang warned earnestly. Yu Yang frowned. Why, oi? And Yang explained, because it has caught the eye of a Tier 2 evolved being. Tier 2. Yes, an evolved being who has undergone 2 transformations. And Yang patiently elaborated, Brother Yu Yang, the second evolution requires no less than 10 intermediate evolution crystals. Yu Yang understood and Yang's implication. The fact that this individual could achieve a second evolution not only indicated their physical prowess, but also implied they had the capability to kill several elite mutated beasts during their first tier. Such a formidable adversary should generally be avoided. Moreover, the crucial point is that once they undergo a second evolution, they acquire a unique ability. And Yang added. Yu Yang's eyes narrowed. So it was only at the second tier that one could gain such abilities. He wondered what kind of power he would acquire when he reached that level. What kind of special ability is it? Have you seen it? Yu Yang asked curiously. And Yang shook his head. I don't know, all I can say is it's impressive. It might allow one to fly, breathe fire, or other extraordinary feats, just very formidable. And Jia gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is it really that powerful? Brother, how do you know all this? And Yang did not hide the truth, stating plainly. It was from that evolved being who mentioned he had reached Tier 2, but he didn't disclose what ability he acquired. Hearing this, Yu Yang fell into contemplation. While he didn't believe these individuals' special abilities could surpass his own, a sense of urgency began to settle in his heart. I need to work hard to improve. I'm already 3 months late. If I don't step up my game, I might really fall behind. With these thoughts, Yu Yang felt an even greater urge to obtain a bulletproof vest. All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Let's head to the warehouse and take a look, he said. And Yang nodded, confident that Yu Yang was clever enough to make the right choices without needing further guidance. Yu Yang followed in Jia and in Yang to the entrance of the warehouse. It was the school's grand auditorium, which had collapsed in several places, but remained relatively stable overall. Upon entering, Yu Yang was stunned by the sheer amount of supplies before him. He had not expected to find so much here. Wait, did you all loot a mall before the apocalypse? Before Yu Yang lay a plethora of essential goods. Rice, oil, salt, clothing, pots, and pans in abundance, along with fuels like gasoline, alcohol, and charcoal. Aside from fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats, it was practically a small supermarket. Seeing Yu Yang's astonished expression, Jia covered her mouth and giggled, explaining, after my brother retired from the military, he worked as a security guard at Lianzhong supermarket. When the apocalypse struck, he gathered all the guards and moved a lot of goods from the supermarket's warehouse here for safekeeping. No wonder you established rules against letting anyone freely enter the warehouse. If people knew about this place, they would definitely be envious, Yu Yang remarked. Indeed. If it weren't for trusting your character, brother Yu Yang, I wouldn't let you in so easily, and Yang replied with a smile. And Jia mischievously blinked. Yu Yang, you must keep our secret. Sure, no problem. You can count on me, Yu Yang assured with a nod. Brother Yu Yang, I see you came alone without any means of transport. How are you going to carry all this stuff back? And Yang suggested, why not stay here and call your team over? We can call each other brothers. I promise not to boss you around. What do you think? And Yang's sincerity was evident, but Yu Yang politely declined. That's all right. I'm used to my freedom and wouldn't feel comfortable being part of such a large team. Don't worry, I have my ways of getting the supplies back. As he spoke, Yang picked up a somewhat damaged storage box. Yang chose yes. A flash of light passed, and the storage box was instantly rejuvenated. Ding! A brand new storage box has been acquired. 3 special effects have been drawn. Please select one. 1. Double space. In addition to the current space, it increases by another half. 2. Mini freezer grants 3 cubic meters of special space within the storage box along with freezer functionality. 3. Mini warehouse provides 10 cubic meters of special space within the storage box. It seems that similar items yield similar effects, Yang mused. This time he opted for the third effect, the mini warehouse. Ding! The storage box has been enhanced with the effect mini warehouse. Then amidst the astonished gazes of Njia and Yang, Yang began to fill the storage box with various items. Well, what's that? Even Yang, usually composed, was at a loss for words in his surprise. Njia had already covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. The scene before them was simply too magical, too inexplicable. This is my special ability, Yang explained, a glint in his eyes. Yang was rendered speechless by the shock. He understood well what possessing a special ability meant. It was a power only attainable by a second-level evolved being. Yang couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After all this time, it turned out that the person before him was a second-level evolved being. However, he also felt a twinge of pity for Yang. In his view, although Yang's special ability allowed him to create a unique space for storage, it lacked direct combat potential. A special ability devoid of combat capability might not have been a problem before the apocalypse, but in these dire times it seemed rather impractical. By the way, what about the bulletproof vest? Yang waved his hand before Njia's dazed eyes and asked. Njia seemed to awaken from her stupor, gazing deeply at Yang before turning to the corner and retrieving the bulletproof vest he had been longing for. Yang received the vest with great anticipation, showing none of the disappointment Njia had imagined. Instead, he cherished the tattered vest as if it were a treasure. Yang, what do you want this bulletproof vest for? It's just a hobby, a personal preference. Hee. Wearing this gives me a sense of security, Yang chuckled. But it's completely torn. It's unusable, Njia remarked, puzzled. Don't worry, I'll stitch it up, Yang reassured her. He packed away the bulletproof vest and then discussed with Yang about storing some supplies. All right, it's been a pleasure collaborating with you. Yang was thoroughly satisfied. Not only had he acquired the bulletproof vest, but he had also taken away a considerable amount of necessities and cooking utensils. He even had a tent to boot. One could say that Yang had become a walking base. Yang, get out here. Just as Yang was about to bid farewell to Yang, a harsh shout echoed from outside the warehouse. Yang and Yang exchanged glances, both sensing impatience in each other's eyes. They recognized the voice belonged to Zhang Tan. What's that Zhang Tan up to? Yang frowned, clenching his fists. Looks like I went easy on him earlier. Then the three of them stepped out of the warehouse. A group of people had gathered at the entrance chattering about something. And there was Zhang Tan predictably at the forefront of the crowd. Why are you all crowding here? Got nothing better to do. And Yang's voice carried an air of authority that subdued the ruckus somewhat. Who do you think you are to command us? You're not fit to be our leader. Zhang Tan spoke with newfound confidence, emboldened by a few familiar faces behind him. And Yang's expression darkened ominously. Zhang Tan, do you even know what you're saying? Of course I do. Zhang Tan was determined to confront Yang, raising his voice so everyone could hear him clearly. For a long time, only Yang has been able to enter and exit the warehouse freely. The rest of us need permission to get in, which is fundamentally unfair. We're a team, and the supplies belong to everyone. Why should Yang be the one to make decisions? And that's not all. Today, Yang brazenly brought others into our warehouse to select items at will. Who does he think he is? Is our warehouse his private property? Seeing the crowd murmuring, Njia hurried to explain. That's not true. Mister, Yang exchanged python meat with us. He didn't just take things. Zhang Tan, seeing Njia defend Yang, glared with burning jealousy. Nonsense. We don't need any python meat. We have wolf meat. You and Njia handed over the wolf meat and then exchanged it for snake meat. You two are clearly colluding with outsiders to steal team resources. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhang Tan's voice was abruptly silenced as he fell backward. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, Yang slowly lowered his handgun. Ding! Killed entry-level disorderly disruptor Zhang Tan, gained 10 repair points. Someone's been killed. He has a gun. As soon as Yang shot Zhang Tan in the head, the crowd erupted into chaos. Captain, and I've dealt with this troublemaker for you, Yang stated calmly. He was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further. He believed Yang was right, However, he simply lacked Yu Yang's decisiveness. Dealing with someone who disrupted morale by killing them was indeed the best choice. All right, everyone quiet down. And Yang called out to the crowd. With the leader of the disturbance gone and bolstered by Yang's past reputation, the commotion gradually subsided. However, a few of Zhang Tan's friends boldly questioned, Zhang Tan was just speaking the truth. Why was he killed? And Yang did not answer their inquiry, but countered, who else thinks Zhang Tan was right? You can leave now, on my team doesn't need people who can't even discern right from wrong. The friends of Zhang Tan shrank back, but none stepped forward. The outside world was perilous. Without the protection of a team, they might soon be devoured by mutated beasts. Amidst the chaos, anyone who left would be a fool. Fine, since no one is leaving, everyone shut up and listen to me. Mr. Yu Yang is our esteemed guest. The entire team led by Jia encountered an elite mutated beast, and they were likely to be wiped out. However, Mr. Yu Yang intervened and saved them all. This can be attested to by everyone in the team. Secondly, you have seen the quality and quantity of the meat we brought back. If stored properly, it would be enough for all of us to feast for a month. With so much meat, is there anything wrong with us only exchanging some daily necessities? Lastly, Yu Yang's marksmanship is extraordinary. You all understand, right? With such an ally, doesn't our team's safety gain an extra layer of assurance? Let me ask, is there anything wrong with this transaction I and Yang facilitated? Whispers filled the air, but no one stepped forward to accuse Yang of wrongdoing. Especially those from Jia's team who had witnessed Yu Yang's shooting skills. They also chimed in to defend Yang among the crowd. They had all personally witnessed Yu Yang's prowess. The leader did nothing wrong. I see this young man Yu Yang is talented and capable, unlike Zhang Tan, who is always idle. Exactly. Zhang Tan is just a good for nothing. His words are not to be trusted. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Zhang Tan's friends lowered their heads in silence. They had previously enjoyed the spectacle egged on by Zhang Tan. Now that he was dead, even if they felt some dissatisfaction, they dared not voice it. They certainly did not want to be expelled from the team. All right. Since everyone trusts me and Yang, I will ensure we all live securely. Today is a harvest. Let's celebrate with some good dishes tonight. Upon hearing they could feast that evening, the crowd erupted in joy. Hooray! Meat for dinner. Great! And Yang seized the moment and declared, everyone must remember that this delicious meat is thanks to Brother Yu Yang. We should treat him well. If I see anyone disrespecting Brother Yu Yang again, they will be expelled from the team. Now let's leave it at that. Everyone go back to your tasks. Once Yang finished speaking, Yu Yang instantly became the center of attention, surrounded by admiration and gratitude where there had once been disdain. Does the young man have a girlfriend? A rather glamorous young woman approached Yu Yang, leaning close to him. With how handsome and capable Brother Yu Yang is, how could he possibly be single? Another attractive girl chimed in, her gaze fixed on him with warmth. In truth, anyone with discerning eyes could see that this young man's abilities surpassed those of Captain N. Rather than currying favor with Captain N, it was wiser to befriend this young man. I don't mind if you have a girlfriend. With your skills, having one more won't make a difference, right? The woman's eyes sparkled with flirtation. Yu Yang felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. All right. You all go back to work. Why so gossipy? And Zhao, watching from the side, felt displeased. Why did it seem like Yu Yang's smile couldn't be contained? Clearing the crowd around Yu Yang, and Jia stepped closer, her voice a bit shy. Yu Yang, have you really thought about staying? If you do, I could. I could. Yu Yang scratched his head and asked, what could you do? And Jia blushed and hurriedly replied, I could cook for you. My cooking is quite good. Oh, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Then I must taste your culinary skills tonight. At that moment, Yang, accompanied by Wu Gang and Wang Tao, approached Yu Yang. Boss. Wu Gang greeted Yu Yang with a beaming smile. Surprised to see us, are you? Yu Yang paused for a moment. What is this? Haha, Brother Yu Yang, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. I just wanted to give you a surprise. And Yang explained with a smile, tonight our team is celebrating, and I thought it would be nice to invite your team over for some fun. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang finally understood Yang's intentions. And Yang wasn't just inviting him, he was trying to sweeten the deal for his team, hoping their thoughts would influence Yu Yang's decisions. However, Yang did not realize that Yu Yang had little regard for the members of his team. Whether these people stayed or left was of no concern to him. Yang had completely misread the situation. It was these people who needed Yu Yang, not the other way around. If there was no loyalty, Yu Yang was more than happy to distance himself from them. Then I appreciate your hospitality, Captain Yang, Yu Yang replied coolly. Yang naturally picked up on the slight dissatisfaction in Yu Yang's tone, but he felt helpless. He desperately wanted Yu Yang to stay. The entire team relied solely on him, and he was exhausted. Having Yu Yang would be a tremendous boon. Thus he devised this plan. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be seen as an affront. As night fell, members of Yang's team constructed bonfires with stones and with the enticing aroma of cooking meat wafting through the air. In the post-apocalyptic world, all production methods reverted to their most primitive forms. Making a fire was as simple as burning wood. Fortunately, there were plenty of desks and chairs from elementary schools, making for decent fuel. Under the careful preparation of the team's chefs, a variety of specialty dishes emerged. Though the main ingredient was snake meat, and Yang's team had plenty of seasonings enriching the flavors through diverse cooking techniques. Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and a few others were intentionally seated at different tables, instructed by Yang to treat their guests well. Wow, this smells amazing. Xiao Baofu's eyes sparkled as he pulled his wife over, pointing at a bowl of snake soup with astonishment. Look at this color, it's obviously fresh. This snake skewer is also great. It tastes even better than barbecues before the apocalypse. If only we had some beer. Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves, enjoying the skewers. Upon hearing this, Yang immediately shouted, "Come bring a few bottles of beer for brother Wu Gang." With the announcement of actual beer, Wu Gang's face lit up with excitement. He cast a grateful glance at Yang, knowing that this treat was all thanks to him. Yang paid little attention to the festivities around him. He was more focused on gathering information about the apocalypse, which was one of his reasons for being there. He asked Yang, "Have you checked out those towering stone pillars in the distance? What are they all about?" And Yang followed Yang's gaze. A dozen towering stone pillars scattered throughout the city emitted a faint blue glow. And Yang shook his head. There's no way to get close. The closer you are to the stone pillar, the more mutated beasts there are, and the more aggressive they become. They have a strong territorial instinct, and if you approach carelessly, you'll provoke their fierce attacks. Yang nodded thoughtfully, and then continued to ask, why do they approach that stone pillar? Is there a purpose? And Yang pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying, I can't say for certain, but I know that the mutated beasts closer to the pillar tend to be stronger. Furthermore, the pillar flashes with light at intervals. During those times, all the mutated beasts converge toward it. So I speculate that the mutations of these beasts are related to the energy emitted by the pillar. The closer they are to it, the more mutation energy they absorb, leading to more significant changes. Yang nodded in agreement, and Yang's speculation aligned closely with his own thoughts. He continued, thus the reason those beasts are more inclined to consume their kin might be their desperate attempt to acquire mutation energy. The evolution crystals may very well be the essence of this mutation energy. Moreover, it's certain that the flesh of these mutated beasts contains trace amounts of evolution energy, which if consumed over time, would gradually enhance one's physical attributes. Upon hearing Yang's conjecture, Yang couldn't help but admire him. Brother Yang, your insights are more comprehensive and well-founded. I'm truly impressed. Yang waved his hand modestly, and then asked, there's something I'm quite curious about, and I wonder if you can clarify it for me. What is it? Go ahead. After carefully considering his words, Yang inquired, since the apocalypse destroyed nearly all technology, how is it possible for people to hunt mutated beasts? And Yang was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a wry smile. When those stone pillars suddenly appeared, the powerful and influential received the news via satellite almost immediately. Although they couldn't prepare much earlier than us, it was enough for them to get ready. In any city, traditional firearms and ammunition quickly concentrated in the hands of a select few. They leveraged their connections and resources to swiftly establish a large force. Take the U-City Alliance, for instance. It was formed by individuals with official backgrounds. Many of the captains were powerful figures before the apocalypse, having gained prominence by supplying resources to the U-City Alliance. Yang understood now. Oh, I see. Since the U-City Alliance is organized by official personnel, why don't they protect the citizens of the entire city? I see many people displaced and starving in the streets. Haha. And Yang's lips curled into a sardonic smile tinged with helplessness. Even if they are official, where would they find enough resources to support the entire populace? The elites want to ensure their own well-being, so it's naturally more economical to support only the elite. There's no room for humanitarianism in the apocalypse. If you're of no use, you can only wait for death. Yang sighed upon hearing this. Though Yang's words were harsh, they were undeniably a reflection of reality. In any place, lacking capability meant waiting for death. The only distinction was whether one died quickly or slowly. In peaceful times, one might die slowly, but in the apocalypse, death comes swiftly. The law of the jungle applies everywhere. Yang, this is something I specially prepared for you. A crisp, melodious voice broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere. And Jia placed a small dish of stir-fried vegetables in front of Yang, her face slightly flushed with shyness. She wasn't a professional cook and couldn't prepare large quantities. so she had only made a single serving for Yu Yang. It was a plate of stir-fried snake meat with onions. The purplured onions paired with the snow-white snake meat created an enticing visual and delightful aroma. 3 months into the apocalypse, the only vegetables that could be preserved were those like onions and potatoes that didn't spoil easily. With the world's soil already contaminated, it was no longer possible to cultivate vegetables. Thus, any preserved vegetables were incredibly precious. This small dish of stir-fried snake meat with onions was worth more than gold in the pre-apocalyptic world. Miss, and why is this dish only for Yu Yang? What about the rest of us? Someone joked, and Jia's face turned crimson, reaching her neck. I'm thanking Yu Yang on behalf of everyone. That's not a thank you, but sounds like Miss and has a crush on brother Yu Yang. No, there's nothing like that. You all shouldn't say such things. And Jia stomped her foot and pretended to be angry as she ran away. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed across the playground of Ming Huang Primary School. The campfire cast a warm glow on people's faces, illuminating the warmth of human connection. The long-lost essence of life stirred sentiments among many. And Yang took a large piece of snake meat and savored it, his expression one of pure enjoyment. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat so happily. Yu Yang also leisurely enjoyed the stir-fried snake meat with onions before him. Unlike the others who had been starving for 3 months, he didn't feel the same urgency. Yu Yang, what's your plan from here? And Yang casually asked. Yu Yang paused for a moment with his chopsticks. I intend to continue enhancing my strength and then establish my own faction. Regardless, life must go on. And Yang laughed heartily. You're so open-minded. I've been lamenting unnecessarily. However, building your own faction isn't easy. There are countless aspects to consider. I've been quite exhausted these days. Yu Yang understood in Yang's hint and replied steadfastly, if you truly find it tiring, why not let someone else take over as captain? And Yang's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly responded, it's just that I'm worried about my sister. Having a team is somewhat of a safety net. I can't always keep her by my side, and sometimes the places I go can be quite dangerous. Well, Yu Yang, it's clear my sister has an interest in you. You must have noticed that. If you have any feelings for her. No need. I currently have no thoughts in that direction. Yu Yang declined outright. It wasn't that Jia was unattractive or that he looked down on her. It was simply that he wasn't in the mindset for romance at the moment. The urgency to level up, the need to grow stronger, surrounded him constantly. In the first few days of arriving here, Yu Yang had witnessed far too many people perish at the claws of mutated beasts. He had seen too much bloodshed. If it weren't for his strengthening abilities, he would have long since become a corpse. Thus, he believed that enhancing his strength was the most crucial task at hand. As for building a faction, as long as his strength was sufficient, who would not want to follow him? I advise you to focus on strengthening your abilities. You've already evolved. Your future path shouldn't be confined to this small territory, Yu Yang advised. And Yang paused for a moment before smiling and replying, ha ha ha, Yu Yang, I understand your reasoning. A true man's ambition lies in the broader world. However, I just want to protect my small piece of land and my sister. In Yu City, I still have some influence. If I leave Yu City and venture into the vast wilderness, even if 10 of me were thrown in, it would create no ripples. Seeing in Yang's stance, Yu Yang did not press further. He understood that everyone's aspirations and pursuits were different. Words of persuasion would be futile. Walking one's own path was enough. The bonfire banquet had come to an end. Yu Yang was preparing to bid farewell to Yang. Yang urged, Brother Yu Yang, the night has fallen and it's dangerous outside. If you encounter mutated beasts on your way back with this group, casualties are inevitable. Why not stay here for the night? Yu Yang understood that this was part of Yang's softening strategy. However, he was not overly concerned. He nodded and casually said to Wu Gang and a few others, then let's stay here for the night and set off early tomorrow. He then emphasized, if anyone wishes to join Yang's team, feel free to stay. I won't say anything more. And Yang's expression stiffened and he appeared somewhat awkward. His true aim was Yu Yang. He had no interest in anyone else. Even Wu Gang, who seemed strong, was merely expendable to him. Hearing Yu Yang's words, Wu Gang immediately pledged his loyalty. Don't worry, boss. I only recognize you as my leader. No one can take me away. Yes, we only recognize you as our boss. The others chimed in. Yu Yang smiled faintly, though it was not evident in the dim light. Do as you wish, he said before turning to leave. If these people truly had the sense, he wouldn't mind taking them along in this post-apocalyptic world. Yu Yang arrived at the bedroom that Yang had arranged for him. Although it was half-collapsed classroom, it could barely shield him from the wind and rain. A soft blanket had been thoughtfully laid on the floor. Yu Yang sat on the blanket and took out a storage box from his pocket. He had attempted to place the storage box into his backpack, but had failed. Clearly, the system did not permit such nesting. Yu Yang retrieved a bulletproof vest from the storage box and laid it out before him. The vest looked quite tattered. However, it was not damaged by bullets. From Yu Yang's observations, he leaned towards the idea that it had been corroded by some form of corrosive liquid released by a mutated beast after the apocalypse. The ability to corrode a bulletproof vest to such a state demonstrated the potency of this liquid. If it weren't for the system's warning that deliberately damaged items could not be repaired, Yu Yang would certainly want to acquire some of that corrosive liquid. He could soak his revolver in it. Once it was corroded, he could repair it, thus gaining even more powerful special effects. If only the revolver could be planned for disposal, then I could continuously strengthen it. After shaking his head to dispel that pleasant fantasy, he held the bulletproof vest in his hands and chose to repair it. It cost him a total of 10 repair points. Ding! You have obtained a brand new bulletproof vest. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Indestructible beginner version. The bulletproof vest provides 100 defense points covering the entire body. 2. Absolute defense beginner version. After being attacked, it provides a defensive shield that can withstand any attack under 500 points of power, stunning the attacker for 3 seconds. Effective once per day. 3. Defense field beginner version can be activated to form a defense field with a diameter of 3 meters capable of withstanding attacks under 50 points of power lasting for 3 minutes. Can be activated once per day. Upon seeing these 3 effects, Yu Yang found himself in a dilemma. All 3 effects were quite good. The first effect, Indestructible, provided 24-hour constant protection with 100 defense points. Had Yu Yang possessed this defense earlier, the hidden giant snake would have posed no threat to him today. Its attack power was exactly 100 points, which could have been completely blocked. However, he would not be able to withstand mutated beasts with higher attack power. The second effect, Absolute Defense, could resist up to 500 points of attack power. Plus, it could stun the attacker. It was indeed a remarkable skill. But its drawback was also apparent. It could only be activated once a day. The third effect, Defense Field, provided area defense. This was the least appealing to Yu Yang. In the apocalypse, taking care of oneself was the priority. Such an ability could be chosen later when he became truly powerful. Thus, Yu Yang found himself torn between the first and second effects. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose Absolute Defense Beginner version. After all, he could barely defeat elite-level mutated beasts, and they did not pose a significant threat to him. However, if he encountered a higher-level mutated beast without absolute defense, he would have a far greater chance of being killed. Therefore, having absolute defense at least afforded him a chance to escape. The 3-second stun effect was enough to buy him time to flee. Ding! Effect added to Bulletproof Vest Absolute Defense Beginner version. Yu Yang donned the bulletproof vest. It was somewhat heavy, but his physical abilities had already increased several-fold. Wearing this vest felt like donning a regular shirt. It bore no burden on him. Just as Yu Yang was feeling satisfied, a sudden knock sounded at the door. "Yu Yang, are you asleep?" And Jia's voice drifted and tinged with a hint of shyness. "Is there something?" Yu Yang replied. "Can I come in?" And Jia asked cautiously. Yu Yang responded. And Jia carefully pushed the door open and stepped into Yu Yang's room. The absence of light left most of the room in darkness, with only moonlight filtering through the cracks in the walls and the window. After opening the door, and Jia stood at the threshold backlit, making it hard for Yu Yang to discern her figure. "Is there something?" Yu Yang asked, somewhat puzzled. Can I come closer to talk?" Yu Yang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Sure, come over." Once Jia received Yu Yang's affirmative response, she cautiously approached him. Yu Yang's bed was by the window, and once she entered that space, he could see her clearly in the moonlight. Now that his physical fitness had improved, his eyesight was significantly better than before. As Jia drew closer, Yu Yang was taken aback by what he saw. Jia was clad in nothing but a lace lingerie. Her fair skin was completely exposed to Yu Yang's view. "Jia, what are you doing?" Yu Yang froze, feeling utterly unprepared. He was still a college student with no experience in such matters. He had never seen anything like this. Before his crossing, he had only glimpsed such scenes while surfing the internet, and he had no real-life experience whatsoever. What he had encountered online paled in comparison to the impact of reality. Moreover, Jia was an undeniable beauty. Jia had always been a rather reserved woman, especially before the apocalypse, where she could be described as extremely aloof. But 3 months into the apocalypse, she had witnessed too many people die and understood the importance of having a reliable support. The reason she had survived thus far and thrived was that she had a dependable brother. Yet she knew her brother could not support her forever. Her brother would eventually have his own wife and children. Thus, Jia had been searching for a suitable candidate. Upon meeting Yu Yang, she felt she had found the one. After seeing so many women flirt with Yu Yang today, her sense of urgency intensified. So she decided to take the initiative. "Yu Yang, I'm cold. Can you hold me?" Hearing Jia's soft and gentle request, Yu Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. "Isn't this a bit too fast?" Before Yu Yang could finish his sentence, his lips were silenced by a warm embrace. A sweet fragrance enveloped him, and the moist sensation sent shivers down his spine. His body was tightly wrapped in a supple figure, but before he could fully savor the moment, he was quickly released. And Jia's incredulous voice broke the silence. "What are you wearing a bulletproof vest for at this hour? Wait, why is this bulletproof vest so new?" And Jia seemed a bit bewildered. Yu Yang chuckled awkwardly. "I mentioned before that collecting these is my hobby." And Jia, puzzled, asked, "You wear it to sleep too?" "Yes, I wear it to sleep as well." After a brief silence, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. "Yu Yang, do you think I'm particularly easygoing?" Yu Yang contemplated for a moment before responding. "Before the apocalypse you certainly were, but now I understand that you just want someone to rely on." And Jia bit her lip, warmth flowing through her heart. "Thank you for your understanding, Yu Yang. I've made up my mind. I will wait until I become strong enough to be worthy of you before seeking you out. At the very least, I don't want to be a burden. I was too forward tonight. I'll take my leave now." With that, and Jia turned and left. Yu Yang stood there in a daze. He looked at the tall tent beneath him and sighed. You can't just start a fire without putting it out. The next morning, Yu Yang bid farewell to Yang. Among the 6 members of Yu Yang's team, without exception, they all chose to continue following him. They were not foolish. Their leader had the ability to independently slay mutated beasts. Oh, why would they want to compete for food in such a large group? The meat in the base was enough to feed all 6 of them for a month. "Then you all head back first. I'm going to the shooting range alone." After leaving Minghuang Primary School, Yu Yang said to the others, "Boss, I'll go with you." Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves, full of energy. After a night of indulging and a good night's sleep, he felt invigorated today. "He'll go with you too." Wang Tao adjusted his glasses and said, "Boss, I want to join you as well, but let the women, children, and elderly head back." Zhao Baofu said somewhat shyly, "You don't need to follow me." Yu Yang shook his head. "The shooting range is quite dangerous. You won't be able to help much." "That won't do. If everything is left to you, what are we here for?" Wu Gang immediately replied, "Yes, I should contribute something to the team, otherwise it would be too much to accept." Wang Tao said seriously. Zhao Baofu rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Since you're so capable, boss, it should be safe for us to follow you, right?" "Exactly, boss. If necessary, I can handle some cleanup work like helping you move supplies." Wu Gang flexed his muscles. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yang replied, "You don't need to help with moving things, I have it covered. However, I still need someone to assist me. Let's take Wu Gang this time. Next time I'll bring the others along." Upon hearing he would be the only one going to the shooting range with Yu Yang, Wu Gang was not afraid at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. He saw this as a clear sign of Yu Yang's trust in him. Historically, those who served as trusted aides to the leader enjoyed benefits that others could not. Wu Gang indulged in fantasies about when Yu Yang might reward him with an evolution crystal to try out. He was simply too curious about its effects. "Boss, I also want to go with you." "Me too." Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu quickly expressed their loyalty. All right, I understand, but we really don't need that many people this time. The meat at the base hasn't been processed yet, right? You should head back and take care of that." "Perfect, both of you have families, so it'll be quicker if you work together. Hurry back and be careful on the way." With that, Yu Yang called out to Wu Gang and headed towards the shooting range. The reason Yu Yang brought Wu Gang along was simple. Because he did not know the way. Having crossed over, he had no idea where the roads led. However, Wu Gang was familiar with the area. Before the apocalypse, he was a sociable person who knew how to navigate. So he was well aware of how to get to the shooting range. "Wu Gang, here, this is for you to use for now." Yu Yang took out a machete from his bag and handed it to Wu Gang. Wu Gang stared in astonishment at the sharp weapon in his hand, momentarily speechless. He had witnessed its power firsthand, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Even the heavily armored Crimson Flame Tiger could be cleaved. It was truly a legendary weapon. And now Yu Yang was entrusting it to him. Wu Gang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Boss, why do I deserve this?" Seeing Wu Gang so moved, Yu Yang reminded him, "It's only temporary, there's no need to be so emotional." After a brief pause, Yu Yang continued, "However, if you perform, well, I might just give it to you permanently." The reason Yu Yang was willing to give Wu Gang a weapon was that Wu Gang's initial performance had earned his trust. Additionally, having Wu Gang with him meant he needed him to participate in the battle. Without a suitable weapon, Wu Gang would merely be a decoration. Most importantly, Yu Yang was now armored and not afraid of ambushes. This was also a test for Wu Gang. If he took no action this time, Yu Yang could mostly rest assured. Therefore, he chose to hand the machete over to Wu Gang. "Boss, don't worry, I'll do my best." Under Wu Gang's guidance, Yu Yang soon arrived outside the shooting range. Surrounding the range were tall barbed wire fences with various targets scattered throughout. However, they were all strewn about haphazardly. In the distance lay an open grassy field, originally a place for shooting training. But now it was overgrown with weeds, indicating that it had been a long time since anyone had been here and no teams were stationed. Yu Yang recalled in Yang's words. This place was being monitored by a level 2 Revolver. Yet Yu Yang did not see anyone around. He began to feel puzzled. Could it be that Yang was deceiving him? But Yu Yang quickly dismissed that thought. He felt that Yang had no reason to lie to him. Thus Yu Yang speculated that the level 2 Revolver might have taken what they needed and left. He could only silently pray that what they needed wasn't ammunition. Yu Yang cautiously stepped into the shooting range. He remained vigilant for any threats that might emerge. Wu Gang closely followed behind Yu Yang, also scanning the surroundings for any unusual signs. Boss, what's that over there? Yu Yang followed Wu Gang's finger and gazed into the distance. His pupils constricted at once. There atop a high wall in the shooting range hung a total of 10 massive skulls. It was evident that these were the heads of mutated beasts. Someone had managed to kill 10 of these creatures. What kind of strength did that require? A sense of tension washed over Yu Yang. The ability to slay mutated beasts was no small feat, let alone 10. Moreover, there were no signs of any teams having been present. This was not the work of someone hoarding resources due to their previous status and forming a team to hunt mutated beasts. It indicated a true individual powerhouse. It seems there are indeed real experts in this world. Yu Yang thought as he cautiously surveyed the shooting range before heading towards a warehouse. The warehouse was not particularly large. Inside it was in disarray and covered in dust. To Yu Yang's disappointment, it appeared to have been ransacked. Other than a few empty cardboard boxes, there was nothing of use. I came too late, he sighed. At that moment, a deafening gunshot echoed from above. Almost immediately, a beast's wail followed. Wu Gang jumped instinctively, moving closer to Yu Yang. Yu Yang turned and stepped out of the warehouse, looking into the distance. It was another armored wolf. However, this one had already been killed. Its massive body lay on the ground, larger than the previous one. It must have been a male armored wolf. Yu Yang couldn't help but wonder, could this be the mate of the previously encountered female armored wolf? If so, the intelligence of these mutated beasts seemed to be higher than he had anticipated as they had followed him here. Gazing at the corpse of the armored wolf, Yu Yang pondered for a moment before stating, the gunshot just now sounded like a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle? Wu Gang exclaimed, startled. That's not something just anyone can possess. Yu Yang nodded, his gaze shifting to the surrounding tall buildings. Generally, sniper rifles are positioned at the tops of skyscrapers where visibility is optimal, allowing the weapon to be utilized to its fullest potential. However, the apocalypse had caused most high-rises to collapse, and scaling the ruins to reach their peaks would require considerable effort. Boss, do you think that person won't shoot at us? Wu Gang shrank his neck, a hint of fear in his voice. Yu Yang shook his head. Not likely. Bullets are precious. Who would be bored enough to use such a weapon to randomly kill people? We have no enmity with them. Sure enough, moments later, a figure emerged from the half-collapsed doorway of a nearby office building. To Yu Yang's surprise, it was a woman. Dressed in a black bodysuit that accentuated her curves, her long hair was tied back, revealing a graceful neck reminiscent of a noble black swan. However, her demeanor exuded an air of coldness, suggesting a certain distance from strangers. She approached Yu Yang and Wu Gang, sizing them up before speaking in a cool tone. This mutated beast is mine. If you want the meat, you can take it, but you must give me the evolution crystal. Her voice was icy, yet it unintentionally conveyed a unique confidence. This mutated beast is yours by right, as you killed it. We won't take it from you, Yu Yang responded amicably. However, the woman merely glanced at Yu Yang dismissively, as if to say, even if you wanted it, what makes you think you have the ability? Yu Yang was unfazed. Instead, he continued to inquire, do you know what happened to the bullets in the shooting range? She raised an eyebrow slightly, asking, what do you need the bullets for? Of course, to use them, he replied, pulling out his revolver. The woman's expression stiffened, her previously condescending demeanor transforming into seriousness. You actually have a gun? She scrutinized Yu Yang again. Don't you have a gun too? Yu Yang smiled. Besides, yours is a sniper rifle. Compared to yours, my little revolver is quite lacking. The corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a charming smile. I used to be a killer. No wonder, Yu Yang nodded. Though female assassins were rare, they were not unheard of, and this explained the source of her sniper rifle. I said I was a killer, little brother. Aren't you afraid? I've killed many people. The woman's tone became flirtatious, accompanied by a captivating smile. Killing is just a part of life in the apocalypse. Who hasn't killed a few? Oh, have you killed before? Wu Gang interjected. Our boss has not only killed people, but also an elite-level mutated beast. Really? The woman blinked, clearly surprised by Wu Gang's assertion. This boy who looked like a student was quite impressive, it seemed. Could you tell me where the bullets went? I can exchange materials for the information, Yu Yang politely asked. The woman shook her head casually. It's not important information. If you want to know, I'll tell you. The bullets were taken by Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong. Yu Yang murmured the unfamiliar name. Isn't that the controversial officer? Wu Gang exclaimed, eyes wide. Officer? Yu Yang's expression turned puzzled. Boss, you really don't know? Wu Gang was taken aback, then he realized. You must be from out of town attending university in Yuqing. No wonder your accent sounds a bit strange. Wu Gang explained Jiang Chong was a police officer in our Yuqing. However, he was very strict in his law enforcement. He never hesitated to shoot when encountering criminals, leaving many disabled in his wake. Some think he does well, while others say he's too ruthless. Yet his marksmanship is undeniably precise. He never misses. After a pause, Wu Gang added, grinning. But in terms of marksmanship, I think you're even more impressive. 7 shots, and every one hit the serpent's eye. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with interest. This boy who appeared to be a student possessed such remarkable shooting skills. No wonder the tall, muscular man seemed so obedient to him. Yu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. So where can I find Jiang Chong? I'd like to talk to him, or we can offer some resources in exchange. The woman shook her head regretfully. I doubt he would be willing to trade with you. Why not? How should I put it? He has a peculiar personality. To be honest, I'm running low on bullets myself and have tried negotiating with him before, but it didn't go well. Moreover, he's a level 2 Revolver and has a gun too. Yu Yang opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. If he didn't want to trade, he couldn't just force it. A level 2 Revolver with a gun. Yu Yang wasn't sure he could overpower him. Yet Yu Yang was not inclined to give up. Perhaps the officer might be willing to trade if he found Yu Yang agreeable. It was worth a try. Do you know where he is? I still want to meet him, Yu Yang asked. The woman didn't answer immediately. Instead, she circled Yu Yang, muttering, he has a fair complexion and acceptable physique, and there's a saying about him. Oh, right, a diamond student. Yu Yang. The woman continued, if you want me to tell you, you must promise me one request. What do you want? Yu Yang felt a sense of unease. The woman tugged at her collar, revealing her fair skin. A faint blush appeared on her originally cold and proud face. She bit her red lips lightly and asked with a seductive gaze, my nails are a bit long. How about you help your sister with that? Yu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Even someone as inexperienced as him understood what she meant. Wasn't this a bit too bold? Beside him, Wu Gang was equally dumbfounded. Was this really a request? It felt more like a reward. Wu Gang's envy was palpable. We're not that familiar. Yu Yang stammered, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the past 2 days. Why were love interests coming at him one after another? Was this some bizarre test of will? The woman before him was undeniably a stunning beauty, even in the apocalypse. Moreover, she possessed a uniquely captivating aura. How could he refuse such an offer? It seemed that the apocalypse had liberated people's thoughts considerably. Yu Yang secretly lamented his own conservativeness. So what if we're not familiar? I won't hold you accountable. The woman pressed on, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. She seemed to revel in Yu Yang's embarrassment. Yu Yang struggled internally for a moment. If he wanted to obtain more revolver ammunition, he had to find Jiang Chong, and to find Jiang Chong, he had to agree to the woman's request. And since she had mentioned there would be no strings attached, he felt a bit more at ease. After considering for a while, he finally said, all right, I agree. The woman's eyes lit up and she flashed a charming smile, teasingly saying, oh, little brother, you're not still a virgin, are you? Your sister has a great figure and knows her way around. Why do you look so troubled? Exactly, Wu Gang muttered from the side, his eyes filled with envy. Yu Yang shot him a fierce glare, causing Wu Gang to quickly cover his mouth. Since he had already decided to dedicate himself to this endeavor, Yu Yang accepted the situation with an open heart. He took a closer look at the woman. She appeared to be a few years older than him, but was still in her prime. He estimated she was definitely no older than 25. As a professional assassin, she must have undergone rigorous training, and despite the apocalypse lasting 3 months, her physique remained impressive. Her body beneath the tight outfit exuded both strength and flexibility. Furthermore, her voluptuous curves appeared full and elastic. This sight ignited a fire within Yu Yang, who had only seen beautiful women online before. His throat felt dry and he asked, are we leaving now? Where are we going? The woman crossed her arms and looked at him with keen interest, playfully questioning, you can't really be a virgin, can you? Aren't college students supposed to be a bit more worldly? Sounds like your sister is taking advantage of you. How about this? I'll give you a set of sexy lingerie for free. I found plenty at the ruins of an adult store. I'm sure you'll like something. Adult lingerie. Yu Yang's eyes widened, his mind going blank. Do men have adult lingerie too? He had always assumed such things were exclusively for women. What would a man's adult lingerie look like? Yu Yang couldn't bear to think any further. This woman had such a flair for drama. Meanwhile, Wu Gang was practically tearing his hair out in envy. If it weren't for the fact that the woman only had eyes for Yu Yang, he might have offered himself up for free. But she didn't want him. All he could do was silently weep. The woman took Yu Yang's arm and led him toward a metal shed beside the shooting range. Big oaf, just wait here. Once I'm done, I'll reward you with a pack of beef jerky, she said to Wu Gang. Wu Gang was on the verge of tears. I don't want any beef jerky. He could only stand outside the shooting range wearing a pained expression. The woman tightened her grip on Yu Yang as she cautioned, don't wander off. I've set many traps on this lawn. If you accidentally step on one, you might just lose your life. Feeling the warmth of her body pressed against him, Yu Yang could only nod repeatedly. The metal shed was only a single story tall, entirely made of metal resilient enough to withstand the tremors of the apocalypse without collapsing. However, its defenses were rather weak. Aside from the outer walls of the shooting range, there was little to shield them, though the clear view was an advantage. The woman had laid traps around. While he didn't know what kind they were, they surely had some lethality. By the way, that big oaf keeps calling you boss, but I still don't know your name, she inquired softly, her breath warm against Yu Yang's ear. My name is Yu Yang, he replied, standing stiffly, his body tense and awkward. I'm Lin Wei, she introduced herself. Lin Wei? That's a nice name. Yu Yang mumbled, his mind racing with anxiety. If he had to face an elite mutated beast, he probably wouldn't feel this nervous. Yet now, feeling the heat radiating from her side, he felt utterly flustered. You seem quite tense, Lin Wei observed, noticing his rigid body, and chuckled softly. I won't bite, what are you so afraid of? I'm not afraid, Yu Yang weakly protested. The iron door creaked open. Inside, the furnishings were minimal, a simple bed, a table with chairs, and a small wardrobe. Although basic, having these in the apocalypse was a rarity. Most people were sleeping on the streets or making do in abandoned ruins for a night. This metal room, while small, at least kept out the wind and rain, making it a decent shelter. The inside was clean with a faint, pleasant aroma lingering. Would you like some water? Lin Wei asked, picking up a bottle of mineral water. Though it was just a simple bottle, it demonstrated Lin Wei's consideration for Yu Yang. Clean water had become a scarce resource in the current world. While food could be obtained by hunting mutated beasts, clean water was dwindling rapidly. Without modern machinery, purifying water was a significant hassle. Thus, a bottle of mineral water was something worth fighting over outside. You seem to be living quite well. No wonder you're a professional assassin, Yu Yang remarked. Is that a compliment? Lin Wei laughed lightly. She continued, but what do I have? The leaders of the U-City Alliance live almost as they did before the apocalypse. Aside from the inconvenience of no electricity, they're enjoying life even more. What do you think of this? Lin Wei pulled out a pair of semi-transparent panties from the wardrobe and displayed them in front of her. Poof! Yu Yang spat out the water he had just swallowed. Can this be worn? Why can't I wear it? This is a good item. Oh, do you not recognize its value? Lin Wei tossed a pair of sheer panties at Yu Yang's face, then resumed her rummaging through the closet. Yu Yang awkwardly removed the delicate fabric from his face and stammered this. This isn't going to cover anything. Cover what? Are you embarrassed for someone to see you? Lin Wei teased. Of course not. Yu Yang quickly puffed out his chest in defiance. That's good enough. Lin Wei's gaze shifted downward, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. As she spoke to Yu Yang's astonishment, Lin Wei began to unbutton her top. Yu Yang swallowed hard. His throat felt dry. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in heat. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance. Boss, someone has broken in. Before the echo of the words faded, the metal door was kicked open with a loud bang. An agitated voice followed. You filthy bitch, weren't you acting all aloof before? Turns out you're just a little vixen behind the scenes. You don't like real men like me, you prefer these pretty boys, right? A fierce-looking man stormed in. Boss, he ran too fast, I couldn't catch up, Wu Gang panted as he rushed in after him. There are traps in the grass nearby, how did you get through? Yu Yang's expression changed slightly, his plans had been ruined, and he was furious. Hey pretty boy, what do you know? My ability is to foresee risks, these traps are nothing to me. The man grinned smugly. Foreseeing risks? A special ability. This man was actually a level 2 Evolver. Yuanli, I've told you before, I'm not interested in you. Can you please stop harassing me? Lin Wei said coldly. I don't understand what you see in this guy. We're in the apocalypse, and I'm a level 2 Evolver. You should be looking for a man like me. Only I can better protect you. The man snorted, his gaze toward Yu Yang filled with hostility and disdain. I don't need anyone to protect me. Lin Wei's expression hardened, her eyes filled with scorn. Yuanli, you know very well how you obtained your level 2 evolution. How can you have the audacity to say you can protect me when you serve others like a dog? It's truly laughable. Yuan Li's face darkened, clearly struck by her words. You filthy bitch, you're asking for it. With that, Yuan Li drew a small knife from his pocket and charged at Lin Wei with lightning speed. The speed of a level 2 Revolver was nearly 10 times faster than theirs. Yu Yang grabbed a water bottle and hurled it at Yuan Li. But Yuan Li, as if anticipating the move, halted abruptly, the bottle soaring past his cheek and smashing against the wall. Hey kid, I told you I can foresee risks. Did you really think you could hit me? Ridiculous. Yuan Li's knife was now pressed against Lin Wei's neck. The cold touch made Lin Wei tremble slightly. Yuan Li's face twisted into a manic grin. Lin Wei, I want you to kill this kid with your own hands, otherwise you will be the one to die. Lin Wei, with a haughty demeanor, replied nonchalantly, You think you can threaten me? If you want to kill, go ahead. But to make me act against him, impossible. Yuan Li's face flushed with rage. Fine, I'll tie you up and torture this kid to death. If you want to lay a hand on my boss, you'll have to get through me first. Wu Gang had stealthily approached Yuan Li from behind, raising his machete for a decisive strike. Yuan Li, however, was prepared. He spun around and kicked Wu Gang hard, sending him crashing out the door. The gap between an ordinary person and a level 2 Revolver was insurmountable. Wu Gang had no chance to retaliate. Hey, you're just as foolish as your boss. I told you I can foresee risks. Did you really think you could ambush me? Yuan Li grew even more arrogant. For you, I am a god. Do you understand? Invincible. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became, and he burst into laughter. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Yu Yang fired a shot directly at Yuan Li's forehead. Yuan Li felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively recoiled, the bullet grazing his temple before embedding itself in the wall. He immediately mocked, Are you stupid? I have the ability to foresee risks. Thud! A bullet pierced through his skull from behind, traveling cleanly through. Yuan Li's laughter was abruptly silenced like a rooster whose throat had been grasped. Yu Yang chuckled softly. You can foresee risks, but I have perfect aim. It seems I have the upper hand after all. Yu Yang did not fire again. The bullet that struck Yuan Li had been the same one from earlier. That bullet ricocheted off the metal wall and ultimately struck Yuan Li in the back of the head again, passing through his forehead. Yuan Li died, still unable to comprehend why his foresight had failed him and why the same bullet returned to hit him once more. His eyes widened as his body slowly crumpled to the floor. At this moment, Lin Wei stood frozen in shock. What kind of marksmanship is this? Is it even possible for someone to calculate the trajectory of a bullet with such precision? This is impossible. As a trained assassin, Lin Wei had undergone shooting training since childhood. She knew all too well that even so-called sharpshooters could not precisely calculate the trajectory of a ricocheted bullet. This was beyond human capability. Wait, Lin Wei suddenly considered another possibility. A special ability. Could Yu Yang's ability be perfect aim? It must be that. With this thought, Lin Wei felt a bit reassured, otherwise she would have to question whether her years of training had been in vain. Boss, are you okay? Wu Gang rushed back in. The kick from earlier had left him in excruciating pain, but he still rushed in as soon as he was able. However, upon seeing the bullet hole in Yuan Li's forehead and recalling the gunshot, he quickly realized that Yuan Li had been killed by Yu Yang. No wonder he's the boss. Even Yuan Li's ability to foresee risks didn't work against him. Wu Gang looked at Yu Yang with admiration. He increasingly felt that following Yu Yang was indeed the right choice. I knew my judgment wouldn't be wrong. Wu Gang couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Lin Wei, what did you mean earlier when you said Yuan Li was someone else's dog? Yu Yang asked, holstering his weapon. Lin Wei sighed. The leader of a medium-sized team in the neighboring district is an Revolver named Zhao Yi. He was already a level 3 Revolver a month ago. Level 3. Yu Yang gasped. Level 2 evolution requires 10 intermediate evolution crystals. How many evolution crystals does level 3 require? Exactly. Lin Wei nodded and continued. He was originally a wealthy man with some official connections, well informed. So during the apocalypse, he made some preparations. Being bold, he hunted several mutated beasts early on and became one of the first to evolve. And his special ability is called Contract Obedience. Contract Obedience. Yu Yang silently pondered these 4 words before asking, what kind of ability is this? Lin Wei's expression turned slightly grave. It means he can enter contracts with others. The signatories must do so voluntarily, but once the contract is signed, they must obey him without question. Wu Gang scoffed. Who would be foolish enough to sign such a contract? Although he was willing to follow Yu Yang, it didn't mean he would agree to such an arrangement. After all, what was the difference between this and becoming a slave? It stripped away the most basic dignity one could possess. No many people would sign, Yu Yang speculated. Wu Gang was taken aback. Lin Wei nodded, looking at Yu Yang with admiration as she explained, during the apocalypse, countless people found it impossible to survive. Zhao Yi had water, food, and even offered shelter. Naturally, many would be willing to sign. Later on, to attract some capable individuals, Zhao Yi even began using evolution crystals as an incentive. Anyone who signed the contract would receive an evolution crystal. Wow, Wu Gang gasped in astonishment. He just gives them evolution crystals. That's quite generous, Lin Wei affirmed. However, the price is steep. That is, one must become his slave for life. At the mere thought of Zhao Yi, the signatories could drop dead instantly. Yu Yang sighed, his tone turning somber. With such an ability, every member of his team would be as confident. A team devoid of dissent is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Exactly. That's why even the Yuqing Alliance is reluctant to provoke them. At this point, Wu Gang suddenly turned pale. B-Boss, want they seek revenge after you killed Yuan Li just now? Are you stupid? People die every day in the apocalypse. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know I killed Yuan Li? I'll just take care of his body later. All right. Wu Gang chuckled awkwardly. What are you standing there for? Move his body. Yu Yang snapped impatiently. All right. And what about you, boss? He'll stay. Stay for what? Get lost. Yu Yang and Lin Wei shouted in unison. Wu Gang finally understood Yu Yang's intention, and with his lips pursed, picked up Yuan Li's lifeless body and left in a hurry. Only Yu Yang and Lin Wei remained in the room. The previously ambiguous atmosphere had dissipated somewhat, yet the trust between the two had increased. Earlier, Yuan Li had threatened Lin Wei to kill Yu Yang, but she had refused. And Yu Yang had saved Lin Wei with his gun. Thank you, Yu Yang, Lin Wei said sincerely. Yu Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. Lin Wei's gaze was eager, a smile on her lips as she said, though it was a small effort for you, it truly helped me greatly. Let me think of a way to repay you. How about this? You'll wear some black stockings. Oh, wait for me a moment. With that, Lin Wei began to unfasten her clothing. Yu Yang's pupils dilated. He couldn't tear his gaze away. Aunt! Lin Wei cried out in pain. What happened? Yu Yang jolted back to reality, quickly asking. Lin Wei touched her fair neck, looking slightly aggrieved. I got a small cut from Yuan Li's knife. I wonder if it will leave a scar. Yu Yang hurried to Lin Wei's side. He noticed a faint blood mark on her neck. Reaching out to touch the wound, he intended to comfort her, but the system's notification suddenly popped up. Repairing Lin Wei's minor neck injury will consume 10 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? Huh. Yu Yang was momentarily stunned. Humans could be repaired. Was this for real? This was too outrageous. Is this the omnipotent repair system? Wait. Yu Yang suddenly realized that repaired items would draw out special effects. So if he repaired Lin Wei, what special effect would he obtain? It couldn't be like the evolution crystals, which didn't yield any special effects, right? What's wrong, Yu Yang? Seeing Yu Yang lost in thought with a look of astonishment on his face, Lin Wei smiled and said, It's fine, just a small cut, nothing serious. Yu Yang snapped back to attention, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. For a beauty like you, any small injury is significant. Come, let me help you heal it. With that, he chose yes. Ding. Repair successful. You have gained loyal Lin Wei. Loyalty effect: the target organism will be absolutely loyal to you and will not engage in any actions harmful to your interests. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Recon Bell Basic Version. When Lin Wei wears the bell around her neck, it will only ring when danger approaches with a detection range of 50 meters. 2. Elastic Black Stockings. When Lin Wei wears the black stockings, she will gain a boost in speed and flexibility. 3. Stimulating Leather Whip. When Lin Wei uses the Leather Whip to strike a target, it will induce excitement in the target, increasing their overall combat power by 5% with a cap of 100 points. Staring at the 3 special effects that popped up, Yu Yang was momentarily dumbfounded. System, are you sure these effects are legitimate? Is this for real? Hey, why doesn't my neck hurt anymore? Lin Wei touched her neck in confusion, discovering that the wound had indeed disappeared. You can really heal wounds. Lin Wei's eyes widened, staring intently at Yu Yang. But isn't your ability supposed to be infallible, eh? After saying this, she noticed that Yu Yang was already in a daze. What's wrong, Yu Yang? Lin Wei felt an unexpected sense of belonging towards him, accompanied by a strange concern. Oh, nothing. Yu Yang shook off his shock. So Lin Wei, do you prefer the bell, the black stockings, or the whip? Huh. Lin Wei's small mouth opened slightly in surprise, then a mischievous smile crept onto her face. What? You want to play with these, huh? You know what, I actually have them. With that, Lin Wei turned around and pulled out the 3 items while Yu Yang looked on in a daze. She bit her red lip, excitement shining in her eyes. Which one do you want to play with first? No, you choose. Then how about you put the bell on me? All right, the bell it is. Ding. Lin Wei has gained effect recon bell basic version. After finishing their tasks, Yu Yang casually repaired a crossbody bag for Lin Wei using 5 repair points to endow it with a small storage effect. He then handed the bag to her. Put your things inside, and take me to see Jiang Chong, he instructed. Lin Wei was puzzled by Yu Yang's words. You want me to fit all my stuff in here? Are you serious? She doubted whether he had lost his mind. What could possibly fit into such a small crossbody bag? However, to her astonishment, Yu Yang demonstrated right in front of her by stuffing a variety of her intimate items into the bag, which showed no signs of being filled. Lin Wei gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. What is going on? How can this tiny bag hold so much? You'll find out if you try, he replied. Curious, Lin Wei attempted to put her belongings into the bag and soon discovered its miraculous nature. It contained an enormous storage space. Little brother, tell me, how many more surprises do I not know about? She asked playfully. Yu Yang smiled softly. You will come to know them in time. By the way, don't forget to keep the bell on you. After they organized their things, they arrived outside the shooting range. At that moment, Wu Gang had already dismantled the recently slain steel-armored wolf into pieces. Seeing Yu Yang emerge, Wu Gang approached with a grin. Boss, this machete you gave me is fantastic. Cutting mutant beasts is like chopping vegetables. He then handed Lin Wei a low-level evolution crystal. Beautiful lady, this is your evolution crystal. Wu Gang didn't dare to consume the crystal himself. He understood well that a bountiful meal was still a meal shared among many. He knew that as long as he stayed with Yu Yang, there would be plenty of evolution crystals for him in due time. Lin Wei accepted the crystal with a smile and pulled out a bag of beef jerky from the crossbody bag to offer Wu Gang. Here you go, big guy. This is the beef jerky I promised you. Wu Gang happily accepted the jerky, relishing the rare treat. Lin Wei looked at the evolution crystal in her hand with a gentle sigh. It's a pity it's still a low-level evolution crystal. I need 10 of these just to equal 1 mid-level. I wonder how many more I'll need to consume to evolve. How many low-level evolution crystals have you eaten? Yu Yang asked curiously. 13, Lin Wei admitted without hesitation. I consumed 3 during my initial evolution and have since eaten 10 more, yet the progress bar has only moved a notch. Yu Yang nodded. He understood that others also had a similar progress display after evolving, albeit a much simpler version. His own progress panel had appeared earlier and was far more advanced. He glanced at his own progress. After consuming 2 mid-level evolution crystals, his bar had moved 2 notches. To achieve the second evolution, he would need at least 8 more mid-level evolution crystals, or 80 low-level ones. Achieving a second evolution isn't easy, Yu Yang remarked. Indeed, the leaders of large teams evolve quickly by pooling the evolution crystals from all their members. For individual survivors like us, we must rely entirely on ourselves to evolve, Lin Wei echoed. Yu Yang nodded again, but he did not believe that his second evolution would be exceptionally difficult. He could now easily kill ordinary mutant beasts and could barely handle elite level ones. So as long as he found the right opportunities and a bit of luck, the second evolution was merely a matter of time. At that point, he would unlock a special ability and surely enhance his strength. Here, Yu Yang, take this evolution crystal. You should enhance yourself first, Lin Wei suggested after some thought, extending the crystal toward him. Yu Yang shook his head. This is your trophy from the mutant beast you killed. It rightfully belongs to you. Lin Wei smiled alluringly. You'll be mine soon enough, so just protect me. Do you really expect me to protect you, little brother? Yu Yang chuckled, choosing not to argue further, and accepted the low-level evolution crystal. Looking off into the distance, his gaze grew resolute. Take me to see Jiang Chong. In a courtyard with 3 walls collapsed, a disheveled man lay in a rocking chair basking in the sun, while an old tape recorder played a cassette. The recording featured some classic novels, many with blush-inducing scenes. As the man listened with relish, his hand unconsciously wandered downward. Suddenly, the tape recorder emitted a crackling sound and stopped working. Startled, the man sat up abruptly and rushed to examine the device. Damn it, what a piece of junk. How can it break so easily? His expression was one of utter despair, as if he'd just lost his wife. He tossed the recorder aside, feeling utterly deflated. Although he wouldn't starve and could fend for himself, life had lost its charm. The malfunctioning recorder was the last straw, shattering his remaining hope. Dejected, he slumped back into the rocking chair, staring blankly at the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Officer Jiang, long time no see, Lin Wei greeted as she brought Yu Yang and Wu Gang to Jiang Chong's courtyard. They all noticed Jiang Chong's despondent demeanor, as if he had lost all hope for life. So this is the officer. Wu Gang scoffed, muttering, he doesn't seem to live up to the title. Yu Yang shot him a glare. It was quite rude to speak like that when doing business. However, he understood that Wang Gang's comments were not entirely unfounded. Jiang Chong's current appearance was indeed hard to bear. Unkempt and unshaven, he looked exceedingly haggard, especially after suffering a blow earlier. Anyone unfamiliar with him would think he was a homeless man just released from rehab. Upon hearing Lin Wei's voice, Jiang Chong stiffly lifted his head to look at her, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He then dropped his gaze again, showing no further reaction. Lin Wei found this odd. The last time she had seen Jiang Chong, he had displayed the alertness and intelligence expected of an officer. But now he seemed like a different person altogether. After a moment's thought, Yang tentatively asked Officer Jiang, "We'd like to propose a business deal to exchange for some ammunition. Would you consider it?" "Go away. Don't bother me." Beneath Jiang Chong's disheveled hair were a pair of slightly reddened eyes. At that moment, his emotions were somewhat hysterical, leaving little room for rational thought. Yu Yang found it strange. How could an otherwise fine person suddenly become like this? Lin Wei had already briefed him about Jiang Chong's situation. Armed and skilled, he had taken down numerous mutated beasts and was even a level 2 evolver. What could have led him to such a state of despair? Seeing Jiang Chong's hostile demeanor, Lin Wei dared not say much. She quietly stood by, waiting for Yu Yang to find a way. Yu Yang's gaze swept across the messy courtyard and suddenly noticed a smoking tape recorder at Jiang Chong's feet. It was an old-fashioned tape recorder that could function simply by inserting batteries capable of reading tapes and playing sound. Yu Yang's eyes brightened as he tentatively said, "Officer Jiang, I can help you repair this tape recorder." As the words left his mouth, the air fell silent for a moment. Then Jiang Chong abruptly looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Yu Yang, his voice urgent and hoarse. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Yu Yang replied, knowing he had struck the right chord. Jiang Chong sprang to his feet, grabbing the recorder and thrusting it in front of Yu Yang, excitement radiating from him. "You see this? It's smoking. Can you really fix it?" "I can," Yu Yang assured him, his tone calm and confident. Jiang Chong took a step back, scrutinizing Yu Yang closely. He appeared to be an ordinary college student, nothing remarkable about him other than decent looks. That was Jiang Chong's first impression of Yu Yang. "You little rascal. I, Jiang Chong, have never been fooled. If you can't fix it, don't think you can leave this courtyard today." Jiang Chong's tone was menacing, his years as a police officer lending him an intimidating presence even in threats. "No problem. If I can fix it, I hope you'll agree to a deal with us," Yu Yang replied, smiling calmly. "If you fix it, choose any bullets you want," Jiang Chong stated decisively. Seeing Yu Yang's confidence, his gaze became more eager. Since the apocalypse began, his family had perished one after another, leaving him utterly alone. Having always had a somewhat obsessive personality, his isolation without family had turned him increasingly reclusive. He had originally enjoyed reading novels, finding companionship in an old tape recorder, but now that it had suddenly broken, he felt utterly desolate. How could he not be elated at the prospect of repairing it? "Kid, I hope you keep your promise. Here you go." Jiang Chong handed the tape recorder to Yu Yang. He was also curious about how Yu Yang planned to fix it. Lin Wei and Wu Gang shared the same curiosity. Could Yu Yang really repair machines? What else could he possibly do? Yu Yang took the device without any unnecessary motions and directly requested from the system. "Repairing the damaged tape recorder will consume 10 repair points. Proceed with the repair." "Yes." Ding. A brand new vintage tape recorder has been obtained. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. No power required. The tape recorder will operate without consuming battery power. 2. Chinese music library. The tape recorder can play any music from the Chinese music library. 3. Tomato novel. The tape recorder can play any novel from Tomato novel without ads. Watching the tape recorder in Yu Yang's hands suddenly transform amidst a glow, Jiang Chong's eyes nearly popped out. "Kid, how did you do that?" Jiang Chong was utterly astonished. Had it really ended before it even began? When did repairing machines become so easy? But soon he connected the dots. "Kid, are you a level 2 evolver? Is your special ability machine repair?" Jiang Chong's gaze towards Yu Yang grew earnest. Such a special ability, if utilized well, could prove immensely beneficial. Hearing Jiang Chong's words, Wu Gang and Lin Wei silently rolled their eyes. If it truly was a special ability of a level 2 evolver, then Yu Yang seemed to possess far too many capabilities. They had already seen more than one. "Officer Jiang, how many batteries do you have left?" Yu Yang suddenly inquired. "Batteries?" Jiang Chong was taken aback, then cautiously replied, "I never said I would give you any batteries." Yu Yang chuckled. "I don't need the batteries, but I'm just curious. Even if you have a tape recorder without sufficient batteries, it won't last long, right?" "Don't worry, I have enough batteries stockpiled to last a lifetime. This old tape recorder is the only one I've found." "What do you usually listen to on the tape recorder?" Yu Yang continued to probe. Jiang Chong's bearded face flushed slightly. "I might just listen to some literary works. It's just to pass the time." "Got it." Yu Yang nodded and then chose a special effect. Ding. The vintage tape recorder has been enhanced with the effect Tomato novel. "All done." Your tape recorder is repaired, and it now has a special feature. What feature? Jiang Chang's heart raced in anticipation. It can play any novel from Tomato Novel, Yu Yang answered. Buzz. Suddenly Jiang Chang felt a rush of excitement flood his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. It took several seconds for him to regain his composure. He excitedly grabbed Yu Yang's shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "Are you serious? Is this really true?" Yu Yang pulled Jiang Chang's hands from his shoulders and smiled. "Why not give it a try?" "All right." Jiang Chang nodded vigorously. He turned on the tape recorder, which appeared different from before, clearly more advanced. Though it lacked a tape, it began to emit sound. "Please tell me which novel you would like to listen to." "I learned to slay gods in the mental hospital." Jiang Chang uttered the title with a quiver in his voice. "Okay, now starting playback. I learned to slay gods in the mental hospital." Author Sanjiao Inu Chapter 1 Black Satin Blindfold. "Really? It's actually real. I can listen to novels." Jiang Chang's excitement overflowed as tears streamed down his face. While listening to novels had been a simple pleasure before the apocalypse, it had now become a luxury. Yet now he could once more enjoy them. Jiang Chang suddenly felt as if life had become beautiful again, the once gray sky now vibrant with color. Yu Yang's appearance was like a ray of light in his life, bringing him hope. He looked at Yu Yang with gratitude akin to seeing his reborn parents. "Thank you. Truly thank you. Young man, what's your name?" "My name is Yu Yang." "Great name. Yu Yang, all my bullets are yours. Take whatever you want." Watching Jiang Chang's enthusiasm for Yu Yang, as if he were his own father, Lin Wei was completely taken aback. In her impression, the reclusive and eccentric Jiang Chang was easily won over by Yu Yang. This was rather unexpected. Lin Wei increasingly found Yu Yang to be enigmatic, very enigmatic indeed. A man so powerful, astute, and whose abilities were shrouded in mystery led Lin Wei, with her years of experience and calm judgment as a killer, to draw one conclusion. He must be won over. It was imperative to fully capture his interest, though Lin Wei was aware that completely winning over such a man would be an immense challenge. Moreover, she could tell that Yu Yang was not someone who would be easily swayed by mere beauty. However, she believed that as Yu Yang's first woman, she still held a certain advantage. After all, they had shared an enjoyable and intimate time together. "It seems I need to come up with some new tricks. As long as I perform well, he won't resist. I'll ask him again at the most critical moment. Ooh, I'm confident he'll respond." A charming smile curled at the corners of Lin Wei's lips as plans began to form in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Yang was focused solely on bullets. With a sufficient supply of ammunition, he alone could match the combat power of an entire regiment. And this ammunition was finally within reach. Moreover, it had come at almost no cost. It merely consumed 10 repair points. Now he still had a hefty 1175 repair points left. Killing elite-level mutated beasts had granted him 100 repair points, leaving his balance quite comfortable for the time being. At that moment, Jiang Chang was holding onto a tape recorder with great affection, visibly overjoyed. Yu Yang inquired, "Officer Jiang, where did you put the bullets?" "Buried next to the latrine in the back," Jiang Chang replied, without lifting his head, his attention almost entirely absorbed by the tape recorder. Next to the latrine. Yu Yang felt a sense of resignation wash over him. He turned to Wu Gang and said, "Go fetch the bullets and bring them to the yard." Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. "Me? Who else could it be?" Yu Yang replied, slightly irritated. Reluctantly, Wu Gang made his way to the backyard. There was no choice. As a subordinate, it was only right to serve the boss. Before long, Wu Gang returned carrying a wooden box that nearly obscured his upper body. As he placed it on the ground, it landed with a loud thud. Yu Yang glanced inside the box, instantly stunned. There were at least several hundred rounds of ammunition. Not only revolver bullets, but also the sniper bullets Lin Wei needed. Such an abundance of ammunition could never come from a mere shooting range. "Where did you get all these bullets?" Jiang Chang casually replied, "I brought all the bullets from the precinct." Yet Yu Yang shook his head. "Your explanation might account for the variety of bullets, but it doesn't explain why there are so many of them." Jiang Chang looked up, regarding Yu Yang with a deep gaze. "You are even smarter than I imagined." "Hey, you flatter me," Yu Yang replied modestly before continuing. "Let me guess, your special ability is the ability to duplicate items, right?" This time Jiang Chang was genuinely shocked, even more so than before. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "How did you know my ability is item duplication?" "You guessed it just from the quantity of bullets." Yu Yang smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. "It's not just that." He picked up one bullet and then another. The two bullets were identical in appearance. He held both bullets out to Jiang Chang. "Look, these two bullets have not the slightest difference." Jiang Chang scoffed. "What's so strange about that? Bullets produced by machines are naturally indistinguishable. How can that prove my ability is item duplication?" Because of this, Yu Yang pointed to a row of numbers and letters on the bullet. Each bullet has a unique identifier, and these two have the same number. Seeing Jiang Chang's mouth agape, Yu Yang chuckled. I noticed that nearly all the bullets in this wooden box have identical identifiers. Thus I deduce your ability is to duplicate items. And I suppose the batteries you mentioned are also duplicates. Impressive, boss. You can even see this. College students really do have sharp minds. Wu Gang chimed in at the right moment. Lin Wei too was incredulous. She hadn't expected Yu Yang to notice such fine details. It took Jiang Chang a moment to regain his composure as he unconsciously applauded. Excellent. The new generation surpasses the old. I never thought that after so many years as a police officer I would overlook this flaw. Jiang Chang regarded Yu Yang with admiration. You are remarkable. Take these bullets, I have no need for them anymore, he said, settling back into a lounge chair. If possible, please don't disclose my ability. Also, you can leave with the bullets. Yu Yang paused for a moment before saying, Officer Jiang, come with us. Our team needs someone like you. No, I'm not accustomed to being part of a team. Jiang Chang's tone suddenly turned calm, even somewhat cold. But you need us. I have the ability to duplicate items, I won't starve or thirst. How could I possibly need you? Yu Yang's smile seemed unwavering. He asserted confidently, no, you need me. Although your ability is item duplication, it must come with significant limitations, otherwise you would have duplicated a tape recorder in advance. You also appear quite disheveled, as if you haven't bathed in a long time. I suspect. You cannot duplicate water, can you? Jiang Chang fell silent. His body remained motionless like a statue. Yu Yang did not rush him, but patiently waited. All right, I will go with you. Jiang Chang rose from the lounge chair, standing up to face Yu Yang with a calm and steady gaze, as if he had transformed back into the renowned Officer Jiang. Yu Yang, you are truly exceptional, the best young person I have ever met. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I would have groomed you into the finest officer. My ability is indeed item duplication, but I can only duplicate solids, and the items cannot be excessively large, at most about the size of my fist. Most importantly, regardless of size, I can only duplicate 10 items a day. Yu Yang nodded. What Jiang Chang described was consistent with his assumptions. By the way, Yu Yang suddenly recalled something crucial and hurriedly asked, since your ability is item duplication then. You want to know if evolution crystals can be duplicated, right? Jiang Chang smiled. Indeed. Yu Yang suddenly realized that Jiang Chang's ability might be one of the most formidable special powers. The evolution crystal precisely met the requirements for solidity and size. If Jiang Chang could replicate the evolution crystal, wouldn't he be invincible? However, Yu Yang quickly calmed himself. Before Jiang Chang could respond, he said, You can't replicate it, can you? Jiang Chang nodded with a smile. If he couldn't see this, then Yu Yang's admiration for him would be in vain. Boss, how do you know Jiang Chang can't replicate it? Wu Gang asked, puzzled. When Yu Yang inquired whether Jiang Chang could replicate the evolution crystal, Wu Gang was the most excited among them. If Jiang Chang could replicate the evolution crystal as Yu Yang's most loyal subordinate, surely he would get a piece of the pie. Lin Wei was also curious about how Yu Yang suddenly seemed to know the answer. Yu Yang explained, because if he could replicate the evolution crystal, he wouldn't merely be a second-level evolver right now. Wu Gang was taken aback for a moment, then he understood, disappointment flooding his eyes. So that's how it is. What a pity. There's nothing to lament. Jiang Chang's ability is still very powerful. With his help, our team can grow swiftly, Yu Yang encouraged. Where is your team's base? They'll tell you in advance. I don't like living with others. I prefer solitude. Jiang Chang said somewhat shyly. In truth, Jiang Chang was an introvert not adept at socializing. That was why he was initially reluctant to join Yu Yang's team. Seeing Jiang Chang's demeanor, Yu Yang understood his aversion to interaction and assured him, Don't worry, our team has fewer than 10 members now, and we certainly won't disturb you. Even when our team grows in the future, I promise to arrange a private residence for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chang nodded in satisfaction. Good, you clever lad, both intelligent and emotionally astute. You're a promising leader. Given time, you might indeed dominate Yu City. Our boss could dominate the entire world. Wu Gang openly praised Yu Yang. Jiang Chang, however, wore a serious smile. The youth has his advantages, high aspirations and dreams. But the reality is harsh. Conquering the world is not as simple as you think. A hint of sentimentality washed over Jiang Chang's face. Yu Yang asked curiously, Officer Jiang, do you know anything about the news outside Yu City? Jiang Chang smiled wryly and shook his head. How could I have such extensive knowledge? It's just that during the first few days after the apocalypse struck, when satellite communications hadn't completely ceased, some friends of mine who had already reached high positions in the government, contacted me discreetly, inviting me to join them. I have a rough understanding of their strength. The U-City Alliance is formidable, but in the vast world outside, it's merely a drop in the ocean. In just 3 days, someone evolved to level 2. Now, 3 months later, I can't imagine how strong they have become. They might not even be the same species as us anymore. Seeing the three of them slightly dumbfounded, Jiang Chong added with a smile, but don't lose heart, thriving in U-City is already quite remarkable. Without background and resources, your starting point is significantly disadvantaged. The U-City Alliance should be your goal. Officer Jiang, Yu Yang suddenly said earnestly, while background and resources are important, it doesn't mean they are unbeatable. Perhaps they stood at the peak first, but there are always taller mountains. Who knows, one day, I might become the mountain they cannot surmount. Good. Truly a youth with high aspirations. Such ambition is commendable. Jiang Chong, though skeptical about Yu Yang reaching the pinnacle of the world, felt a surge of admiration for him. A person without dreams and the courage to overcome everything cannot go far. Boss, your eloquence is incredible. You've moved me to tears. Wu Gang wiped his eyes. Lin Wei, who had remained silent until now, expressed her feelings. After the apocalypse, I originally just wanted to survive in seclusion. But now I also want to see what it's like at the top among humanity's strongest. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled, shining with captivating brilliance. Yu Yang, I will always support you. Yu Yang smiled. All right, we haven't even started yet. Oh, let's focus on the present. Our next goal is to find a suitable base. We can't keep sheltering in an underground garage. Gets too dark there, not suitable for long-term survival. I actually have a suitable site in mind for a base, Jiang Chong suddenly said. His words caught the attention of Yu Yang and the others. Where? Yu Yang inquired. Knowing Jiang Chong's status as a renowned officer in U-City, he expected him to have unique insights regarding the base's location. That will depend on your abilities. Jiang Chong looked at Yu Yang. My abilities? Yu Yang pointed to himself. Yes. Jiang Chong nodded. We have a nuclear power plant in U-City, but it was damaged during the apocalypse. Although there's no nuclear leakage, many core components have been damaged, and it can no longer generate power. Are you suggesting I repair the nuclear power plant? Yu Yang was taken aback by Jiang Chong's bold idea. Yes, I don't know if you can fix something that large, but if you can, it would definitely be a great place. The power plant itself has solid defenses. With just a few personnel, we could secure the entire facility. Moreover, to cool the nuclear reactor, these plants are often built by the sea or near lakes. And our U-City nuclear power plant is located beside a massive lake. Lin Wei's eyes lit up. Are you talking about Bayheart Lake? Exactly, it's Bayheart Lake, Jiang Chong confirmed, continuing. Though the water in Bayheart Lake has been contaminated and is undrinkable since the apocalypse, it is still suitable for cooling the power plant. Additionally, there are quite a few aquatic mutated creatures in Bayheart Lake. Yu Yang understood Jiang Chong's implication. The presence of mutated creatures meant the existence of evolution crystals, and since aquatic creatures generally do not come ashore, they could be both offensive and defensive, enabling them to handle these creatures with greater ease. However, I recall there's a towering stone pillar near Bayheart Lake. Though it's on the opposite shore, won't it pose a danger being so close? Precisely because of the high risk, no one has stationed themselves there. Otherwise, a prime location like that would have been claimed long ago, and we wouldn't even have a chance. Listening to their analysis, Yu Yang weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He was confident he could repair the nuclear power plant. The universal repair system can restore anything. Yu Yang understood that while the nuclear power plant could indeed be repaired, the number of repair points required would be substantial. So it was clear that the nuclear power plant couldn't be fixed immediately. However, that didn't mean they couldn't establish a base there in the meantime. The aquatic mutated creatures in Bayheart Lake were plentiful. With Jiang Chong's ability to replicate items, Yu Yang could hunt several mutated creatures each day. This way, he might soon accumulate enough repair points to fix the nuclear power plant. Moreover, once the nuclear power plant was repaired, it would mean they had access to an inexhaustible source of electricity. Unlimited power in a post-apocalyptic world. Such a resource would undoubtedly surpass all other factions. Yu Yang firmly believed that even those superpowers outside the city would not possess unlimited electricity. Furthermore, the items he repaired would have special effects. He wondered what unique effects the nuclear power plant might offer. Though it was still uncertain, Yu Yang felt a sense of anticipation brewing in his heart. Alright, our next objective is to scout the nuclear power plant. They'll find an opportunity to explore the plant soon to see what the environment is like. If it's suitable, we can choose it as the new base location. Officer Jiang, please gather your things and come with us. There's nothing much to pack. I just need to bring my recorder, Jiang Chong replied. Yu Yang nodded. Then right in front of Jiang Chong, he began to load his bullets into the storage box in his pocket. Jiang Chong was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. But then as he glanced thoughtfully at the recorder in his hand, his understanding of Yu Yang's abilities became clearer. He didn't press for more details, though. Since he had decided to follow Yu Yang, the stronger Yu Yang's abilities, the more beneficial it would be for him. Yu Yang, I'm increasingly optimistic about you. Perhaps you really can venture into the outside world. Before Yu Yang could respond, Wu Gang interjected confidently, of course. Our boss can take down an elite-level mutated beast with just a revolver. Just wait until our boss levels up a few more times. Monsters will be turned to dust in an instant. Wu Gang exaggeratedly mimicked firing a gun, imitating Yu Yang's calm demeanor, and then pretended to blow off the barrel, his expression brimming with pride. It was as if Yu Yang had already reached the pinnacle and looked down upon the world. Lin Wei stifled a laugh behind her hand. Of course you wouldn't be able to do it without your loyal sidekick's help. Loyal sidekick? Don't say it like that. I'm his right-hand man. Wu Gang boasted while stealing a glance at Yu Yang. Seeing Yu Yang smile, he immediately declared his loyalty. In any case, I swear to follow the boss to the ends of the earth. All right, you can have the machete. Don't think I don't see through your little schemes. Yu Yang shook his head helplessly. Then he asked, have you been injured recently? Wu Gang initially thought Yu Yang was showing concern for him, and he felt a surge of emotion, silently exclaiming, the boss finally acknowledges me. However, he replied, it's nothing, boss. Just got kicked by Yuan Li and scraped a bit of skin when I fell. It's not a big deal. Where's the wound? Yu Yang pressed. Wu Gang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. On the outside of my thigh. Take off your pants, Yu Yang said, his expression unchanged. Huh. Now. Wu Gang felt a bit awkward and said shyly, boss, it's really nothing. Just a small wound. Take them off. Yu Yang's tone left no room for argument. With no choice, Wu Gang turned slightly and pulled down his sweatpants. Before the apocalypse, he had been a fitness instructor and his muscles were quite robust. Yu Yang saw that the outer side of Wu Gang's strong thigh was covered with several cuts, although they had already scabbed over. Not serious, he remarked, gently touching the wounds, and like with Lin Wei, he spent 10 repair points, causing the wounds to vanish completely. Ding. Repair successful, gaining loyal Wu Gang. 3 special effects drawn. Oh, please choose one. 1. Exclusive Guardian Basic increases defense by 50 points when protecting the host. 2. Motivational Command Basic physical attributes improve by 10 when following the host's instructions. 3. Always on call basic speed increases by 20 when approaching the host. After some thought, Yu Yang ultimately chose the Exclusive Guardian. Ding. Loyal Wu Gang has gained effect Exclusive Guardian. Boss, how did you do that? Wu Gang asked, astonished. Lin Wei, already aware of Yu Yang's capabilities, was not surprised. Jiang Chong nodded, having basically confirmed Yu Yang's abilities, though he was still unsure of their full extent and limitations. As long as you stay by my side to protect me, you'll have a defense equivalent to that of an elite-level mutated beast. What? Boss, are you serious? Wu Gang asked incredulously. Although he trusted Yu Yang completely and believed everything he said, the claim that he could possess defense on par with an elite beast still felt unbelievable. Absolutely. Even my revolver wouldn't harm you provided you're protecting me. All right, boss. I will swear to protect you with my life. Wu Gang stood straight, saluting Yu Yang with military precision. So the reason you had me carry the bell was because it has a special effect? Lin Wei suddenly asked. Yu Yang nodded. Exactly, the bell only rings when danger approaches. No wonder, Lin Wei said, realization dawning on her. I was wondering why it suddenly stopped ringing. Ew, I thought it was broken. Dingling. At that moment, Lin Wei's bell suddenly rang out. Boss, be careful. Wu Gang dashed in front of Yu Yang, using his body to shield him. A cold arrow whistled through the air, striking Wu Gang directly. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly lethal arrow broke, as if it had hit a steel plate. Who is so despicable as to shoot arrows from the shadows? Wu Gang rubbed the spot where he had been hit, which felt slightly numb, but left no trace of injury. Hey, boss, I'm really fine. This is incredible, Wu Gang exclaimed in amazement. Yu Yang's gaze turned toward the distant shadow, his expression cold. Though he wore a bulletproof vest which kept him safe from a surprise attack, the unwarranted arrow shot at him left him deeply dissatisfied. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver. The shadow observed Yu Yang draw his pistol from a distance, sneering inwardly. At this range, how could you possibly hit me? My crossbow has pinpoint accuracy. Bang! A bullet shot forth, speeding toward the shadow. He darted to the side. He was not particularly close to Yu Yang. Generally speaking, in the sudden chaos of gunfire, his calmness as a lurking predator allowed him far greater accuracy. He believed it highly unlikely that the opponent could strike him. Indeed, Yu Yang did not hit him at first. The bullet ricocheted off a street lamp and struck him in the thigh at an odd angle. Ah! The shadow cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Damn it! What bad luck to be struck by this kid. Seeing the man in black fall, Yu Yang and his companions rushed over. Who the hell are you? How dare you ambush our leader? Looking for death. Wu Gang brandished a machete, pressing it against the Shadow's neck. You're Lu Meng. Jiang Chong hesitated, recognizing him. You know him? Yu Yang asked. Jiang Chong's expression turned serious as he slowly nodded. He's part of Zhao Yi's team, a second-level evolver. Wu Gang was puzzled. A member of Zhao Yi's team. Our leader has no grudge against him. Why would he ambush us? Jiang Chong replied. I suspect it's because Yu Yang took the bullets. They came looking for me a while ago, wanting my ammunition, but I refused. I didn't expect they would secretly send someone to deal with me. I suspect he was originally here to kill me. Fool. Our leader invited you to join our team, and you failed to appreciate the offer. Do you think you're a cop? Standing against our leader means certain death for you. So what? Just because he doesn't want to trade with you, you resort to murder. How shameless. Lin Wei exclaimed indignantly. It's his own fault for being ungrateful. He'd rather give bullets to you than to our leader. What's wrong with eating well and living comfortably under our leader's wing? Lu Meng grimaced, clutching his bleeding thigh, his teeth clenched in anger. What kind of good thing can a leader who resorts to ambush be? If it were me, I wouldn't follow him, Wu Gang scoffed. Even if you wanted to, our leader wouldn't accept you. Do you think any random fool can catch our leader's eye? And what are you then? Wu Gang, with a notoriously bad temper, was itching to cleave Lu Meng in two. Unable to contain his anger, he kicked Lu Meng's thigh hard. Lu Meng grimaced in pain. How many people are in your team now? Yu Yang inquired. Hey, our team has over 500 members, plus more than 100 first-level evolvers and dozens of second-level evolvers. What do you think? Scared yet? At this, Jiang Chong and Lin Wei both gasped in shock. As evolvers themselves, they understood the power of their kind. They were somewhat prepared for Zhao Yi's team's strength, but they hadn't anticipated so many evolvers. Seeing their astonished expressions, Lu Meng felt a sense of satisfaction. Here's the deal, hand over the bullets, and I won't hold your injury against you. I can see your marksmanship is decent. Come back with me, sign a contract with our leader, and I guarantee you'll live the good life. Yu Yang remained silent, lifting his gun once more, aiming at Lu Meng's forehead. Panic surged through Lu Meng. You can't kill me. If you do, our leader will definitely. Bang. The bullet fired a shot to the head. Ding. Killed ordinary disruptor Lu Meng, earning 100 repair points. Our leader is mighty. Wu Gang grinned, feeling a sense of relief. He had long been displeased with Lu Meng, and Yu Yang's decisive action brought him immense satisfaction. Yu Yang, with a stoic expression, ordered, take his crossbow bolts, we're leaving. In the Hengda residential complex, at the entrance of the underground parking garage. Wang Tao, you were once my subordinate, and I treated you decently, didn't I? Can't you give us a little bit of meat for old time's sake? A man wearing black-framed glasses, looking like a city elite, said this, his shoes shining bright. Wang Tao looked at the man before him with utter disdain. He recognized him as Qian Yin, his former boss from the internet company prior to the apocalypse, who frequently bossed him around and often required unpaid overtime. Now he had the audacity to mention their past. Wang Tao felt a surge of anger, wishing he could chop him into pieces. But seeing the group of a dozen men behind him, he knew he couldn't confront them directly before Yu Yang returned. This isn't my bounty, it belongs to our leader. I have no authority to give it to you. Qian Yin clicked his tongue, condescendingly lecturing. Why are you still so rigid? You have so much meat, you just share a little with us. Our leader won't even know, right? Wang Tao's face darkened. This isn't about whether he would know, it's a matter of principle. You're talking about principles to me. Qian Yin sneered. I'm already being very civil with you. By principle, I could just take it directly. Do you think these old and weak folks can stop me? Be sensible and hand over all the meat, don't make me take action. Zhao Baofu walked out from the garage, wiping his greasy hands on his apron, pointing at the fierce group across from him. You want to make a move? Do you have any idea how powerful our leader is? He can even kill mutated beasts. Do you think he fears you? At Zhao Baofu's words, a flicker of apprehension flashed in Qian Yan's eyes. The reason he hadn't made a direct grab was due to his wariness of Wang Tao's so-called leader. Anyone capable of killing a mutated beast was no ordinary person. Qian Yan, can you even handle this? Didn't you say that as long as you negotiated, Wang Tao would definitely give you some meat? From behind Qian Yan, a young man with yellow hair, a toothpick in his mouth, mocked him with a smirk. Qian Yan's anger surged, his face growing even more ferocious as he threatened Wang Tao. Are you going to hand it over? If not, we'll take action. Wang Tao's expression was one of deep distress. If he complied, he couldn't explain it to Yu Yang. If he refused, these people would certainly attack. He found himself in a dilemma. But recalling how Yu Yang had taken them in without holding grudges, even providing them with meat, he steeled himself and said firmly, if you want to fight, then come. Do you think Wang Tao is afraid of you? Do you really think you're still my boss? Spare me your nonsense. All right. Qian Yin enraged laughed coldly. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. Brothers attack. I'll see who dares to make a move. A calm and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. When they saw who it was, Wang Tao's face lit up with joy. Leader, you've finally arrived. Translation. Boss. Qian Yin gazed at the four individuals approaching him, feeling momentarily disoriented. If anyone looked like a leader, it had to be the tall, muscular figure, or perhaps the disheveled man, who nonetheless exuded an air of maturity and steadiness. Yet leading the group was an exceptionally young boy, appearing no different from an ordinary college student. Is this person really their boss? Qian Yin hesitated, aware of his intelligence. After all, he had risen to a high-ranking position in an internet company. Though the boy seemed unremarkable, being addressed as their leader indicated he possessed extraordinary qualities. What is happening here? Yu Yang arrived at the garage entrance, casting a casual glance at Qian Yin before turning to Wang Tao. With Yu Yang present, Wang Tao felt considerably more confident. Boss, they want to steal our supplies. They were even about to make a move on us. Oh, Yu Yang's gaze fell coldly on Qian Yin. So you intend to take our things? Suddenly Qian Yin felt a chill, as if the boy before him were a terrifying creature. Clearing his throat, he forced a smile. It's not stealing, it's an exchange. We're willing to trade some supplies for food. Interesting, Yu Yang replied with a non-committal chuckle, then inquired, what do you have to exchange? Charcoal. We have quality charcoal, Qian Yin quickly offered. Charcoal. Yu Yang was somewhat surprised. As a valuable fuel source, charcoal had been in high demand since the apocalypse. While it didn't burn as hot as coal, it was far more suitable for daily living, especially with winter approaching. Yu Yang hadn't anticipated that they would be willing to trade charcoal. If that were the case, a transaction could indeed be arranged. 10 pounds of charcoal for 1 pound of meat, he stated flatly. Qian Yin's expression stiffened. Brother, that's too harsh. Our charcoal is top-notch, burning without any smoke whatsoever. Is it fair to offer just 1 pound of meat for 10 pounds of charcoal? If it's not fair, so be it. We have enough fuel for now. Dead plants can burn, and if needed, we can dismantle furniture. We'll manage, Yu Yang replied, his expression unchanged. The initiative lay with him, and naturally he dictated the terms. Qian Yin clenched his fists in silence. The proposed price had surpassed his limits. After all, meat was not exclusive to the individuals before him. If necessary, they could seek another source for trade. We're leaving. Qian Yin gritted his teeth. We'll trade. Suddenly interjected the blonde youth trailing behind Qian Yin, stepping forward to face Yu Yang. Don't listen to him, we'll trade. 1 pound of meat for 1 pound of meat, we want 50 pounds. Fury surged through Qian Yin as he glared at Sunny Miao. What did you say? Do you realize how precious charcoal is during winter in Yuqing? 10 pounds of charcoal for a pound of meat. Have you lost your mind? What's there to fear? That girl can make charcoal by hand. Give her a little time, and we can have as much charcoal as we want, Sunny Miao replied nonchalantly. Shut up. Qian Yin shot a quick glance at Yu Yang before stepping closer to Sunny Miao, lowering his voice as he scolded. Who told you to mention that girl? Don't you know her identity must remain a secret? Sunny Miao pouted but refrained from arguing. Instead, he declared, our girlfriend hasn't had meat in ages, we must get some today. Qian Yin glared at Sunny Miao with disdain, wishing he could devour him whole. Yet Sunny Miao seemed unbothered, even challenging Qian Yin with his gaze. With no other option, Qian Yin suppressed his anger and turned to Yu Yang. Fine, we'll trade with you. Yu Yang's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he smiled faintly. Wang Tao, go get 5 pounds of meat. Wang Tao turned to fetch the meat, secretly delighted to see Qian Yin at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Qian Yin's team prepared to bring forth the 50 pounds of charcoal they had originally intended to exchange for food. However, trading 50 pounds of charcoal for merely 5 pounds of meat was considerably less than he had anticipated. If not for Sunny Miao's interference, he would never have consented to such an unfavorable deal. 5 pounds of meat would barely sustain their team of over 20 individuals for a day or two, even with rationing. Now Qian Yin felt trapped. Sunny Miao, youthful and vigorous, had always been defiant of his authority. If an argument erupted, Qian Yin knew he would struggle to prevail. The 5 pounds of meat were handed to Sunny Miao, and Qian Yin, who gleamed with anticipation, licking his lips unconsciously, while Wang Tao silently accepted the 50 pounds of charcoal. 5 pounds of meat for 50 pounds of charcoal was a deal from which Wang Tao knew they would not suffer losses. All right, now that the transaction is complete, we'll take our leave. Qian Yin gritted through his teeth, suppressing his rage as he addressed Yu Yang. Yu Yang responded with a calm smile. Safe travels, and we welcome your next visit. Once Qian Yan's team departed, Yu Yang summoned Lin Wei, instructing her, follow them and find out where their team is stationed. If possible, investigate the matter of that girl they mentioned. Be careful not to be detected. Lin Wei nodded and exited the underground garage. Yu Yang chose her for this task because she was a skilled assassin adept at concealing herself. You're curious about the girl who can make charcoal, aren't you? Jiang Chong remarked, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He and Yu Yang were both evolved beings possessing superior hearing, allowing them to overhear the hushed conversation between Qian Yan and Sun Yimyao. Yu Yang nodded. Jiang Chong continued, from their tone, it seems there's a girl with a special ability to produce charcoal. However, I'm curious, special abilities are typically unlocked after a second evolution. How could there be a second evolution individual in their group? They wouldn't have access to so many evolution crystals unless they were not in need of meat. Yu Yang mused, agreeing with Jiang Chong's observation. Could it be that they've employed some means to abduct that girl? Jiang Chong speculated. Perhaps they want to avoid attracting others' covetous eyes. But to abduct a second evolution being, anyone with that level of advancement must possess considerable skills, Jiang Chong countered. Yu Yang pondered Jiang Chong's insights, sharing his confusion. That's why I sent Lin Wei to investigate. Jiang Chong nodded, slightly appreciating Yu Yang's meticulousness and caution. He glanced around the underground garage, somewhat bemused. This place is rather rudimentary. Aside from its size and relative concealment, it lacks any notable advantages. Yu Yang chuckled helplessly. The team is just starting and we must take things slow. It will improve over time. To celebrate your arrival, let's have a proper feast tonight. Yu Yang declared, producing various pots, pans, spices, drinking water, and freeze-dried vegetables from a storage box, leaving Jiang Chong wide-eyed in amazement. Did your family run a supermarket? Jiang Chong wiped his face, his eyes shining with excitement. The sky had darkened, shrouded in twilight. In the underground garage, the flickering flames cast a warm glow on the faces of those gathered. A tempting aroma wafted from a pot, where Zhao Baofu busied himself beside a makeshift stove built from stones with his wife assisting him. The others sat around a neatly spread carpet. Although it lacked the lively atmosphere of last night's bonfire feast, there was still a sense of warmth. Officer Jiang, how long has it been since you bathed? You've got quite a strong odor. Wu Gang remarked, pinching his nose and shifting away. Jiang Chong merely chuckled, a hint of resignation in his smile. About a month, I suppose. Mainly because we have no water, otherwise I would love to take a refreshing shower. Weren't there rains recently? You could have collected some rainwater, Wang Tao suggested. Jiang Chong replied, but the rainwater isn't clean, don't you know? I know, but as long as you don't drink it, it should be fine for bathing. Just be prepared for a bit of itching afterward, Wang Tao added. Yu Yang's eyes brightened. How much water do we have left? Wang Tao shook his head, looking disheartened. We have no drinking water left at all. If it weren't for the boss bringing back a bit, we wouldn't have any to drink today. I estimated that the water he brought back should last us about a week if we ration it. And we still have a barrel of rainwater, he continued. Yu Yang nodded. While their food supplies were adequate for now, the issue of water was indeed urgent. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the garage. A slender figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Wei, you're back. Is everything all right? Yu Yang approached her with concern. Lin Wei shook her head, her expression troubled. What's wrong? You look unwell. She pulled a bottle of mineral water from her crossbody bag, took a long swig, and then exclaimed angrily, they are utterly outrageous. The others stood up at once. Wu Gang, always quick to react, asked, what happened? After taking a moment to compose herself, Lin Wei explained, I followed them into another neighborhood and tracked them to their base. You won't believe what I saw. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened. They had a girl around 14 or 15 years old chained up. They were beating her and forcing her to make charcoal. Indeed. Yu Yang's voice was heavy with gravity. He suspected that they were coercing the girl into producing charcoal, treating her like livestock. You weren't exposed, were you? Yu Yang inquired. No, I kept my distance to avoid jeopardizing your plan, Lin Wei reassured him. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. True to her training as an assassin, Lin Wei managed to control her emotions despite her agitation. What do you think, Yu Yang? Should we act tonight? Jiang Chong's face was filled with indignation, eager to take action. Upon hearing Lin Wei's account, he was furious. His strong sense of justice compelled him, otherwise he would not have become a police officer. Yu Yang nodded. Let's eat and drink well first, then we'll set out. Rescuing the girl was not only a humanitarian act, her unique ability to produce fuel was indeed valuable. In a world like theirs, that skill was a rare asset. In the dead of night, Yu Yang, Jiang Chong, Lin Wei, and Wu Gang stealthily approached the location of the Qian Yan base. It was adjacent to the Hengda neighborhood. The property prices of both neighborhoods had once surged, but now they lay in ruins, mere remnants of what they used to be. Inside the sales hall of the BU neighborhood, Yin was embroiled in a heated argument with Sun Yimyao. You fool. Do you have any idea how precious 50 kilograms of charcoal is? A 10-to-1 exchange rate, and you actually agreed. Have you lost your mind? Yan's face flushed as he pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Yimyao. Sun Yimyao unfazed shot back. Oh, so you claimed that as long as you were in charge, Wang Tao would surely hand over the meat. And what happened? He was so intimidated by their leader that he didn't dare to say a word. If it weren't for your incompetence, would we need to exchange charcoal for meat? Their leader can kill mutated beasts, and do you think we can confront them, heathen? Yin yelled. Then what's wrong with me exchanging with them? We can't fight, and you won't let us trade. Do you expect everyone to starve? Sun Yimyao's hands were firmly on his hips, his disdain evident. You just want to hoard your charcoal. Can charcoal be eaten? We'd starve to death before we could even use it. Yin retorted, didn't we find some rice last time? Even if you make porridge, you won't starve. Porridge again. That's all you ever think about. I want meat, do you understand? Everyone else would just be stuck eating porridge if they follow you. You might as well give up being the team leader and leave. I really don't know what use you are. Sun Yimyao said, dismissively disregarding Yin completely. Yin, exasperated, hurled the empty bottle in his hand to the ground in frustration. If it weren't for my plan to kidnap Su Xiaoxiao, would you even have any charcoal? Where would you get charcoal to exchange for meat? Huh, we could have captured her without you. Don't think you're so important, you only have a big mouth. In a real fight, you're nothing. Sun Yimyao replied, turning to scoop up a bowl of steaming meat soup, savoring a spoonful. Delicious, he exclaimed, then turned back to Yin with dissatisfaction. If I had listened to you, I wouldn't know when I'd get to enjoy this soup. Right, everyone? Right. Almost everyone chimed in. In their hunger, the prospect of warm meat soup satisfied them, and none were inclined to contemplate the future. Yin trembled with rage as he realized he was being ignored, sidelined, and misunderstood. Looking at the scene before him, he could no longer contain himself. Oh, anger overwhelmed reason. He pulled a fruit knife from his pocket and lunged it towards Sun Yimyao's back. Thud! Sun Yimyao felt a sudden chill as pain surged through him. The woman beside him screamed in terror as she witnessed Yin stab Sun Yimyao. Yin, are you out of your mind? The others stood up, their faces filled with terror as they stared at Yin. Madness gleamed in Yan's eyes, a frenzied expression that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. It's all his fault. A brainless fool deserves to die. Yin withdrew the fruit knife, stabbing again and again. He plunged it into Sun Yimyao's body over a dozen times until there was no more movement. The woman nearby was paralyzed with fear, her face a mask of horror. When she saw Yin approaching her with the knife, her head spun and she collapsed to the ground. Humph, useless trash. Yin sneered at the unconscious woman, disdain evident in his gaze. He then turned his attention to the others. They'll tell you this, without me, Yin, you would have perished in the apocalypse long ago. I keep you alive, so you better obey. If I hear anyone daring to oppose me, you'll end up like Sun Yimyao. Just then a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the window. What is that? One person pointed in fear at the window. In the pitch darkness, two enormous eyes were watching them from outside. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, a milky white substance shot through the window, ensnaring one of them in a web. The web spread out, instantly wrapping around the person. Then with a scream, that individual was yanked out of the building, disappearing into the night along with those eyes. Moments later, the screams abruptly ceased. A bone-chilling dread enveloped the remaining people. What on earth is that? Someone trembled, fear etched on their face. Yan's expression was equally grim. It's a mutated beast. What do we do? Can we still get out? Someone lamented, despair clear in their eyes. Yin tightened his grip on the fruit knife. If they rushed out directly, they would surely be discovered. With the speed at which that web shot out, no one could evade it. Unless, well, scatter and run in different directions. That will increase our chances of survival, Yin said in a low voice. He gazed into the dark night, already devising a plan in his mind. Once the others fled, he could gauge the location of the mutated beast by the direction of the screams, drawing its attention away. At that point, he could escape in the opposite direction and avoid the beast's attack. Will that really work? Someone questioned, uncertainly, sensing the flaw in Yan's plan. Doesn't that mean some of us will definitely be eaten by the mutated beast? Yan snapped. Do you have any better ideas? If we just wait here, we'll end up being picked off one by one. All right, fine. At this point, the others could only nod, each silently praying that they would not be the ones caught. They'll count down from 3, and we run in different directions. 3, 2, 1. Except for Yin, everyone desperately rushed toward the exit. A scream erupted from Yan's left. His face lit up with hope as he prepared to flee to the right. However, the next moment, a similar scream suddenly came from that side. Qian Yan's footsteps halted abruptly, astonishment etched on his face. Then a series of screams erupted from all around. Help! No, don't! Monster! Let me go! As Qian Yan listened to the cacophony of screams surrounding him, he realized that the mutated beasts were far more numerous than he had anticipated. He was surrounded. Panic washed over him, draining the color from his face, and despair flooded his eyes. Overwhelming terror made his legs weak, and he collapsed to the ground. I don't want to die yet. Someone save me. When Yu Yang and his group arrived at Qian Yan's base, they were immediately struck by a chill. Hanging from the beams were over a dozen massive cocoons wrapped in silk. From their shapes, it was evident that they contained humans. What on earth happened here? Wu Gang asked in horror, gazing at the scene before him. It seems they were attacked by mutated spiders or similar creatures, Jiang Chong replied, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. If they left their prey here, it means they haven't gone far. Clang clang. The bell around Lin Weiss' neck suddenly rang. It's not, it bits them. As Yu Yang spoke, he fired 3 shots into the darkness. Hiss hiss hiss. A piercing shriek accompanied by rustling sounds surged from the deep night. Webb shot out, but Yu Yang, Lin Wei, and Jiang Chong, thanks to their evolved physiques, managed to dodge. Only Wu Gang was ensnared in a web. Boss, help! Oh, help! Wu Gang's terrified voice echoed from the silk. Seeing this, Yu Yang fired 3 more shots. Although he could only gauge the beast's position based on the system's prompts, and had not seen them clearly, his accuracy was impeccable. As expected, 3 shots later, 3 vibrant poison spiders fell lifelessly to the ground. Notification. Killed a common order disruptor, vibrant poison spider, gaining 100 repair points. Notification. Killed a common order disruptor, vibrant poison spider, gaining 100 repair points. Notification. Killed a common order disruptor, vibrant poison spider, gaining 100 repair points. 300 repair points were easily credited to his account. With the demise of the vibrant poison spiders, the web enveloping Wu Gang disintegrated. Wu Gang crawled out of the silk covered in dirt and looking miserable, and when he realized he was the only one ensnared, his face fell in despair. Talk about bad luck, why did it have to be me? Lin Wei, feeling anxious, said, We need to check on that girl. Oh, I wonder how she's doing. Yu Yang nodded. Wu Gang, get the evolution crystal out. We'll head over first. Got it, boss. He'll make sure to complete the task. Wu Gang brandished his machete and approached the fallen vibrant poison spiders, ready to vent his anger at them for having trapped him earlier. Under Lin Weiss' guidance, Yu Yang and the others made their way to the hiding spot of the little girl. Not wanting to be discovered, Qian Yan had concealed her in a hidden room with only a small window. This had allowed the little girl to evade the vibrant poison spiders and escape disaster. Yu Yang and the others kicked open the door and entered the room where the girl was hiding. Inside, the space was chaotic, devoid of furniture, scattered with rubble and straw, and a pile of fresh charcoal lay in one corner. A little girl, dirty and disheveled, had charcoal dust all over her hands and body. She was bound with an iron chain to a massive rock nearby. Upon hearing the noise, she trembled and shrank back in fear. Please don't hurt me. I'll do it right away. She quickly rubbed her hands together, and a palm-sized piece of charcoal magically appeared in her palm. I'm so hungry, could you give me something to eat? The little girl dared not look up, her timid voice pleading for help. Don't be afraid, we're not bad people. Lin Wei rushed to the side of the little girl and gently embraced her, revealing a rare, tender side. At first, the little girl trembled in fear, but gradually she found solace in Lin Weiss' warm embrace. Lin Wei lifted her head and said to Yang Dao, She's an evolver, and her energy feels stronger than mine. Yang Dao nodded in agreement. It was a common understanding that anyone with special abilities was at least a level 2 evolver. However, he was curious about how this little girl had reached level 2 and how she had ended up in the hands of Qian Yan and his group. After a while, the little girl slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Dao and the others. Yang Dao offered her a friendly smile, hoping to ease her fear. You're not bad people. Though the little girl's voice was still a bit timid, her conviction was clear. Yang Dao was intrigued and asked, How do you know we're not bad people? Because the big brother smiles beautifully, and beautiful people can't be bad. Yang Dao was momentarily speechless. He began to understand how the little girl had been captured by Qian Yan. With such judgment, it was no wonder she had been deceived. Do you have family? Yang Dao inquired. He asked this because he deduced that the little girl could not have obtained an evolution crystal on her own, implying that a relative must have provided it. Moreover, her family must be powerful. Hearing Yang Dao's question, the little girl lowered her head again, unwilling to answer. It's okay if you don't want to talk, that's fine. At that moment, Yang Dao didn't wish to return the little girl, especially since their team's fuel supply was running low. Her abilities could help them make up for the resource shortage. Boss, I'm here. Wu Gang walked in from outside. I've brought 3 evolution crystals, Wu Gang said, honestly handing them to Yang Dao. Hey boss, forget about the spider meat. It doesn't look appetizing. Yang Dao had brought back enough meat to feel confident making such a statement in the past. He would have even spared no effort for a mosquito's leg. Yang Dao nodded and accepted the evolution crystals, noting that they were 3 more level 1 evolution crystals. I wonder when he'll reach level 2, Yang Dao sighed inwardly. What? You're not level 2 yet, Jiang Chong exclaimed in shock. With your skills, how can you still not be level 2? Where did your special ability come from? My special ability is a bit unique. Upon hearing Yang Dao's response, Jiang Chong stopped probing further and instead pulled out over 30 level 1 evolution crystals from his pocket. Here, take these. I won't be needing them anyway. Wu Gang's eyes widened at the sight of so many evolution crystals. So many evolution crystals. Wu Gang was almost drooling with envy. Yet he understood that it was crucial for Yang Dao to reach level 2 as the entire team depended on him. They were merely supporting players. Lin Wei, having been intimately involved with Yang Dao, could sense that he was not a level 2 evolver, but she wisely refrained from asking. She also had not undergone a second evolution, as she typically consumed the level 1 evolution crystal she obtained, but her supplies were running low, so she had saved a few to exchange for some resources. Now that she was with Yang Dao, she no longer needed to worry about her living supplies, so she readily took out the level 1 evolution crystals she had saved. Seeing the abundance of evolution crystals, Yang Dao felt a surge of gratitude. These are your belongings, bye. Take them. Your potential far exceeds mine, I can just tag along behind you, Jiang Chong said with a smile. Lin Wei smirked and raised an eyebrow at Yang Dao. No need to thank me, just remember to share your stock with me another day. Immediately 2 envious gazes shot toward Yang Dao. Yang Dao smiled awkwardly. Let me count how many there are. As he spoke, Yang Dao began to count the evolution crystals in his arms. There were 47 in total, and with the 3 Wu Gang had given him, that made 50. 50 level 1 evolution crystals were equivalent to 5 level 2 evolution crystals. Yang Dao stuffed them all into his mouth and in an unrefined manner burped. He could feel his physical strength surging significantly. He estimated he could even attempt to lift a small car by himself now. Looking at his status panel, he saw that his evolution progress had advanced by 7 levels. He needed just 3 more level 2 evolution crystals to evolve to level 2. At that point, he would gain a brand new ability. Yang Dao was curious about what kind of ability he would acquire. However, based on the patterns he had observed, the more powerful the ability, the more limitations it would have. In general, the abilities granted by evolution would not be mindlessly strong. Still, acquiring an additional ability was always a good thing. Yang Dao only hoped for a useful ability, preferably one related to combat. Alright, let's head back. Wu Gang, go cut the chains off the little girl. Got it. Wu Gang effortlessly sliced through the chains binding the little girl. Jiang Chong curiously asked, Wu Gang, where did you get that machete? It's so sharp. Wu Gang beamed with pride. Our boss gave it to me. Jiang Chong turned to Yang Dao and pondered for a moment before attempting to ask, does your ability allow you to repair items and grant them new abilities? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Dao nodded. As they continued to interact, it was inevitable that his ability would be revealed, rather than concealing it, he chose to acknowledge it openly. This would not only bolster others' confidence in him, but also enhance the cohesion of the team. I see. No wonder my sling bag has so much space, Lin Wei remarked in realization. Why don't you try repairing something like a water dispenser? You might be surprised, Jiang Chong suggested suddenly. Moreover, you could use the repaired items to trade for evolution crystals with other teams. I'm sure many teams would be interested. Yang Dao paused. He suddenly realized that his previous line of thinking seemed flawed. He had always focused on saving repair points to eventually fix weapons and armor, to boost his combat strength, relying on himself to hunt mutated beasts for evolution crystals. While this approach was certainly valid given that improving strength was the top priority, he could also try repairing everyday items and trade them directly with other teams. After all, an individual's speed in hunting mutated beasts was limited, and it came with inherent risks. If the mutated beasts encountered were far stronger than elite level, even an oversight could prove fatal for Yang Dao. However, trading presented far fewer risks. Right, Officer Jiang is right. He'll give it a try when we get back. The next day, the members of the squad were all brimming with vitality. With ample food and sufficient rest, it was impossible for them not to feel invigorated. They all understood that this was due to the presence of Yu Yang. It was Yu Yang who provided them with food and water, as well as a safe environment to sleep in. This was clear in their hearts. Thus, when Yu Yang summoned them, they looked at him with eager anticipation, waiting for his next instructions. Alright, since everyone has rested well, I have an important task to assign to you all. Boss, just give the order. No need to be so polite, Wu Gang said, rolling up his sleeves, eager to get started. Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I'll speak frankly with everyone. I mentioned before that I have a special ability, and today I will reveal it to you. The faces of the crowd were filled with astonishment, especially among those who had no concept of evolution. My ability allows me to repair damaged items and endow them with a special function. Wow, is that really true? Boss, how do you do it? Yu Yang attempted to explain. The celestial pillar descended from the sky, bringing about the apocalypse and changing the world. Countless creatures mutated as a result, gaining immense power. We humans can also evolve by consuming evolution crystals, thereby acquiring abilities. You could say that I serendipitously obtained a certain power ahead of time. Wu Gang looked incredulous. So you mean, boss, you are the chosen one? Yu Yang smirked slightly and replied, you could say that. Can you repair anything, boss? Wu Gang continued to press. Anything can be repaired. What about people? Yes, people can be repaired too. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Wu Gang was overjoyed. Then, boss, can you help me fix my? No. Before Wu Gang could finish, Yu Yang immediately rejected his request, knowing what he was about to say. He continued to explain, repairing things comes at a price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chong immediately focused his attention. Indeed, such a powerful ability must come with an extremely terrifying cost. Huh, what's the cost? Wu Gang's spirits deflated at Yu Yang's cold refusal. The cost is that I need to kill mutated beasts, Yu Yang stated. Jiang Chong nodded. This was indeed a dangerous task, to say the least. And what else? Jiang Chong instinctively asked. What else is there? Is that the only cost? That's it, Yu Yang spread his hands. That's it. Jiang Chong was taken aback, then widened his eyes. You're telling me that such an amazing special ability has such a trivial cost? After saying that, he felt something was off. No, that hardly counts as a cost. In this apocalypse, hunting mutated beasts is almost inevitable. Yu Yang nodded instinctively. Jiang Chong wasn't wrong. Then what kind of negative effect is that? Wu Gang immediately revealed his sycophantic nature, reminding him, Officer Jiang, please mind your language and be polite when speaking to our boss. Jiang Chong pursed his lips, feeling as if he had been hit hard. He had thought his own abilities were impressive, but compared to Yu Yang's, they seemed trivial. Alright, I'm just glad I chose to follow you. With your abilities, you might truly carve out a place among the world's strongest. Yu Yang smiled and explained, actually, it's not that impressive. The more complex the item I repair, the more repair points it consumes. For instance, repairing a nuclear power plant would likely require an astronomical number of repair points. That's still impressive. Repairing a nuclear power plant. Who would dare to even think of such a thing? At least you have a chance. Jiang Chong still could not hide his astonishment. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Yu Yang concluded the topic as the reason he wanted to explain his ability was to help everyone understand the task he was about to assign. Today, your mission is to search for damaged machines, preferably those related to water sources. For example, water dispensers, kettles, ice makers, and other appliances. If you can find powerful weapons, there will be a reward of dried beef jerky. Dried beef jerky was one of the supplies Yu Yang had exchanged in Anyang, and in this apocalypse, it was considered highly sought after. Upon hearing the prospect of jerky, everyone's eyes lit up. Though they were all full, who wouldn't relish a tasty snack that could also satiate their hunger? Yay, boss, I promise to find a treasure for you, Wu Gang exclaimed excitedly. In truth, even without the reward, they would still do their utmost to search, as it concerned the issue of water, which affected each of them directly. However, with a small reward added, their motivation was even higher. Everyone was secretly grateful to have such an open-minded and generous leader. After all, they had all experienced the ruthless exploitation of unscrupulous bosses before the apocalypse. Those bosses wouldn't even consider giving any extra rewards, just not deducting from their base salary was already a blessing. The area for your search this time is within the Hongda community. Don't leave the community to avoid danger. The elderly and children will stay behind, and the rest of you act immediately. With Yu Yang's command, everyone hurriedly moved towards the exit. Many buildings in the community had collapsed, and there would surely be appliances buried under the rubble. These items had previously been considered useless, so no one had bothered to retrieve them. Now searching for them should yield quite a few finds. As for safety concerns, they weren't overly worried. Jiang Chong possessed a standard sidearm. Though its power was inferior to Yu Yang's revolver, it was still a considerable threat to ordinary mutated beasts, and he could certainly handle them with a few shots. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accumulated over 30 evolution crystals. As for Yu Yang, he remained at the base. If the other members encountered danger, they could call out loudly, and Yu Yang could provide timely support. Of course, Yu Yang stayed at the base, not only for that reason, he had a more important task to attend to. After everyone left, Yu Yang approached a corner where a soft blanket lay. A little girl was curled up, burying her head between her legs, lost in thought. Su Xiaoxiao, would you like to go for a walk? Yu Yang tried to make his voice sound softer. Su Xiaoxiao immediately responded to this tone, lifting her head with large, curious eyes fixed on Yu Yang. Thanks to Lin Weiss' careful cleaning, the soot on Su Xiaoxiao had been wiped away and she had changed into new clothes. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao looked just like a doll with her chubby little face tinted with a hint of pink. Big brother, do you need something? Actually, you don't have to call me big brother. I'm only a couple of years older than you, Yu Yang said, noticing the bruises on Su Xiaoxiao and feeling a surge of anticipation. Su Xiaoxiao had no defenses against Yu Yang at all as she smiled and said, all right then, can I call you Yu Yang Gij? Yu Yang nodded, smiling. If you like, you can call me that. How about this, let me take a look at your injuries, okay? You've been mistreated for so long, or it must hurt, right? Su Xiaoxiao nodded with a look of grievance. They are all bad people. Yu Yang Gij is a good person. Yu Yang Gij won't hit Xiaoxiao, right? Of course not. Then Yu Yang Gij won't force Xiaoxiao to grind charcoal, will you? Definitely not. That's great. Xiaoxiao thinks charcoal is dirty and doesn't want to grind it. It's fine, but if you want to grind charcoal, you can do it. If you don't want to, then don't. As they spoke, Yu Yang had quietly moved closer to Su Xiaoxiao. Come, let me see your injuries. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao was completely unguarded, but she instinctively felt something was off. Yu Yang Gij, are there parts we can skip looking at? Yu Yang thought for a moment and nodded. Then show me the injuries on your arms. Big brother can heal them, and once healed you won't feel any pain. Really? You can heal injuries. Then I'll show you all my wounds. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to lift her skirt, Yu Yang pressed down on her. His breathing noticeably quickened. That's not what I meant. Su Xiaoxiao looked confused and poked her chin with her finger. What do you mean, big brother? Brother, you can heal me without even looking. Really? Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands in delight. Brother, you're amazing. From now on, I won't have to worry about getting hurt. Yu Yang smiled gently as he lifted Su Xiaoxiao's arm. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that her arm bore no fewer than 10 bruises, not to mention injuries on other parts of her body. Those heartless individuals would pay for their actions. After cursing them silently, Yu Yang began the healing process on Su Xiaoxiao. Healing Su Xiaoxiao's bruises requires 20 healing points. Do you wish to proceed? The required healing points were double that of Lin Weiss. Yu Yang speculated that this was either due to Su Xiaoxiao's more severe injuries or because she was a second-level evolver, making her a more complex case. With 1555 healing points available thanks to the 300 points earned from defeating 3 vibrant poison spiders last night, spending 20 points was no issue. Without hesitation, Yu Yang selected yes. Congratulations. You have gained loyal Su Xiaoxiao. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Double output. Su Xiaoxiao's ability to produce charcoal is now doubled. She can create twice as much charcoal in one go. 2. Immaculate creation. Su Xiaoxiao can produce charcoal from a distance. 3. Enhanced burn. The charcoal produced by Su Xiaoxiao burns 50 longer. Yu Yang fell silent as he contemplated these 3 special effects. For him, the first option was undoubtedly the best choice. Doubling the output meant significantly increased efficiency in making charcoal, which presented a tremendous advantage. Alternatively, the third option took up less space while being more efficient. However, silly girl, do you really dislike charcoal dust that much? Su Xiaoxiao, who had been gazing in wonder at her disappearing wounds, looked up and nodded vigorously at Yu Yang's question. All right, congratulations. Loyal Su Xiaoxiao has gained the effect Immaculate Creation. While Yu Yang understood that in her loyal state, Su Xiaoxiao would certainly help him make charcoal if he asked, he did not want her to live in unhappiness every day. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival was already challenging, and he didn't want to be a leader who exploited others. Especially with Su Xiaoxiao calling him brother so affectionately, he couldn't bear to be a bad brother. Silly girl, why don't you try making charcoal again? Yu Yang suggested with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao pouted and said, Brother Yu Yang, I don't want to make charcoal. But if you wanted, I'm willing to help. With that, she reluctantly began to produce charcoal. However, as soon as she focused on the task, she was taken aback. She quickly continued and discovered she could produce charcoal from a distance. Before her eyes, a piece of charcoal the size of a palm appeared on the ground beneath her hands. How is this possible? The charcoal didn't even appear in my hands. Su Xiaoxiao's face lit up with surprise. Yu Yang chuckled with a hint of pride ruffling her hair. This is a gift from your brother. Really? Thank you, brother. Su Xiaoxiao threw herself at Yu Yang, wrapping her arms around his neck and clinging to him. You treat me better than my real brother. He only forces me to make charcoal. He's a bad person while you are a good person. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Yu Yang straightened her up and gently wiped away her tears. From now on, you are a part of our team. Can you help us make charcoal? It's an excellent fuel, and we really need your help. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao beamed. I want to make lots and lots of charcoal, enough that we won't run out. Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With that, the team's fuel supply was secured. Watching the joyful Su Xiaoxiao, Yu Yang ventured to ask, Xiaoxiao, can you tell me who your brother is? Su Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before looking up seriously. Brother Yu Yang, I will only tell you one person, and you must not tell anyone else. Alright, I promise not to tell. 4 hours later, Yu Yang was stunned to see Wu Gang walk in through the garage door laden with an array of junk. Where did you find all this trash? Wu Gang had somehow managed to carry no less than 10 different appliances ranging from a tiny razor to a large water dispenser, showcasing a bizarre assortment. You can forget about the razor, my points are limited, but the water dispenser is quite useful. After counting Wu Gang's haul, Yu Yang realized that aside from the somewhat useful water dispenser, the rest were mostly unnecessary items. Electric razors, irons, and robotic vacuums. These could potentially be repaired for better living conditions, but right now they seemed wasteful. While it was possible to obtain useful special effects, relying solely on them was akin to gambling. Boss, once we become stronger, we'll bring mutant beasts to you and help you accumulate points. At that time, you'll have to help us improve our living standards. Yu Yang laughed. Don't worry, when my points are plentiful, everyone can queue up to find me. At that moment, Jiang Chong also walked in with a couple of items in his hands. I didn't find any appliances, but I did find a set of tables and chairs. It's a bit shabby to sit on the ground all day. These can be repaired or not. They're somewhat damaged, but still usable. Jiang Chong had brought in a folding table and a stack of plastic-backed chairs similar to those often seen at roadside barbecue stalls. He had found them at a barbecue stall near the sales office in the community. Very good. This set of tables and chairs is indeed nice. We definitely need a dining table. Yu Yang nodded, praising him. Soon after, Wang Tao returned holding something that caught Yu Yang's attention. Boss, I found this baton at the security booth. It's a little bent though. While batons weren't particularly outstanding in the post-apocalyptic world, they might be useful against humans, though they were lacking against mutant beasts. However, as a weapon, if repaired, the special effects would likely be related to combat. Excellent. After repairing it, if the effects are good, it will be yours. Wang Tao beamed at this, pleased not only for Yu Yang's praise, but also for gaining a reliable weapon, which offered him a better chance of self-defense. They all envied Jiang Chong for having a pistol. Not long after, Zhao Baofu walked in, pulling his wife along, both struggling to carry a massive cylindrical appliance. Yu Yang squinted in surprise, an electric water heater. Goodness, where did you get this thing? Jiang Chong exclaimed, his face lit with surprise. If anyone needed a bath right now, it was undoubtedly him. While the others often wiped themselves down, his own grime had accumulated over a month without a proper wash. Now merely wiping was of no use. He desperately needed a thorough cleansing to feel human again. Zhao Baofu's wife, named Wang Meng, had a physique almost identical to his, robust and capable, with a neat bob haircut that spoke of her industrious nature. At that moment, the two of them had just placed the electric water heater in front of Yu Yang, both panting from exertion. Although the heater wasn't excessively heavy, it certainly wasn't light either, and they had to carry it quite a distance, leaving them exhausted. After catching his breath, Zhao Baofu said, "This is my family's water heater. I live on the top floor, and luckily when the building collapsed, my wife and I weren't home. I managed to figure out where our heater fell, and after a bit of digging I got lucky and found it. This heater is a good brand. It heats water quickly and holds enough for at least 10 people to shower." He glanced at Jiang Chong and added, "I mean, under normal circumstances, of course, Officer Jiang might need a bit more water." Laughter erupted among them. Though Jiang Chong was a man of few words, he was not one to harbor grudges, and instead turned to Yu Yang, saying, "You must get it fixed. But even if we have water without electricity, it might not work anyway." Yu Yang nodded hesitantly. He had previously repaired Jiang Chong's recorder and had drawn the effect of no energy required, but he was unsure if he could replicate that success this time. By the way, where's Lin Wei? Why hasn't she returned yet? Has anyone seen her? Yu Yang asked. "I saw her." Wang Tao hesitated. "When I arrived at the security booth, I think I saw her heading to the supermarket across the street." "What does she need from the supermarket? Is there still anything left there?" Yu Yang inquired. Wu Gang shook his head. "That's impossible. We have already cleaned out that place. The other teams nearby have searched it too, so there shouldn't be any leftovers." "Then what could she possibly be doing?" Just then Lin Wei returned to the garage, her steps light and energetic. However, her hands were empty. "Haha, Lin Wei, did you find nothing at all? That supermarket has long been scavenged clean. There's nothing left to eat or drink," Wu Gang teased smugly. Yu Yang refrained from rushing to judgment. He knew Lin Wei's character. She wouldn't undertake a fruitless endeavor. Lin Wei shot Wu Gang a glare and replied coolly, all you think about is food. Just wait until Yu Yang fixes it, you better not use it. With that, she pulled out a large machine from her shoulder bag, startling everyone but Yu Yang. What on earth is that? Wu Gang exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. This is a small generator. Jiang Chong said, astonished, casting an admiring glance at Lin Wei. How did I not think of that? Large supermarkets typically have a backup generator for emergencies. Yu Yang gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. Well done, Lin Wei. Only then did Wu Gang realize the situation and quickly added, Lin Gu Nai Nai, I apologize for earlier. Once that generator is fixed, you have to let me use it. Lin Wei huffed, but didn't say more. All right, since everyone is back, let me give it a try. With everyone watching in anticipation, Yu Yang placed his hand on the generator. The generator was crucial. If repaired successfully, it could solve the team's energy problems entirely. One part of the generator had been crushed, likely by a falling rock. Repairing the damaged diesel generator requires 30 repair points. Proceed with repair. Wow, it needs 30 points. This is certainly not simple. Yu Yang confirmed, yes, and then eagerly awaited the system to draw a special effect. Please let it be a good effect. Ding. Obtained a brand new diesel generator. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. 1. No fuel required. This generator will generate power without diesel. 2. Power doubled. The generator's power output is doubled. 3. No noise. The generator will operate silently. Fantastic. Yu Yang's face broke into a wide grin at the first special effect. What's happening, boss? Did it work? Wu Gang asked eagerly. Everyone focused their attention on Yu Yang, awaiting his response. Hee, I got the no fuel required effect. This generator can generate electricity without needing diesel. Even Yu Yang, normally composed, could not hide his delight. With a generator that could run indefinitely, the team's quality of life would improve tremendously. Yu Yang checked the generator's output. It was a whopping 500 watts. Sufficient for their daily needs. Without hesitation, he selected the first effect. Ding. The diesel generator has been enhanced with the effect no fuel required. That's amazing. Does this mean I can charge my phone? Wu Gang exclaimed, excitement written all over his face. But there's no network. Why are you so excited? Lin Wei asked, puzzled. What do you know? A man's phone always has some good stuff on it, and it doesn't need a network to be enjoyed, Wu Gang replied, pleased. The other men in the room shared knowing smiles. I noticed earlier that this generator comes with a transformer and has sockets. You just need to plug in your devices, Yu Yang explained. Long live the boss. Finally, we have power. I'll find some light bulbs or something. This garage is always pitch dark, and it's time to brighten it up, Wang Tao said. Yu Yang, take a look at the water heater and see what effect you can draw, Jiang Chong urged, his tone filled with urgency and barely concealed excitement. Yu Yang's remarkable ability had them all imagining a life reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic days, a thought that had once felt utterly impossible. But now everything seemed possible. All right. Yu Yang approached the electric water heater. Zhao Baofu had brought back a complete set of the heater, complete with fixed hooks and a shower head. Now that they had electricity, they just needed to resolve the water issue. Repairing the damaged Gaimai electric water heater requires 15 repair points. Proceed with repair. Yes. Ding. Obtained a brand new Gaimai electric water heater. 3 special effects have been drawn. Oh, please choose one. 1. No energy consumption. This electric water heater will no longer draw electricity. 2. Doubled capacity. The heater's internal capacity is doubled. 3. Precise temperature control. The outlet temperature can be adjusted with precision. Seeing these 3 effects, to be frank, Yu Yang felt a touch of disappointment. What he had hoped for most was an automatic refill function. If it could refill itself, the heater might even serve as a source of potable water. None of the 3 extracted effects met that need. Noticing Yu Yang's faint letdown, everyone tensed. Jiang Chong especially asked anxiously, it's gone. Is it not repaired? Did we run out of repair points? Not that, Yu Yang replied. It's just that the special effects we drew aren't quite what we wanted. What are the effects? Tell us, maybe we'll think they're useful. Lin Wei encouraged. Yu Yang nodded and listed the 3 effects. After a moment of thought, Wu Gang spoke first. Boss, then pick the precise temperature control. Honestly, when I used electric heaters before, adjusting the temperature took forever, either scalding or freezing. You move the tap a millimeter at a time. It's a nuisance, especially in the dead of winter. Everyone smiled in knowing agreement, and most had endured the humiliation of water temperature that was impossible to regulate. Yes, that does seem the most practical. We already have power for water. We'll have to see if the dispenser can perform miracles, Lin Wei added. All right, I'll take the 3rd one then. Ding. The Gamay electric water heater acquired the effect precise temperature control. The new heater changed again. A display appeared on its barrel-like body and 2 buttons to fine-tune the outlet temperature. Okay, boss, go try the water dispenser. Wu Gang set the dispenser in front of Yu Yang. He had found it, and now everyone pinned their hopes for drinking and household water on this single machine. He brimmed with pride, but also nervousness, worried they might not draw a good effect. Repairing the damaged water dispenser requires 5 repair points. Repair. Yu Yang offered a brief silent prayer, then said yes. Ding. Acquired a brand new water dispenser. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one. 1. No power required. The dispenser consumes no electricity when operating. 2. Adjustable temperature. The dispenser's outlet temperature can be regulated. 3. Vast water source. The dispenser connects to a purified reservoir and can deliver 1 billion liters of pure water. There it is. Yu Yang's gaze went straight to the third effect, but he felt a pang of regret. It's not an infinite source. At Yu Yang's words, everyone's faces fell. What's the catch? Wu Gang's tone had lost its earlier hope. Yu Yang sighed. Just 1 billion liters. Jiang Chong had been disheartened, but at that figure he leaped up. How much? How much is that? 1 billion liters, Yu Yang repeated. Lin Wei's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Dad, how much is 1 billion liters? The little boy Wang Mukin, who had been quiet to this point, suddenly asked with childlike curiosity. Wang Tao recovered from his astonishment and explained before the end days an adult used roughly 200 liters a day for everyday needs. Over a year, that's about 73000 liters. 1 billion liters would last a single adult roughly 13,000 years. If used only for drinking consumption is far less. An adult drinks around 2 liters a day, so 1 billion liters could sustain one person for about 1.37 million years. Hearing Wang Tao's professional breakdown, Yu Yang finally grasped how staggering that number was. Though not infinite under normal circumstances, it was effectively inexhaustible. Unless Yu Yang's group swelled to the size of the Yuqing Lianming with tens of thousands crowding around the dispenser, such a supply would allow unrestrained use for an extraordinarily long time. This is perfect. That means each of us will have more than enough to drink, and even water to bathe. Lin Wei finally smiled. After Wang Tao's explanation, Wu Gang brimmed with pride. He had feared the dispenser was useless, but it proved to be remarkably generous. Boss, you have to reward me for this. You really dare to ask for a reward, Lin Wei teased. Repairing the dispenser and bestowing its effect were both Yu Yang's doing. How is that your achievement? Wu Gang opened his mouth to protest, but found no retort. Without Yu Yang, it would have been a broken, ordinary dispenser, trash left by the roadside. Yu Yang smiled. All right. When I've gathered enough evolution crystals to perform a second upgrade, the surplus crystals will be used first to give you an initial upgrade. How about that? Wu Gang was stunned, then nearly wept with gratitude. Boss, you're too good. He clung to Yu Yang's arm, blubbering, the luckiest thing in my life is following you. Get off. Yu Yang pushed him away lightly. And don't worry, everyone else who hasn't had an initial upgrade will be eligible after Wu Gang. As long as you contribute to the team, I won't begrudge evolution crystals. Once Yu Yang completed the second evolution, primary evolution crystals would become obsolete. To reach the third upgrade would require at least intermediate evolution crystals. The best use for any surplus primary crystals, therefore, was to reward those who had aided the team. Hearing Yu Yang's promise, Wang Tao, Zhao Baofu, and the others brightened. They now understood the tangible benefits evolution could yield. Even physical strength-wise, Jiang Chong and Lin Wei could outmatch the seemingly strongest Wu Gang. Yu Yang produced a packet of dried beef and handed it to Wang Tao. Here, that's the reward I promised for bringing back a weapon. Wait until we draw a useful effect. Otherwise, it's just an ordinary baton and worthless, Wang Tao said sheepishly. Yu Yang shook his head. I keep my promises. If I said bring back a weapon and you'd get dried beef, then merely bringing back the weapon is sufficient. I won't add sudden conditions. Relieved, Wang Tao took the dried beef and passed it to his son Wang Mukin. The little boy, 6 years old and cradled in his grandmother's arms, brightened at the treat. Thank you, Dad. You should thank Uncle Yu Yang. He sheltered us without holding grudges and gave us a good life, Wang Tao said. Wang Mukin blinked, then gurgled to Yu Yang in a sing-song voice, Thank you, Uncle Yu Yang. You're a good man, and like Aotman. His vocabulary limited. The child's analogy for a hero was Aotman. Yu Yang laughed. Grow up fast, Wang Mukin, and maybe you'll be as strong as Aotman one day. With that, he produced the baton Wang Tao had brought back. Yu Yang, Jiang Chong, Lin Wei, and Wu Gang each had a usable weapon now, but the total armament was still meager. If the baton could be repaired and endowed with a potent effect, it would strengthen their squad. Repairing the damaged baton requires 5 repair points. Repair. Yes. Ding. Acquired a brand new baton. As Yu Yang gazed at the 3 special effects, he assessed the basic attack power of the baton, which stood at a mere 3 points. Thus, he promptly dismissed the first effect, return after throwing, and the second, Spirit Shockwave. While the first effect provided a relatively safe environment for output, its low attack power made it ineffective against mutated beasts. It would merely tickle them. The second effect, Spirit Shockwave, could indeed amplify attack power, but even with a 5-fold increase, it would only reach 15 points. This might be formidable against humans, but it would fall short when confronting mutated creatures. Conversely, the third effect, Defense Reduction Beginner Level, was nothing short of miraculous in the early stages. Though it did not inflict direct damage, it significantly lowered the defenses of mutated beings. A reduction of up to 50 points could even bring the defense of ordinary mutated beasts down to 0, meaning any weapon could inflict damage. This was a tremendous boon for a team. It could even be said that with this effect, an ordinary person might have a chance to slay a mutated beast. Ding! The baton has been infused with the effect Defense Reduction. How about it, boss? What's the effect of the baton? Is it better than my machete? Wu Gang asked anxiously, not wanting to be overshadowed by Wang Tao. In his mind, the baton could be powerful, but it must not surpass his own weapon. Lin Wei raised her chin and teased, "What do you mean your machete? That's borrowed, you know." Wu Gang awkwardly scratched his chin and conceded, "Miss Lin, I won't mention it again. Please let me off this time. Letting you know that we women aren't to be trifled with." "Forget it, I won't argue with you," Lin Wei said, satisfied as she raised her eyebrows, seeing Wu Gang yield. Yu Yang glanced at Wu Gang and remarked, "This baton has an attack power of only 3 points. Don't worry, it's not more powerful than your machete." Upon hearing this, Wu Gang immediately brightened up. "I say, Wu Gang, your attitude is off. Why are you so happy that the baton isn't powerful? Isn't it a good thing that the team's strength increases?" Lin Wei chimed in. "Annie, didn't you just let me off? Why are you bringing me up again?" Wu Gang's face fell into a grimace. All his little thoughts had been laid bare by Lin Wei, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "I'm not targeting you, I'm just stating the truth." Lin Wei crossed her arms, speaking with a hint of annoyance. After that, she grew curious about the effect. Earlier, she had observed that Yu Yang didn't seem disappointed. "Yu Yang, what's the effect? Hurry up and tell us." Yu Yang nodded and smiled. "The effect is Defense Reduction. After striking a target, it reduces their defense value by up to 50 points. In simple terms, one strike can bring the defense of ordinary mutated beasts down to 0. Wu Gang was instantly stunned. The others were equally astonished. Especially Wang Tao, who had been somewhat disappointed, but now wore a joyful expression, relieved to have drawn such a formidable effect. They were all astute enough to understand the implications of this effect. "Brother Wang Tao, don't you think our relationship is pretty good?" Wu Gang sidled up to Wang Tao, chuckling. "From now on, we'll coordinate like we're better than Officer Jiang." "Haha, you're not too dull," Lin Wei laughed, covering her mouth. Wu Gang huffed proudly, though he dared not show it too overtly, fearing Lin Wei's sharp tongue. "All right, let's have Wang Tao use this baton. But you still need to be cautious when dealing with mutated beasts," Yu Yang advised. Wang Tao adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Boss, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Yu Yang nodded and concluded, "All right, everything's sorted. Let's install these items, then everyone can get back to their own tasks. If anyone finds anything useful in the future, feel free to bring it in. Once repaired, the finder will have priority in using it." Meeting adjourned. As night fell, the temperature had dropped considerably in the deep autumn season. Zhao Baofu was cooking delicious dishes by the makeshift stove. Wu Gang and Wang Tao, after their recent endeavors, were seated at the table, gulping down water. They had just connected the generator and the water dispenser, and with Wang Tao's slight electrical expertise, he had even wired the garage ceiling lights to the generator. The area above their heads was now illuminated once again. Why hasn't the boss come out yet? Wu Gang felt a pang of bitterness. Once a fitness instructor before the apocalypse, he was surrounded by women, but now he found himself alone, sharing life only with his 5 fingers. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Wei appeared radiantly, approaching from the distance, with Yu Yang trailing behind his steps, slightly unsteady. "Boss, are you all right? Why do you look so fatigued?" Yu Yang had yet to say anything when Lin Wei interjected, clearly displeased. She mocked Wu Gang, saying, "He's a Diamond University student. If he can't make it, how can you?" "What's wrong with being a university student? I'm a fitness coach," Wu Gang retorted. "Oh, since you're so capable, why did you ask Yu Yang for help fixing things last time? To put it bluntly, you're just lacking confidence," Lin Wei shot back, unyielding. Wu Gang's face flushed crimson as he stretched his neck and replied, "I just wanted to take things a step further." "All right, enough of that. There are children present," Jiang Chong interjected, ceasing their banter. Yu Yang, however, remained silent, his mind flooded with the exhilarating images and sensations from moments ago. If he hadn't run out of stock, Lin Wei might not have let him off the hook so easily. Though Yu Yang didn't voice his thoughts, others could see Lin Wei's satisfied expression and inferred that he must be doing well. "By the way, where's Su Xiaoxiao?" Lin Wei scanned the area, but found no sign of her. "She hasn't run off, has she?" Yu Yang confidently shook his head. She won't run away. How do you know? Lin Wei, noticing his confidence, couldn't help but feel puzzled. She remembered how Yu Yang had worried about Su Xiaoxiao running away just yesterday, yet today his attitude had completely transformed. Did you charm her somehow? Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. Let's go take a look together. With that, everyone except Zhao Baofu and his wife Wang Meng followed Yu Yang to where Su Xiaoxiao was. From a distance, they spotted a dark little hill standing tall. As they approached, they realized that this so-called hill was entirely made of charcoal. 1832-1833. Su Xiaoxiao's serious voice came from behind the mound. Wow, this little girl is something else. Wu Gang exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Tao was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such a small girl to produce so much charcoal in just a few hours. Lin Wei stared incredulously at the towering pile of charcoal, covering her mouth in awe. How did you do this? This question was directed not at Su Xiaoxiao, but at Yu Yang. She was eager to know how he had motivated Su Xiaoxiao to work so hard. Hey, that's a secret. Yu Yang certainly wouldn't divulge anything to Lin Wei. Not only Su Xiaoxiao, but Lin Wei too was under the loyalty buff he had bestowed, ensuring she would only engage in actions beneficial to him. Su Xiaoxiao's relentless charcoal production stemmed from her desire to assist Yu Yang. Moreover, her previous reluctance to make charcoal wasn't due to laziness, it was simply because she found the charcoal dirty. Once Yu Yang helped her resolve this issue, Su Xiaoxiao was naturally compelled to work diligently in gratitude. Brother Yu Yang. Upon seeing him, Su Xiaoxiao instantly brightened, standing up with her rosy face alight with pride. Hands on her hips, she proclaimed, how about that? Isn't Xiaoxiao amazing? Yu Yang ruffled her hair and praised Xiaoxiao is truly incredible. With this much charcoal, we'll have plenty for a while. Su Xiaoxiao beamed with joy at Yu Yang's compliment. For some reason, she always craved his approval. From now on, Xiaoxiao will make endless charcoal for brother Yu Yang. Yu Yang smiled gently. Just make sure you don't overdo it. If you feel tired, you can stop anytime. No one will push you here. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and blinked. I'm not tired. Oh, I just need to think, and the charcoal appears. It's just a bit boring. Gurgle. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao's stomach growled. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head and shyly admitted, I'm a bit hungry. Yu Yang chuckled, then I'll take Xiaoxiao to eat. Jiang Chong, eyeing the mountain of charcoal, suggested, since Su Xiaoxiao is producing charcoal so quickly, we could actually trade it with the Yuqing Alliance. They should have plenty of low-level evolution crystals. As soon as Jiang Chong finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao immediately looked up, exclaiming urgently, no way. We can't trade with the Yuqing Alliance. Why not? As far as I know, even the Yuqing Alliance has a huge demand for fuel. They'd surely be willing to exchange, Jiang Chong replied, puzzled. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then turned to Yu Yang with a pleading look. Yu Yang offered her a reassuring glance and said, if we trade it away, we won't have enough for ourselves. Besides, I don't want Xiaoxiao to be making charcoal all day long. That's too harsh of a demand for her. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, but Jiang Chong regarded Su Xiaoxiao with a contemplative gaze, though he refrained from saying more. Under Yu Yang's guidance, the group returned to the table. There was barely enough room for everyone, but fortunately Jiang Chong had brought back 2 additional sets of tables and chairs. Gathered around the 2 tables, they waited for Zhao Baofu to prepare the meal. Just then a figure suddenly entered through the garage entrance. Yu Yang immediately became alert. However, Lin Wei's bell did not ring, indicating there was no threat, so Yu Yang refrained from taking action. As the figure drew closer, Yu Yang realized it was a girl about his age. Though she wasn't very tall, her figure was strikingly prominent, leaving the men present momentarily dazed. The girl glared angrily at Su Xiaoxiao, beside Yu Yang, gritting her teeth as she said, Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been looking down, trembled at the sound of the voice. Slowly lifting her gaze, her face transformed into one of despair upon seeing the girl. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Gang stood up, eyeing the girl with suspicion. Despite her attractive appearance, this was the apocalypse. Her sudden and aggressive appearance at the garage door raised concerns about her intentions. Thus Wu Gang positioned himself in front of her. What's it to you? Get out of my way. The girl dismissed Wu Gang with contempt. Little girl, that's where you're mistaken. This is our base. Jiang Chong stood up, drawing his gun from his waist, a hint of menace in his eyes. Seeing the gun, the girl tempered her attitude, grinding her teeth before softening her tone. I'm here to find my sister. Your sister? The group turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao. Surprisingly, upon closer inspection, the girl did indeed resemble Su Xiaoxiao. Are you Xiaoxiao's sister? Yu Yang asked. Exactly. Yu Yang nodded, glancing between Su Xiaoxiao's petite frame and the girl's striking figure. He earnestly inquired, you're not called Su Dada, are you? What's Su Dada? I am Su Mingming. The girl followed Yu Yang's gaze and looked down, instantly realizing what he was referring to. You rogue. Having said that, Su Mingming urgently called out to Su Xiaoxiao. Look at the kind of people you're hanging around with. Hurry up and come back with me. What do you mean by that? Our leader is just making a reasonable guess, Wu Gang interjected, finding Yu Yang's speculation quite valid. Sister, I don't want to go back, Su Xiaoxiao said weakly, hiding behind Yu Yang. Su Mingming was immediately furious. What kind of spell have they cast on you? Your sister wouldn't harm you. Come back with me now. No, I won't go back. If I do, you'll force me to do things I don't like, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly protested passionately. Su Mingming was taken aback, her body stiffening for a moment as traces of heartache and reluctance appeared in her eyes. Brother is. He's only thinking of the team. Thinking of the team, huh? Does that mean you can force me to do things I don't like? Su Xiaoxiao's voice rose in agitation. But without you, others won't have fuel to cook, Su Mingming countered. Then go chop trees. Go find wood. Why force me? You know I absolutely detest getting dirty. As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao began to cry again. After a moment of silence, Su Mingming gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I'll talk to brother and see if he can reduce your workload a bit, but no matter what, you must come back with me. I don't care, I simply won't go back. Su Xiaoxiao's attitude grew more resolute. Su Mingming looked perplexed and questioned her. What's so great about this place? It's such a small team. Survival is a problem, isn't it? Are you even eating enough every day? Just then Zhao Baofu and Wang Meng brought freshly cooked dishes to the table. Zhao Baofu was quite skilled in cooking. Despite the limited ingredients, he managed to prepare dishes that were rich in flavor and variety. The tantalizing aroma considerably lightened the tense atmosphere in the room. What's going on? Why does it smell so good? Su Mingming looked at the dishes being served, her surprise rivaled only by her reaction to seeing a mutated beast. To her, in such a small team, with such a shabby living situation, it seemed impossible to have an abundance of food. But what was being presented now? How could it look so enticing? Su Mingming's imposing demeanor diminished significantly. Gurgle. Her stomach growled in response. Why don't you have a bite too? Yu Yang said with a teasing smile. Su Mingming was unabashed. If eating a bit means eating a bit, I don't believe you have anything good for Xiaoxiao. With that, she boldly sat down right next to Su Xiaoxiao. This scene took the others by surprise. Seeing her sister sitting beside her, Su Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted. Sister, let me tell you, this place is really good. What's so good about it? Did you hit your head? Su Mingming remarked, grabbing her chopsticks and placing a piece of meat into her mouth. The tender texture combined with the rich sauce enveloped her taste buds. It's surprisingly tasty. What kind of meat is this? It's so delicious. Su Mingming's furrowed brows relaxed considerably. Ahem. She asked Su Xiaoxiao, what were you saying is so great about this place? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She knew this was her chance. This place has charging stations for phones. Su Mingming hurriedly covered her mouth, nearly spitting out the food in her mouth. She quickly swallowed and stared at Su Xiaoxiao, her expression one of disbelief. Have you really lost your mind? Where would the electricity come from? Little girl, do you want to check what's above your head? Wu Gang snorted, mocking her. Su Mingming shot Wu Gang a glare before looking up. Then she froze. She hadn't noticed when she entered, but now she discovered that the lights here were actually on. Electricity? How could you possibly have electricity here? Hey, our leader fixed a generator, so naturally there is electricity, Wu Gang said proudly. A generator? Su Mingming held her breath as she indeed heard a distant humming sound of machinery. Is there really a generator here? Su Xiaoxiao beamed. Of course. You can even take a shower here. Su Mingming was genuinely shocked, unable to believe her ears. You mean like the showers before the apocalypse? Exactly. Not that kind of water that makes you itch afterward. Of course not. Su Xiaoxiao winked, slyly well aware of her sister's weaknesses. Su Mingming loved playing games, but after the apocalypse, with all electrical facilities down, her greatest hobby turned into an unreachable desire as the power in her power banks drained away. So when she heard there was electricity, her reaction was entirely understandable. Moreover, Su Mingming loved taking showers. Like most girls, she cherished cleanliness, and she was no exception. However, under the current conditions, having anything to drink was already a luxury, and there was no possibility of using clean water for bathing. The only option for her was to wash with rainwater, leaving her with no opportunity to take a proper shower. Thus, the prospect of being able to bathe was incredibly appealing to Su Mingming. And the water heater can even adjust the temperature perfectly. Su Xiaoxiao pressed on. I'll stay, Su Mingming declared decisively. Having said that, she realized that everyone else except for Su Xiaoxiao was staring at her in astonishment, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. But the allure of electricity and the possibility of bathing was too strong, so she braced herself and said, I want to stay. Is that okay? My sister is here, I can stay to keep her company, right? Everyone turned to Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang did not immediately agree. Instead, he said, you can stay, but you must be of help to our team. We don't shelter useless people. Su Mingming was taken aback and then scanned the faces around her. She wanted to ask Yu Yang, did that snot-nosed kid with a silly grin have any use? Is this aimed at me? But she dared not voice this out loud. Instead, she said, my ability is sensing the approximate location of a target. What does that mean? Everyone looked puzzled. Su Mingming explained, it means that if I think of a person or creature, I can sense its general location. The closer it is, the more accurate the sensing becomes. Otherwise, how do you think I found Su Xiaoxiao? That doesn't seem very useful, Wu Gang muttered. Su Mingming instantly jumped up in protest. You're the useless one. What do you have besides a bit of muscle? You big-chested airhead. Wu Gang was momentarily stunned by the insult. He admitted that his pecs were quite impressive, but compared to her, his were nothing. All right, you can stay, Yu Yang concluded decisively. But starting tomorrow, you'll help us look for isolated mutated beasts. Our team needs to take the initiative this time. After dinner, the night had deepened, and everyone returned to their respective quarters in the garage. Shielded somewhat by the presence of abandoned vehicles, there was a semblance of privacy. Accompanied by Su Xiaoxiao, Su Mingming was the first to experience the precise temperature control of the water heater. As warm water cascaded over her body, she couldn't help but exclaim, this is the life. Xiaoxiao, how did you come across this group of people? Su Mingming inquired while lathering soap onto herself. Su Xiaoxiao's expression turned forlorn. I was rescued by brother Yu Yang. If it weren't for him, I'd probably still be trapped in that dark place. Upon hearing this, Su Mingming's demeanor stiffened with concern. What exactly happened? With a sigh, Su Xiaoxiao decided to shed her clothes and step closer to Su Mingming, who was washing up. Having been preoccupied with gathering charcoal earlier, she hadn't had the chance to bathe, and now she could join Su Mingming in the shower. Leaning against Su Mingming's shoulder, Su Xiaoxiao spoke with a hint of grievance. As soon as I got out, I ran in this direction. Along the way, I encountered many mutated beasts, but thankfully, I was fast enough that they couldn't catch me. Su Mingming felt a surge of both anger and pity. After a deep sigh, she remarked, thank goodness your physical abilities increased significantly after your second evolution. Otherwise you would have been caught and eaten by those mutated beasts long ago. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, but continued, I ran and ran until I got tired and had to stop to rest. Then a man looking like an uncle found me. He told me he could take me in, that their team had food. So I went back with them. But when we arrived, they made me do this and that. I was so hungry and exhausted that I couldn't keep up. They told me that useless people didn't deserve to eat. I told them I could gather charcoal. At this point, tears of grievance streamed down Su Xiaoxiao's face. Then when I wasn't paying attention, they knocked me out, chained me up, and forced me to gather charcoal. If it weren't for brother Yu Yang saving me, I would have been trapped there forever. Su Mingming gently stroked Su Xiaoxiao's head, comforting her. It's all in the past now. It was my fault for being late. I wish I had found you sooner. Su Xiaoxiao looked up and shook her head. It's not your fault, sister. It's just that I'm useless. It's not your fault. Those people were too wicked. You're just too innocent. That's why I was worried you might be deceived by that Yu Yang, which is why I stayed to accompany you. Isn't it because you wanted to bathe that you stayed? Su Xiaoxiao asked innocently. Su Mingming's face flushed. Well, of course I stayed because I was worried about you. Su Xiaoxiao gazed earnestly at her sister. Sister, brother Yu Yang is a good person. You really don't need to worry. Not only did he heal all my wounds, but he also taught me how to gather charcoal from a distance, so I won't get dirty anymore. Oh, he has that kind of ability. Is that his special skill? Su Mingming's interest piqued. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know. I just know that brother Yu Yang is amazing at fixing things. He repaired the generator, the water dispenser, and the electric water heater, making them even better than before. Su Mingming nodded thoughtfully. Are you planning to stay here indefinitely? Don't you want to see your brother? She asked. At the mention of her biological brother, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly reflected discontent. Who wants to be his sister? Let him find someone else to be his sister. I want to be with brother Yu Yang forever. Su Mingming's mouth dropped open slightly. Xiaoxiao, you can't possibly have feelings for that Yu Yang, right? Sister. In a fit of irritation, Su Xiaoxiao turned the water temperature down to 1 degree, causing Su Mingming to shriek in surprise. All right, stop messing around. Xiaoxiao, come here. Su Mingming adjusted the water temperature back to normal and then carefully lathered soap onto Su Xiaoxiao. For now, I'll stay here with you, but in a couple of days I need to head back and let brother know I'm safe. I don't want my brother to know I'm here, Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Your brother was very upset when he learned you had run away. If anything were to happen to you, he might never forgive himself. I promised him that regardless of whether I find you, I must return within a week. Today is already the 5th day. Fine. Su Xiaoxiao contemplated for a moment and said, actually, if my brother wants charcoal, he could exchange it for some primary evolution crystals. Su Mingming stared at her in disbelief. Wow, Su Xiaoxiao, are you really siding with your brother Yu Yang? asking our team to exchange primary evolution crystals. And you say you don't have feelings for him. If I like him, then I like him. So what? Su Xiaoxiao gave in and confessed brother Yu Yang is handsome, kind-hearted, and capable. Plus, he speaks gently. Just focus on your bath. Su Mingming playfully tapped Su Xiaoxiao on the head before drying herself off and stepping out. Standing in place, Su Mingming pondered for a long while. Ultimately, she concluded that she couldn't let anyone easily take advantage of her sister. No way, I must have a serious talk with that Yu Yang. He can't lay a hand on my sister. With that thought, Su Mingming made her way toward the area where Yu Yang was resting, guided by her memory. The next day, as the sun rose brightly, Yu Yang rubbed his eyes and climbed out of bed. He glanced at Lin Wei, who was peacefully asleep beside him, and felt a sudden pang in his heart. Fortunately, I've evolved once, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to get out of bed. If I evolve a second time, I might fully adapt. It's time to make a push and aim to complete my second evolution within 3 days. With this thought in mind, Yu Yang quietly got out of bed. He knew that Lin Wei as the leader was actually more exhausted, but she masked it all for his sake. Thus Yu Yang did not disturb Lin Wei's slumber. Instead, he quietly dressed and headed to where everyone had gathered. Currently, the team rested in the garage, each spaced apart at a certain distance. The gathering spot resembled a combined kitchen and living room not far from the garage entrance, where everyone came together to eat and hold meetings. At that moment, Wu Gang had just arrived, feeling refreshed and looking more spirited than Yu Yang. However, he felt no pride in his energy. Instead, he felt rather unfortunate. Did he not want to work hard? It was just that no one forced him to. The more Wu Gang thought about it, the gloomier he felt. But when he saw the delicious breakfast on the table, his mood lifted significantly. The table was filled with bowls of lean meat porridge. It was prepared by Zhao Baofu and Wang Ming, who had gotten up early to cook. As the only 2 strong men in the team, not actively fighting, they willingly took on the responsibility of feeding everyone. The rice for the porridge was traded from Yang, and the meat was chosen from the lean flesh of the stealthy giant python, making the porridge exceptionally tasty. Every day, eating the flesh of mutated beasts had gradually strengthened everyone's bodies. Before long, the others arrived one after another. Everyone hurry and eat. After breakfast, we need to get moving, Yu Yang announced as he began to dig into his meal. Hey, where's my sister? Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly. As soon as she spoke, a strikingly attractive girl emerged from the shadows, strutting in with a confident gait. It was none other than the curvaceous Su Mingming. However, while she had dressed relatively conservatively yesterday, today her outfit had significantly less fabric, appearing quite breezy. Sister, aren't you cold? Su Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Su Mingming, of course not. Your sister has already undergone a second evolution, and her physique is beyond that of ordinary people. This slight chill is nothing to her, Wu Gang chuckled. Perceiving Wu Gang's gaze, Su Mingming frowned in dissatisfaction, inwardly muttering, "What are you staring at? I'm not here for your enjoyment." But what frustrated her more was her true target, Yu Yang, who was currently engrossed in his bowl of porridge, not sparing her a single glance. How infuriating! Su Mingming gritted her teeth. Yet she couldn't directly call out to Yu Yang, as that would seem too contrived. Meanwhile, Yu Yang's only feeling was intense hunger. After expending so much energy last night, the already delicious lean meat porridge tasted like a gourmet dish to him. He devoured bowl after bowl, completely oblivious to Su Mingming's murderous stare beside him. Cough, cough. It was Jiang Chong who finally sensed Su Mingming's hostility and spoke up. Yu Yang, why don't you arrange today's tasks? Only then did Yu Yang look up. Sure thing. Upon saying this, he noticed Su Mingming, whose face had turned red with anger, and exclaimed in surprise, "What happened to you? Did a zombie chew on your clothes?" You? Su Mingming was so enraged, she felt like pouring porridge over Yu Yang's head. "I think it's your brain that's been chewed on by a zombie." With that, she stamped her foot and turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Yu Yang said calmly. "Have you forgotten what you promised yesterday?" Su Mingming paused, but didn't turn around. The heaving of her shoulders and her clenched fists revealed her inner turmoil. After a moment, she turned back and snapped, "I'm doing this for Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, why would I care about you, you jerk?" Wu Gang muttered, "So this outfit is for Su Xiaoxiao." "Shut up." Su Mingming shot a fierce glare at Wu Gang, whose shoulders shrank back at the menacing look. He was genuinely a bit afraid of this girl. After all, although Su Mingming appeared to be just an ordinary girl, she had undergone a second evolution, and her physical abilities were far beyond what he could contend with. "Today you must help us find 3 elite-level mutated beasts." Uffed. As Su Mingming took a sip of porridge, she sprayed Wu Gang's face with it. Wu Gang was momentarily stunned, but could only helplessly wipe his face. There was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't fight back. Su Mingming stared at Yu Yang in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" Do you really think you can go after elite-level mutated beasts? Don't think you're invincible just because you've killed a few ordinary ones. Elite level, it's a whole different concept. Beside her, Su Xiaoxiao poked her sister and whispered, "Sister, the meat you just had in your porridge came from an elite-level mutated beast." Su Mingming was stunned. She looked at the tender meat in her bowl, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is meat from an elite-level mutated beast. This is the meat of an elite-level mutated beast, the concealed giant python. Yu Yang spoke indifferently, then raised a bowl of lean meat porridge and took a sip. Su Mingming still found it hard to believe. Her team had fought elite-level mutated beasts before, but that was with hundreds of people attacking together, and they still lost several members in the process. The difference between elite and ordinary levels was not merely quantitative. Against ordinary-level beasts, a dozen of them could surround, and with the use of firearms and good coordination barely managed to take one down. However, elite-level beasts were different. Ordinary firearms couldn't breach their defenses. Only weapons with exceptionally high penetrating power or significantly destructive explosives stood a chance of killing them. In her view, the conditions here simply did not meet the requirements to slay an elite-level beast. Su Mingming pondered for a while, still feeling puzzled, and asked, "How did you manage that?" "Just relying on you few." "Of course not," Wu Gang immediately replied. "Oh, I thought so. Did you trade for this meat using other resources?" Su Mingming guessed, feeling it was the most reasonable explanation. But Wu Gang shook his head again. Just as Su Mingming was about to press further, Wu Gang explained, "We didn't kill this concealed giant python. It was our leader who did it alone." "What did you say?" Su Mingming was momentarily stunned, then waved her hand. "Impossible. Stop joking. How could one person possibly kill an elite-level mutated beast? Unless the supreme commander of our alliance was personally on the scene." Having said that, she quickly covered her mouth. Then she anxiously glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, hoping for comfort, but Su Xiaoxiao added, "Sister, this is what you said." "Ooh, I never claimed that." Su Mingming felt utterly defeated. Since it was no longer a secret, she decided to openly admit it. After all, it was not something shameful for her. "That's right, I am from the Yuqing Alliance. As far as I know, only those who have evolved to level 3 can kill elite-level mutated beasts with their personal capabilities." She looked at Yu Yang. "In the entire Yuqing Alliance, only the Supreme Commander is at level 3. Are you also at level 3? Yu Yang set down his bowl of lean meat porridge. Burp. He let out an unrefined burp and said, "I am not level 3, I am level 1. "A level 1? Su Mingming was somewhat perplexed. "No, how could you possibly be level 1? She looked bewilderedly at her sister, then asked, "Didn't you say he has special abilities? How could he be level 1? Su Xiaoxiao also appeared puzzled. "Yu Yang Gij has special abilities. He healed all my injuries, and he even fixed the water heater you used for your shower yesterday. But only level 2 can evolve to gain special abilities. That's common knowledge." Su Mingming still didn't believe it. "Our leader is the Chosen One, do you understand? The Chosen One. It's something beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like you." Su Mingming fell silent. She knew Yu Yang was exceptional, but she had not anticipated he was so extraordinary. "Then when you evolve to level 2, do you also gain another ability?" Su Mingming suddenly asked. Hiss. Everyone present took a sharp breath. Yes, they had overlooked this matter before. If Yu Yang's abilities existed before reaching level 2, then once he evolved, wouldn't he gain another? If his first ability was this formidable, wouldn't the second be even more astonishing? Theoretically speaking, that's how it works," Yu Yang replied with a hint of hesitation. However, while Yu Yang was certain that he would acquire a second ability, he did not believe it would be something as extraordinary as a universal repair system. Rather, he expected it to be a decent ability, but with limitations, much like most people. As for how effective that ability would be, it depended on the circumstances. "All right, I can lead you to the elite-level mutated beast, but Xiao, and I will not participate in the battle," Su Mingming replied after some thought. "That's fine," Yu Yang readily agreed. Although the Su sisters had both evolved twice, neither of their abilities were combat-oriented, and they had no suitable weapons, making their participation in the battle rather pointless. Therefore, Yu Yang had never intended for them to join the fight. "Okay, since we've agreed, let's set off." "Aren't we waiting for Lin Wei?" Zhang Chong asked. Yu Yang paused, then said, "No need to wait. Let her rest well, as she was too tired last night." Everyone was adults and understood Yu Yang's implication. The Su sisters blushed slightly. "Now it's up to you." Yu Yang looked at Su Mingming with a gentle smile. At the Faya Cathedral, a giant cross stood skewed in the ruins, resembling an enormous sword. A small team of about a dozen passed through this area. The two leaders bore a striking resemblance. "Brother, can we really kill an ordinary mutated beast?" And Jia asked, anxiously glancing at Yang, who held a shotgun. And Yang's palms were sweaty as he tightly gripped his weapon. Don't worry, it's not impossible to kill an ordinary mutated beast with a gun. And Yang's team had decided after discussions over the past few days to trade 100 bags of salt for this shotgun, which only had 2 rounds. While it seemed an unwise trade, and Yang had his own thoughts. He knew Jiang Chong had many bullets. Though Jiang Chong's temperament was a bit strange, he had helped in Yang twice, so he felt there was a chance to exchange for the bullets he desired. Once he had enough ammunition, this trade would be far from a loss. It could even be profitable. However, the shotgun's biggest drawback was that it had to be fired at close range to be effective. If the distance was too great, its lethality would diminish significantly. I wish Yu Yang were here. He could take down a mutated beast with just 2 shots, and Jia muttered. Upon hearing Jia's words, and Yang's expression dimmed. He admitted that he was not as skilled as Yu Yang, and that night it was he who had urged Jia to visit Yu Yang's room, but he hadn't anticipated that Yu Yang would refuse. It's my fault. I should have asked Yu Yang to take you in. And Jia shook her head. It's not your fault, brother. It's my inadequacy for not making Yu Yang like me. If only I had been a bit more proactive and less reserved. Before the apocalypse, she had been the kind of person constantly pursued by admirers. So she was accustomed to being reserved, accustomed to being on a pedestal. That night's initiative was already the limit of what she could do. Therefore, after being rejected, she did not persist in seeking Yu Yang's refuge. Now she regretted it a bit. Watch out. Just as Jia was lost in thought, Yang suddenly pushed her aside, and a corrosive liquid splashed onto the spot where Jia had been standing moments before. Sizzle. The ground was corroded, leaving a deep pit. And Jia's face turned pale. She could hardly imagine the terrifying consequences had that corrosive liquid splashed onto her. A shrill cry echoed from a height beside Jia. Looking up, she saw a massive mutated creature resembling a bat hanging from the top of a cross, standing among the ruins. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, studying them with keen interest. And Jia's legs buckled in fear, and she collapsed onto the ground. The others in the team recoiled, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at the fearsome mutated beast. This is bad. It's a flying mutated beast. And Yang's complexion darkened. Encountering a flying mutated beast significantly diminished the threat posed by their shotgun. When they had received the weapon, they were told that a single shot could likely kill an ordinary mutated beast, and 2 shots were guaranteed to do so. But the premise was that they had to be able to hit it. We have no choice but to lure it down, and Yang said in a low voice. What? Lure it down? How do we do that? We should run. Although everyone in the team was a key combat force, they were all shaking, their legs trembling at the sight of the mutated beast. Especially since their once reliable shotguns had now proven ineffective, leaving them utterly devoid of confidence in defeating the creature. It has already locked onto us. How can we escape? If I run, I'll be picked off one by one. At that point, none of us will survive. We can't escape, and we can't fight. What should we do now? Some were already in despair. And Yang's expression grew peculiar, a flicker of struggle in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, it's not that we can't fight, we just need an opportunity to get closer. I'll do it. A pale man in his 40s stepped forward, understanding Yang's intent. I'll lure it down. The man's voice quivered as he spoke. When it's about to feast on me, Captain, and you must kill it. At that moment, a young man in his 20s rushed forward and hugged the man tightly. No, Dad, why does it have to be you to let that monster eat you? Tears streamed down the young man's face. The father's eyes were filled with both nostalgia and weariness, yet he showed little fear. I have liver cancer and won't live much longer. I've already been happy to accompany you for 3 months. You must take care of yourself from now on, all right? Let me save you one last time so my death has some value. With that, despite his son's protest, the man dashed toward the mutated bat. Don't, Dad. The young man tried to follow, but his teammates held him back. Seeing someone approach, the bat immediately spat out a pool of corrosive liquid. Sizzle. Oh. The man screamed in agony as his body was corroded away, leaving only a mixture of blood and liquid. The mutated bat flapped its wings and flew to the man's side. Its long proboscis extended and plunged into the man's body, beginning to siphon his bodily fluids. Now's the moment. Seizing the opportunity as the bat landed next to the man, and Yang rushed forward, almost pressing against the creature as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A muted explosion echoed. However, to everyone's astonishment, the close-range shot only left some white marks on the bat's wings. It inflicted no substantial damage at all, and Yang immediately fired again. But despair washed over him as the second shot yielded the same result. Sizzle! The mutated bat screeched and spread its wings, and Yang was flung backward, crashing heavily onto a pile of debris. Only then did he realize why his shots had no effect on the mutated beast before him. It was an elite-level mutated beast. At that moment, everyone in Yang's team turned pale. They had never anticipated that after the man had sacrificed himself to create an opportunity, and Yang's shotgun would fail to inflict any damage on the elite mutated beast. Brother. And Jia rushed to Yang's side, tears streaming down her face. And Yang coughed up blood and shouted hoarsely, "Run. This is an elite-level mutated beast. We stand no chance against it." Sizzle. Perhaps Yang's earlier gunfire had provoked the mutated bat. Rather than continuing to enjoy its meal, it turned its attention to their team. Several bursts of dark green corrosive liquid sprayed out, striking several members. "Oh!" Screams echoed as Yang's team suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Despair welled in Yang's eyes. "And Jia, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let Yang take you away back then." And Jia sobbed, uncontrollably choking out, "It's my fault. Ooh, I'm useless. Don't blame my brother." And Yang gazed at the approaching mutated bat and sighed heavily. "Ah, if only Yang were here. I should have brought the entire team to join them to be their subsidiary team. My pride and belief that I could strengthen our team led to this disastrous outcome." With that, Yang closed his eyes, awaiting death. Just then, bang, 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 sizzle. A series of gunshots rang out, and the mutated beast let out a pained cry, quickly retreating. "Brother, it's Yang. Yang is here." And Jia exclaimed, pulling at Yang's arm with excitement. He opened his eyes in confusion to see Yang appearing relaxed, as though taking a stroll in a garden. With a warm smile, Yang addressed Yang, "Captain, and Yang, it's been a while." And Yang snapped back to his senses, joy flooding his heart. "Yang, it really is you. Thank goodness we're saved." Yang did not linger on pleasantries, but refocused on the mutated beast. Elite-level disorderly destroyer corrupt bat. Health 90,180. Attack power 80. Defense 50. Special ability can spray a highly corrosive liquid. Under Su Mingming's guidance, Yang had finally located this elite beast. Moreover, the attributes of the elite beast were relatively weak. The unique aspect was that it was a flying mutated beast. Sizzle. The corrupt bat fixed its crimson left eye on Yang, filled with caution. Yang's 3 shots had struck its right eye precisely, inflicting significant damage. However, the corrupt bat immediately shut its eyes and released a sonic wave. This rendered it devoid of weaknesses. Even with its enhanced abilities, its eyesight was never its strong suit. Despite its evolution, the instinct to use sound waves for localization was embedded in its genes. Seeing the corrupted bat close its eyes, Yang remained completely unfazed. Not to mention that the bat's vital points extended far beyond just its eyes. Even if there were no critical weaknesses to exploit, Yang had his own trump card. "Wang Tao, can you hit it?" Upon hearing his name called, Wang Tao understood it was time for him to shine. After hesitating for a moment, he steeled himself and charged toward the corrupted bat. Sensing an approach amidst the sound waves, the bat immediately spat out a glob of decaying liquid. However, Wang Tao was well prepared. He rolled to the side, evading the corrosive attack. His heart raced, yet he quickly closed the distance to the corrupted bat. Feeling Wang Tao's proximity, the bat flapped its wings and took to the air, preparing for another assault with its decaying liquid. As the bat ascended higher, Wang Tao gritted his teeth and threw his police baton. The baton traced a parabolic arc through the air, hurtling toward the corrupted bat. Realizing an object was on a collision course with it, the bat hastily changed position. Yet due to its large wings, it still got hit. The baton bounced off, and the bat immediately sensed its body becoming weaker. However, outwardly it showed no signs of damage. This scene left the surviving members of the Yang team bewildered. Why use a baton when they had firearms that couldn't harm this mutated beast? What's the point of a baton? We couldn't even hurt it with a shotgun. It's over. We're done for. We're all going to die here. I thought Yang was impressive, but this idea is so naive. Sending someone in with a baton to fight a mutated beast. And Yang's expression grew grim. Could it be that Yang has no way to deal with this mutated bat? But the next scene left them all utterly stunned. Bang, bang. After 2 shots rang out, the previously soaring corrupted bat let out a mournful cry and plummeted to the ground with a thud. You have slain the elite-level Order Disruptor corrupted bat, earning 1,000 repair points. Those who had just questioned Yang rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight before them. What? What just happened? How could such a remarkably defensive mutated beast be taken down by just 2 shots? And Yang stared blankly at the lifeless corrupted bat on the ground, lost in a daze. It wasn't just Yang. Even Su Mingming wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had doubted Yang's ability to kill an elite-level mutated beast, having witnessed the devastating toll it took on the U-City Alliance to hunt them down. Each encounter had resulted in heavy casualties, incurring great costs to slay even one. Yet now Yang had effortlessly dispatched one, exceeding her wildest expectations. And what role had that baton played? Su Mingming found it completely incomprehensible. Wang Tao, recognizing how easily the elite mutated beast had been killed, hurried to reclaim his baton, cherishing it as a prized possession. Jiang Chong, too, stood momentarily stunned, shaking his head in self-deprecation. Though a level 2 Evolver, his offensive capability paled in comparison to Yu Yang, a mere level 1. Seeing the corrupted bat was dead, Wu Gang rushed over swiftly, splitting the creature's skull open and retrieving a mid-level evolution crystal. Then he excitedly returned to present it to Yu Yang. Just one. Yu Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems there are disparities even among elite mutated beasts. The last one yielded 2 mid-level evolution crystals. Be grateful. This is a mid-level evolution crystal. Su Mingming's expression was complex. Even within the U-City Alliance, this is something that would spark competition. You acquired it so easily, yet you're still not satisfied. Watching Su Mingming's puffed-up expression, Yu Yang chuckled and shook his head before consuming the mid-level evolution crystal. His evolution progress increased by 1 notch. Only 2 more to go, he muttered to himself. Thank you, Yu Yang. And Yang, supported by Jia, approached Yu Yang with an envious look. Though both were around 20, the disparity between them was glaringly apparent. Their entire team had nearly been annihilated while Yu Yang had effortlessly dispatched a fearsome mutated beast. No need for thanks, Captain N. That corrupted bat was our target as well. And Yang, long time no see, Jiang Chong greeted In Yang. Only then did In Yang realize that the level 2 Evolver he had always respected was also part of Yu Yang's team. After contemplating, a conflicted look appeared in Yang's eyes. Ultimately, as if resolved, he turned to Yu Yang and said, Yu Yang, would you allow us to become your subordinate team? Su Mingming looked on in slight surprise. You would really let your team become a subordinate team? A subordinate team? What does that mean? Yu Yang inquired. Seeing his confusion, Su Mingming explained, subordinate teams are quite common in the U-City Alliance. Some smaller teams wish to join but do not meet the requirements, so they can only become subordinate teams. The status and treatment of subordinate teams are incomparable to formal teams. They do the heavy lifting and must completely obey the formal team, serving the formal members. However, they also receive protection from the formal team. When in danger, the formal team will assist them. A subordinate team, huh? Upon hearing Su Mingming's explanation, Yu Yang stroked his chin and replied, I could consider accepting you as a subordinate team, but you must agree to a few conditions. Hearing this, In Yang's face brightened with hope. Yu Yang, just say the word. They'll certainly comply with whatever I can. Yu Yang nodded. The reason he was willing to agree was that the current circumstances were entirely different from before. Previously, In Yang had invited him to join, but now he was being asked to return as the leader. While both involved becoming part of a team, the status and dynamics were worlds apart. Once the subordinate relationship was established, In Yang would have to follow Yu Yang's commands without question. Yu Yang paced for a moment before stating, First, at Minghuang Primary School, you must vacate the best quarters for my team. That's no problem. Minghuang Primary School is large. We can clear out the least damaged, best preserved building for you. And Yang immediately agreed without hesitation. No, you will vacate 2 buildings. I want one for myself and no one is to live nearby, Yu Yang added. And Yang paused, then nodded. That's fine, you. Captain, rest assured. Good, Yu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Secondly, anyone who disobeys management must be expelled from the team. Anyone I find unsatisfactory will also be expelled. Well, and Yang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, No problem, I will listen to Captain Yu. Good. Since that's the case, go back and prepare. Once I take down a few more elite mutated beasts, I will come find you at Minghuang Primary School. You are still planning to hunt elite mutated beasts? And Yang felt a wave of numbness wash over his brain. They were barely managing to avoid the elite mutated beasts, yet Yu Yang was actively seeking them out to kill. Was the gap between individuals and between teams really that vast? In just a few days apart, Yu Yang's team had grown significantly stronger. Wait, I have one more request, and Yang called after Yu Yang. Wu Gang looked displeased and said bluntly, Hey, don't get too cocky. It's already generous of us to take you in. You dare to make a request. Yu Yang was puzzled as well. He did not think Yang had the right to make requests of him. However, considering their previous acquaintance, he replied, Go ahead. And Yang quickly explained, I don't dare to make any excessive requests. I just hope, Captain, you can take in my sister. Please don't let her stay with the subsidiary team. Seeing Yu Yang frown, and Yang immediately knelt down and pleaded, I beg you, Captain, you please accept her. And Jia can at least take care of your daily needs. Brother. Watching her brother plead for her, and Jia felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Although she indeed admired Yu Yang, she did not wish to beg him in such a subservient manner. She had always thought that once she became stronger, she would pursue Yu Yang. But now, she realized that was impossible. The difficulty of survival in this apocalypse was far greater than she had imagined. Moreover, with Yu Yang's exceptional qualities, the number of women around him would only increase. If she didn't make a move now, she would have no chance of being by his side. And Jia also understood that if she truly became Yu Yang's woman, he would to some extent look out for her brother. Considering all this, and Jia bit her lip and eventually knelt before Yu Yang. I beg you, please take me in. I don't ask for you to be responsible for me. Even if you grow tired of me in the future, it doesn't matter. I just want to be by your side now. Seeing her sincerity, Yu Yang sighed and said, all right, you can stay by my side. Besides, he needed someone to handle his daily affairs. Lin Wei would not do these trivial tasks. She only occupied him with matters that prevented him from getting up. So in Jia's presence would serve some purpose. Furthermore, Jia was indeed beautiful. Having a pure and lovely girl by his side would be a feast for the eyes. Thank you, Captain Yu. And Yang finally felt the weight lift from his heart. And Jia, you will stay with Captain Yu now. I will head back. And Jia, make sure to serve Yu Yang well and temper that little pride of yours, understand? And Yang said earnestly. And Jia nodded silently. With that, and Yang bid farewell to Yu Yang, and taking the remaining members headed toward Ming Huang Primary School. And Jia reluctantly withdrew her gaze and obediently walked to Yu Yang's side. You can follow me, but you must be obedient, understand? Yu Yang knew and Jia still had some pride, so he gave her a gentle reminder. I understand. After experiencing such an embarrassing situation, and Jia felt an inexplicable joy and exhilaration in her heart, though she concealed it well and no one noticed. She had always liked Yu Yang, and she didn't feel wronged following him. Although the way she joined his team was a bit humiliating, the outcome was ultimately favorable. And Jia secretly glanced at the current members of Yu Yang's team and noticed a girl whose looks were not inferior to hers with a very enviable figure, making her sense of urgency spike. Just a few days, and Yu Yang had already taken in such a stunning beauty. Thankfully, she wasn't too late. If she wanted to catch Yu Yang's attention, she had to show sincerity. Watching another beauty being accepted by Yu Yang, Wu Gang was enviously green with jealousy. Boss, oh boss, you are certainly blessed. All right, let's move on to the next target, Yu Yang said, ignoring Wu Gang's resentful gaze and addressing Su Mingming. Su Mingming nodded, sensing the atmosphere, then opened her eyes and said, in the park ahead there is an elite mutated beast, but its energy feels a bit strange. What's strange about it? Is it too powerful? Yu Yang inquired. Su Mingming shook her head. No, it's too stable. Generally speaking, the energy of mutated beasts is extremely active, but this one feels almost static. Wu Gang scoffed. What's so strange about that? Maybe it's just sleeping. We can sneak up on it. At that time, Wang Tao can strike it, and I'll directly finish it off. Having seen Wang Tao perform earlier, he was eager to prove his worth. He knew that as long as he was near Yu Yang, his defense was comparable to that of ordinary mutated beasts, making it less likely for him to get hurt. Yu Yang was uncertain about the situation, but still reminded them, don't let your guard down. Always maintain the necessary vigilance. Jiang Chong nodded silently. Initially, he thought Yu Yang would become complacent after easily taking down an elite mutated beast, losing all sense of caution. But unexpectedly, Yu Yang, despite his young age, managed to remain unflustered by praise or blame. Got it, boss. The others nodded in agreement. With Yu Yang's reminder, they all put away their dismissive attitudes. With that, they followed Su Mingming as she led the way toward the park ahead. This park wasn't as large as Bolu Park, but it used to have more vegetation. However, all the plants had been affected by some force during the apocalypse, turning yellow and withered. Only a few plants survived and underwent strange mutations. For instance, the original ivy had now thickened to the size of an arm, crawling all over the ticket booth. Just in that direction, Su Mingming pointed to a conspicuous green plant in a nearby yellowing thicket. Yu Yang raised his eyes and saw a towering tree. Its dense foliage resembled a gigantic umbrella shading the ground beneath it. Hanging from the underside of the umbrella-like leaves were cocoons the size of adults, which made one feel slightly uneasy. Is this a mutated beast? Wu Gang exclaimed in astonishment. No, this should be classified as a mutated insect. Inside there is likely a massive butterfly, or perhaps a giant caterpillar that has not yet transformed into a butterfly, Jiang Chong analyzed. Upon hearing caterpillar, both girls felt a shiver run down their spines. No wonder its energy is so stable. Oh, it turns out it's in a cocoon, Su Mingming realized. At the same time, the information about this mutated insect appeared before Yu Yang's eyes. As he surveyed the environment, Yu Yang felt a flicker of satisfaction at the weakened attributes displayed before him. The situation bore little difference from a serendipitous gain. However, instead of rushing into action, he took the time to carefully observe his surroundings. This place, while not overtly conspicuous, could hardly be deemed hidden. The towering tree standing out amid a sea of yellow and the enormous cocoon were both strikingly prominent. It was illogical for the evolving phantasm butterfly to choose such an exposed location during its most vulnerable state. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Yang formulated a plan. He turned to Wu Gang and said, "Who was it that suggested we destroy it? Come on, Wu Gang, hey, race your chance to shine." Wu Gang's expression turned sour, his face visibly drooping at the suggestion. The immense cocoon filled him with dread. The unknown was always the most terrifying. He had no idea what might emerge from within, and given the choice, he would prefer to face a large beast rather than a massive insect. Yet having made his boast earlier, he felt compelled to act. Backing down now would only invite mockery from the others. After weighing his options, an idea struck Wu Gang. "Wang Tao, you go first. Without your baton, I won't be much use here. This mutated beast has low defense, you can handle it alone, without Wang Tao's help." Yu Yang's words effectively cut off Wu Gang's escape. He looked at Yu Yang with a face full of grievance. "Boss, you're setting me up for failure." But with the matter at this point, he had no choice but to proceed, or else he would lose all credibility within the team. Resolving himself, Wu Gang charged straight toward the giant cocoon. At that moment, a massive piece of bark suddenly fell from the thick trunk of the tree. This bark unfurled in the wind, transforming almost instantaneously into a colossal butterfly. Oh my god! Wu Gang was instantly paralyzed with fear. At the same time, new information appeared before Yu Yang. Elite level Order Destroyer Phantasm Butterfly. Health 200,200. Attack 80. Defense 60. Special ability capable of mimicking surrounding objects, fully blending with its environment and completely masking its energy fluctuations, making it hard to detect. Another elite level mutated butterfly. Su Mingming exclaimed, her complexion paling significantly. She couldn't fathom why she had failed to sense the existence of this mutated creature. A wave of self-reproach washed over her. If her misjudgment led to someone getting hurt or worse, she would find it impossible to forgive herself. Yet all of this was well within Yu Yang's control. He deduced that the evolving phantasm butterfly must have kin watching over it, for it would not be so brazenly evolving in such an open space otherwise. Thus he had sent Wu Gang to attack the cocoon, intending to lure the concealed phantasm butterfly out. The phantasm butterfly lunged at Wu Gang, its elongated proboscis and massive wings sending shivers down his spine. Though it appeared to be a delicate butterfly, Wu Gang had no doubt that it could snap his head off. "Boss, help me. Wang Tao, act now," Yu Yang shouted firmly. Fortunately, Wang Tao did not disappoint Yu Yang. Even under such sudden pressure, he managed to remain composed. He hurled his baton at the phantasm butterfly's spread wings. Having learned from previous experiences, he knew that the broad wings were an excellent target for ensuring a hit. Indeed, while the phantasm butterfly was massive, its speed could not match that of the previously encountered corrupted bat, and the baton landed squarely. Its defense instantly dropped by 50 points, plummeting to 10. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yang swiftly drew his gun. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot inflicted 40 points of damage on the phantasm butterfly. With a total health of 200 points, it was reduced to nothing after 5 shots, plummeting to the ground like a ragged cloth. Ding. Killed the elite level Order Destroyer Phantasm Butterfly. Earned 1,000 repair points. Although the phantasm butterfly had been dispatched with relative ease, Yu Yang gazed at his revolver with dissatisfaction. The attack power is still too low. If only I could repair the revolver once more, at the very least doubling its attack strength. Casting a wistful glance at the pristine revolver in his hand, he sighed inwardly. "Why won't you break down?" Wu Gang rolled and crawled to Yu Yang's side, his face a mask of despair. "You scared me to death. Boss, you're such a trickster. I thought my soul was about to leave my body." Seeing Wu Gang in such a state, Yu Yang couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. In reality, with Wu Gang's 50-point defense triggered by his exclusive Guardian ability, he wouldn't have been killed outright from a couple of hits by the phantasm butterfly. If he had been injured, Yu Yang might even have considered repairing him again, granting him another chance at evolution. But that opportunity was lost on Wu Gang himself. "Alright, what are you afraid of? Everything is according to my plan. Look at you out with those muscles, you're just embarrassing yourself." With that, Yu Yang raised his hand again and fired 2 more shots at the giant cocoon. Pew, pew. The bullets pierced through, claiming the life of the phantasm butterfly within. Ding. Killed the pseudo-elite level Order Destroyer Phantasm Butterfly. Earned 500 repair points. The phantasm butterfly inside the cocoon had just gathered enough energy and was in the process of evolving from ordinary to elite in a weakened state, thus falling prey to Yu Yang's opportunism. "Alright, go retrieve the evolution crystals." With the immediate threat eliminated, Wu Gang was all smiles as he eagerly dashed over, using his machete to extract the evolution crystals. There are 2 evolution crystals, one large and one small. Wu Gang respectfully handed them to Yu Yang. What a pity the smaller one hasn't reached the intermediate level yet. It can at most be considered half an intermediate. It should be worth about 5 primary ones. The smaller crystal was the one extracted from the pseudo-elite phantasm butterfly. However, Yu Yang felt no disappointment. Instead, he held the smaller evolution crystal and chose to repair it. Repairing the incomplete intermediate evolution crystal will consume 100 repair points. Proceed with repair. After slaying 2 elite-level order destroyers and 1 pseudo-elite-level order destroyer, Yu Yang's total repair points stood at 4,005. Thus, he was unconcerned about spending this 100 points. After all, this intermediate evolution crystal was crucial for potential secondary evolution. Ding. Repair complete. Obtained intermediate evolution crystal. The operation of repairing the evolution crystals by Yu Yang left Jiang Chong and Su Mingming utterly astonished. What is this operation? Su Mingming gasped, her chest heaving with the intensity of her astonishment. The tumult within her heart was laid bare, revealing her shock at the scene before her. She had consumed her fair share of evolution crystals, but she had never witnessed anyone successfully restoring a defective evolution crystal to its complete form. It was beyond her imagination. Even more astounding was the fact that the person performing such a feat had only undergone evolution once before. And now he was on the verge of a second evolution. Everyone knew that Yu Yang was just 2 intermediate evolution crystals short. This hunting mission was aimed at enabling his swift second evolution. Now everything was in place, and all that remained was to consume these final 2 intermediate evolution crystals. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Yu Yang did not hesitate. Before all of them, he swallowed the 2 intermediate evolution crystals. Boom. A tremendous energy surged within Yu Yang's body, the accumulated evolution energy breaking through some unseen barrier. This catalyzed a fundamental transformation in Yu Yang's physique. Previously, he had only been several times stronger than an ordinary human, but now he suddenly felt as if he was something more than human. To be precise, he began to experience a sense of control and unprecedented mastery over his own body. For instance, he felt he could perform movements he had never been capable of before, like bending backward or doing the splits, effortlessly unlocking many postures that had previously eluded him. Moreover, he felt as though he could traverse walls with ease, his entire being brimming with boundless strength. This is what a second evolution feels like. It's truly marvelous. However, the second evolution was far from over. Ding. The host's energy level has undergone a fundamental change, and the universal repair system has evolved. Ding. New feature: humans or weapons that have been repaired by the host can also provide repair points when they eliminate other order disruptors. Fantastic. Hearing this notification, Yu Yang was overwhelmed with joy. In the past, despite his prowess, he had to take matters into his own hands, as only the order disruptors he defeated could yield him repair points, which had been somewhat frustrating. But now individuals like Linwei Wu Gang or Su Xiaoxiao, those Yu Yang had repaired, along with people like Wang Tao who wielded weapons repaired by him, could also contribute repair points through their kills. This meant Yu Yang could finally become somewhat of a hands-off manager. Furthermore, as the number of people Yu Yang had repaired increased, the rate at which repair points accumulated would only grow faster. This was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Ding. Second evolution completed, extracting special abilities. It's here. The moment Yu Yang had been eagerly anticipating had finally arrived. The earlier surprise had been an unexpected delight, but the powers gained from his second evolution were precisely what he had long awaited. It must be powerful. Ding. Special ability acquired: Overload. Overload can apply overload effects to any item, increasing attributes and effects tenfold, lasting 3 minutes. Items affected by overload have a 50% chance of damage after the effect ends. Boom. The immense surprise left Yu Yang's mind momentarily blank. After a long while, he finally regained his senses. Awesome. This system is incredible. His body trembled slightly with exhilaration. It wasn't that he was unable to maintain composure, rather this ability seemed tailor-made for him. It was simply outrageous. First of all, with overload, the attributes and effects of an item would increase tenfold. This meant that his revolver, which originally had an attack power of 50, would suddenly become 500. A staggering 500. He could instantly annihilate elite-level mutated beasts. Yu Yang's revolver had officially transformed into a terrifying killing machine. No, it should be said that Yu Yang himself had become a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Yet, that wasn't even the most absurd part. The most outrageous aspect was that after using overload, the item had a 50% chance of being damaged. This meant that to a certain extent Yu Yang could engage in planned obsolescence. Given the probability of damage, the system could not determine that he was intentionally causing harm, so if damage occurred, Yu Yang could continue to repair it, thereby obtaining ever more potent special effects. Moreover, once the revolver itself became strong enough, Yu Yang would be able to annihilate anything even without the need for the overload effect. In theory, he could apply this operation to any item. As long as he had enough repair points, he would be a deity capable of creating divine artifacts. What's your special ability? Seeing Yu Yang's dazed expression, everyone felt a twinge of anxiety. Yu Yang was their absolute core. The stronger he became, the greater the benefits for them. Thus, they all hoped he would acquire an exceptionally powerful special ability. Facing their inquiries, Yu Yang did not provide a detailed answer, but instead said, "You just need to know that I can now eliminate elite-level mutated beasts with a single shot." Gasp! Everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Eliminate elite-level mutated beasts in one shot. Could that really be possible? If anyone else had said such a thing, they would have thought that person was insane. But this was Yu Yang. He was indeed capable of taking down an elite-level mutated beast in just a few shots. So the prospect of reducing that to one shot did hold some degree of possibility. Yet this outcome exceeded their expectations by a considerable margin. In truth, Yu Yang's statement was quite conservative. Now he was more than capable of instantaneously eliminating not just elite-level mutated beasts, but even those of a higher tier could very well find themselves at risk of being slain. What's the negative effect? Jiang Chong inquired. There's a negative effect, but for me it's more of a positive effect, haha. I won't go into detail, but just know that your leader is invincible now. Yu Yang rarely exhibited such flamboyance. The immense upgrade from this evolution compelled him to take a moment to revel in his triumph. Now that I've completed my evolution, Su Mingming and Wang Tao should return to inform the team. Have them gather their things and prepare to move to Minghuang Primary School. Everyone else come with me to Minghuang Primary School. It's high time we improved our living conditions. Aren't we heading directly to the nuclear power station? Jiang Chong asked. Since you have the power to eliminate elite-level mutated beasts, we could consider that. In response to Jiang Chong's question, Yu Yang shook his head. The nuclear power station isn't off the table, but it's not the right time yet. Not to mention, I haven't accumulated enough repair points. Even if I had managing such a vast area with just a few of us would be impossible. I plan to take over in Yang's team and reorganize it, ensuring that those who remain truly follow my lead. Thus, by the time we reach the nuclear power station, we will have sufficient personnel to manage it. Jiang Chong nodded in agreement with Yu Yang's reasoning. Additionally, I intend to scout that area first to check for any potential dangers before making a decision, Yu Yang clarified. For now, we'll head to Minghuang Primary School. I've been there before and it's quite decent. Once our team has truly grown stronger, we will take over the nuclear power station. After Yu Yang concluded, he instructed Jia to lead the way, and everyone set off towards Minghuang Primary School. Inside Minghuang Primary School, a heated discussion was unfolding. What? An affiliated team? I refuse to accept this. A burly man slammed his bowl down in anger. And Yang, the brothers appointed you as the leader. Is this how you treat us? Yo, what's the difference between this and being someone's dog? And Yang's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such strong opposition from within his own team. Can you not see the situation in front of you? Without skilled fighters to take down the mutated beasts, we will ultimately face annihilation. Nonsense. Didn't you exchange 100 bags of salt for some gun yesterday? Where is that gun now? Did you eat it? Someone challenged. And Yang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. That gun is completely useless. It can't inflict any damage on elite-level mutated beasts. If it weren't for Yu Yang's help this time, we would all be dead. That's all on you as the leader. You insisted on hunting the mutated beasts and wasted so much salt on a worthless gun. So many brothers died because of you. The crowd's accusations rained down on Yang, especially from the families of those who had perished in the recent encounter. They were all deeply dissatisfied with him. Feeling wronged, Yang pleaded, what was I supposed to do? I couldn't just sit back while there was barely any rice left in the warehouse. If it weren't for Brother Yu Yang generously trading us so much meat last time, we would have faced severe food shortages for the next month. Immediately someone stepped forward demanding, how could there be no rice? I remember we brought back dozens of bags of rice. Did you secretly give it all to that Yu Yang? Exactly. You must have given it all to outsiders, otherwise how could there be no rice left? No wonder you didn't let us into the warehouse. I knew something was off. The crowd became increasingly agitated. You? How can you slander me like this? And Yang exclaimed, furious. Slander you? Then tell us, where did all the rice go? With a heavy heart, Yang replied, think about it. There are over 50 of us, and we consume nearly half a bag of rice each day. It's been almost 3 months. The rice is nearly gone. The staple food is just some flour left. Once that's finished, well, face starvation. At this revelation, panic spread through the crowd. Many of them had been willing to accept Enyang's leadership because they felt secure about their food supply. Thanks to Enyang's quick thinking during the apocalypse, they had stockpiled a considerable amount of food, allowing them to live without hunger. But now with their food running out, they would soon starve. Enyang looked at the ungrateful faces around him, filled with immense disappointment. As a veteran, he had willingly shared his food with others when he saw many lacking provisions, earning their gratitude. Moreover, Enyang's strength garnered him many supporters, leading to the formation of their team. Yet now those whom he had once helped were turning against him. It was a bitter betrayal. However, not all voices in the crowd were against Enyang. Some supporters remained. Yet they too were resistant to becoming an affiliated team under someone else. All right. Even if everything you said is true and we must become an affiliated team, why not join the Yuqing Alliance instead? That Yang, no matter how skilled, cannot compare to the Yuqing Alliance. This statement garnered considerable agreement. Exactly. That Yang is just one person, while the Yuqing Alliance has tens of thousands. If we're going to join it, should be the Yuqing Alliance. And Yang, frustrated, replied, if the Yuqing Alliance was that great, I would have joined long ago. The Yuqing Alliance won't care about our feelings. Once we join, we'll be given the worst rations and assigned the hardest tasks. The only benefit is some meager protection, and it's not even guaranteed. If we encounter insurmountable danger, we would be the first to be abandoned. And you still want to go to the Yuqing Alliance? The crowd fell silent. They understood that being part of the Yuqing Alliance would mean living under someone else's roof, a reality they all recognized. Otherwise, they would have joined the Yuqing Alliance long ago. And Yang continued passionately, but do you realize? When Wang Zhixing offended Yu Yang, he still managed to save Enjia's team. How do you think someone like him would treat us? No need for me to elaborate, right? Being an affiliated team of such a person means working harder for less reward. But I can assure you Yu Yang will value your lives. On the other side, as Yu Yang stepped into Minghuang Primary School, he just happened to overhear Enyang's heartfelt speech. Even though he wasn't particularly thin-skinned, he felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. He rubbed his nose and asked those around him, am I really that great? Absolutely. Boss, you're incredible. Honestly, I don't feel wronged at all being your subordinate. And the vision you painted is quite appetizing, Wu Gang said, displaying his sycophantic nature. Wu Gang, do you even know how to flatter? What do you mean by painting a big pie? Wang Tao shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chong nodded with a smile, his gaze towards Yu Yang filled with admiration. Decisive yet not entirely, cold-blooded, powerful yet not overbearing. A team with you is the best kind of team. Hearing their words, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile. Yu Yang, you finally come. And Yang sighed in relief upon seeing him. He believed Yu Yang must have a way to stabilize the current situation. In fact, after hearing Enyang's heartfelt words, many had already changed their minds. Seeing Yu Yang's team brimming with vitality, the crowd felt a renewed sense of hope. They seem to be doing quite well. All right, isn't it just a change of leaders? If it means we can eat, who cares who the leader is? I think Yu Yang is great, he's handsome and capable. If it were me, I'd choose him as our leader. Yes, only someone truly powerful can lead us. Listening to the discussions below, Enyang felt somewhat awkward. However, he also acknowledged that his leadership abilities and strength were insufficient for the role of team leader. Thus, he did not feel overly humiliated. Yu Yang patted Enyang on the shoulder and slowly approached the crowd. Very well, I can feel everyone's enthusiasm. Yu Yang greeted them with a smile, but then his tone shifted. However, I never said I would accept all of you into my team. I, Yu Yang, do not need those who refuse to obey management and only want to eat without working. As Yu Yang's words echoed through the air, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that despite their willingness to form an auxiliary team, Yu Yang would seek to expel some of them. In that moment, many of those who typically indulged in leisure felt a wave of unease wash over them, their heads bowed in apprehension. The few ringleaders of the earlier commotion now felt a surge of anxiety creeping into their hearts. You and you, get lost, Yu Yang stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he pointed at those who had instigated the trouble. Why should we leave? The defiant ones were unyielding, unwilling to accept their imminent ejection. Oh, it's simply because you lot are an eyesore, Yu Yang replied with a dismissive smile, uninterested in further debate. The group fell silent, taken aback. They had expected him to mention their disobedience, allowing them an opportunity for rebuttal, but his claim that they were bothersome struck them like a slap to the face. Who are you to send us away? This base was built by all of us. If anyone should leave, it's you. Exactly. You're the outsider. And that guy in Yang too. Helping outsiders like you makes him unworthy of being the leader. Right? You both should just get lost. These individuals, already known for their troublemaking, had no intention of surrendering easily. Yu Yang sighed softly, discreetly pulling out his revolver. The previously boisterous instigators instinctively stepped back, their confidence wavering. They had witnessed Yu Yang's lethal prowess firsthand when he had killed Zhang Tan, and they understood that this seemingly gentle young man was not to be trifled with. Disappear from my sight, or else. Yu Yang threatened. The troublemakers exchanged glances, ultimately realizing it was unwise to continue their protest under the threat of his firearm. Just you wait, one of them hissed. Do you really think we can't survive outside this place? Let's go. We'll fend for ourselves. I refuse to believe that we can't make it on our own. Right? We won't stay here to be bullied. As they spoke, they attempted to rally a few acquaintances to join their exodus. Anyone who wants to leave can do so now. Oh, I won't stop you, Yu Yang stated nonchalantly. However, none were willing to venture outside. With the dangers lurking beyond, only a fool would choose to leave. Seeing that no one was willing to follow them, the group retreated in embarrassment, heads hung low. And you lot, get out as well, Yu Yang commanded, pointing at those who had previously caused trouble with Zhang Tan. Such unstable elements could not remain within the team. Though these individuals had initially hunched their shoulders in fear, they found themselves singled out by Yu Yang. All of them wore sorrowful expressions, but dared not voice their grievances. He held the gun, wielding complete authority, and they were unwilling to suffer the same fate as Zhang Tan. So one by one they shuffled away, heads bowed in defeat. Good. For the rest of you, I will offer an opportunity. Yu Yang surveyed the anxious faces before him. You will all go out shortly to gather supplies. What? There are no supplies left outside. A bold young man questioned. Though the others remained silent, they shared the same skepticism. If supplies were so easily obtainable, why would they still be here? Yu Yang smiled slightly. What I need isn't food or drink, it's for you to scavenge. Scavenge? What did that mean? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd, save for a few members of Yu Yang's team. I'm referring to broken appliances, weaponry, or other valuable items that have been rendered useless due to damage. Upon hearing Yu Yang's explanation, the crowd exchanged glances, still puzzled as to why he wanted them to scavenge. Wasn't that a waste of time? What's the point of collecting such things? Is there a scrap recycling company out there? You don't need to ask why, you just need to do it. When I give an order, you fulfill it. That's what you're meant to do. Yu Yang gazed at the 40-some faces before him, calmly stating, I can assure you that every person who stays will have ample food and water. Moreover, as long as I'm here, your safety is guaranteed. Additionally, if you find valuable items, I can offer a chance to join the main team. At this declaration, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Ample food and water, and safety. What could be more crucial in a world like this? Furthermore, a chance to join the main team for valuable finds. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. They could see that those within Yu Yang's team were vibrant and full of life, devoid of the weariness that plagued others in this apocalyptic world. Joining. They had to join. In an instant, their enthusiasm ignited, especially among the eager young men, all of whom were ready to burst out of Minghuang Primary School. Yu Yang. And Yang approached Yu Yang somewhat bashfully, asking, if I find something good, can I have a chance to join the main team? Yu Yang chuckled lightly. Of course, in Captain, everyone has a fair chance. And Yang, feeling a bit ashamed, replied, please don't call me Captain anymore. I'm no longer the captain, you are now. Yu Yang shook his head. From now on, whether or not you are with our main team, you will always be the captain of the auxiliary team. I won't give direct orders, instead I will assign tasks to you, and you will relay them. Really? And Yang's face lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Yu Yang to still want him to be the captain, especially after his past failures in that role. Managing so many people is indeed troublesome, and you have the experience. What you lack are simply some tactics. In truth, you've just been too lenient with them. And Yang lowered his head. I know I can be too soft-hearted, but they're my neighbors from the same city. Oh, I can't bear to let them starve. No one wants to see them suffer, but to eat, well, they must contribute. No one is obligated to support them without reason, Yu Yang advised earnestly. Moreover, some people, when given handouts, may not even feel gratitude. And Yang nodded, casting a deep glance at Njia beside Yu Yang before stepping out of Minghuang Primary School to join the scavenging brigade. In no time, the interior of Minghuang Primary School was noticeably emptier. Before long, Wang Tao and his family, along with Zhao Baofu and his spouse, the Su sisters, and a clearly displeased Lin Wei, strode into Minghuang Primary School in a large group. Yu Yang, how could you undertake such an important operation without calling me? Though Lin Wei's tone hinted at reproach, her concern for Yu Yang's safety was evident. Yu Yang grinned. I figured you were too tired to rise. Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. What was Sister Lin Wei busy with last night? Su Mingming quickly covered Su Xiaoxiao's mouth and awkwardly smiled. You two can continue your conversation. And Jia, take them to tidy up a building for me where I can live alone, preferably somewhere soundproof enough that no one else can hear any noise. Yu Yang stated, his expression slightly uneasy. Why does it need to be soundproof? What if something happens to you, brother Yu Yang? Su Xiaoxiao's mouth was once again covered by Su Mingming. You all carry on, haha, Su Mingming said, forcefully dragging Su Xiaoxiao away. Yu Yang cleared his throat and continued, also find a secluded little room to settle Officer Jiang. He prefers solitude. Jiang Chong cast a grateful glance at Yu Yang. He was inherently a solitary person relishing his own company. These past few days he had been cautiously enjoying his audiobooks, afraid someone might discover the content he was listening to. Now that he had a private place, his passion could be fully indulged. Thanks to Lin Weiss' upgraded crossbody bag, heavy items like generators and water heaters were easily transported. Under Yu Yang's guidance, everyone methodically arranged various necessities in the new location. Yu Yang did not want to be disturbed, so these items were set up next door to the original warehouse rather than in his own building. As the relocation process came to a close, some individuals returned from their search for scraps, each carrying 1 or 2 items. Indeed, many hands make light work. Yu Yang mused to himself. Establishing a faction in the apocalypse would expedite development. This was common knowledge. Although Yu Yang preferred a solitary existence, he chose to build his own power for faster growth. The benefits of having numerous hands quickly became evident. Captain Yu, what do you think of this? A young man eagerly rushed to Yu Yang, presenting a flattened electric fan. An electric fan, eh? Yu Yang shook his head slightly. Winter is approaching, a stove would be far more useful than this. The young man, disheartened by Yu Yang's assessment, lowered his head. However, since you have put in genuine effort, I will allow you to join the affiliated team. I will accept this fan, it may come in handy later. The young man's eyes brightened, and he thanked Yu Yang profusely before running off in excitement. Next, a second individual presented his find. A middle-aged man in his 40s hesitated before pulling out a damaged wristwatch from his pocket. This was a rather extravagant luxury watch, now marred by numerous cracks, with its hands completely still. Upon seeing the watch, Yu Yang fell into contemplation. What's wrong? Do you also fancy luxury watches? Jiang Chong inquired, noticing Yu Yang's pensive expression. Yu Yang shook his head. While the watch's appearance was impressive, that was not what concerned him. A watch, no matter how ornate or expensive, ultimately serves the purpose of keeping time. Thus, if this watch were repaired, it might unlock special effects related to time itself. As is well known, among all special abilities, those related to time and space are classic and eternal. Mastering time can yield results that surpass imagination. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yu Yang took the watch and attempted to repair it. Repairing the damaged Rolex watch will cost 20 repair points. Would you like to proceed? 20 points. No wonder. It's a complex precision mechanical watch, Yu Yang marveled inwardly. Thus far, he had only expended more points on repairing defective intermediate evolution crystals and generators, which granted effects akin to infinite energy. Since it's like this, I might as well give it a try. I hope the effects are powerful. Ding. Repair successful. You have obtained a brand new Rolex watch. A brand new watch appeared in Yu Yang's hands, exquisitely designed and beautifully colored. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Time stop. Beginner can freeze the time of a single target for 3 seconds. Can only be used once per day. 2. Time slow. Beginner can slow down the passage of time for a single target by 10 times for 10 seconds. Can only be used once per day. 3. Time rewind. Beginner can reverse the time of a single target back to 3 seconds ago. Can only be used once per day. Staring at the 3 special effects before him, even Yu Yang was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated the possibility of time-related effects, but he never expected them to be this powerful. This single effect could rival the abilities of some second-tier evolved beings. This was time after all. However, after a brief moment of joy, Yu Yang found himself in a dilemma. Which one should I choose? It was akin to a high school student before the apocalypse dreaming of attending the 3 best schools in the world only to receive acceptance letters from all of them. Which to select? This posed a deeply troubling question. Each of these effects was incredibly powerful, yet each had its own advantages and disadvantages, making it a matter of personal preference. Nevertheless, Yu Yang leaned towards time stop. In practical combat, a target that is frozen in time becomes a sitting duck, significantly increasing the chance of victory. If faced with an insurmountable enemy, even a 3-second immobilization could create an opportunity to escape. The only downside was its limited duration of just 3 seconds. Otherwise, this ability could have had further applications. However, it was merely a beginner version, and there would be opportunities for upgrades in the future. Having made up his mind, Yu Yang chose time stop. Ding. The Rolex watch has been imbued with the effect time stop. Could I really like this watch? You can join the affiliated team as well. The middle-aged man who had initially appeared anxious suddenly brightened. Although the watch was dear to him, it was broken and of little use in the apocalypse. To exchange a damaged watch for a safe and comfortable living environment felt like a bargain. Subsequently, several others presented their finds, though few items were genuinely useful. Yu Yang was not overly critical, allowing most of them to pass. Only one scrawny young man with a sharp face attempted to be sly and handed Yu Yang a pair of worn-out socks with holes in them. Yu Yang was so enraged that he kicked him out of the gates of Ming Huang Primary School. Just as Yu Yang's face flushed with anger, a graceful, mature woman smiled and handed him a broken electric mosquito swatter. The young woman appeared to be in her early 30s, the age of ripeness. Through the passage of time, the innocence of her youth had faded, revealing her originally exquisite features in a more mature and alluring light. The hardships of a post-apocalyptic life had dulled her once refined appearance, yet beneath her slightly disheveled hair lay a face radiating with resilience and luster, embodying a delicate charm. Her figure was voluptuous and curvaceous. She swayed her enticing waist, drawing closer to Yu Yang, bending slightly to reveal soft, bouncy curves. With a smile, she asked, "Captain Yu, what do you think of this?" Yu Yang instinctively replied, "It's quite large." Realizing his faux pas, he quickly corrected himself with an awkward smile. A surprising find. This electric mosquito swatter could turn into a formidable weapon. Yu Yang earnestly praised her. "Given your exceptional performance, I'm pleased to promote you to our main team. But boss, you haven't even seen what it can repair." Wu Gang interjected, unable to hold back. Yu Yang shot him a cold glance. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Wu Gang immediately covered his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. "Captain Yu, you are truly kind and accomplished. You are handsome, have a great figure, and possess keen insight. It's clear to see that this is a fine item." The young woman's red lips moved, eloquently showering compliments upon Yu Yang, her eyes gazing deeply into his with longing. Her eager demeanor left Yu Yang with no doubt that she was a more formidable character than Lin Wei. However, this did not dissuade him from approaching this enchanting figure. After his second evolution, Yu Yang's body had become capable of facing greater challenges. "What's your name?" he inquired. "Song Yayan." Isn't it a rather plain name?" She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Little did she know this scene only heightened her allure in the eyes of the men present. "Not plain at all. It's a lovely name. Let me see what effects this electric mosquito swatter can yield." Yu Yang grasped the swatter, spending 10 repair points to enhance it. Ding! A brand new electric mosquito swatter acquired. 3 special effects extracted. Please choose one. 1. Strong electric current, beginner level. Upon striking a target, the swatter emits a powerful electric current, inflicting 2 points of true damage. 2. Paralytic current. Upon striking a target, the swatter induces a paralysis effect lasting 25 seconds, during which the target loses all mobility. 3. Electric projectile, beginner level. Swinging the swatter launches electric projectiles, dealing 1 point of true damage upon hitting an enemy. Note: the electric mosquito swatter consumes power during attacks. Current power level is 0, maximum is 100. Each attack consumes 1 point of power. All of these are excellent. Gazing at the 3 special effects, Yu Yang felt a surge of excitement. "I can't believe it can inflict true damage." True damage means it bypasses defense. Though the damage dealt per hit is minimal, the ability to ignore defenses compensates for it entirely. With this electric mosquito swatter, even the most ordinary person could effortlessly slay a typical mutated beast. Originally, the issue of power consumption posed a significant problem, but Yu Yang had a perpetual motion generator. Though it didn't generate much electricity, recharging one electric mosquito swatter was certainly feasible. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the electric projectile, beginner level, as ranged attacks offered greater safety and were more suitable for women. Ding! Effect added to the electric mosquito swatter, electric projectile, beginner level. Upon completing the enhancement, Yu Yang handed the swatter to Song Yayun, explaining its effects and usage. Upon hearing this, her face lit up with astonishment. "You mean this is for me to use?" Yu Yang nodded. "It's a loan. Everyone gets one, and once you've accumulated enough merit, we can consider making it permanent for you." "Captain Yu, I truly don't know what to say. You're such a good person. I have no idea how to repay you." Song Yayun bit her red lip. "I hope you don't mind, but I could come to your room tonight." At this, Su Mengming, who had been nearby, immediately felt displeased. "Hey, what's this? You're trying to take advantage of him. You were given such a powerful weapon, and now you want to share his bed." And Jia had gone with Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao to tidy up the bedding, leaving her as the only outsider feeling bored. She initially intended to see what kind of junk Yu Yang would collect, but didn't expect him to start collecting people. Su Mengming felt a wave of frustration. Yet then she realized, why should she be upset about someone else's business? What Yu Yang did had nothing to do with her. With this thought, she felt even more annoyed. But she reassured herself that her concern was solely for her sister's sake. "I must prevent my sister from getting close to this lecherous scoundrel. He's clearly not a good person. Unbeknownst to Yu Yang, who remained oblivious to Su Mingming's thoughts, he coughed twice and quietly replied to Song Yun, "Come to my room in a couple of days. Good things are worth waiting for." In the coming days, Yu Yang planned to stock up on supplies. They say young women are treasures, how much more so for a stunning one. He was also curious to see what would unfold. Hearing Yu Yang's response, Song Yan looked even happier than when she received the electric mosquito swatter, her face beaming with satisfaction. "I'll be waiting for you." With that, she sashayed towards the building designated for Yu Yang's main team. Yu Yang redirected his attention, continuing to sift through the items others had brought back. As time passed, night gradually fell. 2 kilometers away from Minghuang Primary School, a group was stealthily approaching under the cover of darkness. "Wang Gu, does that kid Anyang really have that much supplies?" a young man in torn jeans asked with a sycophantic grin. The burly man smoking a cigarette chuckled, "Of course. I've checked thoroughly. That kid Anyang may not have much skill, but he's quick on his feet. When the apocalypse first hit, he hoarded quite a bit. Isn't it dangerous for us to go rob them with just a dozen of us? I heard they have over 50 people. What's there to fear? I'm a second-level evolved being, and my abilities grant me 100 points of defense. Even if I stood still and let them hit me, they wouldn't be able to do anything." Hearing this, the others felt reassured. With 100 points of defense, he was stronger than most elite-level mutated beasts. Ordinary firearms wouldn't pose a threat to him. Moreover, all of them were first-level evolved beings with physical attributes superior to the average person. Thus, they felt confident about their chances in this operation. Once we seize Anyang's supplies, Captain Zhao will surely reward us handsomely. If only we didn't have to follow the contract. I feel like everything we do isn't for ourselves. Just think positively. Without the contract, would Captain Zhao give you evolution crystals for free? That's a good point. Inside Minghuang Primary School. During the course of the afternoon, Yu Yang acquired quite a few valuable items. Naturally, some were rather ordinary, but he was not overly demanding. Anyone with a good attitude was allowed to join his auxiliary team. Everything he retrieved was carefully stored away, and he even attempted to repair some of the better pieces, achieving commendable results, though they could not yet be put to immediate use. "Hey, where's Anyang? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Yu Yang looked around curiously and asked, "Did that guy lose a scrap person?" Just as Yu Yang's words fell, Anyang burst through the door, excitement radiating from his face, clutching something resembling a propeller. Yu Yang focused intently. It turned out to be a small reconnaissance drone. "Well done. You actually found such a treasure." Anyang licked his dry lips, a relieved smile creeping across his face. "As long as it's useful." Yu Yang nodded, trying to make some repairs, spending 10 points in restoration. After extracting a special effect, he ultimately opted for a reconnaissance alert effect. This effect not only allowed him to receive real-time aerial footage, but also issued alerts upon detecting enemies within a square kilometer radius. Under Yu Yang's guidance, the reconnaissance drone successfully took flight. Yu Yang summoned his panel, and the drone's aerial footage appeared complete with thermal sensing capabilities that allowed him to see biological signatures even in the dark. He noted that the coverage perfectly encompassed Minghuang Primary School and the surrounding streets. "Quite impressive." Yu Yang patted Anyang on the shoulder, grinning, as he said, "Welcome to our main team. Members of the main team can eat and drink freely, and there's even a bathhouse. Of course, if you like Su Mingming enjoy playing single-player games, you can also charge your phone." Anyang was momentarily taken aback by Yu Yang's long list of unfamiliar terms. A bathhouse, charging, playing games. Are we really living in the same apocalypse? Seeing Anyang's dazed expression, Wu Gang draped an arm over his shoulder and chuckled. "How about that? Aren't you amazed? Our leader is impressive, right? Brother Anyang, don't worry. Sticking with our boss is definitely the way to go. Come on, you're smelling a bit ripe. Let me show you our bathing area." Thus, Anyang was pulled along by Wu Gang towards the constructed bathhouse. Before long, Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao returned, while Jia was still busy handling some errands. "Sister will share a room. And Jia is so nice, she prepared soft mattresses for each of us." Su Xiaoxiao clung to Su Mingming's arm, playfully swaying. Su Mingming pulled Su Xiaoxiao aside, her expression serious and conflicted, as she admonished Xiaoxiao, "You're still young. There are things you shouldn't do yet, understand." Su Xiaoxiao's chubby face flushed slightly, and she shyly replied, "Sister, what are you talking about? I'm still small, I don't understand." Su Mingming retorted, "You certainly didn't say that when we were bathing yesterday." Su Xiaoxiao quickly covered Su Mingming's mouth, pouting, "All right, sister, I know my limits. Besides, you're here with me. I'm going back tomorrow. I have to report to my brother that I'm safe." Su Mingming sighed. "Xiaoxiao, I'm just worried you might get hurt. That Yu Yang, he will definitely have many women around him in the future. I know that. With someone as gentle, handsome, and capable as brother Yu Yang, wouldn't it be strange if he had few women around him?" "If he had few, I'd start to doubt his abilities," Su Xiaoxiao answered matter-of-factly. Su Mingming's mouth fell open slightly, her mind swirling in disbelief. What on earth has that annoying Yu Yang said to charm this girl into defending him? For a moment, Su Mingming found herself at a loss for words. Anyway, you must not get involved with him in any way. Understand? I know, sister. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her expression complex. I will be careful. Just make sure you understand. On another front, Yu Yang noticed that the personnel sent out to search for scrap had largely returned, and everyone else was busy with their own tasks. An Yang had also come back after his bath, prompting Yu Yang to head towards the bathhouse. Upon entering, he found that Jia had thoughtfully prepared 2 wooden tables in the bathroom. On the ladies' table were various luxurious perfumes and skincare products, earning Jia quick favor from the girls. In contrast, the men's table was starkly simple, offering only soap. However, Yu Yang noticed a special box on the men's table with his name written on it. Now this is appropriate. As the team leader, I should have my own exclusive items. With eager anticipation, Yu Yang opened the box only to be met with a frozen expression. Great, more soap. A wry smile crept across Yu Yang's face. He never expected that even as team leader his treatment would be less than that of the many lovely ladies around him. But Yu Yang didn't mind these trivialities. He had never been one to fuss about such matters as long as he could get clean. Moreover, the fragrant scent of the girls would surely benefit him in the end. Yu Yang picked up the soap and joyfully washed under the precisely temperature-controlled shower. Meanwhile, outside Minghuang Primary School, a group of heavily armed individuals was slowly closing in. Clang! A sudden cry of pain rang out. The guard stationed at the entrance was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene caught the attention of those preparing dinner inside the school. A boisterous voice shouted from outside, "Where's An Yang? Get him out here now." As soon as the words fell, a dozen fierce-looking individuals burst into Minghuang Primary School. Wow, the food smells quite good, the aroma wafts all the way to the door. The unmistakably well-cooked meals confirmed their suspicion that An Yang harbored valuable resources. If they could seize these supplies, they would enjoy a few more days of comfort. You waste such good resources, you useless lot. You're bound to die if you encounter mutated beasts, so why not hand over your supplies and contribute to the continuation of humanity? Scoffed Wang Hang, the leader. Who are you? Why did you injure our people? An Yang stepped forward from the crowd, his face filled with anger. You must be An Yang. Hey, you do have a semblance of military bearing, but what a pity. If you had encountered me earlier, I might have recommended you to our boss, but today we are destined to be enemies. Be smart. If you surrender your supplies, I might spare your lives, Wang Hang threatened brazenly. To be honest, although An Yang's side appeared to be more numerous, Wang Hang did not regard them as a threat. He could easily dispatch a dozen men with his physical prowess alone. Moreover, his gang consisted of first-level evolved beings, making it a trivial task to deal with ordinary people. If they had not been reluctant to exert effort, slaughtering all 50 of these individuals would have taken mere minutes. An Yang's expression grew slightly more serious as he faced the aggressive group. However, he did not feel overly concerned. As long as Yu Yang was present, he believed they could resolve the situation. Surely these individuals could not be more troublesome than elite-level mutated beasts. Why should we give you anything? If we do, what will we eat? This is outright robbery. And Jia, standing beside An Yang, indignantly accused. Upon seeing An Jia, Wang Hang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be here. Wang Hang licked his lips, a glint of desire flickering in his eyes. Since the apocalypse, he had indulged in some carnal pleasures, but they paled in comparison to An Jia's beauty. Seeing her innocent and radiant face made him feel parched. How about coming back with me, beauty? I promise you'll eat and drink well without suffering a bit. What do you say? Plus, I'm a second-level evolved being with stamina to spare. I'll guarantee your satisfaction. Wang Hang pounded his chest while speaking lewdly, causing An Jia to frown. However, his words also weighed heavily on their minds. This rugged-looking brute was actually a second-level evolved being. Instead of mutated beasts, they were confronted by a gang of human robbers. An Jia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does being a second-level evolved being give you the right to steal from others? Su Mingming stepped forward, sensing the dire situation. There are plenty of second-level evolved beings in the Yuqing Alliance, yet none of them stoop so low as to rob others for food. If you're hungry, go kill mutated beasts and seize their resources. Have you no shame? Wang Hang's eyes widened as another beauty appeared, captivated by Su Mingming's youthful and stunning face, her curves further igniting his desire. Just imagine how much fun it would be to keep you both tied up secretly. Wang Hang's thoughts ran wild as his gaze grew more intense. So what if you're from the Yuqing Alliance? Our boss, Zhao, he doesn't even regard the Yuqing Alliance. How about letting your Yuqing Alliance take action and see what happens? You, Su Mingming bit her lip, surprised that even mentioning the Yuqing Alliance didn't deter him. In her urgency, she couldn't help but think of Yu Yang. Damn that Yu Yang. Where is he at a time like this? At that moment, Jiang Chong stepped forward from the crowd, mockingly addressing Wang Hang. Hey, you can only talk big, but if it comes to a real confrontation with the Yuqing Alliance, do you think Zhao Yi will protect you? How absurd. To be a lackey and still feel superior. It's laughable. As a police officer, Jiang Chong detested those who resorted to force and robbery. Wang Hang's expression darkened as he scrutinized Jiang Chong. You are? Jiang Chong, the so-called Officer Jiang. Indeed. Every time I see scum like you, I feel an urge to pull the trigger, Jiang Chong declared with unmistakable disdain for evil. Wang Hang was taken aback at first, but then burst into derisive laughter. Ha! Jiang Chong, it's the apocalypse, and you still think you're Officer Jiang. That's hysterical. Without official support, you're nothing. I didn't expect you to be so foolish, rejecting our boss invitation and ending up in this pathetic team. You must be brainless. Jiang Chong, uninterested in further banter, drew his standard-issue handgun and aimed it at Wang Hang. Get lost, or I won't be polite. He did not fire immediately, not out of fear of Wang Hang, but because he was wary of Zhao Yi behind him, not wanting to create trouble for Yu Yang. Seeing the gun did not faze Wang Hang. Instead, he laughed heartily. You can shoot all you want. If I shout in pain, then I'm a coward. Bang. It wasn't Jiang Chong who fired. In the distance, Lin Wei gradually withdrew her gaze from the sniper rifle's scope, her expression dull. Her bullet had struck Wang Hang's forehead, merely sparking without inflicting any harm. Witnessing this, the crowd at Minghuang Primary School felt a heavy weight in their hearts. This brutish man had such high defenses. What could they do if bullets wouldn't pierce him? How I told you bullets are useless against me. How's that for a reality check? Wang Hang stood with his hands on his hips, a contemptuous smile on his face. The gang behind Wang Hang, emboldened by this display, joined in his arrogance. Haha, Jiang Chong, our brother Wang has a full 100 points of defense. Oh, bullets can't penetrate. You might as well surrender. Bang. The mocking voice was abruptly silenced. Hey, if your boss can withstand bullets, can you? The one who spoke last was shot in the head by Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong, known for his ruthless nature and few words, had garnered controversy for his actions even before the apocalypse. Seeing his subordinate killed before him sent Wang Hang into a fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes seemingly shooting flames. Since you're intent on seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Chong, the lives of these 50 people are on your reckless hands. Wang Hang was about to strike when another calm voice suddenly interrupted. Before you make threats, consider your own weight. Do you truly think you can kill Yu Yang? Yu Yang calmly stepped out from behind the crowd, appearing completely unfazed. In truth, he had received the alert from the reconnaissance drone while showering, but he couldn't simply emerge naked midway through. Nevertheless, he had been observing the situation from above throughout. Seeing that his side seemed powerless against the burly man, Yu Yang hastened his bathing, finally arriving just before the confrontation escalated. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? Although Yu Yang looked like an ordinary college student, a sense of foreboding crept into Wang Hang's mind. Yu Yang produced a revolver, twirling it lightly in his hand with a smirk that danced between amusement and menace. I've heard you're not afraid of bullets. Wang Hang's eyes sharpened as he glanced at the weapon in Yu Yang's hand, and he immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was just a revolver. If the sniper rifle couldn't faze me, how could a mere revolver pose any threat? He held his head high and retorted, so what if it is? Yu Yang's smile slowly faded, his gaze transforming into something cold and fierce in an instant. Then you'd better be ready to catch this bullet. With that, Yu Yang raised his gun, calmly activating its overcharge feature, and a bullet shot forth with sudden ferocity. The deafening sound echoed throughout the space. The bullet blazed through the gaps in the crowd, striking Wang Hang with pinpoint accuracy. In that instant, a profound sense of crisis washed over Wang Hang, but unfortunately his unique ability was not danger perception. By the time he attempted to react, the bullet had already reached his head. Thud! The bullet pierced through, sending his body crashing backward against the wall with tremendous force. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Wang Hang's subordinates turned pale, paralyzed by fear, their voices trapped in their throats. They had initially braced themselves for a fight, but now it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, leaving them shivering in terror. How is this possible? Brother Wang's defense is a full 100 points. The intensity of their fear filled the air. If even Wang Hang could be taken out in an instant, what chance did they, who hadn't even awakened special abilities, have against him? Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the remaining dozen or so men knelt down, raising their hands high in a gesture of surrender. Yu Yang's voice was chilling. Now you think of surrender? You were quite arrogant just a moment ago. With that, Yu Yang lifted his gun once more. Wait. Jiang Chong rushed to Yu Yang's side, cautioning him, these men belong to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is a level 3 Evolver, and he has many powerful subordinates. If you kill them all, I fear there will be retaliation. Upon hearing Jiang Chang's words, Yu Yang furrowed his brow, hesitating to pull the trigger. Seeing this hesitation, the kneeling men suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Yais, our boss is Zhao Yi. If you kill us, he won't let you off. Bang. A bullet shot out without hesitation. The one who spoke had his head burst open like a smashed watermelon. I hesitated because I was considering whether it was worth wasting a bullet. Do you really think I'm afraid of your boss? Yu Yang holstered his gun, lightly stating Wu Gang finished them all. Yu Yang's intention to eliminate these men stemmed from the fact that they were bound by a contract of obedience to Zhao Yi, unable to betray him forever, thus their demise was the best solution. I'm heading back now. Don't disturb me unless necessary. With that, Yu Yang walked towards his solitary bedroom, quickly vanishing from view. It wasn't until now that many began to awaken from their daze. Is it really over just like that? Wu Gang seemed a bit stunned. Boss is truly formidable, Wang Tao remarked, staring blankly at Wang Heng's lifeless body, shock lingering in his eyes. Is the boss not eating? Zhao Baofu blinked in confusion. The others looked at him with exasperated expressions. And Yang sighed heavily, reflecting on the vast chasm between himself and Yu Yang. It was laughable that he had previously wanted to recruit Yu Yang into his team. Now he understood why Yu Yang had looked down on them. If he possessed such abilities, he wouldn't have deemed their small team worthy of his time. Lin Wei gazed thoughtfully in the direction where Yu Yang had departed. He has truly become so powerful. It seems the second evolution has significantly enhanced him. With such strength, it would be a waste not to explore it. Determined, Lin Wei decided to charge her phone, review the knowledge she had learned, and continue enhancing her scholarship. She believed there were still many areas in which she could improve. With that thought, she headed towards her own bedroom. Su Mingming, however, remained fixated on the direction Yu Yang had disappeared, her expression complex. Her perception of Yu Yang had changed yet again. Previously, she had merely regarded him as somewhat impressive, but now his strength instilled a sense of fear within her. It wasn't that he had become the strongest in her eyes, but rather that his rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. So much so that it left her feeling incredulous. This guy isn't without his merits, at least he looks pretty cool when he shoots, Su Mingming muttered to herself. At this moment, the most stunned were the members of the auxiliary team who had witnessed Yu Yang's display of power for the first time. This time, they finally grasped Yu Yang's overwhelming strength. While everyone else was helpless against that level 2 Evolver, Yu Yang had resolved the situation with a single shot. And it hadn't been a drawn-out affair. He had executed the foe swiftly and decisively. The sight of his nonchalant demeanor filled them with exhilaration. That'll teach you to be arrogant. You've been taken down by our Yu team. At that moment, no one felt sympathy for the dozen men pleading for their lives on the ground. For had it not been for Yu Yang, they would have unleashed a massacre today. Wu Gang reveled in the sight of these level 1 evolvers trembling before him, unable to contain his delight. So what if they had evolved? They still had to kneel before me and beg for mercy. Don't blame me, you brought this upon yourselves. Of all the people to provoke, you had to pick my boss. Now let me send you on your way. Oh. Yu Yang returned to his meticulously decorated bedroom, feeling quite satisfied. Though the room was still filled with cracks, it didn't prevent it from being a suitable space for rest. A soft mattress, ample supplies. A wire had even been brought in to illuminate a light bulb. Lighting a lamp in the apocalypse. This was a privilege reserved solely for him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yu Yang eagerly retrieved the revolver he had just used. The revolver was slightly warm, as if a machine on overdrive was heating up. The most crucial point was that the revolver was no longer functional at this moment. Excitement laced Yu Yang's voice. Finally, it's broken. Yu Yang was filled with anticipation for the second repair of his revolver. This would become the first item he had repaired twice. Repairing the damaged revolver requires 100 repair points. Would you like to proceed? 100 repair points. That's a 10-fold increase. Does that mean the third repair could possibly require 1,000 points? Yu Yang thought to himself, a silent click of his tongue escaping him. Indeed, the process of creating a divine artifact is not so simple. However, if I can truly forge such a weapon, it would be worth it. He chose yes. Ding. You have acquired a brand new revolver. Ding. Detected that the host is performing the second repair on the same item for the first time. A unique effect has been rewarded. Please choose whether to draw a unique effect. If you choose no, you will normally draw 3 common effects. Unique effect, you will no longer draw this effect from any future repairs. There's even a unique effect. Yu Yang gazed thoughtfully at the system's prompt. Logically, unique effects are generally not weak, but there's always the possibility they could be less useful. Yet missing out on a unique effect would be a pity. After much contemplation, Yu Yang decided to draw the unique effect. Ding. You have drawn the unique effect growth attack. Growth attack for each order breaker killed by the revolver, you will gain a corresponding permanent attack power based on the level of the order breaker. Note the maximum attack power gained from each level of order breaker is 100 points. Yu Yang's eyes widened in excitement. Permanent attack power. Fantastic. He knew unique effects could be powerful, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this formidable. However, he also noted the stipulation that accompanied the unique effect. This must be to prevent me from repeatedly farming attack power from the lowest level order breakers. Otherwise, it would be far too easy to become invincible. Still, even with this limitation, it's extraordinarily strong. Currently, Yu Yang could easily slay normal and elite mutated beasts, and if he counted the entry-level ones, as well, he could provide his revolver with a whopping 300 points of attack power. Adding to that the revolver's base attack power of 50 points, it amounted to an impressive total of 350 points. This was more than sufficient for most situations he faced. Moreover, that was just the revolver's base attack power. If Yu Yang activated the overload ability increasing attack power tenfold, it would yield a staggering 3,500 points. That would make him a force to be reckoned with. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Yang felt a burning excitement within him. However, he understood that farming for that many order breakers would not happen overnight. Immediately, a location came to mind: the nuclear power plant. It lay beside Wanqing Lake, an area still largely untouched by human presence. Yet fewer humans did not imply fewer mutated creatures. The Wanqing Lake area had not yet been cleared by the U-City Alliance, and due to its proximity to the towering Heavenly Pillar, it was bound to be teeming with mutated life. Moreover, the nuclear power plant was also the target for Yu Yang's next base. Thus, after making adequate preparations, Yu Yang decided to venture out to the nuclear power plant first. With these thoughts clarified, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming objective. I wonder what surprises the third repair will bring me. Yu Yang glanced at his remaining repair points. He had spent some points repairing items brought back by his team members today. Now he had about 3,000 left. Should I attempt the third repair? Yu Yang began to ponder this question earnestly. I still have over 100 bullets left. If Jiangchong replicates at full capacity, he can provide me with 10 bullets each day, which should hold me over for now. However, the overload ability has a chance of causing damage. If luck isn't on my side, I might not even get to damage 100 bullets before they're all used up. After weighing the options, Yu Yang decided against using a blank round to test for damage. Moreover, repairing too soon might not be advantageous. For instance, if he were to draw an effect like double attack power next time, it would clearly be more beneficial to stack the attack power first, and then double it for maximum gain. I'll head to the nuclear power plant tomorrow. Having settled all his thoughts, Yu Yang comfortably lay down on his bed. Although everyone had mattresses, his was noticeably thicker and larger. Lying down, he sank into its softness, feeling utterly relaxed. As the leader, he certainly enjoyed the best accommodations. Just as Yu Yang nestled into his blankets, a sudden knock echoed at his door. "HM, didn't I say not to disturb me?" Yu Yang felt a tinge of confusion, but since he had completed his repairs, it didn't matter too much if someone came by now. "Come in." The door gently swung open, revealing a stunning figure clad in a pristine white dress. Bathed in the warm yellow light, she seemed to shimmer with a soft golden hue, like a pure maiden stepped out of a classical oil painting. "Njia, what's the matter?" Njia carefully entered holding a tray of food and gently placed it before Yu Yang. "I noticed you forgot to eat, and I was worried you might be hungry, so I brought this for you." Her voice was soft like a gentle breeze of spring, pleasing to the ears. Upon seeing the fragrant dishes, Yu Yang suddenly recalled how in his eagerness to learn about the revolver's status, he had hurried home. After gaining the unique effect, his excitement had caused him to forget his meal. With the food presented before him, he realized he was indeed feeling hungry. "Thank you." Yu Yang picked up his chopsticks and began to eat eagerly. He took a piece of tender meat, which was juicy and flavorful, perfectly complemented by the fragrant rice. The taste was exquisite. If there was a downside, it was that there were fewer vegetables. After the soil had been contaminated, ordinary plants could no longer be cultivated. Only the resilient plants that survived mutation could continue to thrive. Yet most of these were toxic. At this thought, Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He believed many plants could be quite delicious. He couldn't help but wish there were a way to cultivate plants again. "Yu Yang, is it tasty?" Njia's voice drew Yu Yang back from his thoughts, and he noticed she hadn't left yet. He nodded. "Really good. Zhao Baofu's cooking is unbeatable. I made this specifically for you," Njia said shyly, lowering her head. "I'm just happy you like it. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to make you happy." Yu Yang's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly, and he lifted his gaze to Njia. Beneath her pristine dress, her skin hinted at a faint blush from shyness, and her pure, lovely face looked even more endearing as her eyelashes fluttered. The atmosphere between them suddenly became delicate. And Jia's heart raced, but seeing no reaction from Yu Yang, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Especially as Yu Yang's eating became more rapid. After a while, Jia sighed inwardly and spoke up, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." She stood up preparing to exit. But just then she felt someone grasp her hand firmly. Turning back, she saw Yu Yang looking at her with a playful smile. "You've ignited the fire, isn't it a bit inconsiderate not to help me extinguish it?" The next day, on the playground of Mingwang Primary School, a large crowd gathered around Yu Yang, their discussions filled with fervor. They all gazed eagerly at the machine beside Yu Yang. "Brother Yu Yang, can this really produce drinks automatically?" Su Xiaoxiao's chubby face was flushed with excitement, a small droplet of saliva dangling from her mouth. "Of course," Yu Yang replied with a faint smile. "All you need to do is fill this drink machine with water and connect it to the power supply, and it can produce all kinds of beverages. There's nothing it can't make, only things you might not think of." "That's amazing." Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and jumped joyfully. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Can each of us drink from it?" The main team members can drink as much as they want. At Yu Yang's words, the members of the auxiliary team looked disheartened. One after another, they seemed to lose their vigor. "Don't be discouraged, auxiliary team members. As long as you contribute, you can earn various drinks based on your merits." Upon hearing this, they regained their fighting spirit. In a world plagued by despair, people not only lived in fear, but also battled boredom. Over time, even with enough to eat, and where they would gradually become numb. Now that they had a goal to strive for, many found renewed hope in their eyes. Some friends had even made bets on who could contribute more. "What should we do to contribute?" "Don't worry, let me arrange it," Yu Yang said as he pulled out a list of auxiliary team members compiled by Yang. "From now on, you will form small teams, led by main team members, and start hunting ordinary-level mutated beasts." "Huh? Hunt ordinary-level mutated beasts? Can we really do that?" The auxiliary team members expressed their concerns. Those were mutated beasts. While Yu Yang could slay them with ease, they were just ordinary people paralyzed by fear at the mere thought of approaching a mutated beast, let alone killing one. Rest assured, the main team members who will lead you all possess the capability to hunt ordinary mutated beasts. You won't be responsible for the main offensive. All you need to do is conduct reconnaissance before the battle and handle the aftermath. At this, the auxiliary team finally understood. They wouldn't be directly confronting the mutated beasts, which they found much more acceptable. Otherwise, it would have been akin to walking to their doom. Though there was some danger in hunting mutated beasts, they understood that nothing comes for free, one cannot expect to reap benefits without putting in the effort. "Alright, since everyone understands, I will assign the team members. Wu Gang and Wang Tao, you two will lead 10 people to form Team 1. Officer Jiang, you will lead 10 people to form Team 2. Lin Wei and Song Yayan, you two will lead 10 people to form Team 3. And Yang and Jia, you both will lead the remaining members to form Team 4. Hearing this, Yang showed hesitation. "Team leader, you, it's not that I don't want to work, but you know my abilities, I might not be able to complete this task independently." Yu Yang smiled gently. "You still have a shotgun, right? I happen to have some shotgun shells from Officer Jiang. I'll leave one for you and give you the rest." Additionally, Yu Yang leaned closer to Yang and whispered, "Last night, I gave Jia a modified tool. Rest assured, even if you can't kill any beast, you won't be in danger." And Yang's face lit up with surprise as he looked at Jia. And Jia shyly nodded, her expression quite bashful. With a sense of reassurance flooding his heart, Yang said, "All right, I won't let team leader you down." Yu Yang nodded and stepped back in front of everyone, continuing, "Furthermore, if a team can bring back a severely injured mutated beast for me to kill, the reward will be doubled." Though Yu Yang's request seemed rather odd, others had learned to simply comply without questioning his reasoning. Moreover, anyone who performs exceptionally during the mission will have the opportunity to join the main team and enjoy its benefits. This promotion channel will remain effective long-term. Upon hearing this, many members of the auxiliary team felt a surge of excitement. While the auxiliary team members were not starving, it was obvious that the benefits of the main team were far superior. Not only would their meals be better, but they could also take daily baths, and now there was the added perk of unlimited drinks. Who knows what other advantages awaited them in the future? Alright everyone, let's set off. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Wei approached Yu Yang, casting him a meaningful glance. "You assigned Song Yiyin to me. Are you not afraid I might let her perish out there? I must admit, I feel a tinge of jealousy over her receiving your attention." Watching the subtle hint of jealousy flicker across Lin Wei's typically aloof and elegant face, Yu Yang couldn't help but find it amusing. "Hee, I believe you won't. I'm counting on you to look out for her. She has weapons, so dealing with mutated beasts won't be an issue. And I've prepared a gift for you as well." With that, Yu Yang pulled out a pair of sheer black stockings from the storage box in his pocket. Lin Wei shot him a disapproving look. "Is this gift for me? If you want me to wear it for you, just say so. I have no shortage of those." Yu Yang grinned mischievously. "This pair of stockings is different. I've repaired them. When I got them back, you immediately came to mind. Your beautiful legs deserve to wear something as exquisite as these stockings. As he spoke, he took the opportunity to touch her leg lightly and continued. Wearing these powerful stockings will enhance your legs significantly. Speed, strength, and explosiveness will all see improvement. With them, the power of your lovely legs will be even greater. Lin Wei, taken aback by Yu Yang's description, felt a flicker of surprise. To be honest, she hadn't expected him to squander precious repair points on a gift specifically for her. In her mind, those points were rather valuable. She felt a warmth in her heart, though she refused to show it on her face, instead donning her usual cool demeanor with a faint smile. She lightly hooked her finger under Yu Yang's chin and whispered in his ear, "Sister really appreciates your gift, and I'll reward you well when I return tonight." With a playful wink, Lin Wei sauntered away. A short distance away, Song Yayun watched this scene unfold, smiling at Yu Yang with a sparkle in her eyes. With clean water for a bath and today's carefully chosen outfit, she appeared less worn and more graceful. From afar, she shot Yu Yang a grateful glance, knowing that his gesture towards Lin Wei was in part to ensure she received some attention as well. That's the beauty of mature women. They are understanding and considerate. Often they grasp things without needing to be told. After waving goodbye to Yu Yang, she followed Lin Wei out of the gates of Minghuang Primary School. At that moment, Su Mingming approached Yu Yang shyly, her expression complex as she spoke. "Yu Yang, I'm leaving now. I need to go back and let my brother know I'm safe. But I'm not saying I won't return." Yu Yang smirked slightly and replied, "No problem, you're always welcome back. By the way, your brother is the leader of the Yuqing Alliance, right?" Su Mingming hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's right. My brother is the leader of the Mingxing Group, one of the 4 major teams in the Yuqing Alliance." Mingxing? That sounds like a company name. It is a company name, Mingxing Group. You haven't heard of it. I'm from out of town, so I haven't. Ugh. Mingxing Group is well known across the country. You must be quite ignorant. Yu Yang chuckled, lightly deflecting her words with humor. Mingxing Group belongs to my family. Before the apocalypse, we were quite wealthy. My brother is a good person, providing excellent benefits for employees and often donating to charity. But now, it's all gone. As she spoke, Su Mingming lowered her head sadly, and her sister, Su Xiaoxiao, mirrored her sorrow. Noticing this, Yu Yang comforted her, "Don't dwell on it too much. At least your brother is still a top figure in Yuqing, which is already better than most." Su Mingming nodded obediently for once. "By the way, how many level 2 evolvers are there in the Yuqing Alliance? Would you mind sharing?" 15. Su Mingming shrugged and added, "It's not exactly a secret. There are 6 level 2 evolvers in the commander's team, while the other 3 teams each have 3 level 2 evolvers, making a total of 15. Additionally, the commander is a level 3 evolver." At this point, Su Mingming suddenly reminded him, "Oh, you probably don't know this yet. My brother mentioned that upon evolving to level 3, 2 fixed special abilities can be unlocked. One is the ability to check information on mutated beasts, and the other the commander didn't tell my brother. But my brother speculates it's not a direct enhancement to combat power. 2 fixed special abilities." Yu Yang opened his panel to check the progress bar for his upgrade. To evolve from level 2 to level 3, he needed a full 100 intermediate evolution crystals, and primary evolution crystals would no longer provide evolution energy. This meant Yu Yang had to diligently accumulate 100 intermediate evolution crystals to evolve. What could that other special ability be? It seems the only way to find out is to evolve to level 3 myself. Yu Yang felt a surge of impatience. He was naturally a curious person, and hearing that evolving to level 3 would unlock 2 abilities made him eager to rush to the nuclear power plant and slay dozens or even hundreds of mutated beasts. Then he could evolve to level 3 and discover what that other ability was. "Okay, I understand now. Thank you. When you go back, could you help me make a trade with the Yuqing Alliance?" Yu Yang pulled out 3 brand new water bottles from his pocket. Each bottle contains 10 tons of pure water, totaling 30 tons. "I need you to help me exchange it for some resources with the Yuqing Alliance." Su Mingming had grown accustomed to Yu Yang producing strange items, so she didn't find it odd that 3 bottles could hold 30 tons of water. "What resources do you want?" Preferably evolution crystals." Su Mingming shook her head slightly. "We have evolution crystals, but we absolutely cannot give out too many." "Then how many can these get me?" 15 primary evolution crystals. 2 tons of water can be exchanged for 1 primary evolution crystal, and that's the limit. Only 15 primary ones. To be honest, Yu Yang was not satisfied with this figure. No, he was extremely dissatisfied. Right now, primary evolution crystals were useless to him. Exchanging them would only allow someone in the team who hadn't evolved to complete 1 evolution. What he truly needed were intermediate evolution crystals. "Can I exchange for intermediate evolution crystals?" Su Mingming shook her head. "Impossible. Intermediate evolution crystals are absolute strategic resources and cannot be traded." Yu Yang nodded, not having held out much hope anyway. Since that was the case, he decided not to pursue exchanging for evolution crystals any longer and planned to trade for other resources instead. The scraps he had obtained over the past few days after his repairs and reflections had sparked a new idea. How about this? I won't trade for evolution crystals anymore. Do you have any seeds? I'd like to exchange for some. Seeds? What do you need seeds for? Do you want to start farming? Su Mingming was slightly taken aback. For reasons she couldn't quite grasp despite the countless failures of farming, she still instinctively felt that Yu Yang might have some way to make it work. The thought startled her. Yu Yang, pretending to be casual, replied, "Why not give it a try? After all, we have nothing else to do." After pondering for a moment, Su Mingming hesitated. "I think the U-City Alliance has hoarded some seeds, but they haven't managed to plant them successfully, so there should be plenty left." Yu Yang chuckled. "Isn't that perfect? Your seeds are useless anyway, and you won't lose anything by trading them for water resources." Su Mingming considered this and felt he had a point. "All right, then I'll help you give it a try, but I can't guarantee success." Yu Yang nodded and handed her 3 bottles of 10 tons of purified water. "These bottles are quite valuable, aren't they? Aren't you afraid I won't come back?" Su Mingming suddenly smiled mischievously. Yu Yang shook his head seriously. "Not at all. I trust you. You're right." Su Mingming feigned indifference, but inside, she felt a ripple of emotion. "Okay, I'm off. Don't think a few kind words will change my impression of you." "What impression do you have of me?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "A rogue." What? Are you not satisfied?" Su Mingming threatened, her delicate fist shaking in front of him, causing Yu Yang to momentarily lose focus. He hurriedly waved his hands. No, I'm convinced. If I warn you, don't do anything to Su Xiaoxiao. If I come back and find out you've done something bad, I won't be polite." After saying this, Su Mingming made a scissor gesture towards a certain part of Yu Yang. Yu Yang felt a sudden tension in his lower body and quickly said, "How could I? I just see Su Xiaoxiao as a little sister. If you better." In truth, Su Mingming wasn't worried about Yu Yang. After spending a few days together, she knew he would never force anyone, and she trusted his character. What truly concerned her was Su Xiaoxiao. Given Su Xiaoxiao's current admiration for Yu Yang, Su Mingming wasn't sure what her somewhat erratic sister might do. Thus, she felt the need to warn Yu Yang first. Su Xiaoxiao had remained silent throughout the conversation, completely immersed in the sadness of Su Mingming's departure. Her eyes read. "All right, Xiaoxiao, I'm not gone forever." Su Mingming patted Su Xiaoxiao's head and gently kissed her forehead. "Big sister is leaving. Bye-bye. Big sister." Su Xiaoxiao's eyes welled up. "You must come back to keep me company." Su Mingming chuckled helplessly. "Just a couple of days ago you were pestering me. Why are you so reluctant now?" "I don't care. Just remember to come back." Su Xiaoxiao covered her eyes with one hand and waved with the other towards Su Mingming. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I will come back." With that, Su Mingming walked out of the gate of Minghuang Primary School alone. With tears in her eyes, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt someone pinch her cheek. She looked up and through her tears vaguely saw a smiling face. "Xiaoxiao, come try this special yogurt I made for you." Yu Yang handed a cup of thick white yogurt to Su Xiaoxiao. "If you like it, there's plenty more." Su Xiaoxiao wiped her tears and took the yogurt, tasting it lightly. Her expression instantly brightened with joy. "It's delicious. It's sweet and tangy. Brother Yu Yang, you're such a magical drink machine, even making yogurt." "Hee, I'm glad you like it." Yu Yang comforted her, ruffling her hair. "Xiaoxiao, you see, winter is coming soon. I heard the winters in U-City can be very cold, reaching as low as -20 degrees. If everyone doesn't have something to keep warm, they'll surely freeze." As Su Xiaoxiao sipped her yogurt, she listened intently to Yu Yang. A little bit of the creamy yogurt lingered on her lips as she nodded repeatedly. "Then you see, Xiaoxiao can produce charcoal, so shouldn't you make more? That way no one would freeze." Su Xiaoxiao licked her lips and nodded. "Then I'll make charcoal for everyone." Yu Yang shook his head. "It'll be too late to make it then. You won't be able to make enough in one day. Besides, I don't want you to work too hard, right? Brother Yu Yang is nice. So you need to start making charcoal now, okay? Plan your time wisely each day, so we'll have enough charcoal for winter, right?" Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao's expression changed. "No, Brother Yu Yang is bad. He just wants Xiaoxiao to work." Yu Yang's face stiffened, feeling somewhat awkward. This Su Xiaoxiao had grown clever, and she was not so easy to deceive anymore. "A Xiaoxiao look, in winter, everyone will need charcoal. Once they know that it's made by you, won't they all be grateful and like you?" Su Xiaoxiao instinctively nodded. "Good, then for the sake of becoming everyone's favorite Xiaoxiao, you have to work hard." Yu Yang thought for a moment, then took out a pack of beef jerky from his storage box and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. "This is a reward for you in advance. I believe you can complete the task excellently. Can you do it?" Upon seeing the snack, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled instantly. "I can. Brother Yu Yang is great. Xiao Xiao will definitely work hard to make charcoal. With that, Su Xiao Xiao snatched the beef jerky and joyfully ran off to make charcoal. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was close. Oh, I almost didn't succeed in the deception. With everyone else organized, Yu Yang was ready to embark on his mission. Today he aimed to explore the nuclear power plant, pinpointing the route and understanding its basic condition. He needed to ascertain how many repair points were necessary to restore the nuclear power plant to have an idea in mind. Most importantly, he aimed to hunt down as many mutated beasts as possible. To facilitate this, Yu Yang chose not to carry a small freezer backpack, but instead opted for an ordinary one filled with around 10 items that could store things once repaired. Each of these items included small storage, providing 10 cubic meters of space. These would be sufficient for him to carry the corpses of mutated beasts, and if he found any useful supplies, he could bring them back at any time. Yu Yang pulled out the paper map he had prepared earlier and roughly identified the direction. To reach the nuclear power plant, he had to traverse several blocks until he reached the sparsely populated outskirts. This nuclear power plant seems a bit far, but might take a long time to get there. As Yu Yang stepped onto the street, he glanced around casually. What met his gaze was a wasteland. The buildings had mostly collapsed, great stones had fallen blocking some roads, and many cars were mangled. As he surveyed the scene, a thought suddenly emerged in Yu Yang's mind. Why not try to repair a car? Yu Yang arrived beside a bus, frowning in contemplation. The bus has a large capacity, but it's quite difficult to drive. I wonder how many repair points it requires. Repairing the damaged bus will consume 100 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? 100 points. Yu Yang clicked his tongue in secret. Isn't that a bit too high? Even a second repair for the revolver only costs 100 points. Never mind. I don't really need such a large vehicle for now. I might as well find a smaller car. Thus Yu Yang walked over to a uniquely designed small car. The car's futuristic appearance made it stand out among the multitude of vehicles, and Yu Yang instantly spotted it. Repairing the damaged self-driving car will consume 70 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? 70 points as well. Yu Yang thought it was still a bit high, but the words self-driving caught his attention. I never expected this world would have self-driving cars. It certainly saves me from having to drive. Yu Yang actually had no driving experience. He had only ever operated bumper cars at an amusement park. He had considered that since he didn't need to follow traffic rules now, once he got the car, pressing the gas and brake should be straightforward. But now there was a self-driving car. This undoubtedly resolved his only doubt. This is the one. Beep. Repair successful. You have acquired a brand new self-driving car. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Fully armored. The car's overall defense is increased tenfold, making it extremely difficult to damage. 2. Half consumption. The power consumption during travel is reduced by half. 3. Flight mode. The car will have flight capabilities, allowing it to fly in the air. Unbelievable. It can even fly. Yu Yang marveled at the panel once again, amazed by the system's power. Without hesitation, he disregarded the other 2 effects and chose flight mode. Beep. Self-driving car has been enhanced with the effect flight mode. With so many ruins in the streets, navigating would have been challenging. Now flying in the sky meant he wouldn't have to worry about any of that. And who could refuse a flying car? Once he entered the vehicle, the dashboard of the now brand new car lit up instantly. Yu Yang discovered that this car was more advanced than any he had seen before. Not only did it have automatic navigation, but it also featured an AI mode that allowed for voice commands without the need for manual operation. The dashboard displayed that the car had 80 battery remaining, with a driving range of 380 kilometers in land mode and 190 kilometers in flight mode. That's more than enough. According to the map, it was only 20 kilometers from here to the nuclear power plant. Although it was in the suburbs, it wasn't too far from the city center. The range was definitely sufficient. With excitement, Yu Yang said, "Activate flight mode." Activating. A pleasant female voice emerged. Though aware it was a synthesized voice, it still sounded quite soothing. The vehicle trembled slightly as the 4 wheels slowly retracted, replaced by 4 jet engines. 2 massive thrusters extended from the rear of the car. Soon the jets ignited and the entire vehicle gradually lifted off the ground. This was Yu Yang's first experience in a flying car, and even he felt a thrill of novelty. Activate autopilot. Set speed to maximum. Destination, Yuching nuclear power plant. Understood. Optimal route has been planned. Autopilot activated. Departure imminent. Please fasten your seatbelt. Oh, the seatbelt. Yu Yang had forgotten about it. He hurriedly buckled himself in. Just as he secured it, the next moment, whoosh, the car shot forward like a rocket. "Ah!" Yu Yang exclaimed as his heart raced, feeling a slight dizziness. However, after a moment, he adjusted completely. The whistling wind rushed past his ears, and the exhilarating sensation of the ride left him feeling utterly relaxed. Awesome. Woo. At that moment on a high point of a nearby ruin, a lookout suddenly felt a gust of wind overhead that lifted his clothes. Confused, he looked up only to see a small car vanish into the horizon accompanied by sounds of "oh ho" and "op." Startled, he quickly dashed into a hole in the ruins, shouting as he ran, "This is bad. The monkeys have evolved, they can drive now." The car swiftly approached the nuclear power plant. All along the way, Yu Yang gazed down at the city, turned to ruins, spotting a few scattered locations where people gathered. These were groups formed after the apocalypse, both large and small. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the closer he got to the stone pillar, the more mutated beasts there were. As Yu Yang neared Bay Heart Lake, the frequency of mutated beasts increased from one every few kilometers to one every few hundred meters. Occasionally, he even witnessed battles between the mutated creatures. On this journey alone, Yu Yang picked up quite a few mutated beasts. By the time he spotted the outline of the nuclear power plant, he had collected 3 elite-level mutated beasts and 15 ordinary ones. Each elite beast provided 3 attack points, while each ordinary one contributed 2 attack points. Before even reaching the power plant, these beasts had already granted him a total of 39 attack points. Now Yu Yang's revolver attack power had risen to 89 points, nearing the threshold of 100. The reason he could gather loot so smoothly was largely due to his flying car. He would wait until the mutated beasts had significantly weakened each other before swooping down for the final shot, then soaring back into the air with their corpses. This left the other mutated beasts that rushed over in a futile rage. They simply couldn't reach him. Otherwise, even with his abilities, being surrounded by a pack of mutated beasts would carry considerable risk. As Yu Yang neared the nuclear power plant, he found the scene quite puzzling. Because there were no mutated beasts in the vicinity of the power plant at all. It was as if it existed in isolation, creating a vacuum devoid of mutated creatures. However, Yu Yang did not let his guard down. Where there is an anomaly, there is a demon. The absence of mutated beasts might conceal an even greater danger. He did not rush to land, but continued to fly. Piloting the car, he circled around the nuclear power plant, meticulously inspecting the surroundings. He observed that while many structures of the nuclear plant bore cracks, to his surprise there had been no significant collapses. Only one cooling tower had fallen due to its height. The others only displayed fissures while remaining structurally intact. After a thorough examination, Yu Yang found no immediate threats and cautiously descended onto the rooftop of one of the buildings at the nuclear power plant. But at that very moment, an exceptionally cold presence locked onto him. Yu Yang had no time to react as a terrifying dark red whip lashed out toward him with ferocity. The dark red whip lashed against Yu Yang's body, its sticky texture evoking a wave of nausea within him. However, aside from that, he felt no discomfort. Absolute defense activated, target stunned. The red whip quickly retracted. At that moment, a massive figure emerged atop a nearby cooling tower. It was larger than the car Yu Yang was driving, its body covered in grotesque bumps. It was a gigantic toad. The long dark red whip from earlier was none other than the toad's tongue. Yu Yang glanced at the information that appeared before him. Lord level order destroyer sky-swallowing toad. Health 500,500. Attack 150. Defense 120. Special ability 1. I can extend its long tongue to ensnare targets and swallow them whole. Special ability 2. Camouflages with its environment, concealing its presence. A Lord level mutated beast, and it possesses 2 special abilities. No wonder I didn't detect it earlier. Without hesitation, Yu Yang drew his revolver, activating the overload ability, taking advantage of the remaining stun effect. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. To Yu Yang's surprise, the first shot ended the battle immediately. His second shot was entirely unnecessary. He suddenly recalled that his revolver's attack power was now 89, not 50. With overload activated, it soared to 890 points. Subtracting the toad's 120 defense, each bullet dealt a staggering 770 points of damage. Thus, a single shot had obliterated this Lord-level mutated beast. It's incredibly powerful. Yu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ding! Killed the Lord-level order destroyer, sky-swallowing toad, earning 5,000 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 5 points. Revolver permanent attack power 94. Seeing his attack power rise to 94, a smile spread across Yu Yang's face. At this rate, he would soon become invincible. However, he remained cautious. The sudden appearance of a Lord-level mutated beast had instilled a sense of crisis within him. While his attack power was formidable, his defense was somewhat lacking. Especially since absolute defense could only be triggered once a day. If another Lord-level mutated beast ambushed him now, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Yet he wasn't entirely unprepared. Yu Yang pulled out a safety helmet he had salvaged from his former team. After successfully repairing it, it granted the effect of unbreakable, adding 80 points to his permanent defense. However, due to its unappealing appearance, he had refrained from wearing it until now. With no bulletproof vest for protection, he donned the helmet without a second thought. Now, even if a Lord-level mutated beast attacked him, he would only sustain injuries rather than facing instant death. After putting on the helmet, Yu Yang quickly placed his hand on the ground to gauge the repair points required to fix the nuclear power plant. Repairing the damaged nuclear power plant requires 1,000 repair points. Current repair points insufficient. 1 million. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Yu Yang was still taken aback by the number. But he couldn't afford to be stunned. He hurriedly hopped into the car and soared into the sky. Yu Yang flew to the top of the cooling tower and stored the sky-swallowing toad in an empty container in his backpack. Then he ascended to several dozen meters high and glanced at Basin Lake. The deep waters appeared inky black, unfathomable, sending a chill down his spine. Yu Yang decided to return to the area where he had just scavenged tomorrow, aiming to gather more evolution crystals and repair points. He planned to come back to the nuclear power plant only after achieving his third evolution and accumulating 1,000 repair points. However, just as Yu Yang passed by Basin Lake, the surface suddenly erupted. A tentacle over a meter wide and dozens of meters long surged toward him at an alarming speed from the depths of the lake. Yu Yang's heart raced as he swiftly activated the time stop effect on his Rolex watch. The massive tentacle froze midair motionless. 3 seconds. He only had 3 seconds. He quickly scrutinized the information about this mutated creature and was stunned. King-level Order Destroyer Screeching Octopus Mutation. Health 1,000,010,000. Attack 1,200. Defense 800. A staggering 1,000 health points made Yu Yang's head spin. Though it lacked special abilities, its base stats were enough to annihilate him. Quick, get moving at full speed. Yu Yang shouted to the car. Please set a destination. Minghuang Primary School, Minghuang Primary School. 3 seconds passed swiftly, and the tentacle began to move again, an overwhelming pressure enveloping Yu Yang, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, the car had started, and with the powerful thrust of its engines, it sped away into the distance. The tentacle came crashing down where Yu Yang had just been, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Yu Yang flew a kilometer away before the massive tentacle finally retracted into the lake, disappearing into the inky waters. Once he felt he was far enough away, Yu Yang's racing heart slowly calmed. That was close. I almost got caught. Thank goodness for time stop. Strange, this octopus is typically found in the ocean. How can it appear in a lake? Could it be that the biological distribution in this world is different? Yu Yang found himself puzzled. Regardless, he would not be returning to the nuclear power plant anytime soon. At the very least, he needed to acquire sufficient strength before attempting again. King-level creatures have 1,000 health points. I'll need my revolver's attack power raised to several hundred and combined with overload to have a chance of defeating it, and I absolutely cannot afford to take even a single hit. With 1,500 attack power, whoever touches it will die. As the sky gradually darkened, Yu Yang chose not to scavenge any further along the way, instead driving directly to Minghuang Primary School. Let's see how the base is doing. I wonder if the 4 teams have made any gains. Yu Yang's reconnaissance drone was still at the base, allowing him to check on their status via the panel. Additionally, he would be notified immediately if any enemies approached. As he opened the panel, the base's projection appeared before him. Not bad, it seems everyone has made some progress. By this time, most of the personnel had returned to the base. Particularly Wu Gang's team had even brought back 2 barely alive mutated beasts in a cart. They appeared to be of normal level, but that was still quite impressive. While the main reason for defeating the mutated beasts was due to the 2 weapons Yu Yang had upgraded, Wu Gang and Wang Tao had evidently put in a lot of effort as well. Wu Gang was currently proudly sipping beer from the dispenser, his self-satisfied demeanor as if he were about to soar to the heavens. Yu Yang could easily imagine him coming to boast in front of him. The other teams that had returned seemed to have fared well too. No one returned with a glum expression. After a casual glance, Yu Yang suddenly sensed something was off. Hey, where's Officer Jiang? Jiang Chong was the most reliable member of Yu Yang's team. As a second-level evolver armed with a gun, his combat power was second only to Yu Yang. But now he hadn't returned yet. Yu Yang felt a sense of unease creep in. The Alliance of Yuqing. Su Mingming successfully returned to the Alliance of Yuqing. As a secondary evolved being, her physical strength allowed her to easily evade mutated beasts, especially since she could sense their energy fluctuations. Thus, she encountered no dangers along her journey. The Alliance of Yuqing was situated within the largest prison of Yuqing. This location was chosen due to its robust defensive structures, making it incredibly difficult for even elite-level mutated beasts to breach its walls. Additionally, the prison's position leaned towards the outskirts, placing it closer to a towering stone pillar, resulting in a manageable number of mutated beasts, just enough for the members of the Alliance to handle without being overwhelmed. Both Su Mingming and her sister Su Xiaoxiao were renowned beauties within the Alliance, earning them considerable fame. The guards at the entrance recognized them immediately. Carrying 3 bottles of mineral water, Su Mingming greeted the guards and walked straight through the gates. Inside the prison, the atmosphere was dim. The absence of electricity meant they relied on flickering flames for light. Fuel was a precious resource, so unless absolutely necessary, the corridors were largely shrouded in darkness by nightfall. Nevertheless, Su Mingming navigated her way effortlessly to the area where the Mingxin group was stationed. She arrived at the only room in the Mingxin group lit by a kerosene lamp. Inside, 2 individuals were engaged in a heated debate. No, we must expand our search radius. At this rate, so many brothers will starve and die of thirst. A young man in his 20s exclaimed passionately. To hastily expand will only lead to danger. Before the hunger claims them, they might already end up in the bellies of mutated beasts, replied another man clearly older. The young man was Su Yifan, the vice leader of the Mingxin group, a capable individual. The older man was Su Mingming's brother Su Ming. Su Yifan disagreed with Su Ming's perspective. But our food and water must support over 2,000 brothers. We can't sustain this any longer. We might run out of supplies in just a week. He continued, why not cut off the subordinate teams? They are of little use, and we brothers can handle the heavy labor ourselves. Su Ming shook his head. The subordinate teams already have barely enough to eat and drink. We shouldn't sever their last lifeline. Even if they have no merits, they have put in hard work. With 4 groups, our subordinate teams are the largest. We really don't need so many people. Enough. Stop plotting against the subordinate teams. Regardless of their contributions, they are still human, not stray dogs to be discarded at will. Then what should we do? Su Yifan's impatience surfaced as he paced back and forth. Food can be solved by trading resources with other teams, but what about water? Clean water is far more precious than food. Su Ming clenched his fists, a struggle evident in his eyes. Expanding the search radius would inevitably lead to casualties, yet without doing so there wouldn't be enough food. However, cutting off the subordinate teams felt wrong, as many were former employees of the Mingxin group. Despite their lack of skills, he was reluctant to abandon them so easily. He simply wanted to help as many people as he could within his capacity. Brother Su Mingming gently called from the doorway. Su Ming looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. Mingming, you're finally back. Where's Xiaoxiao? Did she come with you? Su Mingming shook her head. Su Ming's heart sank. Xiaoxiao is fine. She's in another team and is very safe. The young man furrowed his brows. Where else in Yuqing is safer than the Alliance? You should have brought Su Xiaoxiao back. Our team relies on her for fuel. For some reason, Su Mingming found Su Yifan's reasoning irritating today as she used to listen attentively to him. All you care about is pushing Xiaoxiao to work. Have you considered her feelings? She's just a little girl. What has she done wrong to be pressured like this? Mingming, Su Yifan hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from her and felt somewhat awkward. I didn't mean it that way. Humph. Su Mingming scoffed and dropped the 3 bottles of mineral water heavily onto the table. What is this? Su Ming asked, puzzled. This is 30 tons of water. Didn't you just say we lack water? Here it is. 30 tons of water. Su Yifan looked at the 3 500-milliliter bottles on the table, bewildered. Mingming, your head isn't muddled from something outside, is it? How could this possibly be 30 tons of water? Su Ming shared his confusion, asking Mingming, what's going on? Why do you say this is 30 tons of water? Su Mingming rolled her eyes, pulled over a water bucket from the corner of the room, opened one of the mineral water bottles, and began pouring it in. As she started pouring, both Su Yifan and Su Ming noticed something off. The water flowed freely, yet the amount in the bottles remained unchanged. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Mingming, what's happening? This water. You can think of these 3 mineral water bottles as special storage spaces. Each one holds 10 tons of pure water, Su Mingming explained. How is that even possible? Su Yifan stared in disbelief. In this apocalyptic world, what is impossible? Everyone can evolve special abilities. It's perfectly normal to encounter something you've never seen before. Don't make a fuss about it. Su Mingming replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. He grabbed Su Mingming's shoulders and eagerly asked Mingming, where did you get this water? Did you find a clean water source? Su Mingming shrugged off her brother's hands, irritated. It's not that simple. I got it from a team led by someone named Yu Yang in exchange for resources. A team? Su Ming was curious. What kind of team in the Alliance can produce this much clean water at once? I don't know. I found Xiaoxiao and went there. All I know is that their leader is very impressive. How impressive can he be compared to the Alliance? Su Yifan remarked dismissively. Su Mingming shot him a glance. He's definitely much more impressive than you. He evolved a second time. Su Yifan was taken aback. Of course, and his abilities are far superior to yours. Hearing this, Su Yifan clenched his fist slightly. He hadn't expected Su Mingming's attitude towards him to change so dramatically upon her return. She used to chase after him, calling him Brother Su, but now, Su Yifan's gaze turned cold, and he silently vowed Yu Yang. I look forward to seeing just how impressive you really are. Captain, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I wouldn't want to interrupt your reunion. Su Yifan said darkly, hastily exiting the room. Watching Su Yifan's retreating figure, Su Ming sighed. Mingming, your tone with Su Yifan today was rather harsh. After all, he is the vice captain and has made considerable contributions to our team. What does his contribution have to do with me? Su Mingming turned her head, completely disregarding Su Ming's words. I recall you used to have a decent relationship with Su Yifan. Who asked him to question? To question the captain. A sudden wave of unease stirred within Su Mingming. Wait, why should I care about that scoundrel? Oh, what exactly does that guy Yu Yang have to make our Mingming defend him so fervently? Su Ming asked with a smile. Brother, Su Mingming said, squirming, I'm not defending him. I'm just stating the truth. Then tell me what makes Yu Yang so impressive. Impressive? Su Mingming pouted, pondering carefully. For some reason, she instinctively recalled the gasps she had heard that night in the garage. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Fortunately, the dim light from the oil lamp in the room concealed her embarrassment from Su Ming. His shooting skills are incredibly precise, almost supernatural. And for some reason, his attack power is exceptionally high. Not only can he take down elite-level mutated beasts with just a few shots, but he even killed a man with 100 defense points with a single shot yesterday. 100 defense points. Was that person named Wang Hang? I don't know, but I did hear his subordinates call him Brother Wang, and they are under Zhao Yi. Su Ming nodded. He had heard of Wang Hang, a capable member of Zhao Yi's team known for his robust defenses that surpassed even elite-level mutated beasts. So you're saying that Yu Yang killed him with one shot? That's right. That shot was so cool. Su Mingming recalled the scene, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Su Ming considered this in silence. This kid must have at least 200 points of power with that shot. Goodness, even a rocket launcher probably wouldn't cause that much damage. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, where's their team located? Mingwang Primary School. Mingwang Primary School. Are they interested in joining the Yuqing Alliance? Su Mingming shook her head. I don't know, but I feel like given Yu Yang's character, he probably wouldn't want to come. Su Ming smiled knowingly. Oh, so you know him quite well. Su Mingming suddenly felt a bit flustered. What do you mean? Xiao Xiao really likes that guy Yu Yang and refuses to come back. So I stayed there for a few days to observe him. How is Xiao Xiao doing? Over there, Su Ming asked, guilt filling his eyes. I feel like I've neglected her feelings. Xiao Xiao is having a great time over there. Then let her stay there for now. Our fuel supply is still sufficient. We may not have charcoal, but we can manage with other fuels for a while. By the way, you mentioned he wanted me to bring 30 tons of water to exchange for supplies. What supplies does he want? Can we give him intermediate evolution crystals? Su Mingming asked, inadvertently showing her growing inclination towards Yu Yang. That won't do. Intermediate evolution crystals are crucial resources and can't be traded. Humph. Su Mingming knew that was likely the case and said no more. She continued, then let's trade seeds. He needs seeds. Seeds? Planting seeds. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. Yes, what else could they be? Su Ming felt a stir of curiosity. What does he need seeds for? Can he actually grow plants? I don't know, he just said he wanted to try. Su Ming nodded, slightly contemplating various possibilities. After a moment, he replied, all right, then take the seeds from the warehouse to him. We have no real use for them anyway, and it's too little to rely on for food, so trading them for some water sounds good. By the way, you still haven't told me where he got all that water, Su Ming asked curiously. Su Mingming hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't tell you that. Huh. Su Ming was surprised by her response. Mingming, can't you tell your brother? Su Mingming shook her head. I'm not sure if Yu Yang wants others to know, and honestly, I don't really know much. I can only guess. Besides, Xiao Xiao is still with him. I can't offend him. All right. Su Ming conceded helplessly. Just remember your and Xiao Xiao's safety is the most important thing. You must protect Xiao Xiao. Don't worry, Yu Yang is really nice to Xiao Xiao. I'm actually afraid she might get taken away by him. Su Ming smiled slightly. That's good. Just stay with me for a couple of days, and then you can go. It won't hurt to wait a bit longer, right? Su Mingming sighed. Fine. What's wrong? You seem a bit reluctant. Are you that eager to return? Su Ming shook his head and laughed. Truly, girls grow up too fast. Am genuinely curious about who this Yu Yang is to have captivated both my sisters. Brother, am not captivated by him at all. With that, Su Mingming blushed and dashed out of the room. Su Ming watched her leave, then glanced at the 3 bottles of water on the table, his eyes flickering with thought. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to meet this young man named Yu Yang. Minghuang Primary School. As Yu Yang landed his flying car on the playground, everyone at Minghuang Primary School was left in stunned silence. Boss, this car is so cool. Wu Gang exclaimed, his eyes shining brighter than if he had seen a beautiful woman. No man dislikes a car, especially one as cool as this. A flying car. It's a vehicle many men have dreamed of. Yu Yang stepped out of the vehicle, stowed it away, and straightforwardly asked, "Has Officer Jiang returned yet?" Everyone shook their heads. None of them from that little team has come back. Only now did they realize something was off. It was dangerous after dark. This was common knowledge. Usually everyone would hurry back before nightfall. Even if they didn't find anything, it was better than risking their lives. Yet until now, not a single member of Jiang Chang's team had returned. The joy of their harvest was suddenly overshadowed by unease. Don't be too pessimistic. Perhaps Officer Jiang's team found something valuable and is just taking longer to return. That's possible, Yu Yang said hesitantly, though he said that he couldn't shake off a bad premonition. At that moment, a figure rushed in panic, evident on their face, covered in wounds. Captain, it's bad. Our second team is in trouble. The man gasped for breath, his body marked with numerous bloody scratches, as though he had been slashed by something sharp. What happened? What on earth is going on? Yu Yang asked in a deep voice. The man replied breathlessly, "Officer Jiang, we've fallen into a trap. We've been set up." Don't panic. Take your time and explain. After catching his breath, the man continued, "On our way, a woman frantically approached us, claiming her brother was trapped by a mutated beast and in grave danger. Officer Jiang immediately ordered her to lead the way, promising to help her deal with the beast. But unexpectedly, once we arrived at a farm, that woman suddenly ambushed Officer Jiang from behind. A group of people charged out from the jungle. Officer Jiang was seriously injured, but still managed to shoot and kill 2 of them, giving us a chance to escape. However, thorny vines emerged from the jungle, entangling us all. At this point, fear was evident in the man's eyes. Except for Officer Jiang, everyone else was dragged into the jungle by those vines. I was nearly pulled in myself, but Officer Jiang's marksmanship saved me. He shot the vines that bound me, allowing me to escape and report to you." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's expression turned grave. Thorny vines, most likely a form of mutated plant. But why would that group assist a mutated plant? After a moment of thought, Yu Yang asked, "Do you remember the way back?" "Yes, it's not too far from here, just 4 or 5 kilometers. The man swallowed hard and replied. "Good. What's your name?" Yu Yang asked, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "My name is Lu Sheng. Repairing Lu Sheng's wounds requires 10 points. Do you wish to proceed?" "Yes." Ding. Repair successful. You have gained the loyal Lu Sheng. You have drawn 3 special effects. Please choose one. 1. Fixed transmission. Lu Sheng can hear a fixed target within 100 miles and can convey messages to that target which cannot be changed after binding. 2. Fixed mutual transmission. Lu Sheng can establish unobstructed communication between 2 fixed targets within 100 miles, which cannot be changed after binding. 3. Sound transmission. Horn. Lu Sheng can send one-way messages to targets within 100 miles, but cannot receive information from them. The target can be changed. Seeing the 3 effects before him, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile. Isn't this like having a living telephone? After reviewing the effects, Yu Yang chose the 3rd option. This way, as long as he kept Lu Sheng by his side, Yu Yang had an envoy who could relay messages without concern for distance. You've done well. Thanks to you, we received vital information. From now on, you'll join the main team. Lu Sheng felt all his injuries vanish completely, and a storm of emotions surged within him. How miraculous! What else can our leader achieve? Lu Sheng, I have just granted you a power that allows you to convey messages to anyone. I need you to send a message to Jiang Chang telling him we are on our way to rescue him, and that he must hold on and buy us some time until we arrive. Got it. Lu Sheng instinctively closed his eyes, attempting to contact Jiang Chang, and countless figures appeared in his vision like stars in the sky. He quickly found Jiang Chang. "Officer Jiang, I found the leader. He says to hold on, we will be there to rescue you soon." "All right." Lu Sheng opened his eyes, marveling at the miraculous moment he had just experienced. "Unbelievable," he muttered, still in shock. At that moment, Yu Yang pulled out a vehicle, beckoning Lu Sheng to get in, then said, "Everyone else stays at the base. I'll be back soon." "Boss, I'm going with you," Wu Gang said indignantly, wielding a machete. "I'll take down those who harmed Officer Jiang." Yu Yang shook his head. "You all stay back and guard the base." He started the vehicle, slowly ascending into the sky. With Lu Sheng leading the way, they sped toward their target. In the night sky, 2 brilliant yellow trails streaked across. at a certain farmhouse. Inside a dilapidated wooden shack, Jiang Chong was bound, his firearms confiscated. I never expected you had it in you. To capture you we lost 2 men, and I intend to treat you well, said a man with one eye, sharpening his knife on a stone, his tone menacing. You scum. You intend to resort to cannibalism. It's only been 3 months since the apocalypse, and you've already lost all your humanity. Jiang Chong retorted, his stomach churning at the sight of a skull in the corner. What do you know? The one-eyed man sneered. I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? If you want to live, seek food, hunt mutated beasts. Exploiting the kindness of others and harming your fellow humans means you're not worthy of being called human. Huh? The one-eyed man suddenly laughed coldly. Only the survivors are human. The dead are merely food consumed or excrement expelled. But you're quite interesting. Here you are facing death, and instead of begging for mercy, you still have the energy to debate these grand principles with me. You don't think I'll have a moment of awakening and set you free, do you? How naive. Jiang Chong's eyes flickered. He had just heard a distant voice, and judging by the reactions from others, it was likely he was the only one who could hear it. Though he didn't know how it was possible, he clearly understood the message. Yu Yang was rushing to save him. What he needed to do now was buy time. So he continued, I know you won't let me go, and I never intended to survive. But I'm curious about those suddenly emerging vines. Oh, what are they exactly? Telling you wouldn't hurt. Oh, let's make you an enlightened ghost. The one-eyed man blew on the sharpened blade, a smirk creeping across his lips. In the apocalypse, it's survival of the fittest. Only the strong know how to leverage their circumstances. Those vines you saw are from a mutated plant. Many of us have died at its hands, but I ultimately struck a deal with it. Jiang Chong's expression hardened. You actually made a deal with a mutated plant. How did you manage that? The one-eyed man grinned cruelly. It's simple, you feed it well. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth. You fed your own team members to a mutated plant. Only that once. The one-eyed man shrugged indifferently. Who told them to run slowly? Those who lagged behind naturally became food. What kind of agreement do you have with it? Jiang Chong asked, his voice low. The blind man approached Jiang Chong, a cruel smile playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with malice. All we need to do is employ a little trick to lure other humans or mutated creatures over here. And it takes care of eliminating those targets. Occasionally we can share a bit of the spoils. Don't you think I'm quite clever? Hee. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth, the corners of his eyes reddening. So my other team members have already been devoured by the mutated plants. Of course it consumes its prey quickly. The blind man licked his lips. In fact, it prefers mutated beasts, consuming them allows it to evolve. Today you're just unlucky to have caught our attention. I never expected you to be so easily deceived. Jiang Chong cursed him furiously. You heartless fiend, may you meet a fitting end. That's not for you to worry about. You should focus on yourself. Let's see, where shall I start? The blind man ran the knife lightly over Jiang Chong's body, the cold steel sending involuntary shivers through him. I can't let you die too easily. You need to last a few more days. That way the flesh will remain fresh. Then let's start with your arm. With that, the blind man chuckled triumphantly, seemingly satisfied with his plan. The sharp blade cut through Jiang Chong's skin, yet he remained silent. Oh, you do have some backbone. If it weren't for you killing 2 of my subordinates and leaving me vexed, I might have enjoyed taming you slowly. As he spoke, the blind man increased the pressure of his grip, blood oozing from the wound. Jiang Chong felt a surge of pain, cold sweat trickling down, but he uttered not a word. Suddenly gunshots and screams erupted outside the cabin. With a loud bang, the wooden door was kicked open. The blind man looked on in disbelief as 2 figures stood in the doorway. Who are you? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Before the blind man could finish his sentence, he was shot in the head. He stared in disbelief at the young man outside, his lone eye reflecting deep resentment, then his body slowly collapsed. Jiang Chong glared at the blind man with rage. It's too easy for you to die like this. Officer Jiang, are you all right? Lu Sheng hurried over to Jiang Chong, freeing him from his bonds. I'm fine, just a few superficial wounds. Jiang Chong turned to Yu Yang, who stood at the doorway, and forced a smile. I appreciate your concern. It's nothing. You all stay here for a moment. Oh, I'll check the situation in the woods. Yu Yang stepped outside, pausing briefly before mounting his hover bike. The safety of being airborne was significantly higher. He pulled out a flashlight, one of the scraps salvaged by the auxiliary team. However, after Yu Yang's repairs, its illumination had improved several-fold. As he switched it on, a massive beam of light burst forth, illuminating the area before him as if it were daytime. Such intensity could to some extent serve as a weapon. Any ordinary person who looked directly at it might risk being blinded on the spot. Yu Yang shone the flashlight downward, scanning the treetops above. Soon he noticed an eerie green hue amidst the withered yellow flowers and trees. Moreover, this green was streaked with numerous crimson splatters along with various scattered bones on the ground. Yu Yang descended a few feet. A gigantic blood-red rose lay hidden among the green vines, slowly opening and closing its petals. The rose's tendrils resembling arms were in the process of engulfing a human corpse into its gigantic bud. A series of information materialized before Yu Yang's eyes. Elite level Order Disruptor Bloodthirsty Rose. Health 200,200. Attack 80. Defense 50. Special ability can extend thorny vines to ensnare targets, drawing them into its flower center for consumption. Now upon seeing an elite-level mutated beast, Yu Yang felt it was hardly worth his concern. With merely 200 health points and 50 defense, even a few random shots would easily take it down. Given that plants lacked critical weaknesses, Yu Yang pulled out his revolver and fired several rounds casually. The bloodthirsty rose, which had been indulging in its feast, was instantly struck as if by lightning. Its main stalk was shredded to bits, leaving it oblivious to its attacker even in death. Ding. Killed elite-level Order Disruptor Bloodthirsty Rose, earning 1,000 repair points. Another 1,000 repair points were added to his account. At this rate, Yu Yang felt that 1,000,000 points didn't seem too far-fetched anymore. By the way, where's the evolution crystal for this plant? Yu Yang landed beside the bloodthirsty rose, the thick stench of blood wafting through the air. Next to the rose, many skeletal remains, still sticky with flesh, lay scattered. As he approached, he discovered that the fluid oozing from the bullet-ridden body of the bloodthirsty rose was the same vibrant red as human blood. After some effort, he finally found a cluster of evolution crystals at the base of the bloodthirsty rose. However, this crystal was different from those found in the brains of mutated beasts. It was overall harder and drier. Yu Yang stored the corpse of the bloodthirsty rose in his storage box and prepared to leave. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a hint of green near the ground where the bloodthirsty rose had once stood. Curious, he moved closer to investigate. To his astonishment, he found a few well-grown blades of grass. Moreover, these blades were clearly the most ordinary variety, showing no signs of mutation. This meant that the soil beneath the bloodthirsty rose could support the growth of normal plants. This discovery thrilled Yu Yang immensely. Several hypotheses began to form in his mind. To facilitate verification of his ideas, he collected a portion of the soil into his storage box. Having completed this, he searched the area to ensure no other places could support plant life before remounting his hover bike and returning to the cabin. Get in the car. Captain, what about the other team members? Lu Sheng asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. Yu Yang sighed. They're likely all dead. I didn't see their bodies, just some scattered bones. Lu Sheng felt a wave of sorrow, but refrained from saying more. In this apocalypse, death had become all too common. Jiang Chang's face was pale, the wound on his shoulder still oozing blood. Yu Yang smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Look at me, I completely forgot to treat your injury." Treat my injury? You can do that? Jiang Chang asked, astonished. Lu Sheng nodded vigorously. The captain treated my wounds. Jiang Chang had only seen Yu Yang repair equipment, never tending to injuries, so he was curious. Yu Yang approached Jiang Chang and placed his hand on his shoulder. Repairing the injured shoulder of Jiang Chang will consume 10 repair points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Ding. Loyal Jiang Chang obtained. 3 special effects were drawn. Oh, choose one. 1. Quantity doubling. Jiang Chang's daily duplicates would double up to 20 items per day. 2. Range expansion basic. The volume Jiang Chang could duplicate would increase to 8 cubic decimeters. 3. Greater variety. Jiang Chang would be able to duplicate liquids and gases. Note: Jiang Chang's ability cannot duplicate items that have been repaired by the host. Yu Yang hesitated as he surveyed the 3 options. He did not immediately know which to pick. He had a favorable impression of Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was a trustworthy comrade whose ability had broad utility, so Yu Yang surrendered the choice to him. After explaining each effect, Yu Yang recited them again to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang considered for a moment and finally said, "I'll take range expansion. 8 cubic decimeters is about the size of a basketball, far more useful than before. That will let me duplicate many more things. As for liquids, they're not that helpful. Only useful for some fuel or water. There's nothing else worth duplicating." Yu Yang nodded. In truth, of the 3 options, he also favored this one. Being limited to fist-sized duplicates would be far too restrictive. Range expansion was clearly the optimal choice. Ding. Loyal Jiang Chang has been granted the additional effect range expansion basic. Alright, let's hurry back. The others should be worried. Rest well tonight. We have new tasks tomorrow. Jiang Chang nodded and climbed into Yu Yang's vehicle. The car lifted slowly. Jiang Chang turned and looked at the jungle. His eyes were sorrowful. They had gone out as 11 exuberant and noisy. Returning there were only 2. He blamed himself. If only he had not so readily believed the woman's words, they might not have fallen into that snare. A few minutes later, Yu Yang's vehicle descended onto the playground of Minghuang Xiaoxua. Only 3 people emerged from the car. And Yang stepped forward and asked, "Captain, where are the others?" "They're dead." And Yang's pupils widened and grief flickered across his face. He had known those people for a long time. A losing 10 at once weighed heavily on him. "Yu Yang, this is my failure. I'll resign from the main team and take a subordinate post. Assign me to any small squad you like." Having said that, Jiang Chong walked alone toward his cabin, his silhouette desolate. Yu Yang sighed and made no comment, only saying calmly, "Jiang Chong will temporarily be placed under Yang's team. Let him have some time to cool off." Then Yu Yang casually fired his gun, killing the mutated beast that Wu Gang had brought back. The revolver's attack rose by 4 points, reaching 98. He then released the mutated beasts he had killed. Close to 20 carcasses appeared on the playground, a grim tableau, as if a horrific battle had just concluded. The corpse of the Tun Tian Chanshu was enormous and stood out among the mutated creatures. "You killed all these by yourself?" Someone marveled. "Tomorrow we'll kill more," Yu Yang answered with equanimity. He felt the urgency to increase his strength, particularly his level. Although his advancement was rapid, it still felt insufficient. The encounter with that king-tier mutated beast today had left him with a profound sense of peril. He now understood that mutated creatures had evolved to frightening levels. And this placed Wanxin, who was not even the closest point to the Tongtian Shizhu. Under that towering pillar, there must be even more formidable beings. To unravel the secret of the Tongtian Shizhu, Yu Yang would need to reach at least level 5, perhaps 6. He needed evolution crystals. "Wu Gang, dig out all the evolution crystals and bring them to me," Yu Yang said, sitting on a bench at the edge of the playground. About half an hour later, Wu Gang laid a heap of crystals before him. "Report counting today's haul from all squads. There are 20 basic evolution crystals and 3 intermediate ones. As for that giant toad, even after Wang Tao reduced its defense, I still couldn't cleave it." Yu Yang recalled that the Tun Tian Chanshu was a Lord-level mutated beast with a defense stat of 120. Even if Wang Tao had shaved off 50.70 remained, Wu Gang's cleaver could not cleave through. He was not dismayed. Yu Yang had prepared for this. He produced a chainsaw from his storage box, and the sight of it startled the others. Before the apocalypse, such a thing carried a certain menace, ubiquitous in horror films. "You have one of these," Wu Gang said with envy. Yu Yang glanced and replied, "It's not as effective in combat as your cleaver. It's heavy. But it has a peculiar property. After I repaired it, it can temporarily accumulate attack power." Temporarily accumulate attack power. What does that mean? Sounds powerful. Yu Yang smiled faintly. As long as the chainsaw maintains uninterrupted contact with a target, its attack power increases at a rate of 1 point per second. The moment it leaves the target, its power immediately falls back to its base 20 points. "I see. Perfect for carving mutated beasts," someone observed. "You've been sensible today. Leave the chainsaw in the base for everyone to use in cutting open mutated creatures," Yu Yang said. He took the chainsaw and approached the Tun Tian Chanshu. He looked at the Lord-tier creature with a touch of anticipation. There will be something valuable in its skull. He pulled the starter cord with one hand. The chainsaw's roar filled the playground. For reasons unknown, the sound made everyone's skin crawl, as if the saw might in the next instant turn on them and render them into bloody pulp. The roar was somehow more unnerving than gunfire. Yu Yang felt little of that dread. He had the tool in his hands. He set the chainsaw against the Tun Tian Chanshu's skull, and sparks flew. Different mutated beasts had their defenses concentrated in different places. The hidden giant python's defense lay in its scales, the Qi Yin tiger's in its pelt, while the Tun Tian Chanshu's resilience was rooted in both its hide and its bones. Generally, a mutated creature's defense was concentrated on the surface and skeleton. Once breached, the flesh and organs beneath were not so different from ordinary beasts, only more palatable and tinged with trace evolution energy. He had no intention of eating this toad. With so many mutated creatures on the playground, he was hardly starving. As the chainsaw ran and its attack power climbed, watched by expectant eyes, the head of the Tun Tian Chanshu was slowly sawed open. With a crisp snap, half of the head of the sky-devouring toad was severed by Yu Yang. To his astonishment, Yu Yang discovered that within the toad's brain matter lay around 10 evolution crystals. He set down the chainsaw and began to collect the evolution crystals one by one, carefully counting them. There were a total of 9 intermediate evolution crystals and 1 advanced evolution crystal. The advanced evolution crystal was the same size as the intermediate ones, but exuded a deep blue hue containing powerful evolutionary energy. "Boss, what is this?" Wu Gang inquired, curiosity evident in his voice, as the others also expressed their intrigue, having never encountered such evolution crystals before. "This is an advanced evolution crystal." "Advanced?" Lin Wei questioned, bewildered at first before exclaiming in surprise, "Does this mean this toad is a mutated beast of a level higher than elite?" Yu Yang nodded. "This is at the Lord level." Upon hearing Yu Yang's explanation, everyone present was left agape. "B-Boss, are you saying that during this outing you silently took down a Lord-level mutated beast?" Ignoring the astonished expressions around him, Yu Yang consumed the 10 evolution crystals along with the 3 intermediate ones he had previously summoned, swallowing them all in one go. A surge of immense evolutionary energy coursed through his body, making Yu Yang feel slightly unsettled. However, this energy had already been refined by the mutated creature, so there was no hindrance in absorbing it. Casting a glance at his evolution progress, he noted that he had moved forward 22 slots out of a total of 100. This indicated that 1 advanced evolution crystal was equivalent to 10 intermediate evolution crystals in terms of energy. Completing over a fifth of his evolution progress in a single day left Yu Yang quite satisfied with the speed. Yet he felt confident that tomorrow would be even faster. For some reason, although Yu Yang showed no outward signs of change, everyone sensed that he had grown significantly stronger. Alright, now it's time to distribute rewards. This time we have a total of 20 primary evolution crystals. While most were acquired by me, everyone contributed their efforts. These 20 primary evolution crystals can help at least 6 people complete their initial evolution. Here, Wu Gang, this is yours. As soon as Yu Yang produced the primary evolution crystals, Wu Gang could hardly contain his excitement and hurriedly approached Yu Yang to receive 3 crystals. "Thank you, boss. I promised you that when I had any surplus primary evolution crystals, you'd be the first to receive them for your evolution. Now I have fulfilled my promise. Keep up the good work." Wu Gang's face was filled with joy and gratitude. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Before meeting Yu Yang, he could hardly afford a full meal, let alone dream of evolving. Now, not only was he enjoying good food, but he was also set on the path of evolution. All of this was thanks to Yu Yang. "My foresight is truly remarkable. I'm glad I turned away from darkness." Wu Gang silently rejoiced. "Wang Tao, you also get 3. Most of the circuits and pipes in the base had been personally laid out by Wang Tao, and given his calm demeanor during battles, Yu Yang decided to reward him with 3 crystals as well. "Zhao Baofu, 3 for you." Zhao Baofu was an excellent cook and had earned Yu Yang's favor through his hard work. After some consideration, since he was part of the old team, Yu Yang also allotted him 3 crystals. "And Jia, 3 for you." Being his woman, there was no need for further explanation. Her treatment was naturally different. "Song Yayan, 3 for you as well." The same reasoning applied. By now he had distributed 15 crystals, leaving enough for 1 more person to complete an evolution. "Lu Sheng, these 3 are for you in advance to ensure you are readily available for relaying information. You need to contribute more to be worthy of the rewards I give you." "Thank you, Captain." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Sheng had not expected to receive a reward, so he expressed his immense gratitude. "Alright, the primary evolution crystals have been distributed. For others who have made contributions sufficient to earn evolution crystals, but have already completed their first evolution, I will temporarily withhold additional crystals. You can exchange some extra snacks with me or save them up for next time. Rest assured, this is only the first day. Evolution crystals will only increase from here." Members from other auxiliary teams, each captain should keep track of contributions. Once a certain level is reached, they can exchange for supplies or evolution crystals. Additionally, everyone, there will be unlimited food and drinks tonight. Meeting dismissed. Long live the captain. Long live the captain. Cheers erupted, and every face radiated with joy. Such smiles were rare in the apocalypse, and they understood that all of this was because of Yu Yang. As the crowd began to disperse, Su Xiaoxiao rushed up to Yu Yang and extended a hand. "I want snacks." Yu Yang was taken aback. "Didn't I give you some already today?" Bad person. I made a ton of charcoal today." "A ton?" Yu Yang was momentarily speechless. Lin Wei nodded nearby. "Xiao Xiao isn't lying you, I just checked, and it really is about that much." Hearing how hard Xiao Xiao had worked, Yu Yang readily handed her a pack of beef jerky. "No need to overdo it, don't tire yourself out. Making charcoal is easy. I just need to break down the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen in the air, and then rearrange them into a special structure. However, I can only reform it into charcoal. I can't do anything else. It seems I've only unlocked this one recipe in my mind." Yu Yang smiled and reassured her, "That's already quite impressive. Many envy your ability. Keep it up. There will be more delicious food in the future." Su Xiaoxiao responded with a firm and happily ran off. Lin Wei chuckled. "You're even painting big dreams for a little girl. Aren't you ashamed? You don't have many snacks left either, do you?" Yu Yang scoffed. "I'm not painting big dreams. Once the nuclear power plant is up and running, we can build factories. When the production lines are established, what snacks can't we produce? Production still requires raw materials. We have meat, but we can't get various plants at all right now, Lin Wei sighed. That may not be the case. Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. You? Lin Wei was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape. You can't possibly solve that too, can you? Hee, who knows? We have to give it a try. If we want our lives to improve, we must keep exploring. Luckily, I had some good fortune today. Lin Wei sighed with admiration. Yu Yang, I find that you can always surprise me. Yu Yang grinned. Then are you going to give me a surprise tonight too? Lin Wei smiled alluringly, her fingertips lightly tracing Yu Yang's chest. I've been preparing one for you. I guarantee it will be a surprise. You go back first, and I'll come to your room later. After washing up, Yu Yang returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he reflected on the events of the evening. On the way back, Jiang Chong had already informed him about the agreement between the blind man and the Blood Rose. This suddenly sparked a thought in him. What if he could repair humans, healing their strengths, and thus gain their loyalty? Could he perhaps extend this concept to healing the injured mutated beasts, making them loyal as well? The mere thought sent a rush of excitement through him. If this path proved valid, he could potentially establish an army of mutated beasts. Yet Yu Yang harbored an underlying doubt that it wouldn't be so simple. From the system's design and its manifestations, it was clear that the system served as a restorer of order and enemy to those who disrupted it. Logically, it should be impossible to repair mutated beasts as they were embodiments of chaos. However, the allure of such an idea was too great, and Yu Yang decided to seek an opportunity to test it. Additionally, another delightful surprise awaited him that night: those ordinary plants. Though merely a few common grasses, their significance was monumental. Yu Yang had long believed that the inability to grow plants in the soil was due to an excess of some toxin. The withered vegetation all around seemed to confirm this. Thus, when he acquired a purifier recovered by the subordinate team, he envisioned purifying the soil. However, after some contemplation, Yu Yang began to suspect that the failure of plants to grow might not stem from toxins in the soil. It was more likely that the soil lacked certain essential elements necessary for survival in the current environment teeming with mutated energy. To be more precise, it could be that in an atmosphere dominated by mutations, there was a deficiency of vital elements to resist the environment. As for what could provide such elements, Yu Yang speculated it might be the evolutionary crystals produced by mutated plants or substances secreted by the plants themselves. Yet all these hypotheses needed to be validated. He planned to have his subordinate team commence planting experiments as soon as Su Mengmeng returned with seeds. If they succeeded in cultivating plants and restoring agriculture, it would mark a significant step forward in the revival of human civilization. Having pondered these matters, Yu Yang finally relaxed. Just then there was a gentle knock at the door. Without needing to ask, Yu Yang already knew who it was. Come in. The door swung open. A rather stern voice filled the room. Yu Yang, this is a classroom, and it is currently class time. Please pay attention. Lin Wei entered dressed in a form-fitting teacher's uniform and wearing black-rimmed glasses. Her long dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, a book cradled in her arms while a ruler rested in her hand. Adjusting her glasses, she wore a half-smile and said, Yu Yang, it's class time. Why are you daydreaming? Come here. Take off your pants. Let me teach you a lesson. The following morning, Yu Yang arrived at the playground feeling refreshed. Thanks to the subordinate team's efforts throughout the night, the meat had been sliced and organized, stored in a container he had repaired which possessed refrigeration capabilities. Additionally, some meat had been processed into cured meat to enhance flavor and extend preservation. Yu Yang gathered everyone at the playground. Today we will again form several small teams to hunt ordinary-level mutated beasts. Safety is paramount. If you encounter overwhelming odds, retreat back to the base and inform Lu Sheng. Furthermore, during your missions, if you come across valuable junk, feel free to bring it back. Team leaders should document your merits. Alright, let's move out. This time Yu Yang chose to operate solo. Primarily, this was more convenient, and the deeper he ventured, the more dangerous it became. He did not wish to divide his attention protecting others. He hopped into his flying vehicle and headed towards the outskirts. By now he had fully adapted, even starting to attempt manual driving, stepping away from autopilot. Though he nearly encountered an accident at first, he had gradually mastered the skills needed to navigate the flying vehicle. After all, he was the only one in the sky free from the worry of colliding with anyone else. Thus, even reckless maneuvers were acceptable as long as he reached his destination. However, this time, without autopilot, Yu Yang's speed was not particularly high, which led several human teams to spot him. Their initial shock eventually gave way to acceptance of the fact that a vehicle was flying above them. Having endured the cataclysm of the apocalypse, their capacity for acceptance had evolved significantly. Curiosity soon spread throughout the area as familiar teams began inquiring about the origin of the flying vehicle. Unbeknownst to the instigator, he remained blissfully unaware of the stir he had caused. As the expanse of land unfolded before him, Yu Yang suddenly felt that the open wilderness, despite its desolate yellow, was punctuated by splashes of green, rendering the scenery quite lovely. Today he intended to eliminate several mutated plants and observe whether ordinary plants grew beneath them to support his theory. However, just as he left the city and flew past the toll booth, he noticed a formidable-looking woman standing atop a hill in the outskirts. Not far in front of her, two mutated beasts were locked in combat. The woman appeared unfazed, even somewhat exhilarated. Her fists were clenched in front of her, and it seemed she was shouting some sort of rallying cry. Yu Yang faintly caught phrases like, "Come on," and "Yes, baby," just like that, filtering into his ears, causing him to momentarily pause. Another expert. Curiosity piqued, he descended from the sky, and the woman instantly became alert, noticing the vehicle descending towards her. Yet her gaze showed little fear, only keen interest. Yu Yang parked the flying vehicle and approached her. While she maintained a stance of caution, she did not display overt hostility. "Stop. Maintain your distance." A somewhat rough voice rang out. Although it was clearly female, it lacked the mellifluous quality typically associated with women, instead carrying a wild masculine edge. Yu Yang halted. "Hello, I mean no harm. I'm just curious about what you're doing." His eyes flickered as he speculated various possibilities. The woman seemed reluctant to divulge anything, gesturing for him to leave, saying, "Go away, this is none of your business." At that moment, the two battling mutated beasts concluded their fight. One, resembling a horse, ultimately succumbed, while the other, evidently a mutation of a lion, sported an exaggeratedly bright red mane. The mutated lion approached the woman, nuzzling its massive head against her body. The once ferocious mutated beast exhibited an unexpected gentleness and dependence towards the woman, piquing Yu Yang's curiosity. "How did you manage that?" Yu Yang couldn't help but ask. "I told you this doesn't concern you," the woman replied. Her demeanor was not particularly welcoming, yet she refrained from any aggressive actions. Observing this, the mutated lion let out a low growl towards Yu Yang, seemingly attempting to drive him away. It was evident that the lion possessed a fair degree of intelligence. Noticing Yu Yang's unyielding stance, the woman furrowed her brow, patted the lion on its head, and turned to leave. The lion shot Yu Yang a fierce glare before seizing the carcass of a mutated horse nearby, tossing it onto its back, and following the woman. Intrigued by the scene, Yu Yang resolved to uncover the truth behind this peculiar situation. "I can exchange resources with you." The woman paused in her tracks. "What resources, and what do you want in return?" "With this I seek information." Yu Yang produced several bottles of colorful beverages he had prepared for himself. Originally intended for personal consumption, they now served as potential bargaining chips. He could easily produce an abundance of these drinks and felt no regret in offering them in exchange. The woman stared at the array of vibrant drinks in Yu Yang's hands, momentarily taken aback. "Are you from the U-City Alliance?" In her view, anyone capable of producing such luxury supplies must belong to the largest team in U-City. Yu Yang shook his head modestly. "No, I'm just from a small team." The woman nodded slightly. "Then speak. What information do you wish to know?" Yu Yang got straight to the point. "I want to know how you tamed the mutated beasts." The woman shook her head. "I do not tame mutated beasts." "Then what about this lion?" Yu Yang inquired with curiosity. "Are you referring to Simba?" The woman chuckled ruefully. "Simba grew up alongside me. He merely mutated after the apocalypse." Yu Yang suddenly understood. The beast had already known the woman before its mutation, which explained its apparent affection towards her. He extended the beverages towards the woman, who accepted one, popping open a bottle of sparkling water and taking several large gulps, her eyes reflecting nostalgia and sentiment. Her expression turned melancholic. "I was once a zookeeper, and I had deep connections with many animals. When the apocalypse struck, most of them mutated but perished in the process. Only a few survived. Of those who survived, only Simba remains. The rest fell victim to battles with other mutated beasts or met their end at the hands of other humans. So I took refuge here, away from the city and the gathering of mutated beasts. Occasionally, I bring Simba out to hunt." Upon hearing this, Yu Yang nodded, having gained a clearer understanding of the woman's circumstances. "So you do have experience in handling beasts, correct?" "One could say that." "That's wonderful." Observing her puzzled expression, Yu Yang elaborated, "I mean, with that experience, perhaps you could tame other mutated beasts as well." "That's impossible. After mutation, they are inherently hostile towards humans, unless they, like Simba, have been with me since childhood," the woman replied with certainty. "I think you misunderstand. What I mean is I may have a way to help you tame mutated beasts." "You have a method?" The woman looked at him in surprise. Yu Yang did not answer her question directly, but instead smirked and asked, "By the way, are you injured anywhere?" Not far from Minghuang Primary School, a 10-member squad was searching the area. Their clothing was relatively clean, and they appeared quite spirited, an uncommon sight in the apocalypse. Deputy Leader Su, what are we doing here? Su Xiaoxiao is here. We've come to bring her back, Su Yifan replied, a glint of malice in his eyes, his tone laced with subtle hostility. Su Xiaoxiao. But the leader didn't issue such orders. What do you know? The leader simply doesn't want his sister to suffer, so he told her to hide. But look, winter is approaching, and without Su Xiaoxiao, where will we get enough quality charcoal? Do we want to freeze to death in winter? Yet won't the leader be angry about this? Haha, even if he is, he won't show it outwardly. After all, we're bringing back his beloved sister. We haven't done anything wrong. Don't worry, I'll take the blame for everything. I won't let you guys bear the brunt of this. Upon hearing this, the others felt reassured and even grateful towards Su Yifan. The deputy leader is really looking out for us. Haha, just do your jobs well. If you perform admirably, who knows, you might be promoted from an auxiliary team to a formal team. Understood. Following the map's indications, the group gradually approached Minghuang Primary School. Meanwhile, a reconnaissance drone overhead detected their presence. Deputy Leader Su, we've arrived at Minghuang Primary School. Su Yifan looked up to see a well-fortified school before him. The walls were lined with various sharp objects, and guards stood at the entrance. Inside the walls, several individuals were patrolling. Haha, just these few patrolling. This team is far too small. Su Yifan approached Minghuang Primary School. Hey, this is our base. Please leave immediately. The two guards at the entrance warned, their faces tense with vigilance. However, Su Yifan completely disregarded them, unleashing the speed of a level 2 Revolver. In the blink of an eye, the guards were sent flying. Lu Sheng, who had been napping on the playground, awoke with a start at the commotion, rushing to the entrance as a group of 10 menacing figures burst in. Terrified, Lu Sheng quickly relayed information to Yu Yang. Where is Su Xiaoxiao? Hand her over immediately, Su Yifan demanded as soon as he entered. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Chong emerged from his room. He had been left behind by Yu Yang to guard the base, taking the opportunity to adjust his mood these past few days. Upon seeing the unfriendly group, Jiang Chong's expression turned serious. Who are you? What do you want with Su Xiaoxiao? Su Yifan sized Jiang Chong up with disdain. So you are Yu Yang. Jiang Chong shook his head, his tone defensive. What do you want with our leader? You're not Yu Yang. Su Yifan scoffed. Bring your leader out. I want to see what this Yu leader is capable of. Who are you exactly? Why are you looking for Su Xiaoxiao? Jiang Chong sensed that the opponent was formidable. After the incident with Wang Hang, he was cautious in the absence of Yu Yang. Thus, even when faced with a hostile tone, Jiang Chong refrained from being confrontational. We are from the Yu Cheng Alliance. Surely you've heard of it. It's not something a small team like yours can compare with. Since your leader is not here, consider it his good fortune. Bring Su Xiaoxiao out, we are taking her with us. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth. Without the leader's consent, we cannot hand Su Xiaoxiao over to you. Su Yifan chuckled coldly. I think you lack the qualification to negotiate with me. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao heard the commotion outside and sleepily emerged from her room. Upon seeing Su Yifan, her expression tightened. Su Gij, what are you doing here? Su Yifan wasted no time and said bluntly, Su Xiaoxiao, hurry up and come back with us. Do you know how worried your brother is about you? Startled by Su Yifan's urgent tone, Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of grievance. But my sister just reported safe. Huh, you still have the nerve to mention your sister. Knowing that if Su Xiaoxiao refused to cooperate, the situation would become complicated, Su Yifan concocted a lie. Your sister was attacked by mutated beasts on her way back and is in critical condition. What? Su Xiaoxiao was stunned as if struck by lightning. Tears streamed down her face, filled with regret and guilt. What happened to my sister? How is she? She rushed to Su Yifan's side, her face etched with sorrow. Seeing his plan succeed, a smirk of satisfaction appeared in Su Yifan's eyes. Yet he feigned a pained expression. Your sister's arm was bitten off and she lost a lot of blood. If I hadn't happened upon her while on a mission, she would have died. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale at the thought of her sister losing her arm, and she felt herself on the verge of collapse. She cried out, then take me back quickly. I want to see my sister. I won't run away again, Wu. Her sobs were filled with profound sadness and guilt. Su Yifan coughed twice, feigning indifference. Since you're pleading with me, I suppose I can take you back. No, you can't take her away. Jiang Chong blocked Su Yifan's path. What? Su Xiaoxiao is willing to come with me. What reason do you have to stop this? Uncle Jiang, please let me go. My sister is dying. I have to go back. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were red and swollen. Please apologize to Yu Yang for me. I can't stay with him anymore. Hearing Yu Yang's name, Su Yifan clenched his fists in frustration. It was always this Yu Yang. What kind of magic did he possess that made both Su Xiaoxiao and Su Mingming trust him so completely? It was infuriating. Jiang Chang's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid of Su Yifan. He could always fight back, even if it meant risking his life. The problem was that Su Xiaoxiao was indeed a member of the Yucheng Alliance, and she was the one wanting to go back. This dilemma left Jiang Chang in a tough spot. Get out of my way. Su Yifan kicked down two people blocking his path. Su Gij, please don't hurt them. Su Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. They're the ones who are blind and insist on stopping me, Su Yifan threatened. Anyone who stands in my way will regret it. I'd like to see who you plan to intimidate. A flying vehicle descended from the sky. Seeing the vehicle, Su Yifan's previously aggressive demeanor faltered. What's happening? The car can fly. In an instant, a greedy glint sparkled in Su Yifan's eyes. He could only imagine how impressive it would be to drive such a vehicle, attracting countless beautiful women to his side. As the flying car came to a halt, a handsome young man stepped out. Leader, you finally returned. It's great. They want to take Su Xiaoxiao away. Don't worry, he won't take her. Yu Yang responded casually, yet his words felt like a slap directed at Su Yifan. Huh. What a big mouth, Su Yifan scoffed, sizing Yu Yang up. He saw nothing particularly special about him. Don't think that being the leader of a small team makes you formidable. Someone like you is hardly worth the Yucheng Alliance's attention, Su Yifan said disdainfully. Are you from the Yucheng Alliance? That's right. Su Yifan's gaze was defiant, filled with arrogance. As long as you recognize the name, get out of my way, and don't make things difficult for yourself. What if I don't? With a fool like you, the Yucheng Alliance is hardly impressive. Who are you calling a fool? Su Yifan ignited with fury, pushing Su Xiaoxiao aside before throwing a punch at Yu Yang. Yu Yang sidestepped, effortlessly delivering a swift kick that sent Su Yifan sprawling to the ground. Su Yifan fell like a dog eating excrement. Huh, truly a fool, Yu Yang remarked calmly, delivering a finishing blow. You're asking for death. Su Yifan pulled out a gun, aiming at Yu Yang. But just as he prepared to pull the trigger, his thoughts came to a grinding halt. Everything felt frozen in time. Whether it was an eternity or a mere moment, Su Yifan felt his body flying through the air, crashing into the nearby ruins. He distinctly heard the sound of his bones cracking. Yu Yang had used the ability known as Time Stop on Su Yifan, then kicked him away. Su Yifan's face flushed with rage. The humiliation he felt was more unbearable than the physical pain. He shouted at his subordinates, "What are you all waiting for? Shoot them." No, Su Xiaoxiao cried in panic. Listen to me. Kill them all. I'll promote you to official team members. Don't move. Just then Su Mingming rushed in through the school gate. She glared at Su Yifan with disgust. I knew you were up to no good coming here. You're a madman, sister, but I thought you were critically injured. How are you here? Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Su Yifan's heart sank and his face darkened at the sight of Su Mingming. He never expected she would come. Isn't it simple? This fool deceived you, Yu Yang said with a sneer. How could the Yucheng Alliance have such a shameless fool? Su Yifan felt blood rush to his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing his plan unravel, he realized that he wouldn't achieve his goals today. He got up from the ground, gesturing for his subordinates to leave, gritting his teeth. We're leaving. Yu Yang slowly drew his revolver, his lips barely moving as he calmly stated, I never said you could leave. Su Yifan's face flushed red with humiliation. He suddenly turned his head, his voice trembling with anger as he said, I am the vice-captain of the Yucheng Alliance's Mingxing troop. How dare you? Bang. Opt. Su Yifan fell to the ground, clutching his calf. What does it matter that you're from the Yucheng Alliance? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yu Yang retorted. Su Yifan's face contorted in pain as he shouted hoarsely, Su Mingming. Are you still part of the Yucheng Alliance? This guy shot me. Are you just going to watch? Frowning, Su Mingming walked over to Yu Yang's side and sneered, you came to their territory and caused trouble yourself, and you deceived Xiaoxiao. Besides, you were the one who made the first move and tried to shoot. Unable to defeat Yu Yang, you still have the audacity to mention the Yucheng Alliance. I can't believe I never noticed how shameless you are. Yes, exactly. You even lied to me, saying that my sister was dying, leading me to be so heartbroken. Just now, Su Xiaoxiao said, tears brimming in her eyes, her face filled with indignation. Su Yifan had always pressured her to produce more charcoal, and her disdain for him had only deepened. Glaring with fury, Su Yifan's anger and humiliation reached a boiling point. He never expected the Su sisters would offer him no support at all. What is so great about Yu Yang? What do I Su Yifan lack compared to him? If you all defend him so fiercely, then go to hell. All of you. At that moment, his hatred for Yu Yang peaked. Clenching his teeth, his eyes gleamed with a fiery rage. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a terrifying orange light from his eyes, shooting out two beams of horrific laser towards Yu Yang. This was Su Yifan's special ability. The greater the power he summoned, the greater the backlash. In this moment, he disregarded everything else and pushed his ability to its limits. The laser beams were so swift that they almost instantly reached Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang was unperturbed. His absolute defense had not yet been triggered and his safety was secure. What stunned him was that Su Mengming, just as the lasers were about to reach him, pushed his body aside. The two laser beams struck Su Mengming with a violent impact. In an instant, she was pierced through. The spark in Su Mengming's eyes faded rapidly like a butterfly with broken wings falling toward the ground. Yu Yang reacted swiftly, tightly embracing Su Mengming's body. He drew his revolver in an instant, not even taking the time to aim. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out, shattering Su Yifun's head into pieces. Sister. Su Xiaoxiao, stunned by the scene, cried out, collapsing beside Su Mengming. Tears streamed down her face, the sorrow in her heart overwhelming her like a flood. Don't touch her, I have a way, Yu Yang said in a deep voice. The universal restoration system activated. Restoring critically injured Su Mengming will consume 100 restoration points. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Yu Yang replied, yes. Beep. Restoration successful, obtaining loyal Su Mengming. In an instant, all of Su Mengming's injuries vanished. Su Xiaoxiao's weeping abruptly ceased. She blinked, her long eyelashes glistening with tears, her eyes filled with confusion. Where did the injuries on my sister go? Your brother healed her. Don't you remember? Your brother can heal injuries, Su Xiaoxiao said proudly. Realization dawned on Su Mengming as she recognized that her wounds had completely disappeared. It was Yu Yang who healed me. I told you he's amazing, Su Xiaoxiao boasted. Su Mengming recalled that Yu Yang had indeed healed Xiaoxiao before. Can you really heal injuries? She asked. Yu Yang smiled slightly. Not only can I heal injuries, but I can also elevate your abilities to a new level. At this, Yu Yang glanced at the system's offers for Su Mengming, revealing 3 special effects. 1. Radar coverage. Su Mengming can sense all life forms within a kilometer radius. 2. Increased range. Su Mengming's sensing range doubles. 3. Imaging skin. Su Mengming can see the outlines of objects behind obstructions. It truly enhances existing abilities. From his observations, Yu Yang noted that those he had healed would either receive a brand new special ability if they lacked one, or have their existing abilities enhanced. What remained uncertain was whether those granted new abilities would receive further enhancements upon evolving to the 2nd level. Ultimately, Yu Yang decided to grant Su Mengming the first ability. Her previous sensing ability had been limited and unclear. With the help of radar coverage, her capacity for information acquisition dramatically increased. Beep. Loyal Su Mengming has received the effect radar coverage. Feeling the change in her body, Su Mengming's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you do this? This is incredible. Yu Yang merely smiled and embraced Su Mengming gently, saying, this is your reward. Standing up, his gaze instantly turned icy and terrifying. He fixed his eyes on the 10 men Su Yifun had brought, coldly declaring, from today onward your lives belong to me. The 10 men trembled, too afraid to utter a word. Jiang Chong, take them to work. From now on, they will be an auxiliary team within the auxiliary team. As long as they survive, it's enough. If anyone tries to escape, shoot them on the spot. No need to report to me. With that, Yu Yang took one of each of them by the hand, leading Su Mengming and Su Xiaoxiao toward the bedroom. Feeling the warmth emanating from Yu Yang's broad palm, Su Mengming and Su Xiaoxiao experienced contrasting emotions. Su Xiaoxiao felt a sense of novelty within her heart. Yu Yang's hand was so warm, providing an overwhelming sense of security, but felt incredibly comfortable to be held. His fingers were long and graceful, making him even more appealing. Yu Yang's gentle smile and handsome profile only added to her admiration. Soon after, Yu Yang summoned Su Mengming to a separate room. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she followed him inside. Mengming, how many seeds did you manage to bring back this time? Yu Yang asked casually, settling into a chair while sipping from a bottle of drink. Huh? Su Mengming was momentarily taken aback. Seeds. Yes, didn't I ask you to exchange water for seeds? Did you forget to bring them? Yu Yang looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Mengming awkwardly touched her face. Oh, that matter. I thought. Thought what? Nothing. Her ears burned with embarrassment as she forced herself to remain composed, pulling out 3 plastic water bottles. However, instead of water, they were filled to the brim with seeds. These contained 3 types of seeds, each weighing nearly a ton. With winter approaching, I specifically chose a few plants that can grow in colder conditions. One type is spinach seeds, which thrive in chillier weather and grow rapidly, providing a rich source of vitamins, a great food for supplementing nutrition. Another is the white radish seed. It has strong cold resistance and is rich in dietary fiber. Adding radish to soups enhances their flavor. The last one is garlic, which can also grow in frigid conditions. Both the cloves and sprouts are edible, offering a rich taste. Additionally, garlic possesses certain antibacterial properties. Are you satisfied with these 3 types of seeds? After speaking, Su Mingming touched her still warm face, wondering if her earlier demeanor had given anything away. Did he notice what I was thinking before? It's all this guy's fault for asking such things in private, causing me to overthink. Upon hearing about the 3 types of seeds Su Mingming brought back, Yang realized she had done her homework and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mingming. You've worked hard this time. If I really manage to grow vegetables, you'll be the first to taste them. Su Mingming inwardly scoffed. Who would want to eat your vegetables? However, hearing Yu Yang's apparent confidence piqued her curiosity. Yu Yang, do you really think you can grow vegetables? Yu Yang nodded slowly. If my assumptions are correct, growing vegetables is merely a matter of time. However, I need to think of a strategy for large-scale planting. Admiration sparkled in Su Mingming's eyes as she replied earnestly, if you truly solve the issue of vegetable cultivation, I believe all of humanity will thank you. Humanity, you say? Yu Yang's gaze drifted slightly, but he quickly chuckled, ha. I'm not that great. I just want to eat some fresh vegetables. Mingwang Primary School. On the playground, Yu Yang began his planting experiment. He first had workers lay down a plastic film over a patch of bare ground. This was to prevent any exchange of soil substances with the outside environment, facilitating controlled conditions for the experiment. Then he covered the plastic film with 4 large blocks of soil, labeling them as Field No. 1 Field No, 2 Field No, 3 and Field No, 4. Field No. 1 contained soil that had been purified. Field No. 2 consisted of soil infused with the powdered remains of mutated plants. Field No. 3 contained soil buried with evolutionary crystals produced by plants, while Field No. 4 was embedded with evolutionary crystals from animals. Yu Yang divided the soil into these 4 groups to validate his hypothesis. If plants grew only in Field No. 1, it would indicate that the other soils contained toxins preventing growth. If plants sprouted in Field No. 2, it would suggest that the mutated plants generated some form of antibody capable of resisting harsh environments. If growth occurred in Fields No. 3 or 4, it would imply that ordinary plants now required trace amounts of evolutionary energy for growth. The distinction between Fields No. 3 and No. 4 was to ascertain whether the animal-derived evolutionary crystals had any effect. In addition, Yu Yang instructed that a transparent plastic film shelter be erected over the field to prevent toxic rainwater from contaminating the soil. He intended to irrigate it with pure water. Once the experimental results were obtained, he would then explore whether rainwater affected plant growth, which would be his second topic of investigation. After completing these arrangements, Yu Yang called his team to begin planting. Among them, the 10 individuals who had come with Su Yifun contributed the most labor. Although they had not acted out of line, their unauthorized intrusion into Yu Yang's base warranted some consequences. He ordered them to plant 3 types of seeds in each plot. They took the seeds, casting doubtful glances as they headed toward the fields. Didn't we, the Yuqing Alliance, already try planting? Nothing ever grows. It would be a waste to use these perfectly good seeds. Didn't you see what he had us put in those plots? It might actually help. Please, I think he's just wasting his time. Our large alliance with several botanists couldn't figure it out. What can a small team like his possibly do? In a few days, those seeds will just rot in the ground, and he'll be left dumbfounded. Don't talk too much. Just do as you're told. If he hears you, watch your back. As the sowing continued, precious seeds were scattered into the soil. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. If plants truly managed to grow, it would be an immense achievement. At that moment, the main gate of Minghuang Primary School swung open. Wu Gang's team pushed a cart carrying a severely injured Chihua tiger into the school. Hey, boss, you're here too. Look, I brought back another mutated beast. Seeing the battered Chihua tiger, Yu Yang felt a surge of urgency. He quickly approached the creature, gently placing his hand on its injured body. Restoring the battered Chihua tiger requires 20 repair points. Beep. Detected current organism as a normal level order destroyer requires an additional 1,000 repair points to change its allegiance. Do you want to proceed with the repair? Note, the higher the level of the order destroyer, the more repair points required to change its allegiance. Seeing the system's prompt, Yu Yang's composure faltered. It actually requires changing allegiance. It seems the system belongs to the Order of Enforcers, while these mutated beasts belong to the Order of Destroyers. However, if even a normal-level mutated creature requires 1,000 repair points to switch sides, it would be better to just eliminate it. With a resigned sigh, Yu Yang drew his gun and ended the life of the Chihua tiger. Beep. Killed normal-level order destroyer Chihua tiger, gained 100 repair points. Beep. Revolver attack power increased by 2 points. Revolver permanent attack power 100 points. Already at 100 points. Yu Yang hadn't expected that. Without realizing it, his revolver's attack power had surpassed 3 digits. If he activated the power overload, it would reach a terrifying 1,000 points. However, he felt slightly exasperated that in recent overloads apart from the first instance when his revolver broke, none of the subsequent attempts had resulted in damage. His luck seemed almost too good. Let's continue boosting attack power. If I remember correctly, I've already taken down 18 normal level beasts, earning 36 attack points. I've killed 3 elite level 1s for 9 points and 1 lord level for 5 points. There's still plenty of potential for gaining more. Turning to Lu Sheng and Jiang Chong, who were stationed at the base, he said, "You two keep supervising their work. I'm heading out for a bit. Wu Gang and Wang Tao continue hunting beasts. If anything unexpected happens, contact me," through Lu Sheng immediately. Yu Yang pulled out his flying vehicle and settled into it. The vehicle slowly ascended and sped off into the distance. Wu Gang watched this scene, filled with envy. "When can I ride such a cool vehicle?" Wang Tao quietly added, "You should know it's not the vehicle that's cool, it's our boss." As Yu Yang piloted the flying vehicle toward the outskirts, his mind wandered back to the unexpected encounter from that morning. He had intended to kindly offer assistance in mending her injuries to win her loyalty. However, she had cautiously refused. This was Yu Yang's first brush with rejection. Nevertheless, he did not push too hard and amicably parted ways, agreeing on a time to meet again. The woman had promised to bring some valuable items to trade for drinks in their next meeting. During their conversation, Yu Yang learned her name, Tang Ruju. It was a name that sounded lively and playful. According to Tang Ruju, before working in the wildlife park, she was a cute girl on the outside. However, the life spent alongside wild animals gradually tanned her skin to a wheatish hue, transforming her once delicate appearance into one filled with vigor, and her personality became more straightforward. Yu Yang thought Tang Ruju's current appearance had its own unique charm. Moreover, her identity as a wildlife caretaker piqued his interest greatly. With the help of Simba, Tang Ruju had undergone her first evolution, and Yu Yang was curious about what her second evolutionary ability would be. If it turned out to be the ability to tame mutated beasts, he would not mind assisting her, thus enhancing her capabilities while also bringing her into his fold. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Yang flew to an area he had never ventured into before, a quarry. To his astonishment, he found that this place was teeming with hundreds of mutated beasts. This is a modestly sized mining site. The scale and damage of the equipment suggest that the extraction volume here is not particularly high. Yu Yang could not discern what type of ore had been mined here in the past. All the ore had turned a pale blue, shimmering with a crystalline luster. 100 mutated beasts were gathered in this area. However, the degree of mutation in these creatures was not significant. Some even resembled ordinary beasts. Birds perched aloft, while the four-legged beasts were scattered across various mining points or beside piles of ore. They were continuously licking the pale blue stones as if these minerals were some exquisite delicacy. Occasionally, one could see a large beast killing a smaller one it found displeasing. Yet due to the abundance of ore, there was hardly any large-scale fighting among them. Yu Yang gazed curiously at these creatures. Information suddenly flashed before his eyes. Entry-level disruptor charge porcupine evolving. Health 4,550. Attack 8. Defense 5. Entry-level disruptor howling hound evolving. Health 3,340. Attack 10. Defense 3. Entry-level disruptor enchanting parrot evolving. Health 2020. Attack 5. Defense 3. All are merely entry-level fauna. Thus, the ore here must contain a certain amount of evolutionary energy. Yu Yang quickly deduced that the reason these mutated creatures were so focused on licking the ore was that it contained the evolutionary energy they craved. This explained why so many evolving beasts had congregated here. He parked his air bike beside the mining site and walked toward it. These beasts were only entry-level and posed no threat to him. Aru. Woof. Gur. Roar. Aru. Before Yu Yang could take a few steps, several beasts immediately started barking at him. They bared their fangs, their faces twisted into menacing expressions. It was as if they were guarding their food. Yu Yang frowned and could not help but curse. What an upside-down world. I'm not here to mess with you, yet you dare to intimidate me. Yu Yang was no wildlife enthusiast. Anyone who bared their teeth at him was bound to be eliminated. He raised his hand and fired several shots. With the thud of bodies hitting the ground, a wide area cleared around Yu Yang, and no beast dared to approach him. However, excitement suddenly sparkled in Yu Yang's eyes. His gaze toward these beasts softened considerably. This was because as soon as the first gunshot rang out, the system immediately displayed a notification. Ding. Killed entry-level disruptor charge porcupine, earned 10 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack power increased by 1 point. Permanent attack power of the revolver 101 points. Entry level can also increase attack power. How wonderful. Yu Yang gazed at the hundreds of mutated beasts in the mining site, as if he had found a treasure. As long as he eliminated all the mutated beasts here, he could easily achieve the 100-point attack power boost that entry-level could stack. Thus the stage was set for Yu Yang's revelry. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic sound of gunfire and reloading reverberated. At this moment, Yu Yang regretted not having infinite bullets. During his reloading intervals, a few of the beasts were startled and fled. Nonetheless, with so many beasts present, he successfully managed to accumulate 100 attack power. Now his revolver attack power reached an astonishing 200 points. This was even stronger than typical Lord-level mutated creatures. At this point, Yu Yang could be considered a walking Lord-level mutated beast. Should he encounter the previous Lord-level mutated beast again, he could easily defeat it without even relying on his overload ability. Looking at the carcasses strewn across the mountains, Yu Yang's mind was filled with visions of delectable dishes. So many delicacies, especially the exotic meats he had never tasted before. The variety of animals alone was enough to create dozens of different dishes, not to mention the myriad cooking methods for each species. He wasted none of the juicy, succulent meat, storing it all in his storage box. After this, he approached the pale blue ore. He picked up a piece, feeling its cool touch. It felt like crystal, and Yu Yang could sense the faint evolutionary energy emanating from it. However, the energy within was still dozens of times weaker than that of primary evolutionary crystals. To absorb a sufficient amount of evolutionary energy from it, one would need to have prolonged exposure or employ unique methods to concentrate it. Yu Yang looked around. It was evident that this place had not yet been discovered by anyone. This site will surely attract many lower-level creatures to lick the, or it's an excellent trap. The reason Yu Yang referred to it as attracting lower-level creatures was that higher-level beings evolved most rapidly by consuming the evolutionary crystals within other mutated beings, or by seeking evolution opportunities at the Pillar of Ascension. For high-level mutated creatures to evolve by licking such energy crystals, they would likely exhaust their lifespans without success. But that did not mean the energy crystals here were without value. Yu Yang's mind immediately turned to his agricultural experiment. If plants grew in plot 3 or 4 of his farm experiment, it would prove that plant growth requires trace amounts of evolutionary energy. Then these crystals containing minute traces of evolutionary energy would serve as the best fertilizer. With that thought, Yu Yang felt a rush of excitement. I need to mine these ores quickly. If someone discovers this place, it would be disastrous. Yu Yang's gaze fell on the damaged machines. I wonder if these machines can still be repaired for further mining. Without hesitation, he approached a broken drilling device. Repairing the damaged borehole drill requires 50 repair points. Do you wish to repair it? Yes. Ding. Received a brand new borehole drill. 3 special effects obtained. Please choose one. 1. Indestructible drill bit. The drill bit will not incur any damage and can be used indefinitely. 2. Perfect drilling. The drill will achieve an optimal drilling angle and force, minimizing damage to the mineral resources. 3. Efficiency boost. The drilling efficiency of the drill will triple. After some contemplation, Yu Yang ultimately chose perfect drilling. Since he could repair the drill bit, the indestructible feature was unnecessary. As for the efficiency boost, Yu Yang did not feel rushed. On the contrary, perfect drilling would prevent unnecessary waste. Next, Yu Yang repaired the various machines in the mining site, each endowed with commendable capabilities. However, they all shared a common issue. They required electricity. There were 5 or 6 machines, all large-scale work equipment. Even when not operating simultaneously, their power consumption was substantial. Even if the diesel generator from the base were brought over, it would not be able to keep up with the demand. However, Yu Yang did not feel disheartened. After all, there were undoubtedly more generators capable of producing electricity scattered throughout the city, not just the one Lin Wei had found. Moreover, due to the collapse of the world, most of these generators were likely damaged and wouldn't have been taken during the scavenging for supplies. This was Yu Yang's advantage. The items he needed were essentially uncontested. It could be said that the streets were littered with worthless scraps that no one wanted. Yet after Yu Yang's repairs, these discarded materials could instantly transform into something useful. The next task for them is to find power generation equipment. He mused as he carefully stored the repaired excavation devices into his storage box. Once he located enough power-generating devices, he would extract all the energy ores. Having concluded his thoughts, Yu Yang piloted his flying vehicle and soared into the sky once more. The sky gradually darkened. Today, the Revolver has gained an additional 100 points in attack power along with various types of game. It has indeed been a fruitful day. Yu Yang felt quite satisfied with today's outing. I hope the others have had some gains as well. He recalled instructing the team to pay attention to any potentially useful scraps while completing their hunting tasks during the day. For convenience, he had equipped each team with a storage box for supplies. Although these boxes could not store living beings, they were quite handy for holding materials and equipment. Perhaps upon returning there might be some pleasant surprises. In the evening at Minghuang Primary School, the first team, led by Wu Gang and Wang Tao along with Lin Wei's third team, had returned while the fourth team, led by Yang, was still out. Wu Gang and Wang Tao waited for Yang on the playground while Lin Wei felt a bit fatigued and went to rest as soon as she returned. After her shower, Song Yeyun emerged looking radiant, exuding a beauty akin to a bud yearning to bloom. This was not to imply her appearance was innocent like a flower on the verge of opening, but rather that she embodied the very essence of anticipation for the arrival of spring, longing for the blossoming of flowers. And Yu Yang was undoubtedly the exceptional man capable of plucking such blossoms despite being younger than her. Youth, after all, was not a flaw. As she eagerly awaited, a flying vehicle slowly descended from the sky, making her heart flutter. Her gaze, shimmering like water, turned towards the person inside the vehicle. The moment Yu Yang stepped out, he immediately noticed Song Yeyun. It was impossible not to, for her gaze had the power to melt him. "Ahem, please wait for me in my room," he said. Song Yeyun flashed a shy smile, and with a sultry stride that drew the envy of everyone around, she made her way towards Yu Yang's bedroom. The members of the auxiliary team, especially the women, looked on with admiration. Originally, Song Yeyun was just like them, part of the auxiliary team, but her fortune had turned when she found an electric mosquito swatter and caught Yu Yang's attention. Now she had seemingly soared to new heights. "Do you think the boss can handle it?" Wu Gang whispered to Wang Tao beside him. Having fought side by side over the past couple of days, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Wang Tao adjusted his glasses, replying thoughtfully, "The boss is younger than you and is a level 2 Evolver. His physical condition is surely better than yours. If you can't keep up, he should still be able to manage." As Yu Yang approached, Wu Gang instantly put on a broad smile. He pulled out an electric heater from the storage box Yu Yang had provided. "Boss, winter is fast approaching. As an out-of-town college student, you might not know, but winters in Yuqing are extremely cold. If we don't take proper measures to keep warm, it could be deadly. We found a total of 13 of these electric heaters. If I go out tomorrow and find more, we will have enough for winter." Beside them, Wang Tao looked troubled. "Boss, we traditionally use central heating in Yuqing during the winter. Central heating operates by boiling water and circulating it through pipes to radiators in homes. An electric heater alone may not suffice for Yuqing's winter," he added. "Moreover, while the first floor of Minghuang Primary School can accommodate people, it has developed cracks limiting its insulation. We need to find better solutions for heating." Yu Yang nodded after listening. He understood that even though winter was still over a month away, preparations needed to start soon. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "The basement of the shopping mall across the street should still be relatively intact. Even if there are cracks, they are likely blocked by mud and sand. Additionally, being underground, it should retain heat fairly well. Though the space is a bit small, it should suffice for us to reside in temporarily during winter. We can clear it out for that purpose." Both Wang Tao and Wu Gang instinctively nodded, agreeing with Yu Yang's reasoning. "Furthermore, we can dismantle some heating pipes and radiators to rebuild the heating system there. To prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, we can place the water boiler in the debris on the ground and connect the pipes to send hot water underground. Wang Tao, you can organize the manpower for this task." "Understood." There are quite a few heating devices in Minghuang Primary School that are still in good condition. Wang Tao nodded. "Since Wang Tao has other tasks, Wu Gang, you won't need to go hunting. Instead, organize a team to search for power generation equipment. Any power generation devices will do." Power generation devices. Wang Tao pondered briefly before saying, "Our country has a well-developed photovoltaic power generation industry, and Yuqing has numerous places utilizing it. Though not in abundance, they do accumulate, and their power generation efficiency is considerable. Some residential buildings and shopping malls have applications, but not many. If there are places with a significant amount of photovoltaic equipment." Wang Tao thought for a moment and then remarked, "It seems that the vegetable greenhouse cultivation base in the western part of the city has quite a few integrated photovoltaic power generation devices." The vegetable greenhouse cultivation base. Yu Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. He was currently conducting an experiment in vegetable cultivation, and there was a high likelihood that the greenhouse planting base had auxiliary planting equipment. Even if there were no photovoltaic power generation devices, making the trip would not be in vain. "But we're currently in the east of the city. The west side is dozens of kilometers away." Wu Gang reminded him. "That's a minor issue. I have a car," Yu Yang replied with a relaxed smile. Driving a few dozen kilometers was a breeze. He took out the map he always carried and handed it to Wang Tao. "Can you mark the exact location on the map? I have some time to go." Wang Tao studied the map for a moment, then circled an area, saying, "It should be in this region, but Wu Gang is right, it is indeed a bit far. If anything happens, we might not be able to provide support in time." Don't worry, oh I need your support. Yu Yang waved his hand dismissively, his expression carefree. However, after he spoke, he noticed that both Wu Gang and Wang Tao were looking at him with a sense of resentment. Yu Yang quickly realized. Ahem. You mean to say I won't be able to support you in time, right? Wang Tao and Wu Gang exchanged a glance that said, you finally get it. That is indeed a concern. Although there were reconnaissance drones at the base and Lu Sheng was there to relay messages, it would still take time for Yu Yang to return. In the past, he could rush back within a few minutes for distances of just a few kilometers, but this time the target location was dozens of kilometers away. If something unexpected occurred, he wouldn't be able to return to the base in an instant. He certainly did not possess the ability to traverse space. Traverse space. As Yu Yang pondered, he felt as if he had grasped something significant. If I could traverse space, wouldn't I have no worries about where I could go? Yu Yang said seriously. Traverse space. Wu Gang was taken aback, then laughed. Boss, I admit you're impressive, but you don't have the ability to traverse space. Wang Tao, however, seemed to understand Yu Yang's implication. Adjusting his glasses, he tentatively inquired, are you suggesting that by repairing items we might create an effect akin to space traversal? Wu Gang's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Is that possible? Exactly, that's what I mean. Yu Yang nodded, his gaze toward Wang Tao, filled with admiration. Though his repair points were still far from the million needed to restore the nuclear power station, he had more than enough for daily repairs. The current issue is determining what to repair that might yield such an effect. While the effects extracted are diverse, they generally relate to the item itself, though only occasionally does something unusual appear. Wang Tao pondered for a moment, then hesitantly suggested, many science fiction novels mention portals, and space traversal is often achieved through a door or tunnel. I wonder if repairing a door could yield a similar effect. A door? Yu Yang looked back. There were indeed many wooden doors at Minghuang Elementary School. But could space traversal truly be realized through these doors? Yu Yang felt uncertain. However, he was determined to obtain this effect. It would be incredibly convenient. If he could possess a door that traverses space, he could easily send people from the base out to work without worrying about their safety. For instance, at the Energy Crystal Mine, team members could conveniently use the door to mine during the day and return to rest at night. This would greatly enhance efficiency. With that thought in mind, Yu Yang decided to give it a try. Alright, let's use the doors from Minghuang Elementary School for this experiment. With that, Yu Yang instructed his team to dismantle some damaged doors and move them to the playground. He then waited to begin the repairs. Though the others were unsure of Yu Yang's intentions with the doors, it had become their consensus to follow orders and complete tasks. Door after door, damaged wooden doors were brought before Yu Yang. He casually picked up one of the doors. Repair. No space traversal. Yu Yang felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not lose heart. If such an extraordinary effect could be easily obtained, he would suspect he was spending his repair points as if they were his lifespan instead. He randomly selected an effect of automatic opening and tossed the door aside. Repair again. Still nothing. He randomly selected another effect, then tossed it aside. Repair again. Nothing. Select effect. Toss. After attempting with a dozen doors, just as Yu Yang was about to give up, a brand new effect appeared before his eyes, causing his previously dulled gaze to brighten. Any door basic version allows the host to travel to any location they have previously visited within a range of 100 kilometers. I got it. Yu Yang's face lit up with excitement. After spending dozens of repair points, he finally acquired an effect akin to space traversal. How is it? Can this door take us directly to that vegetable greenhouse planting base? Wu Gang asked eagerly. After carefully reading the effect, Yu Yang shook his head. He propped the door up. Strangely enough, the unsupported door stood upright on its own. Yu Yang silently focused, then opened the door. The sounds of wild beasts echoed from behind it as he peered inside. Indeed, it was the mine. Where is this? Wu Gang leaned in, curious. Is this the vegetable greenhouse planting base? Why does it sound like there are many mutated beasts? Yu Yang closed the door and stored it away, then replied, No, I can only use this door to go to places I've been before. Huh. Wu Gang's face fell. Does that mean you still have to make a long trip? Boss, you can't leave us behind. Wang Tao, looking exasperated, said, Are you foolish? As long as the boss takes this door with him, even if something dangerous happens at the base halfway, he can just open the door and return. Right? How did I not think of that? Haha, boss, you can go without worry. Wu Gang's expression brightened again. As long as I'm here, the base will be absolutely safe. Wu Gang patted his chest and boasted, though he quickly amended, I will definitely notify the boss at the first opportunity. Yu Yang could only shake his head in amusement. Wu Gang, tomorrow you should follow my instructions and avoid hunting. Search the vicinity for any other power generation facilities. We can't rely solely on one tree. If the photovoltaic system fails, at least we have backup plans. Understood, boss. I promise to complete the task. By the way, boss, why do you need so much power generation equipment? Wu Gang asked with curiosity. Yu Yang smirked. The place you just saw through the door is actually a mountain. The equipment there requires power. A mine. Wu Gang scratched his head in confusion. In this apocalypse, what's the use of mining? You can't sell it or put it into production. You'll understand when the time comes, Yu Yang replied mysteriously. Following this, Yu Yang repaired the remaining doors, ultimately creating 3 door frames with the any door effect. Although he spent nearly 200 repair points in total, obtaining such a powerful effect made it worthwhile overall. At that moment, Yang's team finally returned to Ming Huang Elementary School. Excitement radiated from the faces of the entire team. Seeing Yang's joyful expression, Yu Yang immediately knew that this guy must have made a significant discovery. Sure enough, Yang approached Yu Yang and excitedly emptied a collection box, spilling a heap of cold weapons onto the ground. Among them were long spears, broadswords, and curved blades, all of which were relatively long weapons. Upon seeing these, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. He had considered equipping his team members with more weapons, but the common fruit knives and kitchen knives in the city were simply too short. While they could be effective for killing, they fell short against mutated beasts. Wu Gang's machete was somewhat useful, but such long, cold weapons were rare in the city. Brother Yang, where did you manage to find so many spears and swords? Wu Gang exclaimed, his eyes wide open, suddenly feeling that his machete was far less appealing. Although these weapons seemed unremarkable at first glance, Yu Yang could undoubtedly transform them into extraordinary tools. At that point, his machete would lose its advantage as a shorter weapon. And Yang explained, it was actually inspired by Njia. Today she passed by a large billboard that had been smashed halfway, featuring an idol she used to like. And Jia even said those idols couldn't compare to Yu Yang, claiming that Yu Yang is the best. Brother. And Jia blushed and stomped her feet, eliciting chuckles from everyone. Alright, I got sidetracked, and Yang grinned and continued. That was a poster for a historical martial arts film, and it suddenly struck me that such filming locations must have various weapons lying around. So, I went to the largest film studio in our area to try my luck. Fortunately, it wasn't too far from here, otherwise we might not have made it back tonight. Oh, I see. You found these weapons at the film studio? Wu Gang inquired. Exactly. And Yang's face glowed with pride. There are a total of 32 pieces, enough for everyone to have one, and they were all trapped under a massive stone, sustaining some damage, making them perfect for the team leader to repair. Good job, Yu Yang praised. In the previous team, only a few leaders had offensive capabilities, which limited their efficiency. This was primarily because other members lacked proper weapons. Now that they had weapons, the combat effectiveness of each squad skyrocketed. Ordinary cold weapons would not inflict much damage on mutated beasts, but those repaired by Yu Yang would be different. The lesser ones could at least achieve a cutting effect, as if slicing through iron, with their strength and power increased tenfold. The better ones might even acquire powerful special effects, such as weakening defenses or causing bleeding, making them exceedingly effective against mutated beasts. Yu Yang called together the members of several squads who lacked weapons and demonstrated the repairs to all 32 pieces in front of them. He then explained the effects of each weapon. Everyone joyously claimed their preferred weapons. The overall strength of the team immediately surged. Although most of them had not yet completed their first evolution, with these enhanced weapons they were now more formidable than typical first evolved individuals. It could be said that even the City Alliance would find no equally sized squad that could match Yu Yang's subordinates in prowess. Alright, everyone had a good haul today. Get some rest early. With these weapons to aid you, give it your all tomorrow. Yes. Excited by their new weapons, everyone was thrilled. Not a single one could put theirs down, and some even began to show off their newfound treasures on the spot. Yu Yang did not linger, hurrying towards the bathroom. He had not forgotten that someone was waiting for him in his room. Early the next morning. It sprouted. It sprouted. It really sprouted. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and the person outside seemed quite anxious. I'm coming, Yu Yang replied as he dressed, tucking Song Yan under the blanket before heading to the door. Opening it, Su Mingming burst in excitedly. It really sprouted. You can actually grow plants. Yu Yang, you're simply a genius. Yu Yang raised an eyebrow. What field number is it?